All right, boys and girls, here we go. It is time for the Bearcat Journal Sub-A-Thon. 12 hours, noon to midnight. Aaron Smith and I are going to be here bringing you nonstop Bearcat content all day on a Friday. And boy, do we have a guest list. Boy, do we have a guest list. This entire show brought to you by our friends at 513 Shirts. We will have giveaways every hour. We're not going to schedule them. We're not going to script them. I don't know exactly when they're going to happen. You can take the overlay down.
I was waiting for you to get through your big intro.
I know, but I was going to show some people what we
Okay.
got going because I'm geared up.
All right.
8 of the 12 hours, you'll be able to go to 513shirts.com, drop down on partners, and pick any item of your choosing from the BCJ store. Hats, hoodies. Underneath, when I get a little warm, you'll see I've got the Red Helms shirt on. 8 of those we'll be giving away. 4 times throughout the day, we'll be giving away this bad boy, the City of Cincinnati flag. Get that for your house, get it for your tailgate. Good stuff. No, Ed, there's no tank tops.
Cut the sleeves off.
Is he going to do this to us all day?
I don't know. If he does, he's not going to have many comments posted.
Anyhow. So that's going to be happening every hour. That's exciting. And, well, if you listen for all 12 hours, Sahil, hopefully I said that right, you'll have a chance to win one. So you're going to get to hear my dogs barking all day. That's going to be exciting.
The fun game is going to be, is it tiger or is it bear?
They're very distinct. So tiger's kind of loud, deep bass. Bear is kind of yappy. So
Gotcha.
You'll know which one's which.
So we've booked some more guests since we last talked about this, though. Excited about this guest list.
Hold on a second. You're going to get to deal with malfunctions all day.
Can't wait.
My headphones weren't on the speaker list. I had to turn those back on. I was testing out because at some point, Aaron, I don't think these things are going to last 12 hours.
No, they're probably not.
So at some point, I'm going to have to use the speakers on the monitor.
They don't have the jack
They do, but the cord's not long enough. So I would be doing the podcast like this.
I gotcha.
I'd rather not do that. You guys want to hear the guest list for today? 27 people already in here. These people are excited, I'm sure.
Yep.
This is the only time I'm going to give out the guest list with times. Okay? The rest, if you're here now, you're going to get the times that everybody's going to be joining us. If not, you're just going to have to listen throughout the day. 12:30, Dan Hoard will be joining us, the voice of the Bearcats. 1 o'clock, Mo Egger will arrive. So Dan Hoard's the leadoff hitter. We're excited about that one. As always, to have Dan on. For 2 o'clock, Shane from Galactic Fried Chicken will be here. 2:30, our good friend Jim Mooring from the Holy Grail, recapping what's been a crazy 6 weeks down at the Holy Grail. Following Jim Mooring, 3 o'clock, some guy named Luke Fickell. Excited about that one. Live from Mexico.
Yep.
If he's going to have a margarita.
I just hope he has like the beach and like some awesome backdrop, like when ESPN gets a guest that's like
Yeah.
on location.
Back in like during the pandemic, when the pandemic first started, his family went to like isolated at a beach house in Florida. And we are like Mexico. Refreshing and might have to use the bathroom.
I think he was quoting Super Troopers.
I know. He would zoom from their beach house in Florida out on the deck. So you could see like the sun and like the nice like Adirondack type chair that he had that he was lounging in.
Right.
But Luke Fickell, 3:00. New one. This one has not been advertised. This just happened right before we came on the air. How about Cincinnati Bearcat Malik Vann joining us at 3:45? He might have a beard. It's off season, but Luke very well could have a beard right now. I haven't seen him in a couple weeks. I haven't
Just
seen him
even more handsome.
Yeah, I haven't seen him since the presser. I think on the February 2nd. So Malik Vann, 3:45. 4:00. Former Bearcat great, our first former Bearcat great of the day. Cashmere Wright is going to join us. Talk some basketball. We'll see what Cash is up to these days.
Hey,
Cash, did you know Cash used to work for Bearcat Journal?
I did, actually. We had that conversation at some point.
4:30. Our very own Mick Walker will be joining us to talk some recruiting. Cruton season. 5:00. Our good buddy Joe from Danco Transmission. You're right. He'll have what Amy allows. That is the correct answer. Mark gets a point. Or Bearcat Mick gets a point. Sometime between 5:30 and 5:45, a guy named Wes Miller is going to join us. He will be on the road. We will be talking to him live from Philadelphia, where he is going to go see Daniel Skillings play tonight, Cincinnati signee. So that's exciting.
Motown Phillies back again. Go.
Don't get us DMCA'd for your bad singing.
That's it.
Sometime in the 6:00 hour, Brent Young. We'll get a little BBP action between 6 and 7. 7:30, Leonard Stokes will be on the program talking some Bearcats. We're open in the 8:00 hour. The 8:00 hour is dangerous.
We are open currently. We'll see what happens.
That's going to be hour 8. We're going to be a little slap happy.
Quite possibly.
And that's when we plan that the beers are going to pop.
Some of us may have to wait because we don't know how to pace ourselves.
True. It's true. 9:00. James Smith. Good old Jimmy Smith, the boot from down under, will join us. And then after Jim, we're pretty much going to wing it for the next 2.5 hours. Dave Simone will be jumping on at some point. Justin Williams will be jumping on at some point. God knows we'll probably be 3-4 beers deep by then as we roll towards midnight. So that's it. That's the guest list. That's the only time I'm reading the times for the public. So if you were here, you can now plan your day accordingly. We got 38 people here. The reason we're doing this, just so everybody knows, this is a Sub-A-Thon. We are 300, a little less than 300 members away from 1,000. In order to get monetized, so I can pay Aaron, so Aaron can eat and provide for himself and pay for that lavish downtown apartment that he's got.
That I won't have after April 1st.
That he won't have after April 1st. We need to get monetized. In order to get monetized, we need 1,000 subscribers. Red Bull vodka to stay awake. I generally, when the mic goes on, I'm good, Marvin. We're going to test that today. Like there might be a few yawns here and there, but if the mic is on, I'm generally in a good place.
That's one
Aaron,
of my fellow. I have season tickets with Marvin.
Okay.
He knows me all too well.
Can you give subs like you can on Twitch? No, because these are free. So you just need to have them. Aaron, you want to put the link to the YouTube page, or you want me to do that? I can do that. Hold on.
They're here. They know the YouTube page.
I know, but if they're like, they could email it to their friends and be like, "Hey, subscribe to this page." You know what I mean?
Yeah, copy it out of Twitter, Bearcat Nation on Facebook.
Or I can put it in the chat.
There you go. Put it in the chat
right here.
Just you're right, Sahil. Just got to click the red button.
Just click the red button. It'll allow you to subscribe. And once we get to 1,000, I might just shut the show down. We'll see. Mission accomplished. See you guys later. But there's the link right there. We'll be posting that throughout the day. And it's going to be a fun one. We got about 20 minutes to kill before Dan pops on, Aaron. Should we have the people help me decide on lunch?
It depends. When do you want to have it ordered by?
I want to order it fairly soon. I figure Mo's going to be on at 1. Mo is long-winded. So I could eat, I think, while Mo is talking. And I don't think Mo would be offended by that. I think like he would understand that this is a 12-hour broadcast and I need to eat.
I think it's also safe to leave me with Mo and not have to worry about anything.
Correct. I would feel comfortable with that. Everybody else, we'll see. I could leave you with Mo, though. I feel good about that.
Or Brent, for that matter.
Yeah, I could leave you with Brent. I could probably leave you with Justin and Dave later, but then you might all three be tipsy.
It's
go with Galactic. I don't want to have them have to deal with coming all the way. They're about 40 minutes for me. I can get Galactic to here, but I don't want to burden them with that.
Unless it's Shane himself showing up to deliver it.
Yeah, and that's not how it works because they have Uber Eats deliver it. I don't want to do that to the poor Uber Eats person.
They make decent money on that.
Yeah, but they don't because you do it directly through Galactic. So Uber Eats doesn't get all their cash out of that one.
Cash.
And they want their cash. I'm going to need something easy, right? Sandwich probably. Sandwich will probably go down quick. Have you ever had Potbelly, Aaron?
I'm not a big Potbelly guy. I don't know.
I've never had it. I
don't feel like you're missing that much there.
Well, I mean, we can talk about this with Dan Hoard when he comes on. Dan Hoard would probably be a Potbelly guy. Dan Hoard does not eat cold sandwiches. And Potbelly sandwiches are warm.
Yeah, they are that.
Dan Hoard's belief on Potbelly or on
sandwiches,
cold sandwiches, is they invented fire for a reason, and it's so that I don't have to eat cold animal.
He's not wrong.
All right, the chat is saying Potbelly is great. Sahil and John are recommending Potbelly. Let's see what Potbelly's got. Sahil recommends the meatball. I'm a meatball sub guy. I don't mind meatballs. I'm also an Italian sandwich guy. Their special is the wreck, Aaron. Turkey, ham, roast beef, salami, and Swiss. That actually sounds pretty good.
So rock with it. YOLO.
If I've never had Potbelly, I kind of think I need to go with got to get the hot peppers. Frequently bought with it. Broccoli and cheese soup. I'm a broccoli and cheese soup guy. It's going to be inexpensive.
Can we go back to something? What are we going to do when your headphones inevitably die? What did we decide that we're going to do at that point?
That's why I tested earlier. I used my speakers from the monitor.
Okay.
And that's what I was testing and asking if there was feedback.
Yeah.
Because I
Sorry,
didn't want to hear you twice.
Just had me in a ball of nerves for a moment. Like, well, Chad's head's in the corner for the rest of the show.
Like this. I'd love to get Adriaticos.
You're getting more comments here. The milkshakes are fantastic from Potbelly, apparently. The Rec's good. Got to get the hot peppers.
There's the hot peppers. Oh, so you guys want to see me sweat?
The meatballs solid.
I'd love to get Adriaticos, but they are not driving to Independence. That's not going to happen. So if you want to drive from Columbus, Keith, and get me the Italian from Adriaticos,
yeah.
Up 3 subs in a few minutes. Keep up that pace. We'll be good in no time. If you're here, we got 44 with us. If you're here and you're not subbed yet,
we appreciate you.
Please sub. It would be greatly appreciated.
Should we mess around with some of these new settings that they have on here? Did you know they have background music now that you can have on your podcast?
I heard it, but didn't it pop up for you guys during the
Ed was messing around with some
messing with it?
Yeah. If we're gonna be here for 12 hours, I'd almost like something static in the background.
Anthony, I got a question on the rec. Do I have to go Swiss or can I go provolone? I'm more of a provolone guy than a Swiss guy. This is the type of exciting stuff. We're going to do this again at dinner.
Can't wait.
It's the type of exciting stuff that we're going to provide to you. Do you want me to fall asleep?
I can't hear it. That's weird.
How can you not hear it? I can hear it.
It didn't start playing anything here. I don't know. Tell me if any of these are good and we can leave it in the background, but I don't know if it's because I'm choosing it, but it's weird that I can't hear it.
Marvin's right on that. It's a sub-a-thon, so eating a sub is probably the proper way to go.
He's so right.
You're right. I didn't even think of it that way, Marvin. I'll stick with the Swiss. I feel like that's the standard. Let's see. Okay, I want to delete this one. Uh-oh. I think I made a mistake here, Aaron.
I don't know. I'm just pushing buttons. I can't hear any of these different songs.
They're very boring.
Okay, so this is a no-go.
Yeah, I don't think so. If Tonk says I should get a chocolate shake, I feel like I should get a chocolate shake. Yeah, I mean you have to. I agree. That was a miss on my part. Not getting the correlation between getting a sub and the subathon. It might mean I have to get a sub for dinner too.
I mean, doubling down.
Well, if I do one for dinner, I know exactly what it would be.
Penn Station.
Ooh. Well, maybe I don't know exactly what it would be. I was thinking, I'm a Jersey Mike's guy. The Italian from Jersey Mike's is my
man. That's a good one.
That's a good sandwich.
That is a good sandwich.
So, I also don't know if I'm going to be able to wear a hat for 12 hours.
I'll be all right.
But you can win this if you so desire. If you're one of our 8 members, should we do one now before we get Dan?
Since we got 44 in here.
Yeah, we got 44 people in. How do you're the contest master, so I'll let you handle this.
I almost feel like should we do some type of trivia or should we do
I think the first one we just do proof of subscribe.
Well, there's 40 people in here, so I'm going to have 40 people trying to say that I have liked and subscribed.
You're going to need them to DM you on Twitter. There's a screenshot of them subscribe.
Actually, here's what we're going to do. Tweet out from your Twitter account. If you have a Twitter account, that's going to be for the first giveaway. Tweet out a picture of your subscription, tag Bearcat Journal in that, And in about 10 minutes time, I'll go through and look at and do hashtag Sub-A-Thon.
And that'll go straight to Dave. So that'll drive Dave nuts all day. I love that idea.
No hyphens, but hashtag Sub-A-Thon. And we'll draw. I have an app downloaded, a random drawer, I guess. Random. That's what it's called. Random draw, or I don't know, pick me, wheel spin, and raffle. But we'll do it that way. So again, Sub-A-Thon, that's going to be SUBATON. I'll put it in the post here.
Thon, THON, Aaron.
Not thong, correct. Sub-A-Thon.
T8, yes. Sub SUBATHON.
And that's how we'll do it. And it'll just go to Twitter. People, unfortunately, if you don't have a Twitter, today might be the day to sign up. But if you don't have a Twitter, I'm shocked how you keep up with Chad, because that's where he does a ton of his stuff. But that's how we'll do it for this first drawing. And just take a screen cap of your subscription to the Bearcat Journal YouTube page.
Yeah, that. All right. Getting some things set up. This is exciting, Aaron.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts, and I'm just wondering how I'm going to keep up with all of it as we do this every hour.
That's really difficult right now. So when I go into the YouTube page,
yeah,
to tweet it out, it starts playing the audio.
Oh no.
So it's going to be confusing for me for a second.
Well, yeah, that's interesting. Dan Hoard will be on with us though in 8 minutes. So this should be exciting. But thanks again to everybody who's joining us already. 45 of you strong. We do appreciate it. I'm not sure I expected us to be already at 45, but again, this is going to be quite a day. And I'm just can't believe we finally made it. We've been talking about this for a couple weeks. This was your brainchild. I helped with some of the fine tuning of it, putting the meat on the bones of the skeleton, if you will. But
yeah, you should have seen the look on Aaron's face when I was like, we're going to do 12 hours of live content. And we are.
A big shout out to Ed Mayhall for designing our background for today. I like that the 12 p.m. and 12 a.m. is just right under us when it's just you and I on here.
Yeah, 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. We're up to 7-11, Aaron. I think were we at 7:01, 7:02?
There we go. I think we were at 695 just a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Ed, I just gave you a shout out if you missed it, so I'm not doing it again. If there's over 40 viewers at midnight, I vote you have to keep going until the number dips down below that.
Honestly, at that point, we're going to be drinking.
And who cares at that point?
Yeah, who cares? Like, who cares? My wife will probably be in bed. My kid will be up. It's the weekend, so she doesn't sleep. But who cares at that point?
I am going to do timestamps as we go through this, especially with the guests. It's not going to be a super detailed timestamp. We're not going to do individual timestamps as to what we talked about with that guest. You're just going to get the guest. So when you go back and look at this, you can still see when those guests were on if you want to go back and rewatch the guest. So we'll do that when the conversations are over. But that is something that we're going to be doing throughout the day.
Yeah.
I know some of you knuckleheads really like those timestamps, so we're here for the people.
And there's nothing Aaron loves more than timestamps.
God, I tell you what, that's it.
He really gets excited about timestamping.
I'm like plucking my eyebrows as much as I like timestamps. So,
Keith, there's no chance I'll be passed out by midnight. No chance.
No, I'm going to be on a rush of adrenaline and caffeine, and
Aaron will be on like his 8th monster at that point in time.
I'll probably be on my 8th beer at that time.
True. Timestamps, y'all. Ed needs a hat. The hats, Aaron will contest. The hats are sweet. And if you like, they've got trucker hats if you're more of a trucker hat guy. But I'm a flex fit guy, and the flex fits are fantastic. They're as comfortable as a hat as you'll find.
Mick, to your point with Apple Podcasts, I don't know. We'll see if we can chop some stuff up and potentially release some of the interviews.
Probably never.
maybe chop some stuff up and do interviews. But we'll see.
I'm sure we could maybe get a best of.
Yeah, something like that.
Because we can. It mimight take 6 hours to download.
It might take 6 weeks to put that together.
Yeah. Well, if I'm just doing audio, it won't be bad because we'll have a rough idea. You know, we started right at noon.
Yeah.
So we'll have a rough idea of like where everybody was in, where everybody was out. I could maybe get some audio up on the podcast page. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. Ed can help with video. Appreciate that, Ed. Mick, why are you don't want to join us all day, Mick? You said you were off today. You're not going to be here for 12 hours? No, I'm not doing dares.
No, hot sauce.
You have to remember, we're going to start drinking 8, 9 o'clock. I'm not doing dares at midnight after I've been drinking for 3 or 4 hours.
It's a marathon.
Literally, it's a Sub-A-Thon. It's a Sub-A-Thon, not a sprint.
Pace yourself.
Got to pace yourself, Tonk. Jeez. But I was gonna initially like use this segment to talk some about the schedule coming out because we were so excited about the game last night and getting to talk about the Sub-A-Thon. We forgot to talk about the schedule coming out. But we've only got like 3 more minutes until Dan Hoard joins us. So we'll push that to somewhere. Like that's the weird thing about this, Aaron. When we put this together, I thought the night guests would be easy. Like we'd have, we'd have all the guests at night, and then during the day, it was just going to be the two of us, like talking to the chat and bouncing back and forth stuff to each other. And as it turns out, we are crazy booked until 5:30. Like there's not much of a break here between when Mr. Hoard joins us and 6 o'clock. And then Brent's going to join us now at 6 o'clock. So yeah, like I wasn't anticipating that. We're not going to have much filler here. So I'm excited about that part.
I agree.
We should be good. Okay.
Well, apparently we're not the only ones using the hashtag Sub-A-Thon, so that's great. Since all the Twitch people use it as well. I was tried searching by hashtag Sub-A-Thon.
Okay.
Maybe we should change it next go round. It maybe hashtag Cincy Sub-A-Thon.
Or like since you couldn't spell earlier, you could do Sub-A-Thon, like
that's
you wanted Sub-A-Thon.
Or
T-O-N
hashtag BCJ Sub-A-Thon.
Yeah. How is Aaron still alive? I mean, looking great. Hi, Skins.
Yeah, that's definitely Skins.
BCJ Sub-A-Thon. Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that next go round, next hour. That's on me. That's mine.
Hand up. Aaron forgot Sub-A-Thons weren't just something I created in my brain.
No, not at all.
Other people do them as well. It's very popular in the Twitch community and the YouTube community.
It's a good thing I have my handy dandy notebook here so I can write people down to put in this.
717, Aaron. We're growing fast. If all of you guys just hit Sub-A-Thon and do what our friend Michael Andrew Smith did and create so many Google Gmail accounts that Google was like, look, man, we're not letting you create another single Gmail account. I'd love an official count on how many times he has subbed to the BCJ YouTube page. But here we go. First guest is in the house. The leadoff hitter, the tone setter.
All right.
For 12 hours. How stupid are we for doing 12 hours?
The answer would be very.
Yes. We figured we'll probably start drinking around 8, 9 o'clock, and that way we'll cruise to the end.
Well, the portion of the show after 8 p.m. ought to be really entertaining then, depending on how much and what you drink.
Well, we're getting some Dave After Dark, I think, too, with Dave Simone, which I'm guessing, we'll probably get some draft talk. And but let's get started. You don't have a whole lot of time today. You've got some family stuff to take care of, but we want to enjoy you while we have you. So first, I've got a question. I'm curious. I don't know that I've ever asked you this. Is there anyone else that does NFL and college as like a team guy?
Yes.
I know there's national guys that do, NFL and college, but what other guys are there that do both?
There are 3 of us.
Okay.
Gene Deckerhoff, Mean Gene Deckerhoff, the legendary voice of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in Florida State, and Bill, who does the Pittsburghs. Other guys have done it in the past as well, but right now it is a crew of 3. We have a kinship among us, sharing travel tales and things like that. So Gene's been doing it the longest. He is a legend. My favorite Gene Deckerhoff story is one year the Tampa Bay Buccaneers played in London. They've probably done it more than once, but the first time they played in London, he did the first half of the Florida State game before taking off and going to London. So I missed the occasional game, as you know, but Mean Gene actually did half of the Florida State game before getting on a plane and going to London, which is amazing.
Did you hear from the 2 of them over the past 6 weeks about maybe the greatest run in sports broadcasting history, getting to do the Cincinnati Bearcats' unbelievable trip to the college football playoff, and then the Bengals, an even more unbelievable, remarkable trip to the Super Bowl?
I didn't hear from either of those 2 guys. I don't think Gene and Bill are big texters, but I did hear from broadcasting friends from all over the country. It's really been one of the coolest things about this incredibly lucky year that I've had as an announcer. So many people have reached out. It reminds me of just what a great fraternity it is being in sportscasting and sports writing. People are really happy for you when you get opportunities like that. So I've heard from people that I haven't heard from in years. I won't name drop, but I've heard from some really famous broadcasters that I don't really have much of a relationship with that have reached out. They found my number through others and texted to say nice things. So it has really been cool.
Aaron?
Sorry, I'm still working on this whole drawing bit. Collecting names for this giveaway. So
we're also doing giveaways every hour, Dan.
Oh my God.
Nice.
Spinning 18 plates.
we have put ourselves in a deep hole. Was there any point where it during the Bengals run, it hit you just how incredible all of this has been, getting to be so close to both of these seasons?
Really throughout, to tell you the truth. I mean, I certainly didn't anticipate they were going to go to the Super Bowl this year, but I did start to think that in the Burrow era, it was probably going to happen, or at least they would have a long playoff run sometime in the Burrow era. And now I think that's going to happen many times. It might not happen next year. I know it's hard to get back to the Super Bowl in consecutive seasons, but this team is ascending. That's what people keep forgetting. They arrived ahead of schedule. They're going to get better. That doesn't guarantee that they'll go back to the Super Bowl immediately, but they've got all of their draft picks. They've got cap space. They've got a great quarterback in his rookie contract. They ought to get better going forward. And the next time they make it to the Super Bowl, they should be a more complete team with a better chance of winning the game.
The Bearcats run. How impressive was it? Because there was so much pressure. You got to see that. We could see it in the middle of the season, it weighing on the kids. And Luke Fickell trying to figure out different ways to, I got to push this button now and this button now. And yelling at them in the locker room after a win because they felt like they didn't win by enough. And then to get all the way through it to win the Houston game and to see that sea of people on Nippert Stadium was just such an incredible experience.
It was. They had no wiggle room. In order to make it to the 14 playoff, they had to be perfect. As it turned out, they didn't need the style points that many people thought that they needed.
Just win, baby.
Just win, baby. And you know, we described it in detail before the season began. You had to have this perfect confluence of things to even make it possible. And then if they did all of the things they had to do, they still needed help, which is unfortunate. But thankfully, that's exactly the way it played out. But it is very difficult to win week after week after week when you absolutely have to, when you can't afford a slip. I mean, with the Olympics going on right now, it's like a figure skater. If you go down, your dreams of gold are over. And that's what it was like for the UC football team this year and last year. They couldn't afford a slip, or they were not going to get the opportunities that they wound up getting.
Another broadcaster nerd me thing that I need to know. Do you have these things ready in your back pocket? Because you dropped maybe the most iconic line in UC broadcast history at Notre Dame that we will hear for 50 years when you said, "Did you see that?" Was that in your back pocket? Have you been waiting to use that one? Do you come up with them the night before? How does this work?
I don't come up with them the night before. I don't write it down or anything like that. But Marty Brenneman, for example, says that, he just says whatever comes off the top of his head. And I believe him. And if you listen back to all of his great calls, he nailed it every time. It's the greatest streak in sports history. Forget about like Edwin Moses winning however many consecutive hurdles he won and schools that win 7 consecutive national championships or whatever. Marty Brenneman went 46 years and never botched a big play, which is the greatest streak in sports history. So Marty said whatever came off the top of his head in those big moments, and he nailed it. It works a little bit differently for me. I intentionally try not to think about it in advance. You don't want it to sound too staged because if you write it out or plan it for weeks in advance, it just comes off wrong. I don't know why, it just does. But having said that, in games like that, as the end of the game approaches, I can't shut my brain off to just ad lib it in the moment. So I start to think about, all right, what would be the right thing to say, or at least for me, what would be a good thing to say, an appropriate thing to say in that moment. So that's kind of how it works for me, as the clock is ticking down and it's obvious they're going to win the game. All right, what's a good way? What's almost like a newspaper headline way of summarizing this moment? And that is basically how it works for me.
Well, and then you have Lapp, who just adds on to it with the bam, bam, bam. And that's where it almost felt rehearsed, where you guys have that type of chemistry that he was able to even add further to what was already an iconic moment out of your mouth.
Yeah, so the coffin nails bam, bam, bam thing has kind of become a little bit of and this one belongs to the Reds for me and Lapp. Our first year together in 2011 at the end of a Bengals win. I don't remember the exact play. I don't remember the exact game, but there was a moment at the end of a Bengals win. They won 9 games that year. There was a moment at the end of one of those games where they got that interception or scored the winning points or whatever it was. And I just said, coffin nails. It just was something that came to my mind at the time. And Lapp immediately said, bam, 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 right after I said coffin nails. And as I was driving home after the game, it was a home game. As I was driving home, I heard the post-game show and they play some of the highlights back. And when they played that moment, I thought to myself, I kind of like that. Maybe that is something that we can use going forward as kind of a signature thing to say when they have those moments. So that one now is a little bit staged, but it does seem to be something that's caught on with the fans. We've got the t-shirt now, thanks to the good folks at Cincy Shirts. So I'm getting a little bit tired of it. I might try to use it a little bit differently than we have so far, but at least to this point, it's been a fun thing.
When you said, did you see that? Do you get that sports moment where you're like, nailed it?
Yeah, you never know for sure. I mean, you kind of have to wait to see how it was received. So people seem to like it. So I guess that was a good one.
The Secretariat one was pretty classic too.
Yeah, Jerome Ford breaking away from the pack. That's just the visual thing that came to mind as that was happening. It was like, here's this guy, and suddenly there's this giant separation between him and everybody else. And the visual for me was Secretariat at the Belmont, winning by 31.5 lengths. So that's what I said. I don't know if it's the most descriptive thing to say in radio. It's not the 30, 20, 10, 5 touchdown.
Yeah, but that paints the picture as long as you know the reference, right?
Yeah, I thought it worked. I liked it. Again, broadcasting is, as you know, it's a very subjective business. So for anything you say, you hope the majority of listeners like it, but you also know that some aren't going to like it. That's just the way it is. You have to try to do it in a way that entertains yourself, really. You kind of have to trust your ear and hope that it works. And thankfully, most of the ones that we brought up have.
Ed wants to know about the jersey collection. You got Sean Casey, you got Oscar. Is that the throwback Oscar that they did, 2011 for the 50th, or is that an old actual Oscar jersey?
It's not anything that he wore. It's something I purchased. Yeah, it's something that I purchased. So I do have a collection of jerseys in my family room. It kind of goes around the room. My rule for these autographed jerseys these are people that I know. These are people that I have relationships with. So they're typically signed to me, often with a little message that goes with it. So I've got a collection going of people that, I consider to be friends, as well as great athletes with Cincinnati ties. So I hope to continue to add to that collection as we go forward.
Broadcasting is a very transient business. And you had some of that when you were going back and forth with Paul Tuckett doing the AAA games for the Red Sox. But for the most part, you've been Cincinnati. Like, how cool is that you've kind of created a second home, created, a legacy in a place in a business that's generally not how it works?
It's awesome. And I'm very, very lucky. So I wound up in Cincinnati because my then girlfriend, now wife, Peg, got a job at Channel 12. I was working in Syracuse, New York at the time as one of the TV sportscasters for the CBS station. So I started looking for jobs in Cincinnati. I got one at Fox 19. And now, over 2 periods of time, I've lived here longer than any other place I've ever lived in my life. This is home. I think of this as home much more than where I grew up. My closest friends now are in Cincinnati or from Cincinnati. So fate really did me a favor. I wound up in a wonderful place to live, a great place to raise our son, Sam. I feel really more like a UC grad than a Syracuse grad, even though I went to Syracuse, but I feel like Cincinnati is my school. The Bengals are obviously my NFL team. I've followed the Reds very closely now for a long period of time. So I'm a Cincinnatian through and through, even though I can't answer that question, where'd you go to high school? And say a Cincinnati.
Pick it up.
But other than that, I am a Cincinnatian through and through.
Who's the most passionate broadcast partner for the team that you cover that you have?
Dude, Chuck Mayshock.
Well, they all are, honestly. I mean, they're all passionate. They're passionate in different ways. Lap might be a little more animated than Jim Kelly Jr., but they certainly love their teams equally. I mean, there are people that love UC as much as Jim Kelly, but nobody loves UC more than Jim Kelly. And obviously that was the case with Chuck too. So that's what makes them all great. That's what makes them so much fun to work with. They care so much about their teams and about the school and have such history with both that's really what makes for a great analyst, I think, in addition to their ability to, diagnose the X's and O's and things like that. Having that history and that passion for the school or the team is great.
Now you brought up
Lap's funny to me because if you watch Lap do college games, completely different human. But because of the emotion, because of how much he cares about the Bengals, when you get him in a Bengals game, it goes from, 3 to 9.
Yeah, it's very different from him. He did national games on TV, NFL, college, etc. for a long
Very
period
good.
of time. very, very good. And Lapp gets it. He knows when he's doing a game like that and he's a neutral broadcaster, he can't show favoritism to either of the teams. But when he's doing a Bengals game on the radio to Bengals fans, he understands his audience. So his audience likes the fact that he goes bananas when things are going well, or gets frustrated when things are going poorly. That's part of the package, in addition to his brilliance in being able to analyze the game.
One of the things about Chad is he's often unfiltered, and we've made quite the bit of the Sorry Dans on the show. Are we still responsible for Sorry Dans, or are we able to retire the Sorry Dan now that Sam is, what,
15? Yeah, Sam probably uses some of the language that has been Sorry Dan'd over the years. I'm kind of happy this came up, because the original Sorry Dan was an F-bomb.
It was
when Sam was by Dave, when Sam was much younger, where he was in the back seat of the car. I was listening to the podcast. Dave uttered an F-bomb. And I told those guys, there are probably people like me that like to listen to this with their kids in the car. So you probably need to limit the F-bombs. The F-bomb was the only thing that I objected to. And then Sorry Dan grew to the point where you guys would say hell, and somebody would go, Sorry, Dan. Words that didn't offend anybody. Dan. So it can be retired. But having said that, I'm sure there are people who still have young kids that like to listen to your podcast that would probably prefer that the F-bombs are left out.
We're going to leave them out all day today.
There you go.
Until 8 o'clock.
Until after 8 p.m.
Yeah. If you make it to hour 8, there might be something.
All right. That's fine. Should come with a warning, but that's fine.
One more quick question before we let you go. I know you got a busy day. Wes Miller, you're now a couple months in.
Yeah.
You've done a handful of coaching shows. You've been on the road with the Bearcats. What is your read so far on Wes Miller and his ability to take this program back to where Cincinnati fans want it?
He's fantastic. He's going to do an unbelievable job. I say that with 100% confidence and certainty. My biggest takeaway, honestly, from having been around him now for a few months, is that I can't believe he was still available.
Right.
I know he turned down some opportunities to interview for, slightly better jobs than Greensboro. And I'm sure he would have landed one if that's what he wanted. He waited for something that, that really was a step up. But we are so lucky that he didn't take another job. Honestly, that's my biggest takeaway. This guy is a home run in every possible way. I think basketball-wise, he reminds me of Mick. I think they have very strong, similar feelings on what it takes to consistently win, period, but especially at a place like Cincinnati. I think the blueprint is very similar. Their personalities are different, and I just think Wes Miller is going to be great. I think he'll knock it out of the park ultimately in recruiting. Now he's stepping up to a bigger level, and it might take a little time. The first 3 players that are committed for next year are really good players, and I think he's going to get even bigger and better recruits going forward into the Big 12. But I have no hesitation whatsoever in telling Bearcat fans that he is going to be tremendous.
You've been doing this a long time. I've been doing this a long time now. You couldn't ask for a better combo than Wes Miller and Luke Fickell. It simply doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, so good. And how about that extension for Coach Fickell? I mean, kudos to the Board of Trustees and John Cunningham and boosters that contributed. Everybody involved in getting that done. That is a coup. Yeah. And this program is on such great footing, and with both programs, football and basketball. Exciting times are coming. They're already here, obviously, but really exciting times are coming in both sports.
Well, Dan, thank you so much. We're thinking of you. Safe travels.
Thank you.
And I will see you Sunday back at Fifth Third Arena.
Sounds good. Enjoy the rest of your long day.
Just 11 hours and 11 minutes to go.
That's all. That's all.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
Take care, fellas. Okay.
Thanks for being the first.
You bet.
There we go. Dan Hoard, we are underway. That's how you start a Sub-A-Thon.
I love him so much.
That's how you start a Sub-A-Thon, my friend.
Yeah. That said, we do have the giveaway. I went through the hashtag Sub-A-Thon tweets, and we'll better that with the hashtag BCJ Sub-A-Thon going forward. There were, I think, 8 or so, 10 or so of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that did what I asked. So we are spinning the wheel here, and the first name for the first drawing is going to be Keith. Keith, you won the very first
Wedinger won the first gift.
He did. There were only 9 or so, man.
You guys got to get in on this.
So again, we are going to be doing these all day. So Keith won the first one. Keith, when you get a chance, shoot me a DM on Twitter, and I will just tell you what information I need from you in order for you to get your very first 513shirts.com gift. Were we doing the flag, or are we doing the item of choice? Very first one. I got no audio for you. You are far away from the mic.
I thought I switched it. I was gonna go wait for my pot belly.
Nope.
Hold on. Let's do a BCJ item. We'll do 2 and 1. We'll do 2 BCJ items and then a flag. 2 BCJ items and then a flag. How's that sound?
Fair enough. I'll next time I'll put this on the screen, but yeah, it is Keith here that won on the wheel. Clinton, to answer your question, how do you qualify? We're going to drop different qualifiers throughout the day, just for my sanity, so I can distinguish between the different giveaways, but we will have a different giveaway every hour, and it's pretty much if you have ideas as to how you think we should try and that was super loud. If you have any ideas as to how we can try and maybe change things up from hour to hour, drop them in the chat, and we'll go ahead and do that. But thanks again to all 83 of you knuckleheads that are in here with us. It's fantastic to see that kind of support for us as we're doing 12 hours of Cincinnati content. Dan Hoard, hell of a guest. Way to start it off, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's like we could just quit now. we had Dan Hoard on, who had the greatest 6 weeks in broadcasting history.
Yeah, probably. I can't imagine that it would get much better than that, especially when you look at the other teams that he had. Were I think he said the Steelers. He was starting to cut in and out with his internet connection, or mine.
The Steelers and Pitt was one guy, and then the other guy
Tampa.
was Florida State and the Buccaneers. Okay.
Then yeah.
Is that Mo already?
No, Ed hopped in. I don't.
Okay.
Let's see what Ed wants.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's going on?
Hi, Ed.
Hey, I'm about to get ready to get back to work, but I just want to say, hour 1, great interview with Dan Hoard. You guys keep it up, keep rocking it.
All right, thanks, Ed. Thanks for the hype train, getting the juices flowing.
That is Ed Mayhall, my co-host on Pardon the Punctuation. For those of you who haven't caught that show, don't watch this past week's.
Don't watch this past week's.
Why, Aaron?
Right. Well, Aaron doesn't remember this past week's.
Thanks, Ed. We'll talk to you later.
All right, you guys have a good one.
See you, bub.
I was going to say, Mo should be on with Tony right now doing Locks of the Night. We're going to get Mo right after Locks of the Night.
Sounds about right. Somebody suggested a picture from today ordering Galactic as an automatic prize winner.
I mean, not wrong, right?
That's pretty good.
We'll talk to Shane. Maybe Shane from Galactic's gonna be on at 2. So maybe we'll come up with something fun with Shane on the air for you guys.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
John Geddes says best producer in Cincinnati. Self-proclaimed best producer in Cincinnati, Ed Mayhall.
Well, you have to take exception to that now because you're producing a lot of content here on Bearcat Journal.
I'm not going to try and take away his self-proclaimed title.
Those of us, the second best producer in Cincinnati.
Those of us who are good at producing stay in the shadows. It's fine. Tonk suggests that Shane should do a giveaway for the South.
Do a South giveaway.
Might be able to work something out with that. Although I don't know how it travels if it's going to Texas for Tonk.
Well, that's the problem. I talked to Shane about this actually.
We'll have it at Will.
They were
have it at Will call for you next time you're in Cincinnati.
Right. If they were using like store-bought mustard or like, you know, commercial use mustard, there would be enough preservatives in it that they could ship it. But they're making it all themselves, so it doesn't have the preservatives, so it tastes better. So shipping is a little bit of a problem. I made that mistake with the first bottle of South that he gave me because I had just had it in my office so I could use it as a prop on screen. And he was like, yeah, I wouldn't eat that. I was like, well, it's been out for 2 months. Is it still good? He's like,
nah.
If we were using preservatives, yeah, because you haven't opened it yet, you could just refrigerate it after opening and you'd be fine. But yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Well, Chad, I did want to say, as you're away from your computer, we are up to 91 viewers right now currently.
Nice.
Appreciate all of you for joining us. If you haven't already, don't forget to subscribe, like, comment. That way we can just up our algorithm for people who did want to join us. Also want to say, Galati, who has entered the chat, that's great that this is awesome for your Friday afternoon productivity. But if you want to, I don't have a ticker currently. If you want to send me a ticker, I can scroll at the bottom of the screen. Either shoot me a DM, put it in the chat here, whatever you want to do. But
we don't know what your promotions are.
We don't know
right
what.
now,
we don't know what we're promoting other than just your product. So if you want to shoot us something that we can put in the ticker here for our hourly reads, we'd appreciate that.
The Potbelly has arrived.
Potbelly's here.
That's exciting.
Other people are joining in, saying that they're not getting anything done today. Jason Cooper, who's always here, is here.
I'm excited for the Potbelly.
I'm excited that we are almost 1 hour through this 12-hour marathon.
Hour one pretty fast. Hour one pretty fast.
It did. It went by quick. We didn't have to do a ton of filler. It just, I feel like between Dan and just talking about what's going on here and your Potbelly selection. Did you end up going with the meatball?
No, I went with the wreck. That's
the turkey
that's their
Swiss
signature.
The wreck.
Turkey, ham, roast beef, Swiss, and capicola. Or
you go with the hot peppers?
The hot peppers are on there. Yeah.
All right.
I went with broccoli cheddar soup.
I saw somebody on Twitter post the other day that they tried soup for the very first time at 20-something years old. I'm like,
what?
That's not true.
How have you never had soup in your 20s?
Jason, I can't give you a room tour as it's a studio loft apartment. You pretty much have this and then my bedroom and then the kitchen on the other side of the bedroom. But my camera is attached to my monitor, so I don't have a way to really give you a tour. Plus, it's not cleaned up for that. So,
yeah, my office is a mess. You don't want to see that.
Potbelly's is so good. People want to see your food.
All right.
The wreck was the right choice. No Penn Station. We did discuss Penn Station as a potential dinner choice for Chad's ordering needs here.
I think my problem with Penn Station delivery, I don't think I can order it the way I like it.
I hate you, Ed.
Because my go-to Penn Station order, as a teenager, I worked at Penn Station. So you get to like experiment and mess around with a lot of different things.
That's news. I've never heard that one.
Yeah. So I go steak, mayonnaise, teriyaki sauce, and banana peppers. And I don't think I can add the teriyaki sauce to my steak online because it's not something normal that people do. Here we go. There's the Potbelly.
Got you.
Give it a try here. The hot peppers are right there. I'm going to get a bunch of them in this first bite.
This is Chad's version of one bite. Everyone knows the rules.
I think you're supposed to take a small bite when you do it like this. I did not. I got mayonnaise everywhere. Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Happy with your
Very
choice?
good.
Are
Oh.
those headphones sweat proof?
Those hot peppers are going to be a problem throughout this whole sandwich.
Ohio
Those hot peppers
54.
are going to be a problem.
Ohio 54. I don't know if you guys can see how many viewers are on when you're on your end of this.
I have
but
89.
Yeah, we're currently at 89, so we're getting there.
Hold on for a second. Okay, there we go. Let's get a Twitter post up that Mo Egger is on deck.
Craig, you're not wrong. The Dan interview did set the bar very high. We came out with a big heavy hitter there.
So should I, if I'm putting it on Twitter, should I hashtag it BCJ Sub-A-Thon just for you, Aaron?
Yeah, that would help out tremendously. Then I'll have to just look at the timestamps when people are hashtagging BCJ Sub-A-Thon. I'm glad we caught that early though, as opposed to like 4 hours in, and we're like, "Oh, this wasn't a good idea."
Oh, I didn't really think of it this way. But because I got the hot peppers, the milkshake is brilliant.
Brings all the boys to the yard.
Oh, what is this?
Switch your audio over.
There's a cookie treat on the top of the milkshake.
There you go.
Huh. Potbelly may have just won me over for life.
Josh says he introduced Minnesota friends to Skyline. Hopefully you got the can of Skyline that didn't have the cream of chicken in it. As they had 2,000 pounds of Skyline they had to recall that had cream of chicken inside rather than the actual Skyline product. It'd be terrible. Does Mo knows he's following the goat?
Well, Mo like that's what Mo does, right? When Dan Hoard can't make it to a game, Mo has to fill in. If there's anybody perfect to follow Dan Hoard, it's Mo Egger. That's what he does. He does the post-game. He hosts a post-game show. He hosts a halftime show. And
speak of the devil.
Speak of the devil. Now he joins us.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you
Oh,
hear
boy.
us?
Oh, loud and clear. Yes.
Have you ever had Potbelly before, Mo?
I have. There's one not too far away from where I am right now.
I'm having it for the first time.
And
you in the bunker?
I like it. It's very good.
not bad.
Have you ever gotten a milkshake?
No.
They give you a cookie topper on your milkshake.
Well, you
Pretty
can't
excited
beat
about
that. You can't beat that. That sounds amazing.
The people are worried. You're following Dan Hoard. And I said, this is what Mo does. He follows Dan Hoard. Like if anybody is built to follow Dan Hoard, it's Mo Egger.
Well, you just had this incredibly professional, top-notch Hall of Fame broadcaster, the voice of the Bengals in the Super Bowl, the voice of the Bearcats in the college football playoff semifinal, maybe one day the voice of the Bearcats in the Final Four. This man who is as accomplished and good of a play-by-play broadcaster as has ever lived, and after him is me.
Yeah. Well, here's a perfect way to put it that came to me while you were saying that.
Yeah.
Dan Hoard, voice of the Bearcats in the college football playoff, voice of the Bengals in the Super Bowl. Let's welcome Mo Egger, voice of the Bearcats in Greenville, North Carolina.
Hey, they won that game.
They did.
David and Julius. I got a couple of good games this year. That would have been miserable had they lost that one, but they won. Yeah.
So Mo, you went to LA?
I did.
You broadcast from an ice box.
Yeah.
How does that fit? Yeah, top 20 mid-market drive time. No,
Number
mid-market.
9. I'm in the
Number
top
9.
10. I'm 9th.
Number 9 mid-market drive time show in the country, and moving up like a steady climb to number 1.
Yeah, with a bullet. Yeah.
What was the LA experience like?
Unique, I think, is the word that we'll go with. At the end of the day, as a lifelong Bengals fan, I was in Los Angeles because the Bengals were in the Super Bowl. And so despite all of the logistical hurdles I had to clear, and I can't emphasize enough the word I, despite all the logistical hurdles that I had to clear, I never lost sight of that, because if I wouldn't be there if it was the Indianapolis Colts in the Super Bowl. So that subtext kind of got me through. It was a unique experience, and it culminated with I went to the game, which was great until the game ended the way it did. But the experience itself was the second most unique broadcast setup of my career.
Why is that?
Second, what's the most?
So I'm often asked what's my favorite experience in radio, and it actually has nothing to do with sports. Back before I was an on-air personality, back before I was a top 10 mid-market afternoon drive host, according to Barrett Sports Media, I was working a little bit more behind the scenes, and Hurricane Katrina hit. And so the company reached out and said, hey, we need people to staff our radio stations, because, you had people who were working 24-hour shifts, and meanwhile their homes were destroyed. They were flooded. They were trying to, get their kids in schools. I mean, it was unbelievable. So for whatever reason, I was asked to go help with that effort. And then somebody made the decision, well, you know what? It would be great if we could do shows from down there, sort of to express to people in Cincinnati what those people are doing. And so I took a satellite phone, and Mike McConnell and I would just sort of pop up in random places around Louisiana and broadcast from wherever. The technology in 2005 to do this was still, pretty rudimentary. So it brought its own challenges. It was also 1,000 degrees out, and you're sort of surrounded by destruction. That would be the most unique broadcast setup I've ever been involved in. Right after that would be a street corner in Santa Monica, wedged between an ice chest and a garbage can. That was our broadcast location for Super Bowl coverage on ESPN 1530.
Did you ever open the ice chest and just like get some air conditioning because it was pretty hot?
Well, I mean, the ice chest was there for pretty much everybody. So people would come up to me and go, "Can I get some ice?" And I'd go, "I don't care. You do whatever you want." Do
$5.
Yeah. So in all seriousness, because I was worried about the equipment overheating, because the folks at iHeartMedia in Los Angeles neglected to provide me with a tent or a table or really anything. I was worried about the equipment overheating. So occasionally I would unplug everything and just put it in the ice chest just to keep things cool.
Jason wants to know, did McConnell start the satellite phone radio show when he went to Iraq for war?
Did that 2 years later, 2007. He brought me back a piece of Iraqi money with Saddam Hussein's picture on it. So it's funny. That's a really good memory. That happened in early 2007. And to that point, I had been the only person to use the satellite phone. And so I went to Mike McConnell's house and had to instruct him on how to use the satellite phone. And that has prepared me for fatherhood and explaining things to my daughter, because that's basically, I had to talk to Mike Mike, by his own admission, is the least technically savvy person alive. And so here he was going to do the show from a desert in like Kuwait. And so I had to show him the satellite phone. You basically, you point it up at the sky, and it's weird. But we used it for I remember the day we left for Louisiana, it arrived. And we went outside just to see, like, all right, I read the instruction manual. I figured out how to make it work. And then I lost the instruction manual. But I still had the satellite phone, and I remember showing Mike how it worked, and then listening to him broadcast in the Middle East. He rewarded me with some Iraqi money. So that was, I think, the second and last time we ever used the satellite phone.
I can't hear you, Chad. You're on mute. Is that a ticket stub on your shirt? You've been asked in the chat.
It's from the Beatles playing at the Cincinnati Gardens. Iconic
That's very
show.
cool.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So who had
go
the
ahead.
better spread as far as the food that they offered you as media? Since I was at the Cotton Bowl, I know what they had. But who had the better spread, the Cotton Bowl or the Super Bowl?
Well, I did not go to the Super Bowl as a member of the media. I wanted to watch the game with my buddies.
I did read that.
And so my friend Barry got a cheeseburger that was in the shape of a cheesesteak, and it was $17, and it looked terrible. The Cotton Bowl spread, that's top 5 mac and cheese there at Jerry World. But here's what happened at the Cotton Bowl. This is why, I've been on UC broadcast for 20 years. So we've broadcast from every conceivable type of bowl game. In Toronto, they played in the International Bowl, and the food consisted of what looked like kielbasa sausage. And I asked the woman, "What is this?" And she said, "I'm not going to tell you." And I said, "Can you please tell me what it is?" And she said, "I want you to take a bite." And I put it back on the table and said, "I'll wait till I go back to the United States." We've had bowl games where there was no food whatsoever. The Cotton Bowl, what was great about it is we land on the 29th to the 30th. And I get a phone call from the guy in charge of kind of taking care of the respective radio crews. And we had just landed, and he leaves a voicemail, and he's like, "Hey, I have a question. It's not urgent." And I said, "Great, I'll call you." Thought to myself, I'll call him when I get settled in my room. We get to the hotel, and I'm in line to get my room key, and he calls again, and I answer it, and it's I think the guy's name is Charlie. And I said, "Charlie, is everything okay?" And he goes, "Yeah, I have a question." And I said, "Well, you know what? What's up?" And he goes, "What kind of snacks do you guys like?" And I'm like, "I don't, whatever, we'll take." And he was like, literally, it was like asking the lead singer of Foo Fighters what he wants in his dressing room. And he's like, "Well, do you like M&Ms?" And I'm like, yeah, M&Ms are fine. He's like, "Well, peanut M&Ms or regular M&Ms?" And I'm like, "Buddy, we're like the most low maintenance crew. We'll take whatever." And he's like, "Well, all right." And then he started texting me. He's like, "What about sandwiches? You guys like sandwiches?" It was nonstop. So in our suite, and it wasn't a radio booth, it was a suite. We were just furnished nonstop with snacks and a bunch of non-alcoholic beverages. But the media spread included macaroni and cheese, and the macaroni, I don't know what the meat was, but the macaroni and cheese was really,
Mac
really
and
good.
cheese was outstanding. They had a carving station.
They had a carving station. That's right. Yeah, they had a carving station. That is true. Yes.
Did you do the stuff at the media hotel, like the buffet at the media hotel? I didn't get to do that.
I did that the first night that I got in, because I was at the team hotel, and I was going to go meet a buddy of mine downtown, and he was going to who lives down there. He picked me up at that hotel, so I thought I'll hang out in the media hotel for a little bit, drink some free beers. I had their food. Their food was pretty good, and that was delightful. It was nice.
I'm really disappointed in myself. There was a media hotel with free beer, and I didn't get to partake.
They had free beer. Yeah, they had free beer. They had free wine. They had free alcohol. They had pretty much free everything. They were setting up that night for Media Olympics, and you talk about something I wanted absolutely nothing to do with. Media Olympics would be at the very, very top of that list.
This is a great idea, Mo. Every now and then you should do your show in random public places around the city. Like now that you've got this experience from the ice chest,
yeah,
like, set up at a park bench in Hyde Park.
Thought about it. I've thought about it. One of the things I've always sort of, I don't even know that this is funny to anybody, but for years because I love warm spring / summer weather. No, I'm not talking about like oppressively hot where you're losing weight just being out there. But there have been many times back in our old studio configuration where I would look outside and just say somewhat flippantly, boy, it'd be great to do the show outside. And then the pandemic hit, and we ended up working at home a lot and doing shows from my basement. And I would always try to figure, when the weather started to turn nice, I'm like, well, it'd be nice to sit on my back patio and smoke a cigar while I'm doing the radio show. And I could not figure out a way to make it work technically. Now that I have this experience in setting up at street corners and in front of garbage cans, now I feel like I can do this. So there will be a show this spring or this summer that is basically going to be the backyard patio show. And I might invite people over. I have no idea, but we are going to do that. And I'm going to smoke 1 cigar per hour.
So how crazy do you think we are for trying to do this for 12 hours today?
Out of your minds. Completely. And what I want to know is, there's somebody who's watching all 12 hours.
Yeah.
What's their life like? Like, there's somebody who's going to sit down. It's like the people when the Super Bowl happens and the pregame coverage starts at noon and the game's at close to 7:00. Somebody's sitting down and watching all 7 hours. It ain't me. Who's doing that?
You can just have it running like everybody does with Coco Melon, right? Like just have it on in the background.
When I first started working here, Andy Furman did the Furman 500. He was on for 500 straight minutes. We wanted to do, and I do not remember what it was for. My first producer, Mark Shalafu, and we wanted to do a 24-hour show. And I do not remember who it was for, but somebody we knew needed money. And I'm not talking about like the drinking money. Like it was something bad. And we thought, well, let's get involved and help out. And so we were going to do a 24-hour radiothon. We did a 24-hour show. I think it was going to be from 6 to 6 or something like that. And we got the full go. Sales said it's okay. But at the time, and this might still happen, I have no idea what's on overnight on our radio station. But at the time, we ran 4 hours of religious programming overnight.
The screaming preacher, right? The preacher that just yelled at you for 4 hours.
So if you turned him on at any point overnight, he would tell you you're going to hell. He didn't like he really didn't like gay people. I mean, this guy, I don't know. It was embarrassing to have this guy on the air, quite frankly. There was nothing spiritual about this guy. He was just screaming that everybody was going to hell. And right about a day or two before we were set for the 24-hour show, and again, this is, 12, 13 years ago, somebody in management came up to us and put the kibosh on it because they said that there's no way we could pull off the 4 hours of overnight religious radio programming. So we weren't able to do it, which was unfortunate.
Now you went to UD.
You could have done 20 hours. You could have done as soon as he stopped all the way until he started.
But I mean,
doesn't hit the same.
If you're not going to do 24 hours, then why bother?
You went to UD. I went to Wright State. There's always a screaming preacher on campus, like in the springtime at Wright State. Was that the case at UD also?
We used to have a guy that would protest Catholic school now, right? So he was very, very much pro-life, and which terrific. Most Catholics are. But he was very, very much pro-life, and he would march in front of our bookstore a couple of times a week with his signs, screaming at everybody about how he was pro-life. And one day, I summoned up the courage to ask him if I could talk to him. And he was very, very friendly. He said, yeah. And I go, I don't really understand the wisdom of aiming your ire at people who are statistically likely to agree with you. It's a Catholic campus. Most are going to, see things your way. And he said, well, if I do it here, I'm not going to get beat up. So I really couldn't fault that logic. Well, okay, that's pretty good. So, but yeah, we had that. We had
You had somebody yelling at you in LA, didn't you?
Well, so the two things about that. Number one, when I first got, I broadcast kinda from out by the airport the first day, and then the second day I had to go to Santa Monica, and I had to do a couple of interviews. I had to go on Simply Money with Amy Wagner, and I had to do an interview. I had to do a piece with Tony Pike, and they didn't have my broadcast location set up yet, so I had to improvise. And I set up on a street corner, and there's a guy screaming with like a bullhorn that everybody's going to hell, and he starts yelling at me that I'm going to hell, and I just looked at him and I said, "Sir, I think I'm already there." So he proceeded to leave me alone. But I'll tell you what, around SoFi Stadium, it was remarkable, from people protesting COVID-related causes, masks, religious causes, people going to hell, human trafficking. There were no shortage of people on street corners with signs and megaphones screaming about whatever. So that was a part of the tapestry of the Super Bowl experience.
Yeah, it sounds like hell.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat wants to know how your favorite road trip Tulsa was.
Hang on, a coworker of mine has entered the chat. What's going? Hey, Rick, is everything okay?
Yeah.
Is everything all right?
I didn't know you were doing an interview, man. It's cool.
Oh, it's quite all right. Yeah, good. Huh? What? Where?
Tulsa. One of your favorite road trips.
Tulsa. Yeah. So I guess we have a game in Tulsa next year, October the 1st, I believe, which I think I'm going to miss because of a wedding. We played 2016, last game of the season. Tom Tuberville's the coach. I had on the air sort of gotten to the point of no return when it came to Tommy Tuberville, and had written and said as much. But they had to play one more game. They were not bowl eligible. They go to Tulsa. The game was played. Chad, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm great.
Oh,
He's in his garage.
All right. Sounded like maybe you had company.
No.
So we go to Tulsa. The game is the day after Thanksgiving, so we had to go to Tulsa on Thanksgiving. We stayed. I don't know if Tulsa is big enough to have outskirts, but if it is, we were on the outskirts of Tulsa, and Tommy Tuberville wanted to murder me. So nothing is open. It's Thanksgiving. If I'm at the team hotel, I might run into Tommy Tuberville, and that was not going to end well for me. And so we found the woman at the front desk told us of a bar that she thought would be open. She called the bar for us. The bar was open. The guy who owned the bar opened the bar to get away from his family. His kitchen was not open, but he was serving drinks. There was an NFL game on. It was great, but he did not serve food. Taco Bell was open. So Tony Pike got in an Uber who took him to Taco Bell, and they brought us back a bunch of tacos. And that was Thanksgiving 2016, followed up by a loss, I believe an overtime loss the next day that ended the Tommy Tuberville era once and for all.
I'm sure it didn't end your rants on Tommy Tuberville, though.
The rants ended. Me making fun of him will never end. I will always make fun of Tommy Tuberville, because here's why. Not because he did a terrible job. His first two teams were actually pretty good. Number one, there was the utter disregard he showed for the job, I felt at times. But in his last year, he said something to the effect of, this program is better than it's ever been, except on the scoreboard. Like
That was
that
great.
came out of his mouth.
That was great.
Yeah, and when he said that, I remember being in the room when he said that, looking around going, is anybody else having a hard time stifling laughter? Because I can't believe he just said that. And now that man's a United States senator.
Wow.
So
I believe the two of us shared a glance when he said that.
yeah,
Like, did
Yeah.
that just happen?
that came out of his mouth.
They were like, like 3-4, 3-6 3-7 at the time on the way to a 4-8 season.
They were in the middle of that stretch of 13 straight quarters without a touchdown.
Yeah. Led by offensive coordinator Zach Taylor.
Yeah. So
how far they've come.
Yeah. So to me, there was the utter disregard he showed for doing the job, but also the complete lack of respect for what that program had become prior to him running it into an iceberg.
Maybe a clue about red zone inefficiency foreshadowing in 2016.
You know, I'll say this, and Zach Taylor's done a really good job with the Bengals. But I used to sit there and watch that offense and say to myself, you know, in this like hyper offensive era of college football, why does it look like we're playing in the 1930s? Zach was the offensive coordinator. So
he left us Des Ridder.
He did. Yeah.
Thankful for that.
Yeah. But I think it would have been interesting if you would have said to anybody in the fall of 2016 that within 5 years, the offensive coordinator is going to be leading his team as a head coach in the Super Bowl. And it
would be the Bengals.
Yeah, and then it would be the Bengals. The reaction that would have been priceless.
Well, not to mention that Dez would be leading the Bearcats into the CFP.
Yeah,
same year,
and would be talked about as a possible first-round pick.
We asked Dan as a broadcaster, what has this last 6-7 weeks been like for you? Lifelong UC football fan, you get to go to the college football playoff. Lifelong Bengals fan, you get to go witness a Super Bowl for the first time since you were 11. I remember that about the same way as you do, being that you're 2 weeks older than me. It has to kind of feel like you're dreaming at times.
Yeah, I mean, I think the word surreal has popped up in conversation over the last 2 months more than at any point in my life. Yeah, all very strange and very weird and very rewarding. You know, I mean, I think regardless of, you know, if you root for both or if you root for one and maybe not the other, still you feel like all the time you put into rooting for those teams finally came with a payoff. And it's been special. And, you know, UC football has been on an upward trajectory for a while now. The Bengals have for a large chunk of my life, at least, been a laughingstock, including as recently as 2 years ago. And professionally, there have been times where I have hit a little bit of a wall when it comes to the Bengals because it feels like you're on a hamster. So for this year to unfold the way it did has been extraordinarily gratifying, and I certainly hope it changes the conversation moving forward about the Bengals. And you know, with UC, it's going to change the conversation to a degree as well. But it's been an awful lot of fun, and it's been a lot of fun to listen to people talk about how much it's meant to them and see people happy about something. So I've enjoyed that part of it immensely.
I think that's probably been my favorite part. Like I stopped emotionally investing in the Bengals 7-8 years ago. Mm-hmm. And I think I've told you this, and I've told this story a million times. I started watching them as a comedy instead of a drama. Mm-hmm. Because when you watch a drama, like you're invested, right? The show ends, you're thinking about what's going to happen next, character development, like plot twists. You're worried. Bear, get out of here. You're worried about all these different things. When you watch a comedy, the show ends, you go about your night. Mm-hmm. So I didn't feel like I had the right to be like emotionally invested or like I enjoyed the Super Bowl run, don't get me wrong, but I just didn't feel like I was like all in on it
the way that a lot of other people were that actually like gave a crap when they were going 2-14. Mm-hmm. But watching everybody enjoy it, like watch the city embrace it, has been amazing. I watched Adam Clements from Local 12 from the parking lot in Kansas City. And he had Jeff Ruby and a bunch of other people around. And Like you could tell how much that meant to him. Brandon Sejo, how much that meant to him, like as they were doing their reporting and the fans that it meant so much to. Like that part was awesome. It was definitely more awesome than my personal experience of watching it.
Yeah, I sort of looked at it from different angles. One was just pure fandom. You're related for yourself. I was really happy for a lot of people I know that work for the Bengals, and I went out of my way to tell them either before LA or in LA how happy I was for them, because that at times has not been an easy place to work, especially if you're in customer service, because the customers have often not been very happy. And so I was really, really thrilled for them, but then just watching people enjoy it, watching people be excited and happy and together. I got as much of a kick out of that as I did, anything for myself. And again, from a professional standpoint, one of the great misnomers about what we do for a living is, it's great for you guys when they lose because people are angry. No, it's not. It's great for us when they're winning because more people are interested, and the more people that are interested, the more people that are coming to the party. And when they're losing, there's only really one angle. When they're winning, there's a lot of different angles. And so to be able to tap into that has been incredibly refreshing. Because again, for me personally, and again, I have a little bit of a unique vantage point of all this, but you get tired of holding up a mirror to people and they're angry and you're angry, and that's not why we do this. I didn't get into sports talk radio to sound pissed off. I got into sports talk radio to talk about games, and we did that this year. I got into sports talk radio because it's supposed to be fun. Sports are supposed to be fun, and these two teams this year were an immense amount of fun.
I did want to interrupt real quick just to say that we did hear from Mr. Galati in regards to the deal for 513shirts.com, who's sponsoring this entire 12 hours of ridiculousness that Chad came up with. But head to www.513shirts.com, enter code BCJ20 for 20% off everything on the website until 1 a.m. That does include the Malik Van collection. That includes the Bearcat Journal collection and everything on there. Again, it's BCJ20 for 20% off of everything.
Did I get you one of these Flex Fits, Mo?
No.
You want one?
Yeah.
I'll bring one in. I'll bring one in Friday and leave it for you since next Friday. Since you're on vacation starting at 6:00 tonight.
Yes.
And I'm in for you 4 days next week. I'm in Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Hot Take James gets Tuesday.
Very
for
good.
Some reason.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about that. All right. Well, we don't want to keep you too long. You have a show to do and prepare for
Phone
today.
It In Friday.
What can we look for on Phone It In Friday?
Mike DeCourcy's coming on.
Awesome.
Because you have to do the obligatory, hey, football's over. If you've been too consumed with football to pay attention to college basketball, Mike's going to tell you what's going on. So we'll have that. And, this is exciting. We've got a dude coming on to explain the baseball labor strife.
Oh, that sounds exhilarating.
Wow. Man, I'm excited for that.
What time is that?
That's at 5:05. Boy, just tell everybody you work with now.
Yikes.
You're not going to want to miss that segment.
If you want, just keep this running on your YouTube so we can get the viewer count and listen to Mo on the iHeart app.
There you go.
Do you have what were your locks of the night tonight? Can you give the people your locks of the night?
Yeah, sure. I picked some obscure college basketball games. Are you ready?
Sure.
All right. I went St. Peter's and a pick 'em over Fairfield. I went Kent State laying a point against Ohio, and I got the Fort Wayne Green Bay under 131.
How do you come up with the Fort Wayne Green Bay under?
I got two teams that play really slow and can't shoot. I found the number. I went under it.
Fair. I'm so proud of you for the most obscure games you could have.
Well, there's not a ton of college games tonight. The NBA is on an all-star break. I'm not wagering on the celebrity game. I don't even know who most of the celebrities are. But we're going to have fun with that today to see how many of those people I can actually identify. So there's not a lot going on, and college basketball lines for the weekend typically don't come out until the night before. So if you want to do locks of the night during the day on Friday, you got to talk about that night's games. And so I found 3 of them.
Hard to keep up with TikTok famous and Instagram famous people.
Yeah, I don't know who any of those
Me either.
people are. I don't know.
Could you tell I was a bit panicked when I saw your byline in The Athletic the week of the Super Bowl?
A little bit, yeah.
I thought you quit on me and just didn't tell me.
No. I mean, I haven't written anything in a couple weeks, but
No.
Well,
that's the beauty of that. You get paid when you write. So if you don't write, I just don't have to pay you.
It's kind of like working in radio, isn't it?
Sometimes in radio you work and they don't pay you anyway.
Hey, you said that. I didn't.
I didn't say here.
Well,
we've both been in radio a long time. You've had pretty much one radio career. I've had like 8.
Yeah.
I've been to a lot of places.
Yeah.
You could mark off half the dial, AM and FM, for places that I've worked over the years. People don't know that about me.
Lucky you.
People just know me from my immense Bearcat Journal stardom. They don't realize that I was a radio rat for most of 25 years as well. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Well, you have a great show. Break a leg, as they would say.
I'll do my best. Thanks for having me. Who's on after me?
At 2:00, we have Shane from Galactic Fried Chicken is joining us, one of our sponsors. We have another sponsor joining us at 2:30, one of your dearest friends, Jim Mooring from the Holy Grail.
My guy, yeah.
We'll talk about how the past 6 weeks have been for him and business at the Holy Grail. 3:00, Luke Fickell.
Wow, but very good. Okay.
From Mexico.
Is he joining you from his vacation?
Yes.
Boy, Luke is a better man than me.
Well, I didn't know he was going to be on vacation, right? So I was planning this, and I just sent him hey, we're doing this thing. And he was like, I'm going to be in Mexico, but as long as I got an internet connection, I'll join you. And I was like, you don't have to do that. And he was like, no, it's fine. So I'm wondering if this is his chance to get away for 20 minutes.
Could be.
If you had to make a lock pick, does Luke Fickell have a beard today or no?
It's not going to be clean shaven.
I wouldn't think so either.
We have Malik Vann, Cashmere Wright.
Wow. All right. All the stars.
Wes Miller joins us from Philadelphia. He's on a recruiting trip. He's going to join us from the car, fresh off of his private jet to Philadelphia. We have Lenny Stokes. We have
what time is Lenny coming on?
7:30.
Now there's 7:30 Lenny time, and there's 7:30 for the rest of us.
Right.
So if he pops on at 10 after 9.
We're aware.
Lenny.
If he pops on at 10 after 9, he's going to have a problem because at that point we'll be joined by Australian punting sensation Jimmy Smith.
Oh, perfect. Terrific. Very good.
And then Justin Williams is going to join us. Dave Simone is going to join us after he's intoxicated around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock tonight. And Aaron and I are going to start drinking around 8.
Why are you waiting so long?
Because if you watch the nightcap from Tuesday night, Aaron can go downhill fast.
Okay. Right.
Aaron went to the game on Tuesday night. Apparently they had $2 fat tires at Mio's.
Okay.
And by the time we got to the nightcap at 11:30, he was not doing great.
The Bearcat fan base seemed angry on Tuesday night. Little less angry. Tuesday night was a nadir, I think would be the right word for that was rough. The Twitter sea was angry on Tuesday with the way the Bearcats played.
Because the 6-point spread gave you hope.
Yeah.
And Mo, I tried to save my employee real quick.
Yeah.
So I didn't mention him because I didn't want you to do your normal spiel on recruiting and following the whims of 17-year-old kids. But if you must know, Bearcat Journal recruiting extraordinaire Mick Walker will also be on at 4:30.
Love Mick. Mick does a good job. Well, very good. All right.
Back to Tuesday night. Were you going to rant on something?
People were mad.
Man,
They got a shot to win 20 games. Like, it's not. I mean, this league sucks. I get it, but I mean, year one, they got a shot to win 20 games and get some better players. It's gonna be okay.
you know can you name how many players on this team were on the team in the 2019-2020 season, John Brannon's first year?
Micah Adams Woods, Jeremiah Davenport. His first year?
Or yeah, his first year. Okay, the mix last year.
Mix last year was Sam Martin.
Sam Martin, that's it. That's the only player remaining from 4 years
ago. Only player in the history of the program to play for 3 different head coaches.
Wow. Impressive. I meant mix last year. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, no.
It's Mo.
Sam Martin.
You topped 100 viewers. You are our first guest to top 100 viewers today.
I had more viewers than Hoard?
You have more viewers than Hoard.
Take that, Dan! Take that, Hall of Famer!
Well, you have a wonderful day. And if you want to jump on and talk to Lenny tonight at 7:30, just use the same link.
7:30 Lenny time?
Well.
Love you, Mo.
Thanks, Mo.
Thank you.
See ya.
No, Ed. David DeJulius did not play for Mick Cronin. He started his career at Michigan, buddy.
What a great way to start, man. Just feel good. Plenty of laughs. Got the Tulsa story again. Love that story. I'm still laughing in my head about the Sorry Dan story we got from Dan Hoard.
Yeah. So that was the first Dave After Dark. That was at that point in the lineage of podcasting here at Bearcat Journal. We had been podcasting for like 4 years.
Yeah.
And we had never dropped an F-bomb in 4 years of podcasting. We were very, we weren't cussing really at all at that point in time. And he played for 3 head coaches, but not 3 head coaches here, Ed. Other people have played for 3 head coaches. Nobody in Cincinnati basketball history has played for 3 head coaches at Cincinnati,
right?
Except for Sam Martin.
3 Cincinnati coaches.
And actually, David DeJulius has played for 4 head coaches because he played for John Beeline and Juwan Howard before coming here and playing for John Brannon and now Wes Miller. So we had never said a bad word on the podcast before. And that was the night after UC went into the Rose Bowl and beat UCLA. It was coming out of 2 very dark seasons, 2 very tough. I forgive you, Ed. I love you. I just, come on, Ed. It was coming out of a very dark era of UC football, and Dave was very intoxicated and very excited that the Bearcats had knocked off the Bruins in the Rose Bowl, and he let an F-bomb fly. And to that point, you didn't need parental advisory to listen to our podcast because we never said any bad words. And Dave just dropped an F-bomb, and then I think the next game was Miami at Paul Brown, or they were playing somebody at Paul Brown. That might have even, was that the year that they were at Paul Brown that whole year because of the renovation? I don't know. Either way, I'm at Paul Brown and I'm walking through the Paul Brown press box, and Dan calls me aside, and it's like, Sam was in the car. Dave dropped an F-bomb. I looked in my rearview mirror, and Sam's back in the back because I think he was like 12 at this point in time. And Sam's in the back seat, because he heard somebody say a bad word on the radio. So that's where the Sorry Dan came from. Dave's coming on tonight. We just don't know when. Sometime after dark. It will be Dave After Dark. It will be Sub-A-Thon After Dark. And I believe Williams is coming on right around. We're probably going to have Dave and Justin on at the same time,
or thereabouts. Yeah,
right around those times. We got about 15 minutes. Shane from Galactic Fried Chicken is going to join us at 2:00. What do you?
Sorry,
what do you-
I'm time stamping, y'all.
No, what's Keith making faces for?
I don't know.
Oh, us saying the bad word.
Excited he won.
Are you excited you won, Keith? What are you picking? Did I? The sliders. I'm not. I was gonna.
Chad missed the sliders, is what happened.
You
didn't miss the sliders, Taylor.
I was gonna do the sliders on stream, but I did not go get the ingredients. It's been a busy week with 2 basketball games and podcasts and nightcaps and all that stuff. So I forgot to go get all the stuff. It's time for another giveaway.
It is. And so what I'm going to do this time, we're going to do things a little bit different. Make sure you subscribe, like, comment, all that stuff. But for this giveaway, what I want to do is I want you to show me how you're watching this experience. That way the pictures are a little bit different. So take a picture of that, tweet it out, do hashtag BCJ Sub-A-Thon. Again, that's hashtag BCJ Sub-A-Thon. Again, thanks to everybody who's been hopping in and out. We have eclipsed 100 viewers concurrently a couple times today as people have been hopping in and out. But that's what we want to do. Hashtag BCJ Sub-A-Thon with how you're taking in this experience.
The subscribers have slowed down. We're in a rut. We're at 732. We started fast in the first hour. We've slowed down. If you're here and you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. That's why we're doing this. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers so we could monetize this channel and so that I can pay Aaron.
If anybody's watching this and doesn't have a Twitter account, let me know in the comments, just because I have no idea how many of you watching don't currently have Twitter. I assume everybody does at this point, again, just to keep up with Chad and all the stuff he's putting out there all the time. But if you don't, make sure I know so it's not me kind of speaking into a void where there's a ton of people who aren't getting to do this giveaway stuff because they don't have Twitter.
Are all the via Twitter giveaways via Twitter? I'm sure we can do something in the chat.
It's just we could do that later on. Yeah, for sure. It's just a lot easier for me to do a search to find out if you are watching. Plus, it gets our stuff out there to any of your followers. That's kind of the idea behind it. But
yeah,
we'll figure something out, Corey, where we can try and do something different later on here, where it's not going to be always on Twitter.
We'll work something out. We're doing this kind of on the fly.
Or again, sign up for Twitter and you can. Chad's putting stuff out there all the time. Bearcat Journal's putting stuff out there all the time. I myself am not putting stuff out there all the time, but I do put stuff out there. And then Brent, Mick, a lot of guys on Twitter, just making sure that you're in the know.
If you don't want the nonsense of dealing with me, just follow the Bearcat Journal Twitter account.
The handy dandy hashtag was hashtag BCJ Sub-A-Thon. And again, I'll put that in the chat here just so you have it.
So, Keith, what you won is if you go to 513shirts.com, you drop down partners, you'll see the Bearcat Journal collection. You won your choice of anything from the Bearcat Journal collection. So you just need to get with Aaron, let him know what you want, what size.
I sent him that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he asked in the chat.
I know. I told him to DM me when we were here. We're good.
So that's what this prize will also be, is a choice of anything from the Bearcat Journal collection. You got the hoodies right here, which are fantastic. You got the hats, black, red, trucker hats. One of those around here somewhere. I'll have to find it. But yeah, that's where we're at. Joe already has the hoodie that I'm wearing. It's very comfortable, is it not, Joe?
I love that he's yelling about it. He wants everyone to know.
He's very excited. He sent me a picture when he got it.
I'm no doubt in my mind.
He did. He's very excited. It's a very comfortable hoodie.
We do love Danco Joe, sponsor of the Bearcat Bounce podcast that we do every Monday night. here.
Joe
on
will
our
be with
YouTube
us at
channel.
5:15. Joe, no pressure, but you're leading into Wes Miller.
No pressure.
No pressure. You know, just to let you know that the guest immediately after you hang up will be Wes Miller. So,
And it's not even a big break. We have Joe scheduled for 5:15 and Wes Miller coming in at 5:30. So
sometime around 5:30. We don't know exactly when.
thereabouts.
It's based on when they land in Philadelphia. Like I said, Wes is going to go watch Daniel Skillings play tonight. Daniel Skillings named the MVP of the Philly Catholic League, one of the more competitive high school leagues in the country. And Wes is gonna go take that in. Kind enough to give us a couple minutes before that happens. Aaron, we got lucky because if they lost last night, I wasn't going to ask him.
Right.
But, you know, asking a coach to come on your podcast during a 3-game losing streak, probably not a great idea. But they won. And I joked with him that I wasn't going to ask if they had lost. And he said, that's a good idea because I would have not joined you in so many words. But because they were successful last night, we get Wes Miller tonight. So happy about that. Happy to get a report on Daniel Skillings. Both he and Josh Reed having outstanding junior seasons, both of them, or senior seasons, excuse me. Both of them named the MVP of their respective leagues.
Kind of a big deal.
Kind of a big deal. And then Sage Tolentino, as he has started to get his basketball legs back underneath him. If you don't know, he had a knee injury over the summer. But as he
4-foot legs.
Yeah, as he has started to get back in the swing of things, his numbers for Hamilton have been increasing throughout the year. So I know everybody is excited about what's next. Everybody's anxious about what's next for Bearcat basketball. Those 3 kids are going to be joining us starting in the summer, and they'll be on the team next fall. And I'm excited to get all 3 of them in here. When the Bearcats win, we all win. That's right, Ed.
You're right.
You're right.
I love seeing some of the pictures that are trickling in right now on Twitter. Nate Shelton tagged me, and he's watching from his living room. We're on the big screen, Chad. We made it.
Nice.
Jason Cooper is watching from his desk. He's got us on his phone. Looks like the Little Miami nearly flooded his office.
Oh my God! Good Lord! Like that's inches away.
I mean, it's ridiculous. But I'm retweeting any of the pictures that you guys tag me in because this is fantastic. This was a great idea.
Gotta love the big screen. Gotta love being on the big screen. Feel like you're important. Could DeJulius come back next year? Yes. Do we have any inkling on what he's thinking on that? No.
Well, I know your friends Stewie and Bearcat Betch always watch us. That's Betch with an E. But I know that they're always watching us on the big screen. They've tagged us a couple times.
Yeah. Well, Chelsea's not watching anything on the small screen. She's a big screen, you know. If I'm going to watch it, we're going big. Watching it on a big screen. That's what I love about her. She doesn't do anything small time. I'm surprised we haven't heard from her. How do we have 94 people here and Chelsea's not one of the people?
I'm sure she's here, but it's not as easy to respond when you're watching on the big screen and not on your phone.
True. But she, you know, we would have heard, trust me, we would have heard from her if she was watching. Maybe we'll catch her later.
Tonk just tagged me. I'm going to have him help me out when I'm building a PC at some point because he's got a pretty nice setup. Good on him.
Wow. But we're on the laptop. He's got 2 huge screens and we're on the tiny little, we're an afterthought.
For Tonk?
Oh no, that's Galati. Okay. My
Yeah.
bad. I'm sorry. Galati's got us on the laptop. That's fine.
Edits by Taylor. She tagged me. She's got her pup by her side. Got snuggled under a blanket. Listen to us. It's the sweet words of Chad and Aaron penetrate her eardrums. We're gonna end up putting her to sleep.
It's going to be nap time for Taylor before
love
too
it.
long. That's for sure.
Love it.
All right. Make sure you're hitting the subscribe button. Okay. We got 5 more since I mentioned it. Mike, you don't have to get okay. Some in parentheses, some. I like that.
Galati did change the entire homepage for this subathon for 513shirts.com. Again, we thank him for just sponsoring this whole thing and doing the giveaways for us every hour. I'm not going to put him as a potential winner in his zone. We appreciate
Mike Galati, you win a free Bearcat Journal merch from your store.
But we do appreciate the love with the hashtag.
Tonight, go down to the basement, Mike. Print yourself up something nice, buddy. On you.
That's fantastic.
No, I for some it's past nap time. Yeah, I feel that.
What was I was watching something last night and they called it nappy hour instead of happy hour. Nappy hour. I love that. Love that.
I have not been following the Olympics. I just didn't get into it this time around. I don't know what it is. It hasn't there's been so much other stuff going on.
A ton of it's only available on like Peacock or something too. So you have to be subscribed. I got enough streaming services without having to pay for a network television subscription service.
You know what's free, Aaron?
Tell me, Chad.
A subscription to this right here YouTube channel. All you have to do is click subscribe. It's free.
You know what else is free, Chad?
What's that?
If you have a Bearcat Journal membership that you pay full price for, you get free Paramount Plus.
You do get free Paramount Plus. And I'm sure we've got a lot of people that have annual subscriptions that have been with us for a long time that are here. The Potbelly. Very good. Very good. Does it pass Jersey Mike's for me? No. There's been some scandals. Though I'm not a Winter Olympics guy, mainly because I don't like the cold. So I don't like watch people doing things in the cold. You know what I mean? Like, have a day. We're trying. We're trying. We're
almost 2 hours.
An hour and 56 minutes in.
Right. Ed, you don't get free Paramount Plus because you get the BCJ sub because you're part of the staff. Get out of here, man.
Yeah. You're going to have to pay for your own Paramount Plus, Ed. I'm paying for your subscription.
I think you'll be okay.
I'm the captain now. Curling is nice because it's something it feels like we all could actually do. Right?
Right.
Like, I think, Shane, you could curl, right?
I can what?
You could be curl, like curling.
Oh, curling? I used to live in Vermont and Colorado, so I have some experience with ice.
I do. Yeah. I go 12-ounce curls.
I do 16-ounce curls.
Games.
I do 16-ounce curls,
games,
reducing weights.
I'm sure my season ticket buddies next to me are probably not as fond as me curling at football games.
As long as you don't look like Aaron did 3 nights ago on the nightcap. Did you watch that one?
He was proud
Tuesday
to sponsor
night?
that one.
I saw I saw that there was something going on.
Aaron was at the end of his night.
Oh, yeah. Slept like a baby.
I'm sure. That's called passing out. Same difference. We've got Shane Coffey from Galactic Fried Chicken joining us now. Shane, thank you.
You're welcome.
You have brought great joy to the Bearcat Journal community over the past couple months as everybody has been coming in and giving Galactic Fried Chicken a try. So wanted to have you on. You're at the rest? Are you in the back room now? Or you're in the
room. We just had the top half. Right? The upper deck is what we call it.
How has business been this week?
Up and down, but today we just, as things go here, that things escalate quickly. Lunch was very good. So now there's nobody here. We were full literally 10 minutes ago, and now there's like one person here.
Aaron's been wanting all day for you to deliver Galactic to him.
shoot me the address.
He's downtown. He's not far from you.
Oh, that's easy.
I might do that for you.
Yeah, and the Uber thing the delivery seems to be working out pretty well. You do have to have an Uber account, but you just go through our website, either the website or the app, and click on delivery, and it's pretty seamless.
Saves them money. That's what we've tried to explain them. It's
Saving everybody money. They don't take as much away from us, and you all get pricing that's ridiculous.
Let's
the pricing is more in line with what we offer here.
I've got to know. I saw a picture on Facebook the other day. There's something new coming from the Galactic Fried Chicken family, because I'm intrigued. What were those pretzels that you put up?
Oh, so Tuba Baking Company, who's in Covington, they're opening a store in Dayton.
Okay.
And so for the Super Bowl, they were releasing their Bengals red and orange pretzels. They were delicious. But they're opening up right down the street from us in May-ish, somewhere in there. We're going to have a beer garden, pretzels.
I thought that was something you were opening.
No.
I thought you had a new venture.
No. I probably, if I remember how I posted that probably would be what I would think too. No, we were just supporting our new neighbors.
Keith wants to know if you delivered to Columbus.
I wish we could. Maybe we'll be up that way someday.
So, Sahil, what they do is that you still have to have Uber Eats, but you do the ordering through the website, and then it finalizes the delivery through Uber Eats. So it's cutting out a lot of the costs in the middle, both for the restaurant and for the consumer. You order it through the Galactic Fried Chicken website, and then it finalizes through Uber Eats, and Uber Eats will bring it to you, but the customer gets to save.
Yeah, it's literally saving you. Yeah, it's saving like 35-40% on the customer end for sure.
Ed says he's going to be in Kentucky tomorrow. He might just have to stop in and get some Galactic Fried Chicken for the first time.
Please do.
You will not be sorry, Ed. Aaron can attest. It's very, very good. And we were joking around about Kyle still. Delivery is how far? Will it go to Loveland?
I know. I mean, it will go down to Alexandria. It just depends. Loveland might be too far. It'll go up to Kenwood, but it's going to cost about $7. But up into like North Side, North Avondale, all of Clifton, it's only like 50 cents. Plus there's $3 service fee or whatever it is. But
yeah,
it's very cost effective now. Not like and plus the pricing, like I said, is more in line with what we do here at the store.
Where,
so it's pretty
where
far.
did
It's probably 5-6 miles, circumference.
Can we get a Galactic Fried Chicken truck at the Grid next year for tailgates? There is a truck. I know the people. If you had a desire to do that, I could make that happen, I think.
It's COVID kind of we started as a truck, and we kind of put it on the back burner as we were getting open in hopes of opening that up in summer of 2020. But that, just whatever. I still have the truck. It's just a matter if we get that thing back on the road again. It could end up being a Bearcat tailgate truck.
We could do that. Jason says he'll be at Galactic for dinner tomorrow night. Don't forget, pump it up at the counter. Show them your BCJ account, and you get 15% off. Shane, where did the Bearcat fandom come from? Take me through that.
So I used to play football for UC for 88, 89, and 90, way back in those dark years.
Which I think many people don't know is that you're an alum and you've got skin in the game.
Got skin in the game. I'm in the stat book. Got a letter. The whole 9 yards. Have always been, a diehard Bearcat fan, and had a lot of success early. Got hurt, decided to give up the football after a bazillion years, but have never wavered, and I've always been a Bearcat fan. And really, it's funny to kind of get reconnected this year in the last couple years with some of the people that I kind of lost touch with, from literally 30 years ago.
And where did the culinary trend, like where did that take off, and how did it lead you to doing fried chicken?
Well, got an econ degree from UC. Had always worked in restaurants and bars through high school and college. Went off and got the degree and was like, I guess I can't work in restaurants anymore. Just it kept gnawing at me. I really missed the lifestyle. I really missed the excitement and the camaraderie of restaurants, and decided to go to culinary school. I was running a cabling company in Nashville, Tennessee, and decided just to go to culinary school at New England Culinary Institute, and did the whole fine dining thing. I've been an executive chef in New York City, Aspen, Colorado, the Turks and Caicos Islands. Met a girl, moved back to kind of ended my 20-year walkabout, and then
I
came back.
probably would have stayed in Turks and Caicos.
I know, right? Yeah, that's a whole nother story there. Dodging hurricanes, and it was time to come home. My parents were getting into those, twilight years, so it's time to hang out here for a while.
Can't blame you there.
And started a food truck here. Didn't really think opening a restaurant as a new guy on the block doesn't really bode well for a lot of Cincinnati restaurants, or at least 10 years ago it wouldn't have, 7 years ago. But got our foot in the door with the Street Chef Brigade food truck, and then the Galactic Fried Chicken food truck, and all of a sudden here I am in Dayton, Kentucky.
And you're lucky there. Like the mayor is a regular, so you've got good standing in the city. I know Ben really well.
Yeah. But Ben's been an awesome influence for not only this area, but for our restaurant too. He's a positive person, and the upswing of Dayton has really been trending the last few years too. So, and my wife and I live here also, so we're full in part of the community.
Aaron, you got anything?
No, I'm working on the giveaway stuff, trying to put this all in. I have to type each person's name individually. I did have a question though. Where did you get the idea for the sauce? I mean, it's one thing to have a honey mustard sauce. It's one thing to have a spicy. Most people go with a ranch or something like that. But you took something that isn't traditionally a spicy sauce and have made a honey mustard a fantastic chipotle sauce. Where did that idea come from? What was the inspiration behind that? And I love it.
Yeah,
I can't say enough good words about the sauce.
Yeah. On the food, on my original food truck, Street Chef Brigade, we had it was called Wham Sauce, and it kind of evolved from that. And it wasn't at that time a honey mustard base. It was just kind of a honey and chipotle spicy mix, and it had a little punch to it. And when we brought it here, we just kept tinkering with it. And, COVID has also caused us to have to tinker with the sauce, because we'd be losing some of our ingredients and have to remake, just redo the whole recipe again. And we got a pretty stable recipe where we shouldn't have to rely on anything out of the ordinary to make it, what it is.
Our guy Joe from Danco wants Galactic North in Fairfield.
Find me a spot. Everything's always possible.
Lori and Kevin Floyd say, hoping one day you can ship the sauce. To my understanding, you do have a shipping that you can do, right? It's just obviously a little expensive because it has to go.
It currently has to be refrigerated. So refrigerating it is a real problem. And to make it cost effective.
Right.
If you want to order, 12 bottles of it, then but it's really better off for everybody if we don't ship it at the end of the day. Someday we'll have a shelf stable. We'll get the formula so we can have it shelf stable.
Gotcha.
And now we've got people just realizing you were Street Chef Brigade.
Yeah, I sold that truck a few years ago to one of my guys. So I could do this. There was no way I was going to be able to do them at the same time. But Yeah, I Street Chef. We ended there at Street Side Brewery. I kind of ended my involvement at the end of 2019.
Have you been surprised over the past 6 months how much Galactic has taken off? Or was this, the slow burn? Obviously, you started about as terrible a time as you could start a restaurant.
Yeah, we've been chicken hands itself over to carry out and delivery pretty easily, but not being able to, because that first 10 days we were open was amazing. We had a lot of bar business, because people were here, and then that just got taken away from us, and we've been very fortunate. The support of our community here in Dayton, and then just some of the not advertising, but the word of mouth that we got unsolicited via the radio and just magazines and whatnot has kind of really led to a groundswell. And this last year, since May of June of last year, things have really stepped up.
What's your favorite?
Go ahead.
What's your favorite side item? Because I feel like you're doing it wrong if you're not getting the fries right out of the fryer, because everything's right out of the fryer there. Everything's made to order.
Yeah.
And are you doing it wrong if you're not getting the fries as a vessel for more sauce?
I think you absolutely need to get the fries for a vessel for more sauce. The sauce really is something that, even like if you take the bottle home with you and put it on whatever you want, it's amazing. My favorite side, the one I go to that I snack on here, is usually the pickles or the mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes are good too. Yeah.
You know what you do with the mashed potatoes, though, Aaron?
Add more sauce.
You put the sauce on it. That's something I picked up when I was in elementary school. You would get they would have chicken nuggets and mashed potatoes, and they would give you barbecue sauce, and the barbecue sauce would get on the mashed potatoes, and all of a sudden you're like, oh yeah, mashed potatoes and barbecue sauce is pretty good. So
I tell you what,
go ahead.
The sauce in the mac and cheese is pretty much a winner.
Oh, let's see. I haven't thought of that. That would be yeah.
What's your favorite thing to put the sauce on that's not on your menu?
Oh, well, gosh, I eat here so much. I don't get to eat anywhere else.
Like a chicken quesadilla, or is there just something that you're like, I make this at home, and sometimes I just throw the sauce on I eat that shit on everything.
I add it. So Double A Walk is a place around here. I get that fairly a lot, and I'll squeeze some of the sauce onto some of their Singapore noodles. It's really good on kind of a Asian. It lends well to spicy food.
Sure.
Ed wants to know how the deviled eggs are.
How are they? Well, they are made with the
sauce.
With the sauce. It's primarily the Chipotle sauce that we use for the filling. They're very popular in the summer. They're hit or miss this time of year. Cold and eggs isn't really.
It's like soup. Soup you eat in the winter.
Yeah,
and then
the summer, we sell a ton of deviled eggs in the spring and summer. And our back patio is going to be open here in the next probably 4 to 5 weeks. So,
love the back patio.
Yeah,
great little atmosphere in the back patio. Hey, have you thought about a soup? Is there a soup you would try at Galactic Fried Chicken for the winter months?
From a business aspect,
noodle, right?
Yeah, we definitely do something that would carry it from a business aspect. Something we can cross utilize. But here's the thing about that: you start doing soup, then you're in the spoon game, then you're in the cup of soup game, and you're in all the paper product game. And right now, we're lucky if we get any sort of serving vessels. It's the last hurdle that all restaurants have to deal with. But I'm on the phone with 2 to 3 people a week trying to figure out if we're going to have anything to serve our stuff in.
That can't be fun.
It's fun.
You want to give away anything? Giveaways?
Well,
you want to Aaron do?
We're not really giving away much right now, but what we can do, or what I have done, if you go get delivery, we dropped our breast price down to $3.
Oh wow!
But it's just available through the delivery.
And those things are huge.
Yeah, it's a good deal. That's why they're priced pretty high, But we dropped it down to $3. We would love to get some more people running through away from you can't even order off the Uber marketplace anymore. You have to go through our website, and you click delivery or you click pickup or order ahead.
How about the first person that comes in and says Sub-A-Thon gets a free bottle of sauce?
Says what?
Sub-A-Thon. What we're doing a Sub-A-Thon.
Yeah. That absolutely.
There you
First
go.
person that comes in and says Sub-A-Thon, and Jason's going tonight, so you're gonna have to get there.
Gonna have to beat
soon.
Jason for dinner, right?
You have to beat Jason for dinner. First person that says Sub-A-Thon gets a free bottle of sauce tonight.
I will make sure that the people at the register know, because sometimes it gets lost in translation.
They're gonna look at him crooked like Sub-A-Thon.
What are you talking about?
Sahil says he's literally leaving right now.
Make sure you keep us tuned in on your phone while you're on your way, Salio.
Make sure while you're there, you're not just leaving with your free bottle of sauce. Get something else while you're there. $3 breast, you can't beat it. And then throw that sauce all over it.
Well, the $3 breasts are only for delivery, so he's going to have to order
$3
the
sauce
delivery.
through the delivery site.
Touche.
So go get the sauce, get some tendies. Here's what I need to know: what actually is the cut on a chicken tender at Galactic Fried Chicken? Do you literally just half a chicken breast and dredge it up?
Well, no, we get real tenders. We're not a strip place. We're not selling cut pieces of chicken.
We get tenders that big.
Yeah, that's the jumbo tenders right now.
Those are steroid chickens.
They're crazy. They're all antibiotic free. They're natural chickens. What happened? So when we opened, the most consistent size of tenders back then was jumbo size. They were about 2 ounces, religiously to the freaking gram, whatever, to the dot on how much they weighed. Once again, there's some that are very large, but they're real tenders. That's where the difference is. And they're not the small, kind of as big as my finger tenders.
Right.
They're the real deal.
They're not chicken fingers, like that are the size.
They're not chicken fingers or strips. They are actual tenders.
They're chicken forearms.
Yeah, they're like a baby's forearm.
They're not any of those things. They're simply vessels for sauce.
They're vessels for sauce.
Well, you're the only place I've ever been to get chicken tenders where I order 3 and I can only eat 2.
Same.
And you get to take one home and make a sandwich out of it.
And it's one of those things where we can't really go back on it now. We can't really serve 2, and
no, you're in for 3.
Yeah,
but
3
like
forever.
I said, you get to take the third one home and put it on a bun, put some sauce on it.
Oh yeah, man! You chop that up. It's great. Make a fried chicken salad with it.
Yeah, those are some of my favorite things as well. Sahil, sorry, Dan. Oh, that's funny. All right, man. Well, thank you for joining us. Thanks for popping on. We love our partnership with Galactic. It has been a huge hit with the Bearcat Journal subscriber base. There has not been a single person that hasn't raved about everything that they've had. And let's boost that delivery base as well. GalacticFriedChicken.com. You can get the app. You can order from the website and have it delivered to you. $3 chicken breasts for delivery, and it is every bit worth every penny you will spend because those chicken breasts are huge and
juicy.
And juicy. Like that's the amazing thing is being able to get them that big and still to keep them juicy. I guess I'm in the minority. Everybody that goes there tells me they order tenders. I get the fried chicken. Like I love
my favorite's the thighs and the legs. Yeah, that's my go-to when I'm eating here.
And my daughter orders 4 legs every time we come in. And
I knew she was a pro as soon as she did that.
she doesn't mess around. She goes 4 legs, and she absolutely just destroys those things. But thanks, as always, brother. Wanted to make sure we got you on and got to talk some Galactic. I know everybody has been super happy with the partnership, and I love working with you. And it has been a great thing for Bearcat Journal to be in the Galactic fried chicken business. So thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
greatly appreciated, man, and we love having you as part of the family.
Thank you. You too. 2022 is going to be awesome.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Shane.
Positivity will prevail.
Positive will prevail. Absolutely. Hashtag.
All right. There you go. Thanks, Shane. Appreciate it, man.
See you, man. Bye.
Don't forget that is just minutes from downtown. It's right there in Dayton, Kentucky. Just get off the Newport exit, and it's literally just if you're coming from
Go
downtown.
away from the levee and just keep going until you run into Galactic Fried Chicken on the right.
Peace.
Thanks, man.
All right.
See ya.
So, place is fantastic. Love it. They do take care of us, but we got a giveaway to do, man.
Yeah.
I did get all 19 of the names that I found on Twitter. So I'm going to go ahead and spin the wheel here. All 19 names are in.
This is the 1 o'clock giveaway.
This is the 1 o'clock giveaway. So we're spinning the wheel. We're spinning, and the winner is Justin H. I believe that's Cincy Captain, something like that. Cincy Captain. I know he just followed me. Shoot me a DM, and I will let you know what you need to do to claim your prize and what information we need from you, and we will go from there. But it is Justin H. who won that one.
All right, we got to do the next one, and it's time to mix it up.
Get one of the state of Cincinnati flags on this giveaway.
These things are awesome. Awesome. What do you got in mind?
I think we should do something that we haven't done for somebody who's maybe not on Twitter. And we'll have to do a couple of those, even though it's, like I said, it's just super simple. I do apologize that I'm trying to take the easy way out. Super simple to just hop on Twitter and do a search. So we'll do something. Who's our next guest? Our next guest is
we've got Jim Maring from Holy Grail
Holy
coming
Grail.
on in 10 minutes.
Then coach.
Then coach.
Let's see. What should we do in the chat to try and bolster? Like I said, the reason I like to do the Twitter is just so other people see what you're doing and kind of gets the word out there. What should we do
I don't
on
know.
this one?
You're the contest master.
I know. I'm everyone text Aaron to enter. We're not doing that, Ed. Do not dox me on that. Let's do. Tell me your favorite moment from the 2021 season, whether it be basketball, whether it be football. Throw it in the chat, and once we have some of those moments, I'll give you until I don't know about 2:35. So I'll throw some reminders out there. But tell us what your favorite moment is, so that way during some of this downtime or when we have like Brent on or something, we'll have some things to talk about. But just tell me what your favorite moment was from 2021. It can either be 2021 season, whether it's football or basketball.
They're just putting that in the chat here.
Right in the chat here. Yeah, you don't have to put that in on Twitter. But again, the more that you put that out there for the hashtag BCJ Sub-A-Thon with something from like one of our links to get to the Bearcat Journal Sub-A-Thon, that helps us out. So.
And actually, just talking to Mike, this is going to be the only big flag that we're doing. We're going to do 3 car flags after this one. So, like when you're road tripping, you can have the city of Cincinnati flag.
Well, should we do that,
on
or
your
should we do the 3 small flags first and then finish with the big finale of the big flag?
Well, I already told them that they were going to get the big flag this time.
All
so
right.
we're kind of stuck on that.
You're right.
I don't want to go back. We showed them the big flag. The winner this time gets the big flag.
I feel you.
So, okay, favorite moment, and then you can sort through and get everybody in your spreadsheet, and then pick a winner.
App, right?
Pick a winner either after we're done talking to Jim or after we're done talking to Luke. One of the two.
And I have heard from Justin to claim his prize, so we're good.
What's he getting? What's he want? Did he say yet or?
No, I just got his DM saying,
okay.
"Hey, I'm here."
Okay. Justin, you go to the store. Here, I'll get you a link real quick. And I'm not as we worry about dead air all the time. I'll just tell you this right now. I'm not overly worried about dead air on a 12-hour broadcast.
Yeah. No, I mean, just to have some other things to talk about. I mean, we can go through some of these and talk about what some of those moments meant to the viewers who were writing these answers down and stuff for us as well.
So there's the link. That's the 513 shirts collection. And right now, enter code BCJ20. You get 20% off everything up until 1 a.m. So there you go. Jim Maring from the Holy Grail joining us in about 5 minutes. Luke Fickell coming up at 3 o'clock. If you have not subscribed yet, please subscribe. It's right there. Little subscribe button right on your screen. Just click on that. We're 4 away from 750. That'd be 50 subscribers in our first 2.5 hours today. 3 away from 750. So let's get us there to 750 here before we start this next interview. Thank you so much for you guys coming in. Aaron, what would your response have been last night if I'd have told you through the first 3 hours we'd have been averaging like 90 viewers?
Yeah, I mean, we've surpassed 100 a couple times. It's impressive, and we do appreciate all the support. Obviously, we want to get this thing to that goal of 1,000. I'm not sure quite where we're at right now in that. I know it did taper off a bit as
747
as the morning's gone on. But that all said, it looks like our next guest is here, Chad.
What's up, brother?
Chad, how we doing? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
We are doing great. We've had a lot of success here so far today. We've got just about 50 new members. We're pushing towards 1,000. That's the goal. If we get 1,000, we get monetized, and then I can start paying Aaron for all the work that he does.
Aaron's working for free. Aaron, you want a job at the Holy Grail?
Well, I'm not working for free. I promise you that.
That's the gimmick that we've been running today. Everybody subscribe so Aaron can eat.
Oh, nice. So that's a good.
We're getting there. We open with Dan Hoard. We've had Mo Eggers, so 2 of your good friends have already joined us today. We just talked to Shane from Galactic Fried Chicken.
How's Shane doing? How's his
Shane's doing great. They're doing really well.
And you guys can hear me okay,
BCJ,
right?
Yeah, we got you great.
Okay, cool.
The BCJ partnership with Galactic has been a fantastic thing, and just like the watch parties at the Holy Grail exploded, and we, as you can attest, Bearcat Journal has an awesome community, and when you give them an option to do something to support local, they jump on board quickly.
Well, how long have we been doing this together? I think people forget our Clifton days.
Yeah, there's the funny thing is, Jim, it's like the Freezer Bowl. Everybody claims to have been on that bus trip to Birmingham. Everybody I run in, I was on the bus to Birmingham. I'm like, we only took 2 buses.
Yeah. Well,
everybody was on it.
Up in Pittsburgh too, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we had we had some great times in the Clifton
I could
days.
not go on the Birmingham bus ride.
You missed out.
Don was there. I was not.
Don was in rare form that weekend.
No, really?
Well, he was hanging
the Bearcats and drinking beer. You think he had a good time?
Well, and Gamble and Skinner were there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so there was people to party with, and it was well, and we gave everybody a case of beer, Aaron. So when you got on the bus at 7 a.m., you got a case of beer as part of your package. And I did not expect them all to take it as a challenge amongst themselves to drink their case of beer on the way to Birmingham.
Well, we didn't want them to be thirsty. I mean, if it's a Holy Grail bus trip, they can't be thirsty.
They were not thirsty, my friend. they were not thirsty. We got to Birmingham and started unloading at the hotel, and it was like, where did all the beer go? And everybody's like, we had a great ride. I'm like, oh my god.
Well, it's crazy to me because I remember Holy Grail back on the west side when you had the one over off of Muddy Creek. And,
Ebenezer.
Yeah, on Ebenezer. I used to go to church right down the road down there.
All right,
And,
we were neighbors. I grew up
yeah,
on Elmore, right up the road.
I went to a church just several, like 2 minutes from there. But yeah, it's crazy to see just the Holy Grail go from there in that little plaza to where you're at now, where I had to wait 2 quarters for a beer on one of the Bengals playoff games, just trying to
that was
fight.
Yeah, that was probably the Raiders game, Aaron. That was a little bit. That one was out of.
It was a Titans game, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. I was looking outside. I'm like, where's the beer tub? And I know, of course, it was cold, so you couldn't get the beer tubs out there. But I'm like,
I don't want to do that to the girls.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, no, but it's
just put one of those heaters right over top of them and just melt all the ice.
We did a couple of them. I mean, we put in permanent ones under our balconies this year, like big ones. They're really nice, but no, but Aaron. So the original Grail was in Clifton. So Clifton was 04. Then we opened up Delhi after that.
It's where Hangover Easy is, correct?
That's correct. Yeah. That was the original up there, and we had an issue with them back in 2011. The landlord didn't want to fix the roof or fix the bathrooms, and you could literally see right outside of that place. So
it's not a health code violation or anything.
No. And then they decided that they wanted to evict us because they wanted a long-term tenant. And my West Side redneck came out on that one. Yeah.
See ya. We'll go downtown and we'll just make money hand over fist. We're good.
I haven't been evicted from anything in my life. I was like, okay, that's enough. But no, it's the heart's still in Clifton, and still, it's a minor regret, quite honestly, because I would rather have both of them still up and operating.
I get you.
But it's I live at Mio's before and after every game, and you know what? It's a great place. Love going up there. Kelly's a good person.
Absolutely. We've done a bunch of stuff with Mio's here as well, and they are good friends.
With the tip challenge and everything you did, so thank you again. That was awesome. That was a horrible time that you made the best out of, so we appreciate it.
If you can't help your friends, what are you doing? And you were on the night, you were in the bus as we were driving around Cincinnati, dropping $1,000 at 9 different places. That's one of the coolest things I've ever done.
Agreed.
To see the reaction of some of those servers just unexpectedly getting that tip. Where were we at? The 2 girls on campus.
It was at Gaslight.
Yeah, Gaslight. And those 2 girls, like, we made their month.
Year. Yeah.
Yeah, like they were so excited.
Yeah.
To see that reaction, and a couple of them tearing up and crying. That was unexpected, but a really, really cool, and how cool for the Bearcat Journal community that we thought, the original thought was, if we can get $1,000 from Mio's, $1,000 for the Grail, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
And we ended up at what, $19,000, almost $20,000.
Yeah,
and then spread it around town.
Then it spurned off the Norwood guys doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And, and it was great. I should say the Xavier guys and BJ, they're good folks. It just,
I know.
It spurned into that as well, and they did the same thing. And
Stone Lanes and Dana's
Stones, and then they turned it into another fundraising effort. So it was, it's the city, right? Take the negative, turn it into a positive.
Speaking of this city,
what's
it been like the past month and a half at the Holy Grail?
Us here understand what the New Year's Eve game meant, but it's kind of gotten washed under with the success of the Bengals. So it's been, it's not just been the last month and a half. I mean, this goes back to mid-December, right? I mean, with the Bearcats and the football games, and then the Cotton Bowl. What has been absolutely fantastic is coming out of COVID, and this is the first January that anybody who's in the restaurant industry knows what January and February is. Everything gets slow. You lay people off. You cut back on staff, and you do whatever you can just to get through. And as a business, we're prepared for it. We know every year what January and February is going to be. Well, guess what? Nobody got laid off this year. Nobody had their hours cut.
Everybody made a lot of money.
Yeah, the tip staff did phenomenal. But I also, it starts with the Bearcats. January just wasn't a drag this year. You know what I mean? It's always, you have that post New Year's Eve letdown. And, I just think everybody, and I think that's why people are kind of okay with the Bengals right now. It's okay, we're there. We're close enough. It's the same thing you see with Luke and the Bearcats. We're there. We're close. I think you've seen the same thing with with the Bengals, and everybody understands what the future is and how bright it is. And I don't see the angst that I used to see every January, February, or seasonal depression, whatever you want to call it. But for us down there, it was the last 7 weeks, I would say, have been absolutely, utterly fantastic, hectic, stupid, silly, crazy, asinine, however you want to put it. It's been fantastic, and it's been very stressful at the same time. Good stress.
It's crazy headspace to live in, though, right? Where you don't have that angst. We're not accustomed to this. Like people say, like, act like you've been there before, and it's
We
like,
haven't.
we don't know what it's like to be here. What are you talking about?
Yeah. And you guys are obviously a lot younger than me, but reality was, when we opened the Grail, even the one in Clifton, if you look in 04, 14 years before that, we were in the World Series. Stupid me, growing up in the mid 70s, you had the Big Red Machine, then you had the 81 Super Bowl team, then you had the 88 Super Bowl team, then you had the 90 World Series. Start a sports bar, because every 15 years you're going to catch a big wave, and you're going to win the World Series or go back to the Super Bowl. Well, 33
We skipped
years
a wave.
later. Yeah.
We missed a wave. We paddled out, and it went right over us.
Well, the wild part was, if you go back to when we opened up Clifton, it was all about hugs. It was all about the basketball team, and then when Brian came in, Rick, going over to Bearcat football games, what was there 6,000-7,000 people at the most, and you had to buy, to get in. And then, Brian took it to one level, and then, languished a couple of years, and now Luke's taken it obviously to the next level. So, to have all the success at one time has been absolutely phenomenal. And, a little plug to our basketball coach. Everybody out there, he's great. We're going to be fine. He's got to get some players in.
I concur.
What people don't know, the Grail is often home to a lot of Bearcat footballers who find their off-season work working for you guys, including one. I know you'd probably hire him as a manager if you could. You guys love Joel DeBlanco.
Joel is one of my favorite human beings, and it is absolutely incredible that that kid. And Chad's heard this story before. So if you've ever worked in a restaurant or a bar, you break down boxes constantly, and the boxes that cases of beer come in are wax covered, and they're pretty stout, obviously, to hold the glass bottles. So halfway through last year, I think it was in the summer, Joel is in our kitchen and he's breaking down boxes, but instead of breaking them up, he's rolling them up. And
Think how thick those boxes are, people.
Yeah. And it's incredible, number one, that he could do it. And he did it for about 30 cases. And I'm watching him and I'm like, Joel, what are you doing? He said, oh, Jim, you don't understand. Nobody's getting out of my midst this year. This is the best thing ever. My hands are getting so strong from doing this. You don't understand. And you know what? He's right. I mean, we had some of the tackles he made this year. But no.
So if you're wondering why Joel was such a good tackler, it's because he was a barback at the Holy Grail.
Also, it's proof that he
and you buy a case of beer at any time soon, try to roll it up, the wax paper. Just try it for one case, not less 20 or 30. And I will say this. So we'll hire some of these kids to work our bigger days. Some of them are there on a part-time basis, but all the time with us. Some of them come in and, whether it's, Joel, Jack Perry, Miles Mangold's down there now, Joey Groper. I mean, every kid that's come through there that's on this football team is an incredibly nice human being. It's been a true joy. And it's, You know, when Kelly feeds the team up at Mio's, her and I have that conversation. Where'd these kids come from? Like all of them, nice as can be, well-mannered, just want to talk to you, and are just great overall kids. And I just think it's such a credit to Luke and what the program's doing. It's fun. I mean, it really is, you know, and, you know, people forget these kids, you know, they need some money. They're out trying to, you know, work, and they're not scared to do it. And they will do whatever you ask them to do. They're just great kids. But Joel will go down as my one of my all-time favorite people. Because
the rolling of the rolling of the boxes is further evidence that he is a robot, correct?
He is, but he's a very polite and nice robot.
They got the programming right on that one.
Yeah, I'll tell you this one. You know, so he started as a doorman, and you know, barbacks get tipped. They make a little bit more money. He's like, I want a barback, and you know, he quick another one on him. So in between the bowl berth and the Cotton Bowl was SantaCon, which is our second biggest day of the year every year. And we did everything we could to talk him out of not working SantaCon. And he was like, nope, I'm down there. Because those days, when we'll go through a good 400 or 500 cases of beer on those days. And it is physically exhausting. And he was right in the middle of it, having a blast. You know, the kid he's unbelievable. And he's so nice. He's just so polite. I can't say that enough. Just a good dude.
You have been around in and around UC athletics for a long time.
Yep.
How amazing is it? You've gone through a lot of coaches. You've gone through a lot of staffs. You've gone through a lot of change and turnover and
athletic directors and fundraisers.
Yeah. Presidents, fundraisers, athletic directors, head coaches. Is this as good as it's ever been with Wes and Luke? Like with two guys that you know are as good as it gets and about the right things. Like I know you and Hugs are really, really close, but football at that time was kind of.
And that's what I'm trying to. So what year was Brian?
Brian came in 07, 8, 9.
I will tell you, as far as stability goes, right now, and what's there is move forward. Was there a year that Hugs and Brian were together?
No, because Hugs was gone in 05. Brian came in 07. So Hugs and D'Antonio crossed a year, I think, so maybe 2 years.
Yeah, so 2 years. I don't think there's anything even close. And I was trying to remember, and not that it was the same, but literally the trajectory right now of this program leading in, because one of my more unnerving thoughts about moving to the Big 12, football's football. And obviously, I think what Luke has done is set this program to the future, you know, and I think it was on that trajectory until we had that one coach. And I think it slid back, obviously, pretty drastically. But I think if it stays the young up
and that one athletic director.
Yeah. Okay. Don't go down that rabbit hole with me, Chad. Don't do it to me.
When mentioning those who I don't want to call by name, I tend to just call them the previous regime, and I think everybody gets it.
Yeah. The previous regime that came in after a really good regime yeah. So, you know, football, I think, is there. And obviously got along great with Mick, love Mick. But, you know, basketball was my concern. You know, everybody forgets Big 12, you know, 2 years from now, you're playing the Kansas.
Yeah.
You're
Baylor,
playing
Texas
the Baylor.
Tech.
You're playing the Texas Techs. You're playing, you know, West Virginia's. And I've watched, obviously, you know how close I am with Hugs. Watch that schedule and watch his talent and watch where that thing and what a struggle it can be every year. And it's, you know, to have this thing positioned there and to watch the donor base actually jumping in now too, because ultimately that's what this is going to take. It's about money and watching the donor base come forward and, you know, let's get the practice facilities done. Let's get some of the other things done that are going to take it to the next level. And I don't think that's happening unless Luke is here. And the spillover to basketball, I think, is huge. You can just feel it, you know, feel it walking around. And I got to tell you one other quick story, just real fast. So Memphis game. John Cunningham and I have met 4 or 5 times. Great guy. love him to death. So we're standing on the concourse right behind where you sit at, Chad, and somebody spilled a beer, and John was walking by. John sat there for about 6-7 minutes on his phone trying to figure out somebody to come over to clean up the spill. That doesn't mean a lot to a lot of people, but it does to me. The guy pays attention to the little things. He saw it. He knew there was an issue. He addressed it, tracked down people to come in to take care of it. And to me, that was incredibly impressive. So not only do we have basketball, football, this athletic director right now has just gotten my confidence. And I think moving forward, I think the guy's amazing. So hopefully it stays the course and he stays with us,
As a part of that donor base,
Yep.
does it feel more invigorated, like connected, ready to like push and make this Big 12, like make this program Big 12 ready more than maybe it's been in, I don't know how long? Like you'll have a better sense for that. Like what's your sense from inside of it, where this thing is at right now from the donor base?
I think the donor base is strong. And I think that the big corporate, the more well-heeled people are starting to step in. I think where it kind of gets muddied at is, do you help out there? Do you help out NIL? And what does that look like a year from now? How does that all integrate itself? And I think, the NCAA is going to have to step in here shortly and just give some guidance and some clarifications on what next year is going to look like, in my opinion. And, but I think that all ties right back into what this donor base is doing. And, I was someplace last night, St. X got a $50 million donation from Harry Fath. And, the question always is with the bigger donor bases, do you want one of those or do you want $500,000 donations? I'm of the opinion you want the more people that are invested to put what they can into it and keep it broad based. So you're not just going back to the same well every time trying to get that money. Now, obviously when it's the really well-heeled, yes, you want those guys as well. But
right.
I just feel like the donor base right now, and even the every dime counts, right? So it's, whatever you have or you can give is meaningful, very meaningful. And I think everybody right now seems to be energized by it. Everybody I talk to is, and the folks that are up there are really, buying into everything right now. I mean, how can you not, quite honestly, being down at the Cotton Bowl, being up at the games right now, it's just, and obviously first year, but, Wes's record right now is pretty solid for a first year coming in, trying to figure everything out. I'm a fan, put it like that.
There's nobody that's going to connect to donors as well as, he's unbelievable with people.
Yeah. And he's well-spoken and he, he's been down to Grail a couple times. He'll shoot me a text, and he's not that guy that wants to go in there and says, look at me, look at me. He goes in, he has fun. A lot of people don't even know he's there most of the time. And I think he likes it that way. So, but when he engages with people, he's great. I mean, you've seen him, Chad. I've seen him. He's fantastic when he's around people, and he not only gets it, he cares. Like it's, he texts me after the Cotton Bowl, man, what a great day for you guys. I'm like, yeah, it's phenomenal. So it's great. This direction I think that we're going in is incredibly positive. But it's going to be an expensive proposition going into the Big 12, and
You've seen everything that Wes has done since he's gotten here. You've seen like the efforts that he's made, even just this week, sending out care packages of merchandise to former players. I know Corey Blunt put his out on social media, but you've seen just the, bringing guys in and having them sit right behind the bench, which hasn't been done with previous regimes. You just see,
look at DeMar. I mean, look what DeMar's
yeah.
done. I mean, crossing it over, and Terry's out talking to people. I've seen more former players this year at these basketball games than I've ever seen. And I think there's a direct correlation there,
Yeah. And we saw Roy Williams. We saw some of the guys from UNC. You see that Wes has this tight knit family back from his Tar Heel days, and that he's trying to build that here with bringing these guys in, but how much does that, you keep bringing up the word energized, like how much does that do for you as, feeling good about where, your donor money is going when you see things like that happening?
Well, you got to kind of go in reverse, because it's, when you see these kids that were playing, they're adults now, but it's, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and to see where they are now, to bring them back, because, look, when Hugs got let go, there was a lot of angst. When, that whole debacle, with Andy was just, absolutely abysmal. And, what that did, and what everybody's like, you're a Hugs guy. And I'm like, no, there's also a Hugs tree. And if you look at the assistant coaches that were with him, you've got Frank Martin at South Carolina. You've got Andy Kennedy, who's got UAB playing incredible. Go to the Kansas State, and Brad may have been coming here, Brad Underwood at Illinois. So when you
Mick at UCLA.
When you fracture that, you're not only losing, Hugs in the donor base there, you also lost specifically what they did with Andy, you lost that tree for at least 10 years, and you lost all those players. And that's, that has been slowly coming back. And to see it back now, because I truly don't think, it was right before COVID, right? When they did, when Kenyon came back in town for Hugs' thing. I honestly think that was kind of the start of this about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. And I think Wes has taken that momentum and taken it even further, specifically with the former players, and all of them are having fun coming back.
Yeah.
It's just a different time. It's great to see.
Well, how many of them are venturing down to the Holy Grail to see you down there too?
You know what? Not as many as you'd think. It's how do I say this? Nobody goes down there anymore because it's too crowded.
Okay.
Gosh, what a tough problem to have, sir.
It's, I'll get a call. Hey, I'm down here. Can you get me a table? Like, yes, let me figure something out. But it's, when they come in, it's more the off times, and it's centered around, either one of the old coaches coming in, or that type of thing. So not as many as you would think. But they all still come in and want to get the picture on the Shoemaker floor, and our main island there. So they want to do that and do all kinds of fun stuff around that, which is great. You
got a giveaway you want to do before we let you go? You want to anything you want to give away to our members? I don't know.
Nah, dude, that's what the biggest thing is to say thank you. I mean, it's been the entire Bearcat Journal community has embraced us, and as of you, Chad, and I, as a proud Bearcat, man, it's fun, right? You know what I mean? It's a blast right now, to be in the middle of this stuff. And, when you start thinking about, okay, see what basketball does this year, but look at what the recruiting side of things that both these coaches have done moving forward. And you know what today's opening day, right, for baseball?
Yeah.
So, have a little bit of fun with that as well.
They get started tonight at 6. I was gonna initially try to have Googs on, but I didn't want to bother him before the game, obviously. Yeah. And they start at 6, so I didn't know that we'd be able to squeeze him on at the end.
Yeah.
And I think we're gonna probably start having some beverages around 8, 9 o'clock. I didn't want to have Googs on when we were a little loopy.
Imagine that. You guys drinking?
Yeah, I mean, look, if we get to 9 hours and this thing is still on the air,
do me a favor, just drink beer, not bourbon.
Oh yeah, just beer, no bourbon.
Just trying to help you out.
Yeah, I trust me. Bourbon would not be the move, because by midnight we would be struggling to stay on the air.
You think?
Jim, the people think you're very natural and you should be a regular on the BCJ podcast. Jim doesn't like the spotlight.
I thank you, and if you ever need me to come back, I'd love to do it. I just,
we tried, but to peel back the curtain, We tried to name the off-topic board the Holy Grail.
Man, appreciate it.
And Jim didn't want that. He preferred the banks to spread the love all around to that community down there.
Yeah.
But that's how much you guys have meant to us. We were Bearcat Layer when we started doing stuff with the Holy Grail. They were the very first Cincinnati business to partner with us, to believe in us. And I was so excited when we got back together, 3-4 years ago.
Yeah.
And it was like, let's start doing this thing again.
Well, everything just got so big. You got busy, we got busy, and it's like the friendship was always there. It's like, all right, what do you want to ultimately do when it's said and done? But I think this has just been a fun run. You know what I mean? The last 3-4 years, the last 10 years. Am I allowed to cuss on this? Sorry. The last,
you good?
Yeah.
We're trying not to drop any F-bombs until it's dark outside. But other than that, we're good.
So you don't have Hugs as a scheduled guest today?
No. I didn't say we weren't. I said we're trying not to have any. Maybe let's do a giveaway for like a dinner at the Grail.
Yeah, how about
dinner
a gift
for
card?
2?
Yeah, just do them. Yeah, no, just do a $50 gift card. It's easier.
Okay.
I'll get it up to you. Yeah, no, awesome. No, anything. Yeah, look, anything we can do with you guys or help you guys out, man. It's how are your monthlies going? You still going crazy?
We're still good. We're still very good. We've stabilized a little bit. We're right around that 1,800 number, which is
fantastic.
Roughly 1,300 members more than I thought we'd ever have. So we're still growing, and right now we are at 748 subscribers on YouTube.
Nice.
We have more people here now. You're the biggest guest so far. 114.
Right. You said you had Hoard on here. That's my guy.
Well, that Dan took the tough part of being the first guy.
Yeah.
So it was still building. Mo was the closest until then. Since then, at 100, you're at 115.
Was Mo in a studio when he was doing it?
Yeah. He had just done Locks of the Night with Tony, so he hopped in from a studio.
Did he give you the LA story about his broadcast position there?
Oh yeah. Icebox Mo.
That poor guy. I felt horrible for him. It was like, oh man, I walked up and the poor guy had to go to the bathroom so bad.
Like you had to stand there and watch this stuff?
Yeah, I was a security guard. Because they literally, it was behind, like nobody was even, I was like, oh my goodness. It's,
a man of many hats, Jim.
Uh-huh.
You are a man of many hats.
It was fun, actually. But no, I mean, think about the whole community where it's at now. 2 years ago, have you ran into anybody in the last 4 or 5 weeks who's been in a bad mood?
No.
I mean, literally since the
great mood.
Haven't they though? That's my whole point.
Yeah.
This whole city has just been united and uplifted, and I'm telling you, it started with the Cotton Bowl. You can just feel it.
Look at this, Jim. Look at this
guy.
Get
me out of here. That's who everybody wants to hear from, not me. Go for it.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it, brother.
You guys, see you guys. Good luck, Coach.
We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Jim Mooring from the Holy Grail joining us, and now we've got look at this setting. We were wondering if you were going to rub it in.
I would do nothing else.
I know. We actually had some wagering going. Would you be full beard? It looks like you're like it's a little past a 5 o'clock shadow. Might be like an 8 o'clock shadow.
Well, it gets a little bit gray like yours as I see here. So it's usually when I start to shave it. My wife kind of notices that and says, it might be time to go ahead and shave that.
How's Mexico? It looks delightful.
It is more than delightful. So I wouldn't normally do this, but since my wife made me, I guess it's a good thing.
Well, we said a couple weeks ago when Chad had mentioned that you were going on vacation, Chad was insistent that you're a Florida guy. You always go to Florida, whereas I said, no, he's going to Mexico. Get that all inclusive for the family, not have to worry about food, drink, all that. Turns out I was right.
Well, I don't know about the family. This was an actual vacation. When we go with the family, I call them adventures. They're not really vacations. Like there's no sort of relaxation of any sorts. We actually with a bunch of the staff, and so
Nice.
I would tell you that it's an actual vacation because you can relax a little bit, and I had nothing to do with it.
So we'll talk football for a few minutes. I don't want to keep you too long. I know Amy's probably got plans for dinner. What are you guys doing for dinner tonight? Anything good?
You know what? I don't know. I've kind of overruled the last 2 nights, so I think I'm going to have to do whatever she has planned. But I think when in Rome, I think we're going to go ahead and go with the nice Mexican restaurant down here.
There you go. How has this been the last couple of weeks? I know you've been flying all over the country and going to award shows and the Senior Bowl and popping around and doing different things. But as you turn your attention to 2022, how excited are you for kind of this next chapter, this next challenge to reinvent and continue to push forward?
Actually, really excited. I think this is one of those unique years. Last year, obviously you knew you had a great team coming back, and things are always different. And not that there's an expectation that makes it a little bit different, but I just think that when you've got a younger, hungry team, with a lot of guys that know they got to prove themselves, I think it's different. I think there's a different excitement, maybe not outside of the program, but for sure from within.
How do you grow from a season where seemingly everything went right for you?
Well, I mean, again, who's defining grow? When the people are outside your program defining grow, they only look at wins and losses. And obviously that's not going to be the easiest thing in the world when you go 13-0 or 12-0 in the regular season, whatever it was. And then, so it's very difficult from the outsider looking in. But I know from us looking at it to say, hey, how do we grow? Well, we've got a lot of younger dudes. We've got some new leadership. I think that our ability to grow in that way, and every year is different, but really how that leadership kind of grows together, how the team forms together, all those unique things every year are different. I think that's where it gives us a chance to grow. And like I said, everybody outside the program doesn't get a chance to see that. Those that are at least around it enough, they see those things grow. Then the fans that they only see Saturdays, but I think that there's a great making for what it is we're doing and a great opportunity for us to continue to grow.
We got food recommendations. If you're in Cancun, you should go to Porfirio's. Great food, and the sunset is amazing.
Well, I'm not sure I'm leaving this resort, but if we do, I think that, maybe we'll
write that down.
But, I don't have a whole lot to say. Let's just say this. I don't have a whole lot to say in what exactly we're doing. I think you guys probably understand.
Yeah, we know who calls the shots. Looking back, well, let's say this. First day of spring practice, which is only like 2 weeks away now. How weird is it going to be to look out there and not have Dez and Kobe and that whole crew kind of staring back at you?
I think it's going to be very different. I think what I've said is, even last year, as we started the year, I said life without Desmond Ridder in general, just because of the quarterback, life without Desmond Ridder is going to be a lot different. And sometimes even more exciting, because you get to see the development of different guys, whether it's Evan Prater or the competition between him and Ben Bryant. I mean, those are the things that as a coach you just live for. And, that kind of competition right there makes everybody grow. Maybe that they're not in the direct competition, but when we really kind of took the next step in the program, I think it was because of the competition between Desmond Ridder and Hayden Moore. And I know not everybody quite understands that, but I think that the development of who we are, what our culture is, and what the atmosphere is like was really kind of created between that competition. I know I sat them down before we got rolling into the fall camp and said, look, how you guys handle this, how you guys go about this, how you guys really deal with this competition will be a great example to our entire program. And they did an unbelievable job competing with each other and still became really good friends. And there was no selfish nature about it. And so I think we're going to have a similar idea, a similar thing with the quarterback competition. I think it's going to give us all a chance to grow.
You had Coach Combs join you once again, a guy that you're familiar with, a guy that this city's familiar with, for that matter. So it's kind of a just marriage again of the city and you specifically. But what's it like having Kerry Combs back under your fold and working with him again? I know he had glowing words to say about you at his press conference.
Well, it's a lot of energy. I'll give you that. And I'm excited about it. To be honest with you, we haven't had the opportunity to do a whole lot just yet. And as we get rolling into spring ball and we start back here in 2 weeks, I think that I think not only myself, but I think the guys in the program in general will just see the energy that he brings. And I'm excited for that. I know for me, there's some comfort level. Obviously, the last 2 years I've lost, as I would say, a lot of the core maybe of what we started with. And I mean that from the Doug Phillipses to the Marcus Freemans, even Coach Denbrock, the guys that started with us from the very get-go. And to bring Coach Combs back, that is a guy that, I've got a history with, I've got a relationship with, just gives me some comfortability. That guy that's going to, give you the truth, keep you kind of in line in a lot of ways that, that not everybody else maybe can do. So I think for our program, for myself, it's an awesome opportunity, and I'm excited about it.
You promoted a young guy to tight end coach. A lot of people don't know a lot about Nate Letton. What can you tell us? What was it about him that kind of caught your eye, that this is a young guy that I want to get moved up to the food chain?
The way he's done everything, been here for 2 years, and his ability to do everything we've asked in every different role. You never know how things are going to work out. This is the way you're really, for me, and for our program, this is the way you'd like to be able to work them out, is to be able to promote from within. When guys have opportunities and guys move on, that you got guys within your program that you don't have to change a whole lot of things. They understand what the culture is. They understand, how we've done things and how we've grown, and they can provide something, even different from the guy that left. And to have that opportunity to do that, you got guys like Armand Benz, who obviously you guys know that, doing the same thing, that just maybe hasn't quite had that opportunity like Nate Letton did or has to fill in. But I think that's where when you really see from the inside, you see your program grow, and it's not just the players, it's also the coaches. And to be able to do that, it makes me feel like, Coach Guduli and those guys in the offense, pinpointed some really good guys and put them in position that when things like this happen, they have an opportunity to move up.
Speaking of moving up, Colin Hitchler moves up to co-defensive coordinator. Another guy that came through the ranks internally. I know he's a guy that you love having on staff. Tell people something maybe they don't know about Coach Hitch and why he's a guy that you have kind of on that fast track.
Well, he's the guy that can take the harassment more than anybody else. He actually went to school a little bit with my brother, so they're both Penn grads. So we like to kind of harass the Ivy Leaguers that, some of us public school guys maybe are a little bit smarter than they are, even though they're Ivy Leaguers. He nothing more that I love than a guy that's worked his butt off to get where he's at. And Colin's had some opportunities, and he stuck with us and continued to believe in what it is that we do, and that he was going to continue to move up. And, for me, for our program, for our kids, I think that another one of those examples and say, my goodness, the sky's the limit for this guy. He's believed and trusted in us, and we can do nothing but continue to move him up and give him greater opportunities.
And then Mike Brown as well, the guy you brought in kind of from the outside when you overhauled the wide receiver position. He's taken that and run with it, and now he's got passing game coordinator.
Yeah, and Mike's had a lot of opportunities in the last 2 years to move on, and whether it's the NFL stuff or college stuff. And his kind of patience. I don't mean he's continued to move up, but his belief in how we do things, and that he's got an opportunity to not just be a co-coordinator or a passing game coordinator, but to truly be an offensive coordinator, gives us the opportunity to keep a great guy. And I got to give a lot of credit to Coach Gino. He was the guy that had somewhat of a little relationship with Mike and knew him 2-3 years ago when Mike had little to no experience in coaching. And Gino trusted him and believed in him, and we hired him. And I'm telling you that there's nobody that's done a better job at really transitioning the room. And that wide receiver room in the last 3 years, not just the play on the football field, but the entire leadership of that room. And the makeup of that room has transformed, and he's a huge part of that.
One of the hardest parts of being a head coach, you get the job. You talked about you had your group that you wanted, to get things started. And then when that starts changing, a lot of coaches don't find a comfort zone in replacing those initial guys. Have you embraced the challenge of that? I know you've leaned a lot. You said you leaned on Gino for Mike Brown. I believe was it Brian Mason that had a relationship with Darren Page. Gino, obviously, with Mike Cummings, has a relationship. Like, how much of a challenge has that been for you to keep turning the staff over as it happens? And how much have you embraced it?
Well, it's been a challenge, and you got to rely upon and trust a lot of the guys on your staff. But I know in year one, when it happened, we lost, I think, 2 or 3 coaches in year one. I think I was ready to pull my hair out. And not that I have a ton of it there anyway, but it was just like I couldn't quite understand, as bad as we were and how guys, were able to walk away or had other opportunities. So it was very challenging there for me. And then I got probably some of the best advice to look at it as a way for you to make your program better. And and I kind of stepped back after that year one and kind of recognized that, this is going to happen. Now, how do we find a way to make our program better? And so from after year one, as we move forward, every time someone has left, I've said, this is an opportunity for us to make our program better. And I think with every hire, we've found a way to make our program better. And I say that because sometimes I have people like, well, you mean to tell me you got a better defensive coordinator at Mike Trustley and had him Marcus Swift? No, but you find a way. Maybe there's different things that you need now in year 4 going into year 5, and you recognize that as a coach, and you can, when you bring a new guy in, you can bring somebody that brings something different, something that your program needs, something maybe your kids need, something that I can't provide. So, so after that year one, where, it was totally, mind blowing to me, that I kind of switched gears and recognized that let's find ways to make our program better, because we know our program each and every year more and more and more. And so we've been very fortunate with a lot of help from obviously the guys on staff to be each and every hire, find a way to make our program better. And, I think we did the same thing again this year.
People don't believe the stories of something like you would take a 7-figure extension and put it in your briefcase and worry about it 6 weeks later. What is it about you that there's nobody that's a brain operates like that? And then he had to come back and remind you again, hey, oh, by the way, you got that thing we need to talk about.
I don't know. I guess my brain doesn't operate in a lot of the similar ways, or maybe not. I don't know, but it's the only way I can function. And to be honest with you, I think when you're doing something with a task at hand, it's really difficult for me to turn my mind into something else. And I have a hard time doing it. And so no matter what it is, whether it's somebody calling to talk to you, whether it's unfortunately keeping up with maybe your friends or family at times, or it's a contract extension. I just think that, trying to stay focused is something that, I pride myself in. And I try to tell the young guys, even coaches or players, I said, look, us as coaches, we can do this for a long time. These players only have a select amount of time. So whether it's 3, 4, or 5 years, COVID now, maybe some guys have 6, but, and I think we got an obligation to these guys that only have a short window to be able to play this great game of football, especially college football. And I want to do nothing but give them the greatest opportunity to experience what we got to experience last year. And I think the only way to do that is to stay as focused as you possibly can. And we preach to our guys about doing that all the time. And then all of a sudden they see, whether it's one of their leaders or one of their coaches or myself, doing something different. I think that, it can compromise a lot of the things that you preach every day.
Did you feel bad giving that story to Justin? And is that why you agreed to come on this show with me while you're on vacation?
Well, you two guys, the homers, I like nothing more, but, he just happened to sit down with me and I guess he said, I got to ask you this question. You know how you guys do. You say, I got to ask you this question. That's like a loaded question. Like you're saying you don't have to answer it. When I know darn well I don't have to answer any of the questions you ask. I can just move on. But he asked it, and I said, yeah, I can tell you about it. I mean, I don't know if you can talk about it. I don't really care. I think there's some people that are a little higher up that might care.
What are they going to do? Pull the extension? They're going to pull the offer?
I don't know. I guess, you just want everybody to be on the same page. And I think that, like you and Justin, you're professionals at what you do. And I think you don't want to, ruffle too many feathers. So I'm sure he wanted to make sure he went through the right channels before he let that thing go. And, I didn't bat an eye about it. I started telling him, and there's Zach looking at me like, are you sure you should be telling this? I'm like, why? It's Justin. If Chad was asking me, I'd tell him the same thing.
What's got to you 4 days before I did, bastard.
There you go.
What's drink of choice on vacation for Coach Luke Fickell at the resort?
You know what? To be honest with you, I think I've had a couple Coronas and maybe a margarita here or there. But actually, I just like kind of sitting up here on this little perch I got outside my room. And if you can't hear all the younger crew down there hooting and hollering, playing some beach volleyball or something, that it gets loud when our crew all gets together down there.
Yeah, somebody in the chat thought maybe Brady Collins was having a cannonball contest.
Well, Coach Collins, I see a football flying down there, and this is an adult resort, so I don't think there's any kids. So usually you don't have to worry about getting hit in the head with the ball, but I think Coach Brady is down there, and I think it's getting a little out of control right now.
Stay away from that. We don't
That's why I'm up here. You guys saved me. Let me see if I can give you a little look at where they are down there.
Gorgeous.
That looks it's just terrible. Looks just terrible.
Yeah, you can't see Coach Brady down there, but I promise you he's down there. He's the one making the most noise.
All right.
All right, man. Well, we appreciate you hopping on with us and taking a few minutes out of your vacation. You should have seen Zach's face when I told him that you were going to come on, and he's like, he's on vacation. I'm like, look, I told him he didn't have to, but he said he would do it.
I knew you thought I gave Justin something I didn't get you in there, so I would not want you to think that he got one upped on you. So now you can shoot it back at him a little bit.
All right. Well, you enjoy vacation, and I will see you at the practice field in 2 weeks to get spring football started.
Well, this beautiful view right here, I get to get on a plane and head to Kansas City to watch some girls volleyball here tomorrow. So I don't know why I'm leaving early, but I am.
Family. It does crazy things for you, right?
You know that.
You're not going to let your daughter hear about it for a couple of days either, are you?
Oh, I FaceTime her every day just to make sure she realizes where I am and what I'm.
All right. Thanks, Coach. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it.
Greatly appreciate the time, man.
All right, man.
Later. There you go. That is Luke Fickell live from the beach. I knew we'd get an ocean view. I
love him.
What? Seriously. And at 145, Luke wins so far. If you're here,
hit 150.
Hit subscribe. We hit 150. Hit subscribe. Please hit subscribe. And join the fun that we have on this channel. We have a lot of great content. We have a lot of great guests. We talk pretty much nothing exclusively but UC sports. That was Luke Fickell. Here in a couple hours, we got Wes Miller planning to join us. Neil, Wes is going to be on sometime after 5:30. So he is flying to Philadelphia, and we're going to try to get him when he gets on the ground in Philadelphia. So I don't want to say 5:30 specifically. It might be a little earlier. It might be a little later. But right in that 5:30, 5:45 window. Neil's here. This is a loss. Thanks everybody for tuning in for Luke. That was outstanding. And look, man, Aaron, what coach in the country is going to give time to some idiots like us while they're on their Mexican vacation?
The answer is zero.
Zero. There are zero coaches in the country that would have done what Luke Fickell just did. He doesn't get much time off. To even take 15, 20 minutes out of that time to pop on and chat with us was unbelievable. I didn't want it to be too heavy. I wanted it to be kind of fun, kind of light. And
that's why you didn't let me ask any questions.
Right. You were running by me practice questions, and I'm like, Aaron, this man is going to be on vacation. Can we?
In all fairness, that's why we run through questions before we have an interview.
That's fair. That is absolutely fair. And then, how about this? He just sent me a text that said, "Hope that was okay."
Yeah.
Yeah, it was okay.
You got nothing to worry about, Coach. I promise. Did you just send him heart eye emojis? That's all. It doesn't need to be anything more than heart eye emojis.
I just said it was awesome. Thanks so much for taking a few to talk to us.
Incredible.
Adam says the content is too good so far. Was hoping to watch you guys struggle more and have to answer recruiting questions from Bearcat Nation 11. Yeah. So, like I said, when we planned this, we were fully of the belief, both of us, that as we started scheduling guests, that the guests would all be later, like, after dinner. And maybe because it's a Friday, this is different. Like maybe if we did it on a weekday, we would have had more people that wanted to go like later. But because it was on a Friday, we're slam packed through 6 o'clock, and then Brent's going to join us at 6 o'clock. The nighttime, like after we get done with Lenny Stokes, 8 o'clock is pretty much open. Jimmy Smith is going to join us at 9. And then from there, good Lord, who knows what's going to happen from roughly 9:30 to midnight. Another excellent interview. Not hard to see how players identify with Coach Vic. Look, this is how I've always described him, and I think it's perfect. He's like that that awesome uncle that you have that you really only get to see at 4th of July. And you look forward to going over and hanging out with the family so you can throw back a few cold ones and talk shop with your uncle. That's Luke Fickell. Neil, Dave After Dark. Yes, we are getting Dave After Dark. I don't know a specific time. Dave said, "Can I come on late?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "When?" He said, "I don't know. I'll get loaded. And once I get loaded, I'll hop on the show."
Sounds about par for the course.
Yeah. So, yeah, we are getting some Dave After Dark. We have, in about 20, 25 minutes, we have Malik Van joining us. Malik has been a favorite of Bearcat Journal for a long, long time, since his high school days. So we're excited about that. Right after Malik, Cashmere Wright, Mick Walker, Joe Stewart from Danco, Wes Miller, Lenny Stokes, Jimmy Smith. Justin Williams is going to join us later tonight as well.
Malik's also a guy who's signed with 513shirts.com, if you head there right now, www.513shirts.com, you can enter the code BCJ20 to get 20% off everything on the website. Also,
I think we should, Mike, are you still here? I think Mike's still here. He was just posting a minute ago. The 3 o'clock giveaway. Can we do Malik? Can we do something from the Malik line?
Not.
Oh God, here we go.
Oh God.
Oh, hey guys, how's it going? Just doing my best Luke Fickell impression here.
Ed, is this going to be your thing all day? Just randomly
pop in.
Is this a possibility? I think so. Just wanted to say, great 3.5 hours so far. You're doing a great job. It's making my workday go by quick.
Ed, what you should have done if you wanted to do this right is you should have had the beach background.
Yep. That's where he messed up.
That's where you messed up.
Yeah,
that would have really popped off if you'd have had the beach in the background.
If I was a smarter person, that would have been great.
I've worked with you now on a podcast for several years, and we all know what to expect by now. It's generally just be better, Ed.
Yeah, I'll be better
Here-
next time I pop in.
Here, Ed, you talk to Aaron.
Oh,
Well, in the meantime, while Chad's taking a break here, we are going to do our 2 o'clock giveaway for one of the for the big flag.
Also, Aaron,
Um,
yeah, we're adding in a random giveaway somewhere in here for
for
$50
Holy Grail.
to the Holy Grail.
Yep. So I am going to spin the wheel here. I've added all the names in of people who gave me their memories, and we're spinning. We're spinning. And the answer is, or the name is Phyllis. Phyllis, you are the winner of the flag.
That's outstanding. I love Phyllis.
So
Hey,
Phyllis,
Phyllis said he didn't want it.
Well, it's Phyllis.
Phyllis said she didn't want it.
There you go. Phyllis, if you want to send either just hop in either chat or my DMs and give us your information so we can get that flag out to you on Twitter, or if you don't have Twitter, let us know and we'll figure out accordingly how to handle that. But
what do you think so far, Ed?
Hey, but it's been great. It's been some great interviews. I've enjoyed them. I learned a lot about Galactic Chicken, a lot about the Holy Grail. This is good stuff.
Any takeaways so far?
The takeaway is I'm going to go to Galactic Chicken tomorrow.
Well, it's Galactic Fried Chicken, but
Well, I mean,
Get
either
it
way
right.
you cut it, it's good chicken.
They don't have any
they don't-
chicken, Ed.
they don't cut their chicken. Did you not?
But it kind of worked. It
just-
kind of worked.
No, you stayed on brand. It's always just be better.
It's just be better. I know. Actually, my arm's getting really tired holding my phone like this.
All right, we'll see you later, Ed.
All right, you guys have a good one.
All right, bye.
Thanks, Ed.
Bye.
Unbelievable. We lost 15 viewers because Ed. Thanks, Ed.
We did. That's okay. Like,
But
honestly, how are we 3.5 hours into this?
and we got 132 people watching us. For the 3
Subscribe.
for the
Subscribe,
3 o'clock
subscribe,
giveaway.
subscribe.
For the 3 o'clock giveaway, we're gonna have to get back to Twitter. Unfortunately, for those of you who don't have a Twitter yet, just to get the name out there and to get this thing out there that we are here. So make sure you are subscribed. Make sure you like. Make sure you keep commenting because that's going to help boost this and the algorithm for YouTube and what have you. Also on the Twitter sphere. Make sure you're retweeting when you see us tweeting some stuff out there. But it's going to be the next drawing is going to be based on the people who retweet the announcement of the Malik Vann interview. So if you are on Twitter and you retweet the announcement of the Malik Vann interview, when we do that, anybody whose name is on there, we're going to go ahead and get that taken care of. Your name will be entered into the drawing for that. But just, again, trying to get the hashtag BCJ Sub-A-Thon trending, trying to get people in here watching us. But that's what we're going to do for the next for the 3 o'clock giveaway, which will be back to an item of your choice from the BCJ line on 513shirts.com. Again, huge shout out to 513shirts.com for sponsoring this whole 12 hours of Chad's brainchild.
Hey, I think we're doing pretty good.
I concur.
I mean, when I presented this to you, you were like, this is going to be a disaster. And
I didn't
was like,
say that. I just wanted to make sure that we had enough guests, and we ended up having enough guests.
I told you not to worry.
Never said it would be a disaster. I never used those words.
You thought those words.
No.
Train wreck? Is train wreck better?
I think we have yet to see if the currently the train is moving along, chugga, but you're coming off the Luke Fickell interview. We'll see.
Yeah, that was pretty damn strong. I mean, that was a good 20 minutes with Luke, literally from the beach. I still
Agreed.
can't believe he agreed to do that.
That's absolutely wild. Again, to your point, no other coach in the country is giving any of the local beat writers an interview, much less a live interview on their 12-hour YouTube marathon, any of his time, much less 15, 20 minutes of his time.
Yeah, and he's cutting his vacation short and going to watch. Like, that's a dad, right? That's the daddest dad of all dads. I'd have been like, look, kid, you're playing a lot of volleyball tournaments. This one, I'm gonna hang out in Mexico. He's going from Mexico to Kansas City to watch a volleyball tournament. That is dedication 101. You think Amy's staying? Amy's like, go handle it, Luke. I'm hanging out on the beach.
Absolutely not. I mean, I would be shocked that if she would not be also attending the volleyball tournament for their daughter.
That would be so great. It'd be the quintessential, like, Amy calls the shots, right? Like, Luke, you, volleyball tournament, Kansas City. Me, margaritas, beach. See you at home.
I think that goes against everything we know about them, though.
Of course it does. Of course it does. It would be hilarious, though. It'd be absolutely hilarious. Oh, man. I can't believe spring football's 2 weeks away, Aaron.
Someone on the chat said dedication, and I have never heard that phrase before, but that's fantastic.
It is absolutely dedication. 1,000%. 1,000%. Spring football is 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Yeah, that it does.
Like, it's amazing. Like, there's somebody hit me up. I think Michigan starts their spring football this weekend. That's crazy to me. Like, it feels like the Cotton Bowl just happened.
Yeah, I mean, I still have very fond memories of before the game, of being down in Dallas and Fort Worth and that whole area. Once halftime was around, the writing was on the wall. But
yeah, it happens.
Alabama's a power saw. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I mean,
ran right into a buzzsaw.
We got 3:30. My dogs are about to go nuts because Kelsey's coming home. Yeah. Well, luckily we scheduled around the dogs going nuts at 3:30, so they weren't doing that when Luke was on with us,
or anyone for that matter.
Yeah, it's okay when it's just us. Now we've got Kelsey home. She's gonna want to come in and get her shine at some point in time for sure. You know that's gonna happen.
Phyllis just told me that her husband almost fainted when she won. So that's great.
Phyllis and her husband have been longtime members. Bearcat 75 on the board are regular posters. It's usually Phyllis. She is as sports savvy as anyone that's on the message board. And she's phenomenal, and I love her and her husband. We hung out with them. She hung out with Kelly at the Bearcat Air event. She hung out with Kelly for a large portion of the night, and they became really, really good friends. This is interesting, the way that this has gone during the day. Like, I wouldn't be opposed going forward, like occasional Fridays, to do like a 1 to 5, something like this.
Just kind of for your ride home or whatever.
No, just like to make the end of your work day, end of your work week, kind of fly by. Schedule a couple guests, hang out. A little different. Like, this hasn't really been like podcast format.
Yeah, it's been.
I wouldn't say.
No, I would agree.
It's been a little bit more conversational, a little bit more flowing than a podcast, mainly because we didn't have like but we don't ever have a specific end time, but like, you want to get done at some point in time, right? Like,
yeah, midnight.
But no, I mean, when we're doing a podcast, like, has to be some kind of end before people go nuts because we've done 3-hour podcasts.
Well, those are usually the people who also are asking for the timestamps so they can go through the 3-hour podcast and find where it is that we talked about what it is that they specifically wanted us to talk about.
Yeah, I agree there, Mick. The Fickell interview, that's going in the all-time Bearcat Journal like lore. The time that Luke Fickell joined our Sub-A-Thon from the beach in Cancun,
Mexico. Yeah.
Absolutely Hall of Fame worthy. The over-under on doing a podcast in the metaverse with Aaron, Jeff, and Ed. Aaron I don't have Oculus.
Yeah, I don't have it.
I've been contemplating getting it.
The kids want it.
So maybe if that works at some point in time, like if I know Ed has it, Jeff has it, I wouldn't mind it. I think it'd be funny, like, to see how many members BCJ has in the metaverse. And I'm definitely a video game guy. Like, I've been exploring ways to take Bearcat Journal to Twitch for ages and just haven't found like the right way to go about it.
Today would have been the day to do it.
Yeah, but we're busy building subs here, so
You have to build this before you can build that. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, if you haven't subscribed yet, just on the back of that Luke Fickell interview alone, like, come on, let's go. We got to get to 1,000 today. Like, that's we're at 757. We've added like 56 subscribers today. We're going to have to pick it up. Like, we're really going to have to pick it up if we're going to hit 1,000. So, but thanks again for everybody joining in.
The idea from Corey G says that Bearcat Journal should play NCAA football 2023 as a collective, like on a season or something, and run that via Twitch.
What, Kelsey? Do you want to come say hi?
Shocker.
Yeah, of course. Kelsey's home. She made it home from school successfully. It was Spirit Day.
No, we had a pep rally.
You had a pep rally? Well, it was Spirit Day because you had to wear gear. Kelly, what are you doing?
The whole family's coming in.
Yeah, the dog is in here. Kelsey's in here. Kelly's in here. Ty, come here. Come here. Come here, big boy. Oh. There's Tiger.
Just don't get him too close to your mouth.
Oh, he's a mouth kisser.
I just mean the time that he almost bit your mouth off.
Yeah, he likes to bite your face off. Maybe if you debate 3s versus 2s. A call-in version of this show. It's possible. I like the chat because, like, you can get all your questions in on the chat. Ryan says if we don't hit 1,000 by midnight, we go for the 24-hour stream. Oh.
You shut your mouth.
Yeah, I don't know that I have that in me. I really don't.
Depends on how saucy I'm feeling, I suppose.
Yeah, the problem is, like, if we do start drinking at like 8, 9 o'clock, by like 2 or 3 o'clock, it's not going to be sustainable.
Yeah.
It definitely will not be sustainable by that point. All right, Aaron, I'm going to go put up the Malik Van tweet on my Twitter. And this will be the one that you need to like, as well as sub. You have to be subbed to the YouTube channel. This is the one that you'll like in order to get some Malik Van gear from the 513.com store.
So if we draw your name, you'll just have to prove that you are already subscribed to the Bearcat Journal YouTube page. And if you cannot provide that, we will draw again. So thank you, Jason. Apparently you have multiple YouTube accounts, so you're subscribed 3 times. We appreciate the love. Chad, apparently you're not going to make it to midnight. Not with that attitude. Just get more caffeine in you.
I can make it to whenever. It's just a matter of like
what the quality is going to be.
Yeah, what the quality is going to be.
Keith says it's the Jerry Lewis Labor Day telethon approach. Just keep going until you hit the mark. Yeah. Keith, you saw me Tuesday before I was where I ended up. And we'll see.
You know what? I'm going to start putting the number up in these tweets to let people know, like, this is what we got to get to.
Ed, I don't know.
759. So we need 241 subscribers. $241.
Are you surprised that it was just coach and Amy down there in Mexico, though? Not the whole family?
No, well, apparently it was the staff, is what he
Right.
was saying.
Right.
Like, no, it was a getaway for just the staff, like without the kids.
I just mean, are you surprised that they took that type of vacation without the kids?
No,
No.
you have to remember, like, the kids are in school.
Robert says, if you can still read this, you can still broadcast. I think there's no, there's maybe 3 vowels in that whole thing. Oh, viewer down the drive challenge. That's an interesting one. Post a video of doing down the drive and hashtag it BCJ. We might have to do that for one of these later hour giveaways.
Yeah, once everybody's a little lubed up a little later. If
Careful.
we're going to start drinking, look, here's the thing. If we're going to start
drinking.
drinking at 8, y'all are going to start drinking at 8.
1,000 subscribers should win something. I don't know how we would tell who the one lucky 1,000th was, unless you. I guess if you pictured, no, even then you'd have to almost have like the video of you subscribing at $9.99 and hope somebody didn't beat you to it. Like the screen grab of the video of you clicking subscribe.
Yeah, I wonder. I was seeing if there's a way I could see the subscribers.
Ed says, wait till the kids come home for down the drive videos.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. That would be a good one. I don't see any way on here to show the subscribers.
Like I said, I don't think there is.
So that way we would, there wouldn't be any way to know specifically who subscriber 1,000 is. If I could do that, I would make whoever was the 1,000th subscriber, I'd give them a year of Bearcat Journal.
Oh yeah, I don't. If any of you have ideas of how we could tell who the subscriber was, let us know in the chat.
I get a notification when people subscribe, but I'm definitely not getting them all, if that makes sense.
Jason, I don't know if there's a way to tell like who the subscribers are, so I don't know how we would do a random
Like
selection
in order
for a prize.
Like I don't know how I don't. They don't have a list where you can see like these are your subscribers, which is kind of dumb, right? Like I should be able to see who my subscribers are.
I feel like Neil hit the nail right on the head. It was me, trust me.
No, that was me. That was me.
Ooh, that's a good contest winner suggestion that we can do without having to be on Twitter. Subscriber farthest away from Cincinnati. We could potentially play that game later on. Don't start dropping your pin locations right now. I'm not going back to it. This is when we get to like 5, 6, 7 o'clock where I'm scrambling for ideas. But keep the ideas coming. I like this. I like the down the drive idea. I think it's fantastic, especially on social media, and also the.
I know who would win guest farthest away from Cincinnati.
Well, that depends. Is Jimmy still in LA?
Yeah, that's true. Is LA farther than Cancun? Probably. Pretty sure it was Neil. Oh boy.
Yeah, Justin's hyping somebody up because he already won. He's good.
He doesn't. What'd you pick, Justin?
He picked I think he picked the Red Helms hoodie, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, those are great. Those are great. I've had people like at games like in the winter, like unbuttoned in their coats. Look, I've got BCJ hoodie on. Go Bearcat Journal. LA's farther, Cancun just over a 3-hour flight. Yeah, LA's about a 4.5, 5-hour flight. So now we wait on Malik. That's been the surprise. The other surprising part is everybody's been on time. Actually, everybody's typically been a couple minutes early, and they hop in. I felt bad for Jim Moring. He was like, no, okay, guys.
I don't think he minded at all.
I don't think he did either.
There we are.
He was good.
Ooh.
Easy, Tiger.
Yeah, bro.
You're trying to get that ankle healthy.
Yeah, I'm not trying to re-injure it, bro. I'm not trying to be back down again, you know.
We are joined now by a friend of Bearcat Journal, a guy I've known and had a great relationship with dating back to high school. And he's back for one more year. We're giving away, Malik, since 513 shirts are our partner as well.
Yeah.
Our giveaway for this hour is one piece of gear at the winner's choice from the Malik Van collection from 513shirts.com.
Like, how is it given away? Like, you're just about to pick them random out the chat or something?
Well, he tagged you on Twitter, and
if the people retweet and subscribe, then they get entered, and then they get to pick whatever. And also, if you're a Malik Van fan, you go to 513shirts.com, enter code BCJ20, you get 20% off the entire Malik Van collection.
I appreciate you. You're a real one. I appreciate you, man.
I got you, bro. I got you. It's funny that when Zach was like, I'll see if I can get a player. And then when he hit me up today, he's like, is Malik okay? I was like, yeah, we'll be all right with Malik.
Man, yeah, I'm always open to do an interview with you, man. Known you since high school, 2017, 16?
Yep. 16's been a long time, brother. That's how long this journey's been. Imagine that.
Yeah, bro. It's been a long one. 6 years later, we thought we'd be playing for a chance at a natty, you know. So
got close. That's why you're running it back, though, right?
Oh yeah. You can't, like, that just like leaves a discouraging taste. Like, that happens on a big stage. Like, nah, we gotta get back there. We gotta redo that.
As one of the leaders on the team right now, what's it been like for you, just kind of steering through this off season?
I mean, it's definitely trying to replace a lot of guys that you're missing, but it's also seeing like what everybody else can do. Like, going into spring ball, like, I'm excited to see what some of these young boys can do. Like, watching them in practice every day, watching them in workouts, how hard they go and how hard they work. Like, I'm just ready to see what they can do and prove out here on the field and come spring ball in a few weeks.
The people want us for you to give away that hoodie that you're wearing.
Oh, nah, I can't get it. Man, I want your jacket that you had on when you came here. That jacket was nice.
The North Face one?
Yes.
They gave us those at the media room. Like, those were all the media got those for free.
All the media. Listen. I need that jacket. That jacket was fire.
It is. It's a really nice North Face. Really nice North Face.
By the way, I just peeked that. Like,
I was eating ice, just keeping my mouth rehydrated.
We've been 12 hours.
We've been live for 3 hours and 47 minutes.
Wow.
It's a Sub-A-Thon, so we're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube so we can get monetized, so we can make money off of YouTube.
Where y'all at right now?
I'm at home. Aaron's at his place
downtown.
We're at 3 hours and 48 minutes out of 12 hours.
Count,
we're at 759.
750. So what? That's 241 away.
765. We're having you on. We jumped 6 members in 5 minutes. See, that's why we had you on.
It's the giveaway.
Okay. As long as
did you retweet it?
I think I did.
How excited are you that spring football is 2 weeks and 1 day away?
I mean, it'll be number 5 because I enrolled early, but I mean,
yeah, that's right.
I'm just ready to hit the ground running again. You know, like just missing some of the games that I did last year, and not being able to do what I wanted to do on the field. Like I'm ready to hit the ground running, get back to the spring ball, get back to work, and get the ball rolling to the season.
Have you peeked in on the locker room to see how that's coming along so far?
Nah, they got it completely blocked off. Like we can't even see inside of it. So we're down.
Where do they got you guys housed up now?
Game day locker room.
Okay. That's gotta stink.
Ah.
It's all right, but it's not the same.
No, it's not. I just hope we do spring ball on Nipper so that walk to the bubble up the steps.
Yeah, you don't have to do a flight up the Nippert steps on the way to practice in the morning.
That's gonna be the warm up. The steps.
We're loose.
So we've asked Brady about this. We've asked Justin Williams about this. What is it like seeing Shimon Mateer running over 20 miles an hour every time that dude runs? What's going on with him?
We were, what was it? He said, "Hey, Leak, I'm about to go out here and really show you I'm fast." I said, "Shimon, bro, I've known you for a year. You're not blazing." Then the first sprint, he left everybody by a good 2 steps. And I'm like I just sat over there. I'm like, "Oh, they're like, this kid can run. Like this kid is an athlete. Like really, like
he's too big to be that fast. That's a big dude."
Yeah, he's about like what 255, 26. Like even Bari was up there yesterday.
I saw Bari up there.
Bari was like taking off. Like I don't know what happened. I don't know what Bari going through. Bari that last sprint, he just gave it his all in 20 miles per hour, 280 or something like that.
D-line's gonna be a little more power this year, right? With you, Bari, and Jawan. How do you make that work? How do you transform kind of that? You don't have that freaky, Maje speed athlete off the edge, but it's got to be a strength of the D-line that you've got 3 guys that are going to be up there that can really move some weight around.
Yeah, so I mean, like not having Maje obviously like changes how you like think and do things on like third down situations, but like still, like I still trust Bari, I still trust Briggs and myself to get back there, get to the quarterback, affect them, make some throws offline, give some DBs some freebies. So, I mean, it's a great challenge for us to see how far we've come in our skills and our coaching and all that, and I guess we'll see it come to fruition in the fall.
What are some young guys we need to keep an eye on? Who's
D-line?
got next? Yeah, for the D-line.
Dante Corleone,
the Godfather. All right.
Damo Perry.
I've been talking about Dom for 2 years as a name to watch. Like that, he wasn't the most heralded recruit. He kind of like snuck into the back end of that class. But if you watch that kid, like he's got talent.
Yeah, like even him, like when we do the sprints, you're like because when Bari took off, like Damo was like at his hip, like he didn't like leave everybody necessarily, but like if Bari was at 20, he was every bit of like 19. Like Damo was moving, and I think Justin's starting to turn the corner, starting to like you're seeing it, like he's starting to like get how college football really works, and I'm excited to see him perform it in spring ball. And then
what about your boy Eric? He doesn't like candy anymore.
Oh yeah, that boy Eric. No, Eric too. Like Eric's he had to sit behind Kurt. He's had to sit behind Brown. He's had to sit behind Jabari. So like now he's going to get a chance to play, and even like you've been at practice, like he's a good football player. Like he can really play with us. Like he could have played last year and gave us like real snaps too.
How shocked were you when he walked in after he lost a human? I saw him in the weight room. I was like, "Who's that?" And then I looked at his face and I was like, "Eric?"
He just tried to make a change to his body, man, and it worked. He went from like
you've been picking on him since high school.
Oh yeah, because he went from as a sophomore in high school, he was like 225. Next season, he come back out, he was like 270 or something like that. I'm like, hey, like something not adding up, bro. Like,
and then he showed up here at like 310.
Yeah, he showed up here at like 310, but now he's down to like 255 or something. I'm like,
yeah, he looks good.
Yeah, he didn't lost a lot. He made a commitment. He changed his body. Gotta want it.
One of the questions in the chat: how much of a grind can off-season conditioning and weightlifting be, and what's the toughest part for you?
Grind off-season. I mean, you're in here every day. You're in here early. Like, it's going to be hard. Like, that's just something you sign up for and you say, I'm going to play college football. This will be hard. Like, I mean, it's a grind to like make yourself better, push your teammates, get to be the biggest, fastest, strongest you can be. Then spring ball hits, and now you're trying to see how it translates to the football field. So, and then what was the second part to that?
What's the toughest part for you through the offseason?
Now it's probably taking more of the leadership role, trying to like be on guys more than I have been in years past because you lost so much. So like having to stay on the young boys, having to stay on like the two early enrollees we got in CJ and Gilly, making sure they're where they're supposed to be all the time, making sure there's no like cutting corners, skipping reps, none of that. Like making sure everything is done right so we can get back to places that this program has seen and has been, and not to go back to the places of where this program was when obviously like some of the older guys, myself, like Will Huber, Jabari, got it. Right. Feel me? So like doing stuff like that.
And that's got to be a fairly heavy weight, right? Because the last group of leaders took this place to heights that the program's never seen. Mm. And now it's on you guys as the guys that came back, the guys that have been here, that have been through it all, that committed to this program when it was coming off 2, 4, and 8 seasons. Like there's got to be quite a bit of responsibility of like, look, there can't be a slip. We can't slip.
I mean, yeah, there is. There's obviously like a sense of urgency trying to like make sure guys know what we did and where we came from. And these are the steps we took to like get to this point, and not having regression and not having guys not knowing what they're doing. Like we have the same defense we have had for like the past 3 or 4 years, and like knowing the system in and out, knowing what the guy next to you is supposed to be doing, what the guy behind you is supposed to be doing, like knowing your fits, not trying to play me football, trying to be an eye guy on the field, like trying to make sure you know the whole defense and how it works and why it's successful. And plays, you'll make plays, like they'll come to you. Just don't try to do more than your job on the field on that play at any given moment.
Ryan wants to know, what's your favorite item in the 513 collection? He's just preparing his pick for when he wins.
My favorite pick, the red hoodie, the senior day hoodie.
Let's see if
that one's sweet. That one's sweet.
Chad, keep going. I'm going to see if I can pull it up on the.
Okay. You don't like the? I like the gray hoodie with the Malik Van logo, like the big Malik Van logo in the middle.
No, my mom got that one, but I just wanted the red one, honestly, because I was like, yeah, like that one's fire. Like I need that one. I have everything else, I think.
Dave wants to know if you still do attention training. Attention training was a one-time thing. You missed attention training.
Yeah, that was a one-timer, but I mean, like Mad Drills is still really the same thing. They change a little bit throughout the years, of course, trying to like just keep it new and fresh every year. But Mad Drills and attention training are basically the same thing. But yeah, that was a one-time deal. I missed that one. I was not here for that.
No, thank goodness. There you go.
Yeah, that's my favorite out the collection right there.
And if you don't win, go to 513church.com, enter code BCJ20, 20% off everything, and Malik gets a cut if you buy anything from the Bearcat or from the Malik Van collection, because that's how NIL deals work. You buy Malik stuff, Malik makes money.
Knock it to $28 for that sweatshirt if you don't win the giveaway. So
see, I like the gray right there, the gray hoodie, that one. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. I like the logo. The logo was pretty sweet. They designed all those for you, right?
What, the shirts?
No, I know they did it for recruits. Did you guys get that as well, where they designed like a logo for you guys to start monetizing? Or did you and Mike come up with that?
I'm not sure. It might have started with them. I have no clue. I just remember it was just there one day. I really just kind of there.
Yeah, they had somebody go through and like design logos for like guys so that they could start using them for NIL deals. I thought that might have been one of those. I don't know.
Hey, so like for the Sub-A-Thon thing, like through the retweets and stuff, like can you see who's like subscribing? Like, is that a thing?
We're gonna make them when they win. We're gonna have them send us a screen cap of they are subscribed to YouTube. but that's about the best that we can come up with at this point.
Yeah, for some reason, Malik, we were just complaining about this. YouTube doesn't have the ability for me to look at the subscribers to my channel.
I feel like
How does that make sense?
Yeah, because I feel like it's like the same thing like Twitter and Instagram. I can go look at my phone.
Right. I should be able to look and see who is subscribed to my channel. And there's nothing in here that allows me to do that. It's very annoying.
I really didn't know that. Like, that's actually kind of news to me. I thought like they could just go through, scroll, like even when they do giveaways on like bigger channels, like a Mr. Beast or something like that. Like,
yeah,
or he just kind of like picked through his subscribers. Like, I thought he could see that.
I thought so too.
Yep.
Maybe there's a level up subscription that I haven't paid for or something. I thought I had the good one, but I guess I don't.
So y'all just like decided to hop on a Zoom 12 hours, get to 1,000 subs.
Yeah, we just had Luke on. Luke joined us from Mexico.
Must be nice.
He had the beach in the background. Like he was sitting up on this perch, and you could see like the palm trees and the beach back behind him.
Probably all warm, breezing, you know.
Oh yeah. It looked delightful. Delightful.
He said, if you hear that squawking in the background, that's Coach Brady Collins. He's the loudest one down there.
You know what I did this morning, Chad?
What's that?
Said, "Want to know what I did this morning?"
What's that?
I was leg pressing.
How much?
Just
you got to build it back up. It ain't much yet.
Yeah. It's not where it needs to be right now.
Are you okay for spring, or are you gonna have to go slow?
I'll go slow.
Makes sense. No need to push it. For those that don't know, you played the last 8 weeks with the high ankle sprain. Played as much as you could, as much as the staff would allow, and as much as pain would allow.
Yeah, I got hurt midway through the season. And I know we played Tulane. We played Navy.
It was Navy, right?
Yeah, it was Navy. Got friendly fired, just like I did in 2020. And I missed the Peach Bowl. It was versus Navy.
Right.
It was actually right before DP blocked the kick. I didn't want to give them an injury timeout so they could like rush onto the field or whatever and like have just time to prepare for a field goal. So like I came back, like I like stood up and I knew something was wrong and I walked back. And they ended up running another play or spiked the ball or something. And then I just like walked off, and then I didn't come back for the rest of the Navy game. And then I played next week versus Tulane, had a good game. Then the next week I was like, oh, there's something wrong in the ankle right here.
Saw you at practice, like, you okay? And you're like, this one don't look good, bro. This one don't look good.
Yeah, but I definitely didn't want to miss time being out there with them though. Like, it just kind of hurts just being on the sideline watching them perform and you can't help them. Like, I personally never had to deal with an injury to where like I'm missing time. Like,
right.
I had ankle sprains in the past. 2019, it was fine the next week, but this one was definitely different.
I just retweeted Malik. We got somebody with a Malik Van logo shirt on in the wild. All the cool people have Malik's shirt.
Yeah. I think that's the craziest thing too. Like, if I'm like out in a store or something, like, not just happen to like catch a glimpse of him, like, wow, like he really like bought it. Like, this is crazy.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Double check. Like, I saw a guy. One of my friends saw a guy at the gym. He had on the hoodie, the gray hoodie that you like.
Yeah.
And he was just working out, and he was like, "Oh yeah, my buddy, like this is his stuff." Like, he's like, "You know him?" I was like, "Yeah." And he just like FaceTime me randomly. It was like 7 o'clock at night. Like, that was crazy. Like,
just wait until you're out in public and you see somebody with your actual face on their shirt.
Oh no, that's happened. Happened more than once actually.
Or are you like? Is it like the Spider-Man thing? Like, you point at them, they point at you. You know, the Spider-Man meme.
Actually, the first time I saw it, I was like, "What was it? What was I doing?" We were at the Eagle. We were at the Eagle, and I saw somebody with it on, and I'm like, "Oh wow, like this is crazy." Like, Brad has all my shirt in a restaurant. Like, he all the clothes in his closet. He put that shirt on.
All right, brother. Well, we don't want to keep you too long, but we greatly appreciate you heading over to Linder and hopping on with us.
Yeah, no problem, bro. I'm definitely going to see when y'all get to that 1,000 subscriber mark, though.
I will. We'll tag you. But thanks a lot, man. We appreciate it, and we'll work something out. We'll get you all back on here for one of the regular podcasts as we get closer to the season. And I'll see you in 2 weeks in the bubble.
Oh yeah,
spring football time to go.
Let's see if I'm 100% by then.
All right, appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir.
Looking forward to talking to you soon. Thanks, Malik.
Yep.
Malik Van joining us. Thanks, Zach. I know you're still in there.
Problem.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Zach.
you, brother. Have a good weekend.
Look, I'm Malik. Look.
That's great. Thanks, man. See, that was awesome.
Yeah.
Like that's a good one for me because, like I said, like that I have a great relationship with Malik. So that's not somebody that I'm uncomfortable. Look at the timing.
It was perfect. That was beautiful.
That's a good one for me because, like I said, there you go. What's up, brother?
What's good with you?
I'm good, man. How you been?
I've been good, hanging in there.
You just make it home from school?
No, I was watching the show. That's how I knew when the time then. That's why I got good timing.
Okay.
You like that?
That was beautiful.
Yeah, you like that?
Malik's a good dude.
Yeah, I like this shirt.
Yeah, which one? The one with his face on it?
Yeah, that's the cool one. Yeah, of course.
How much money could you have made on NIL?
That one?
Yeah, I like that. Oh man, can you imagine all the things I could have did with my name like back then?
I know,
man. See,
we
I was a little too late.
Mike's here. We can probably get you a Cashmere Wright shirt in the 513 shirt store.
I'm down with that.
How's life been, man? We haven't talked.
Man, that's been good.
The last time I talked to you, we were at a gas station in Kenwood.
Yeah. That was a weird meeting spot.
I was like, Cash? He's like, what the hell are you doing here? I was like, I'm waiting for some tacos. Have you had those tacos yet? No,
I haven't had the tacos yet, but I'm gonna try. I keep saying that, but I actually am gonna try it because it stays packed.
Oh, those tacos are phenomenal. There's like a BP or a Shell or whatever it is right there at the Kenwood Mall exit, and they got a little taco truck right next door. I was waiting for tacos, and I saw
kind of
Cash
tacos. What kind of taco?
Every kind. Like they got all of them. They got carnitas, steak, pork, chicken, like you name it. They got like 8 different kinds of tacos. They do quesadillas, they do tortas. It's really good.
Sound good.
Yeah, Sahil knows it, dude. Those tacos are the best. What you're gonna do? You have a date at 6 p.m. You're gonna have to tell her that you're just hanging out watching the Sub-A-Thon as we try to get to 1,000.
No. He got to take the phone with him and put one earpod in so he can hear her and hear the YouTube.
Sub-A-Thon. Yeah.
Yep. There
you go. Cash,
you got it all figured out.
Aaron, you wanna fire some questions? Aaron, Cash, Aaron.
What's up, sir?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing well. So you have been on the inside of being a former player, and you've seen Wes Miller. You saw what happened with the previous regime, kind of starting to get that ball rolling, but you've seen Wes Miller kind of take the reins on bringing some of the old guys back and just the interactions that he's had. I know he sent out some gift packages for some of the older players. Were you a recipient of one of those?
Yes, I got one.
Nice. But what is it meant to you to see how much effort that you see Coach Wes Miller and this staff make to try and reconnect with some of the old players in much the same way that the North Carolina Tar Heel family has still that close-knit bond? If you once a Tar Heel, always a Tar Heel. I mean, we saw Tyler Hansbrough here, we saw Coach Roy Williams here. So what's it been like on being on the inside of that as you've been dealing with Wes Miller and the staff through all that?
To me, it's been great. From the first time I met him, it was like an easy conversation. You can tell he wasn't like putting on any type of act, anything like that. So he was being genuine in conversation, and he was telling us like, I don't know how things were in the past, but you guys are going to be a part of this from now on. And, a lot of people say a lot of different things, but to me, he stayed true to his word, him and his staff. Any game you want to go to, he's always there. If you text him or something like that, I'm a coach. So I coach at Clark. So just information and things like that I can learn. It's been great talking to him, Chris, DeMar, and everybody like that. Like all of them been great to me. So I'm happy to have him. To be totally honest with you, I'm happy Wes came here.
How cool
Same.
is it to see Kyle and DJ getting their shot
Yeah.
and kind of working their way up the chain?
Exactly. See, we didn't get that before, but now, and I think it means a lot to the whole program. You know, when you go there, you know that if it don't work out, then you got somewhere else. You got a coach that will help you get into another, walk of life.
So have you been able to get it to any of his practices, whether before the season, through the season, anything like that, to where you actually get to see him working with the guys?
Yep. So I think I've been to one, and that was before my season started. So my season is wrapping up right now. So I'm going to the game. I'm actually taking my team to the game on Sunday. So
Nice.
we
Very
will
cool.
be there. And then my hope is all summer is to just be there bugging him to the point where he get tired of seeing me. But for me to learn a lot more information than I had this year.
What were some of the takeaways that you had when you got to take in, his practices?
I like the flow of it. It's not really stagnant, and you can tell he knows what he's doing. He knows what he wants. He's putting the players in the right positions and things like that, and he's always encouraging them. Of course, you're going to have those moments when you talk, you get upset and you yell and things like that. But for the most part, you can tell that he's engaged and he's pushing them up and pushing, making sure their confidence is high. And they're having fun to look of it at least.
Somebody just wrote in that they still have dreams of your buzzer beater against Alabama. So people still have fond Cashmere Wright memories.
That was a nice shot.
Take us through that shot. That dude was big, 7-footer. That was a teardrop of teardrops.
Hey, I agree with that. Probably the shot of my life, right?
It's right up there. It has to be.
Yeah, it has to be. And then what makes it better is my wife is an Alabama fan. So I told her, I said, my best moment came at the hands of your best team.
She
So
didn't give you any grief during the Cotton Bowl, did she?
she did. Come on now. So she was telling me that we had no shot now. She said, y'all ain't got a chance, right?
So
You believe that?
It's not nice.
I absolutely
Exactly. I had to live with that now.
I mean, so was it she chose you or did you choose her?
I chose her.
But she keeps on choosing you, so it works out.
See, I like how you put that, man. See, I like Aaron. See, Aaron's cool.
So you've got to watch this season, close up and from afar. What are some of the positive takeaways that you have on the way that this season's gone? As it started out as a rebuild year. You had 5 players left from the previous regime, and it's been a struggle at times. It's been fantastic at times. But what's your view as you've gotten to take in this season?
From my view, I just think they bought in more. The roles are more defined. You kind of understand who's doing what, and he's allowing them to play. That's the main thing to me. It ain't really out there trying to control them and what they do. He's allowing them to be the best version of themselves. And like I said, it goes back to how he is in practice. He's just constantly, pushing confidence into them guys. And you can tell you're getting tired, Chad.
It's too early for that.
Look, you see that? So you only 4 hours in, he's yawning.
Need some oxygen to the brain. That's what happens when you yawn. You need oxygen in your brain.
No, but I like the fact of what he's doing. I like how he's maneuvering the team. And of course, it's going to be up and down. It's a new team, and you got a lot of new parts. So that's just my takeaway from it. I can't wait to watch him in like another year or two from now and see the growth and when he gets his recruits in here.
Of course, Cash is subscribed to the Bearcat Journal YouTube. He was watching the show before he joined the show.
That's right. And I used to be a part of, and I used to write for Bearcat Journal, of course.
See, this is what a lot of these people don't know. So Cash is overseas, and he hurts his knee for the second time. What's the first thing Cash did? He hit me up and said, hey, I'm thinking about maybe trying to get into this media game. When I get back to Cincinnati, can you help me out? I'll work for Bearcat Journal, do some work, do some writing. We did some podcasting. And so I helped facilitate getting Cash back. When he came back, you were in the Netherlands? Is that where you were when you got hurt?
That's what exactly. You still remember that. Look at you.
I'm on it.
Man.
And Cash did great work for us for a couple of years. And then you got into the car game for a little while. And now you found your meaning back in coaching.
Yeah. So, teaching and coaching now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, teaching is rough.
What grade?
So I teach math and science, 7th to 8th grade.
Oh, middle schoolers are the
Oh
worst.
yeah, exactly.
Not jealous.
I've got a 6th grader, so I know.
Man, it's like
6th grade daughter.
Oh.
Yeah. It ain't
What?
fun.
Well, I think, hey, she's gonna be great, and you're gonna have a lot. You're gonna lose the rest of your hair by the time it comes to prom and everything like that.
See, the hair's good. I'm not losing any, but
Can you wait?
There's no more color in it.
Wait till she gets like 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, and you meet the new guy. And that's what I'm dreading with my daughter. I do not want to see that.
How old is she now?
So my daughter turns 13 in April.
Oh.
I'll be having my first daughter in July.
Oh, look at you! Hey, good luck.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Don't
Good
need
luck. Good luck. Hey, I mean, you know what though? They are the best when they're younger, and then when they get older, and these little boys start coming around, it's just different. Like I'm used to me and my daughter,
right?
Not the little boy trying to talk to my daughter.
See, I always heard they were best when they were sleeping. So
that's true too.
Well, see, this is what I tell my daughter all the time. Now that she's getting close to that, she ain't there yet, but I'm like, you remember, I was a teenage boy at one point in time. Like, I was there. I know what they're all about. Boys are gross, and she's like, "You're a boy," and I'm like, "Yep."
I mean, you're not
exactly.
too far removed from this right here, Chad. Look at that.
Oh, hey! Oh, wow!
Talking about being a teenage boy.
Wow, that's what you do to you.
Cash remembers that, Chad. Don't you, Cash?
Hey, yeah. Is that's the what's that? 2000. What year is that?
It's a couple years before I met you, but not many. So it's probably 2005, 2006. And I met you in what, 08?
Well, you met me. Did you meet me at, was it the Take 5 tournament?
Yeah, the It Takes 5 tournament when you had just decommitted from Clemson.
Yeah, it was an awkward moment.
Chad doing duck lips in that picture before duck lips were a thing.
That was his look.
I was talking.
No,
it caught me in the middle of a word.
Sure,
okay,
Chad.
Sure you was. Exactly. Sure you was. Yeah. So he talking about he was talking. It's okay.
So, this is your first year coaching, right?
This is my
second.
You mean head coach?
Head coach.
This is my first year head coach.
Okay. So how's the season been going for you?
Oh, it's been a rough one. Rough. So my I won't say my best players are young. I got a really hardworking team, but inexperienced to say the least. So, it's a lot of growing pains. But we look good. I start a freshman, 2 sophomores, varsity. So can you imagine in about a year or two we'd be pretty good.
So what are some of your takeaways that you've learned about yourself as a coach through this season?
That you have to funny story. I got kicked out my first game.
Pulled a Chuck Maychock. Well done.
Hey, listen to this. So basically, when I play basketball, I have you got a mindset that, it's us against the world type thing. Like, everybody's in it. So I had that mindset like I was coaching. So I was, all too much into the game, I felt like. So, of course, you yelling and everything. You talking to the refs and things like that. So what I've learned so far is that you have to be a better teacher, and, because you're not playing. So I cannot be on the court. My job is to direct my players, not really direct the referees. I have to make sure my kids are in the right spot. So it taught me a lot of patience, to be totally honest.
I mean, you're a pretty patient guy to begin with. Like, you were never, like, crazy. Like, you always had a pretty good demeanor about yourself. Yeah. It's a little different when you're coaching, though, doesn't it?
When you can't physically go out there and do it. So when I'm telling you something and I'm telling the kids something and they are not doing it, but in my mind I'm seeing it like, okay, this is what you need to be doing. So it's just like that. It's a transition, because at first I was out there actually playing with them, and then I realized, no, that's not a good thing. Like, I don't need to be out there playing with you. Yeah.
So that's not what you got ejected for or anything, right? You weren't out there like,
no, I got ejected for talking. I got ejected for talking trash to the ref because I felt like the foul count was 7-23. So I felt like there was a little unfairness going on. So that's
and then
how
you found out the official was the other team's brother, the coach of the other team's brother.
No.
It was a Xavier Musketeer.
Yeah, it was a Xavier guy.
It was a Xavier Musketeer. That's exactly.
You should have done the podcast for longer over there with the boys from Blue.
Yeah, so he was ready to get me out of there.
Sahil wants to know what's one thing Cash has taken from Coach Cronin. I will say this to see. I've talked to Kyle about this, and Kyle said he still hears Cronin like in his head, like when he's coaching, when he's doing stuff, like he'll still hear Mick in his head all the time.
Okay, well, I'm not like that, but what I do remember and what I always take from him is how he prepared for everything, and that's what people don't realize. Like Cronin used to, in my opinion, he used to be up all night doing I don't know what. But when it came to like preparation and stuff like that, like defensive strategy and things like that, it was next level. It was times when we used to walk into like the meeting room and the breakdowns of what was going to happen played out exactly how he would say it. And it was like, it was kind of crazy to watch sometimes. You know, when you remember those days, Shaq, he's coming with the red eyes, looking real pale. And you're like, it's going to be a long day here. Yeah.
Oh, there were days, Cash, like you would see me before practice and then I wouldn't be at practice. And it's because it was Mick knew that it was going to be one of those days. And he was like, not today. You got to go.
So that's kind of unfair. Time out now. So y'all knew that we was finna get it. Oh, yeah. But then, like, can you imagine that practice when we lost to Presbyterian the next day? It was horrible. Like clearly that was the worst practice I've ever had. It was so much like, man, he brought out the knee pads and everything for us. Like it was bad. He took the jerseys and everything from us.
Yeah, but did you have enough deflections in that game?
No, we always had no. You know what? No, that was the worst game I played, I think, in my career as well.
See, okay. Fans have this like thing with deflections. Like they've made a mockery of deflections. How right was it though, Cash? When you got 40 deflections, did you win?
Exactly. I do that with my team because it's not about the deflection. So it's about really the hand activity. So what they're pushing for is you to, when you close out, have high hands. Like sometimes you don't deflect the ball, but you can make the pass longer. So now they can't throw a direct pass over your head. They got to throw it over you, which makes it slower. So that's really what the deflection thing is about. It's about just teaching, building a mindset that you got to come out here and compete. And it's another thing, as us competitors, we like to win at things. So we was fighting over who had the most deflections just because, we felt like it was another game in a game.
There you go.
So people that make fun of it, don't make fun of it because it's legit. There was a reason that it was done and it was effective.
Yeah, of course. I led the team in deflections. I broke the school record in steals. I mean, it kind of goes hand in hand.
Absolutely.
So watching this team, John Newman is also a Clemson transfer, much like yourself.
Well, I didn't transfer. I never went. I never found my way there.
Okay.
Yeah, he was committed there.
Committed.
Then he decommitted.
Committed.
Like 2 days before he came to an event in Cincinnati.
It was the weirdest thing ever. Once again, that was weird.
And of course, I get the word from LD, like, I need you to go to, because they put you, what they would do when they had it was called the It Takes Five. And what they would do is they'd put the players that they wanted, like they would put them down in the practice gym. They would bring them upstairs and play them in the main floor. Like it was trying to give them like an unofficial visit while they were in town to play at the tournament.
Damn.
So now you know why you played in every different gym during that tournament.
I understood that till you just said that. Okay, now that makes sense.
Now that because they wanted you to see everything. Yeah. So I think you played your first game down in the basement, right? Down in the practice gym. And LD was like, I need you to go downstairs and hoop dreams, right?
Was it hoop dreams?
I think it was Hoop Dreams. You had a 5-star with you that went to Alabama.
Tony Mitchell.
Tony Mitchell. It was you and Tony Mitchell. I think it was Hoop Dreams. And so I went down there, and that was my first time I saw Cash. And I talked to you, interviewed you for a minute after the game, and then a beautiful friendship was born.
There you go, exactly. Imagine that was what? Just about what? Not 10.
17?
17 years ago.
No, not. I mean, you were 16, 17.
So it was 2006.
Mick got the job in
2005.
He got the job in March of 2006. So that would have been their first. Yeah, that was their first. Because then they had the JUCO year.
Yep.
Did you come in? You came in with Yancey, right? Yancey.
Yep, I came in
and you
08.
got hurt.
Yeah,
so it would have been the spring of 06.
Dang.
Or no, spring
16 years.
No, spring of 07 is what it was. Spring of 07.
07.
Because it was leading into your senior year.
Oh, okay, yep, that's the only year I did play with them. It was Hoop Planet. Now that I think about it.
Hoop Planet. That's what it was.
Okay.
Yeah. I was feeling good about my memory. I remembered most of all of your stuff. Hoop Planet. That's what it was.
Well, you're talking about
who was your coach?
Darren Darby.
Darby. That's what it was.
Yep.
That's what it was.
Talking about old teams that you played on, you played for the Bearcat Jam with Melvin Levitt a couple years back.
That's my guy.
I actually interviewed you back then. I was there at that practice in Winton Woods. It was something. That was something.
It was something. Yeah, something.
Is that something? Is that something that you think that some of the alumni should try and get back together again, or is that something that you think that they should just let it ride?
I mean, let's figure out the best way to put this.
Put you on the hot seat a little bit.
No. I think I think we should do it. It's a great thing actually for alumni to do, because of course we all live in Cincinnati,
right?
So it actually was a good time, man. We didn't get the results we wanted, and of course, things didn't go, everything didn't go according to plan per se, but the experience was fun, and I think getting some of the guys who don't live here to come back and play. You usually don't get that experience, but I think next time it should be a little more planned out, ahead.
I want to do it. I want to run it. I want to run it. I've already talked to Troy and Jake and Gary and Trey, like all the dudes that are in that range where Jaron, where we could put a team together that could do damage in that thing.
All right, I'm down with that. All
right. I've talked to Kane. I've talked to all of them.
Hey, I'm down with that. I want to be the towel boy. I can be the photographer. Can I get can I get some points on that?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
You said the jerseys were fine.
Yeah, me and Ed were there up in Columbus covering it. Like I said, we were at that Winton Woods practice. I mean, you had who all did you have on that team? It was John Williamson,
Deontay Vaughn, Yancey.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Did Toyloy come back?
I don't think Toyloy. No, Toyloy has not come back to Cincinnati since he left.
Who else was on that team? There was a couple other dudes.
Did Biggie play?
I don't know.
I think Rashad played. Bishop.
Yes, he did play. He was there.
What's the one from Houston?
Coriante DeBerry was there.
Yep. No, it's a guard with the braids. Hey.
It's been some years, man.
It has.
That was about 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago.
It's been that long?
Yeah.
Dang.
Ed and I, we were just starting to do this whole podcast thing. And that was one of the very first things that we ever got credentialed for. That was one of the very first things we got approved for. Melvin Levitt, like he was running the show. And so like we were connecting with him. It was pretty wild. Now I'm here with Chad having to deal with me.
No, you got to deal with him. Don't do that. You got to deal with Chad. That's what you got to do.
Tuesday night, I think I was more of the ball versus the shackle. So
Tuesday night, he went to the game. He went to Mio's. He had some $2 fat tires. And by 11:30, when it was time to do some content, Aaron was not in content shape.
Ah, Jesus. hey, did you have a good day though?
I did, thank you. Except for the game. Except for the game.
Well, before that, you had a good day, and so that got to count for something.
Absolutely.
Sure it does.
No, but how do you feel about that Memphis team, though?
They're starting to put it together. They're dangerous if they get it together.
That's what I kept telling people. I was like, people I'm like, they're young, but they're good. I mean, they're pretty good, man.
They should be. The recruiting class has been ranked super high. I mean, they should be good.
It's Penny Hardaway.
I don't know.
Who lost 4 times in 1 year to the Bearcats.
No, that don't mean he can beat the Bearcats. Wait, Chad, so wait a second. Let me ask you a question. I don't think I've asked you before. So you saw Penny Hardaway play.
Yeah.
All right. So Penny Hardaway in college versus Derrick Rose in college. Who are you going with?
Rose was a lot more explosive. Penny was so smooth, man. Penny just like everything came so easy for him. It was so natural. Where Derrick was, and that's I think it eventually is why Rose's career was not cut short, but like he didn't ever get to be as great as he probably should have been. Everything he did was so violent. Like, you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Where Penny, everything was just easy and smooth. And like when you were watching him, you're like, this is effortless, man. Like Shaq screwed up. Because if those two would have stayed together, they'd be considered one of the greatest, duos in history. They had next after Michael, right? Like
no, but I think Penny started getting hurt though.
He did. He did.
Yeah, but I mean, from a college, when I used to look at it, I used to love watching Derrick Rose in college, especially like the year before I got there when they played at UC.
Yeah,
that was fun.
He was amazing to watch in college because there's just nobody that had that athleticism. Like you couldn't stay in front of him, you couldn't keep him from getting to the rim. Like he was just like bang, like everything was an explosion. And ultimately, that's what got him, though. Is it like his body was just like you cannot play like this for 15 years. Your body, your knees, your legs can't handle it because he took a lot of he would take a lot of hard falls.
Yeah, he like Westbrook to me. Just
he is a better Westbrook.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he is, for sure.
I got corrected, Cash. It was 2018 when that Bearcat Jam team was.
I see. Okay, great. You made me feel old for a second.
So that's
that's 4 years ago.
Oh, he said 2016. That's 5. What's that? 7, 6.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
That's a long time. Yeah, but I don't know. Going back to the Bearcat Jam thing, I think if it's if they do it, if your guys started and you guys start early, and you actually get the team that you want to get, and they practice, like really practice, not like not just roll the ball out there and do like open gyms, but like really practice, get into some X's and O's and what you're gonna do. I think it'll be a better thing.
You know who I want to coach?
Who?
Who do you think?
Nick Van Exel?
No.
Dang.
Who would be the perfect coach for that team? The Bulldog.
Chuck?
Larry Davis.
He would do it too. You talk to him?
I haven't talked to him in I like the funny thing is he's married into my best friend's wife's family. So we have like a really close connection. But Larry would be perfect. He's a heck of a coach.
He's the reason I'm here, so I agree with that.
He's a heck of a coach.
Yeah. I think that'll be good for him too. I mean,
and if we brought those guys that like he coached and recruited all those guys, Jake, Gary, Troy, Kyle.
Wait, you talked to Gary too?
Oh yeah, they all came back and ran open gym this summer.
That was wild.
Aaron was there.
Hey, Chad, you ain't told nobody. I'm gonna call in. Nobody said nothing to me. I want to come watch. There you go. Hey, Robert, I appreciate that. Assistant Coach Cash. That's right.
Yeah, you be on the
That's
bench for
right.
sure. You get a cut. You get a cut of that $1 million.
That's right. I'm gonna just run the warm ups and watch and learn.
I'm surprised you like. Have you talked to LD? He's in town. He just does workouts and stuff over at Griffin.
Oh, I know when he does it. He trains some of my kids in my high school.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. Well, we got another guest to get to. It's one of my guys, so we pushed him back for 5 minutes. He can deal with it.
Oh man,
we could talk to you for hours. We're gonna, Aaron. Cash needs to be a BBP or a PTP guy.
Okay.
Because Cash will come on and talk stories in basketball forever, ever.
Now I love talking about basketball. That's my thing. I love that. I love hoop.
So
I'll
I love having you on. I'm glad we had a chance to connect and get you on this thing and get you some FaceTime with the fans. We're at 109. You don't have you're right up there. You don't have as many as Luke. Luke Fickell had 150 members.
Ooh.
But you're right there as one of our most viewed members of the day, viewed guests of the day.
Hey, I appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you, Cash. We'll talk soon, brother.
Thanks for taking time.
All right, have a good one. Have a good day.
All right, you too,
man. There we go.
Ed says PTP dibs.
That's fine. I've had Cash on plenty. I would love for you guys to get a chance to chat with him and get some different, like my questions. Cash did the podcast with us for like an entire basketball season. Like he was the co-host of the podcast for a long time. Where's Mick at? Like
not in here.
4:30. You're supposed to pop in. Well, I'll Sahil. I wanted to work on it this offseason, but unfortunately Kelly had a heart attack and it kind of threw off a couple months of my ability to put that thing together. So for next summer, I'm going to work on it.
In the meantime, we have to do a 4 o'clock giveaway.
Malik wants to pick the winner of his. I don't know how we do this.
Ask him how he wants to pick, and we'll get back to him on that. In the meantime, you have 1 hour until 5:30 to tag hashtag BCJ Sub-A-Thon with your down the drive videos. I think we're going to do that for the next hour. But do that on Twitter, hashtag BCJ Sub-A-Thon with your down the drive videos. And we'll go from there. Maybe we'll see if we can play some, if we can get them. If I might have to get instructions from Ed on how to download them so they don't chop up and get weird when I post them in the stream. But
he was a great guy. Like I love Cash. Like I said, Cash literally hit me up from the Netherlands and was like, I'm gonna be back home. Like when my knee stops, when the swelling goes down, I'm gonna be back home. I need a job. Can I work for Bearcat Journal? And I was like, yes. One of the easier decisions I've had to make. Almost as easy as when Mick Walker hit me up and said, hey, I want to come back and run recruiting for Bearcat Journal. And I was like, absolutely. Absolutely. When do you want to start? Aaron says.
No,
what was my exact response, Mick? But how soon can you start? Can you start tomorrow?
I think I said, can I come back? And he said, yeah. And I said, like, when do you want me? He said, tomorrow.
Today.
Like today.
Aaron can't wait for you to be back. So yes.
No, Aaron's been killing it. He's doing all this stuff, the bells, the whistles. He's got it all. He slid over to a different role and he's excelled at that role.
I love being in the role that I'm at. So thank you for allowing me to transition seamlessly into this role. I appreciate that.
But that's always the thing. Like I've talked about this to Aaron probably 20 times when we were trying to figure out, like Aaron did 10 different things and it was like, I don't think that's quite right. I don't think that's quite right. We need to keep searching. And then when we hit this, it was like, perfect. We found the perfect thing for Aaron. Perfect job. And as much stuff as we're doing now, I needed a full-time producer. And that's what we got. So the world all works in perfect ways.
But Mick, you're a crazy person. There is no stone in Ohio that you will leave unturned. You have been to every corner except where I'm at, over in the southeastern corner of Ohio. When I saw the map that you pinned a couple days ago, a couple weeks ago, whatever it was.
Yeah, and the people are on me to get down there. There's different guys. The Ironton crew hits me up weekly saying I need to get down and see them, and it's on the calendar. It's on the list. I'm waking up around I think 4 tomorrow, so I can turn and get to Cleveland by 6, and then Indianapolis on Monday. So
You're a crazy person. Crazy lunatic.
No, I don't. I probably don't even work as much as you guys do. I just travel more. That's what it seems like it.
You know what it would take to get me up at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Going to bed before 3?
Yeah, going to bed before 3 would be where I would have to start.
I mean, you guys are gonna probably be up till like 1 for this, so I don't know how you guys are doing
I'll be coming down until like 2:30. Like,
yeah, like that's my problem.
An adrenaline rush.
Aaron and I have the same issue. Is like I don't wind down easy. So like after a game, I don't get home until 10:30. I'm not going to be fully like after we do content and get everything done. Then I need like 2 hours for my brain to slow down. And by then you look at the clock and it's like 1:45, 2 o'clock in the morning. And you're like, oh my God.
You're like, Mick's going to be up in like 2 hours.
Yeah.
The hell am I doing?
Mick's getting up to drive to, Upalooka, Kansas in the morning.
I don't think I went to North Carolina last spring, but I haven't been to a state that doesn't border Ohio. So I stay pretty close. I got to get on the basketball grind where you're going to Birmingham and Kansas and all these other places that are cool.
South. He goes south for the winter.
No, for the summer.
Yeah, he does.
South for the summer. That's the dumbest shit ever. Look,
those AAU gyms aren't air conditioned at all. They're
either not air conditioned at all or they're 43 degrees.
Yeah, they just got the big old two.
Yeah,
like
it's
fair fans are just.
So here's a great AAU story from back when we first were doing stuff. We went to Peach Jam. I think it was the first or second time. It might have been the first time we went to Peach Jam. And Peach Jam is in late July in North Augusta, South Carolina, which is basically Augusta, Georgia. And we were in for, I don't know, we were in the gym for probably 6-7 hours, like from 10 o'clock in the morning until like 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And we went out to the car, and the car was so hot, like, when you turn the air conditioner on, it takes a little while to get the air circulating, right?
Yeah.
So we tried to roll down the windows. My passenger side window, the rubber sealant had melted to the window.
Are you serious?
You couldn't roll the window down because the window was stuck, sealed, completely shut because the rubber had melted to the window. By the time it cooled off and we finally got the window down, there was just a film of where the rubber had melted to the window. That's how hot those things get.
Who'd you go with? You're saying would you and Mick like drive down together or something?
No, I used to, Rick Broering that runs the Xavier site, we would team up. Well, and actually at that point in time, he was helping me. So we were doing UC stuff. This is before he took over the Xavier site. We were doing UC stuff out on the road, and it just made it easier to have somebody to travel with and split cost on rooms and, all that good stuff. So a lot of those stories we could tell.
You ready for it? You got a month or something until you got to be back out there?
It'll generally be like late. So I don't really get to go until after spring football ends. So I think April 19th is what they said was the spring game.
I thought it was the 9th.
9th, April 9th. So then after that, probably take a weekend off, and then the weekend after that. So the 23rd, April 23rd or so is when I'll be out on the road, and you're more than welcome. There's a lot of them close.
Are we just going where Isaiah Collier is every weekend?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll just be wherever Nike is. We'll just be wherever Nike is. Let's talk some recruiting, brother. It's we're 2 weeks away from things kind of going full steam. Explain to the people that there's cycles in recruiting. And the cycle in the winter is junior days. Everybody tries to get out for as many junior days, and you get a good feel of who the staff's interested in and what kids are listening by who shows up at junior days. The next step, though, right, is getting these kids to spring practice.
Yeah, and I think I forget who it was. There's somebody I talked to in Cincinnati quoted Chuck Martin, who obviously the Miami of Ohio coach that you guys go in on, but he's a very good coach when it comes to just and a very personable guy. And he told a recruit straight up, he was like, go to the spring practices if you can. That's where the coaches can't fake it. They're practicing with their guys, so they can't hide anything. And I think that's what a lot of guys try and do. They try and get out where these coaches have to be 100% authentic, and there's no fluff. There's no because there's some guys that want the fluff. There's some guys that want to be loved and act like they're the greatest person walking the earth, and then there's other guys that would just want to see what the football portion is, and that's what the spring practice sort of allowed to do. And it also obviously you still get to do the photo shoots and you get to do all the cool things that a normal visit does, and that's sort of the next step, like Chad said, and that's when they'll start getting. Like Alan dropped a great article today with Braden Moore, the guy out of Baden. He's going to get back on campus, and he's going to, after being at junior day at the end of the month, and that's when they get some of these guys that they're, as the board starts to settle a little bit, everybody's board across, you sort of see where you fit in the pecking order. Like Braden's only got a visit to Cincinnati and West Virginia set. So the pecking order for a lot of these guys are starting to fall in the spring, because then you get your spring officials and you get your June officials. And a lot of these guys just want to get it done by senior year because there's nobody that tells them they have to get signed by December, but a lot of guys want to. And so that's really the deadline, is get it finished before December.
How weird is this for you in this cycle? How many kids Cincinnati already has in the fold early? Because usually the start of commitments, and it's shifting to where it's happening earlier across the country, but there's not many schools with 6-7 commitments, right now in their class. Does it adjust how you cover things? Because this class is already, if they go to 20 again, like you're already a pretty significant percentage of this class is already done.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more interesting because now I can plan out, okay, if I go up to see Kamari Anderson, I'm seeing Kamari, I'm seeing Jalen Thompson, his teammate, the 4-star defensive end. I'm bouncing over and seeing Kamari's best friend, Amari Snowden, over at Roseville. I can go see guys at King. I can bounce all around. So that makes it easier on me when it comes to seeing people and like preparing. I mean, it just goes back to what Luke Fickell and the whole recruiting staff harps on, those that 300-mile radius, that those guys that are close, and that's sort of why you see 6 commitments already when the 5 Ohio guys and the Kamari Anderson out of Michigan. They recruit guys that are local that feel comfortable with Cincinnati, and that's why they've been able to build it. But really, it doesn't impact me. I mean, I'm happy that they stay local because like Mac Howard's one of their top quarterback guys. Like I like to see the quarterbacks throw. Driving down to Mississippi is not on my let's do it list of things I want to do just because it's a far drive. But I mean, if Mac's the quarterback, I'd love to get down there and see it. There were plans for me to go see Luther Richardson after he committed, but there was too quick of a turnaround for me, or else I would have. So the guys committing early, it just allows me to plan stuff out and make sure I get to see everybody.
Who are you most excited to see out of both the 22 class and the 23 class so far, and see like what you've seen at their high school level and how it translates eventually at the college level?
Jason Hewlett, the kid at Youngstown Cheney, like
the one that isn't talked about maybe the most out of everybody.
I did that little swing up there, and you're talking about guys, these all play each other. And I go, what do you guys think about the guys at Cheney? And at first, that Hewlett kid's the best kid on their team. The Hewlett kid's a stud. And I saw him in person. He's getting bigger. He's got a nice frame. And I bump into some of the Cincinnati staff. I go, hey, you go up here. You see, like, what do you think of these guys? Like, I get different eyes on the guys and see what they think, or coaches, high school coaches, college coaches, and everybody raves about Hewlett. If Cincinnati is lucky, they got him in early because he's going to be harder to flip them, but he's going to be a talented kid. And I think like next year he could be a stud on the football field as a senior. So he's the guy I'm most excited to see.
What about the 22 class?
Oh man, that defensive line group is interesting to me. I think obviously Mario Eugenio is a stud. He's a guy that was highly touted by a lot of like SEC programs, which is not just same with JQ Hardaway. I'm trying to think of some guys like that down the list that
Here, I'll
weren't
help
like,
you.
because I always mention those two. They're like the top two commits. Moving down the list, I'm not sure who. I love my
helping
Ohio
you out
guys.
here.
Let's
I
see here.
got the list.
Steph was my guy. You guys saw that at the camps. I'm a big Steph Bird guy, and he's a guy that, I mean, with the running back room, who's to say what he could do? I saw Keelan carry out that Best Midwest camp that he has the shirt on for, so he's another guy I'm excited to see. Gilly's another guy that I just like. It's hard to have the Darian Beavers athleticism at that size, but he's another guy that could do it, and he could be special at it. Ken's going to be a guy that's going to work hard and just absolutely kill it preparing and getting into weight room. So it's going to be crazy seeing some of those guys get on.
I want to see JoJo Bermudez.
That's speed
And shifty. Like he's kind of a Tyler Scott, Trey Tucker mix, I think, kind of where he can do a couple different things. I'm excited for him. Pat Body, I think, is an interesting one just because of his size.
We won't see him quick, but seeing what Cummings does with Harder and Dalton, that's going to be interesting because those are some big guys. Ethan Green.
Ethan Green seems like a perfect Coach Cummings guy, like 6'7", 285 pounds, whatever, 50, whatever. He's a huge human.
Yeah.
What are? Go ahead.
You saying?
Go ahead.
No, I was more excited. Like I haven't seen Trevor Carter in a little bit, so I want to get out and see him. A lot of those guys I'm excited to see what they can do. Like Trevor was hurt, Jason was hurt. Seeing some of these guys in person while they're healthy would be cool for me.
What are some names that we need to keep an eye on that will be, or that you expect to be showing up at spring ball that could be moving towards a decision?
Man, I don't know if decision wise if he's necessarily super close, but I think Amari Snowden, Amari Snowden, the cornerback out of Roseville, he's somebody that Coach Perry Eliano was recruiting hard. Kerry Combs has jumped in, and Kerry's actually got a lot of ties up there to Michigan just because he's recruited well up in Detroit and stuff. So he's somebody I think that they're recruiting hard. They're giving the opportunity to play two sports too. So I think they like where they're at with him. He's somebody that once he gets down, and I know they're planning to get him down, he's a guy that could be great spot for them. A lot of the in-state schools aren't pushing for him either, which is puzzling to me, but it's more room for Cincinnati to sort of get in the position they stay in the position they are right now.
Sorry, there's a lot of moving pieces happening right now.
We're trying to do like 30 different things. It's great.
And then I guess the other guys I want to see some of these big, massive guys that Cummings has offered get to campus and just sort of see because he's like we talked about, I think, yesterday, Chad, when you were bumping me around because I was supposed to have Dan Hoard's 12:30 spot, and now I'm getting sandwiched between Luke, Malik, Cash, and then Wes is coming on. I'm just like the throwing guy right here to kill some time. But I mean,
look, Nick, look.
This is at the beginning of a speech where he's like, "I quit." This is the very beginning of the "I quit" speech.
Mick, if I have to pick between you and Dan Hoard, I love you.
I know,
but it's the only time Dan Hoard could be on, and that means you get bumped.
That's true.
You also made the mistake of saying, I'm free all day.
That's true. To answer this question that's up right now, Bolden, who's at Lakota West, Tom Bolden, who's at Lakota West, and I can't think of the name of the coach that's at Lakota East right now, the head coach. They were both Kerry's coordinators while he was at Colerain. So he's tight with both those guys. So Kerry's actually the guy with Austin Serval, the offensive lineman out of Lakota East. He's the guy that got Ohio State onto him early. So I think that's why you see a little jolt there, because Kerry has a relationship with the coach, and Austin's not a very recruiting receptive guy. That's why you won't see a lot when it comes to me and him, because I have to get him in person to get anything. But anywhere like those guys is there you go. Thank you for that. Both those Lakota coaches are very tight with Kerry, and then obviously he's always going to have good stuff at Colerain, and they've got a few young kids coming up anywhere in the GMC really. Kerry knows just about everybody in Cincinnati, but the GMC is going to be his bread and butter.
How big of a bolster is that to the recruiting team for Cincinnati, though? Like, I know people talk about it, but like, legitimately, like, how big of a bolster is that to recruiting here in Cincinnati with the addition of Kerry Combs, in your eyes?
It's great for a lot of reasons. Obviously, he's a proven developer, but I think he meshes well with a lot of what Coach Fickell wants to do. He's a great relationship builder, which is what Fick and then all the other guys on the staff put forward. He's also a guy that my immediate reaction in my head is when I see Brian Mason and Mike Denbrock are leaving is, okay, what's going to happen in Indianapolis and Indiana when Brian Mason's gone? And what's going to happen in Chicago now that Mike Denbrock's gone? And I think Kerry's going to be able to help a lot in Indianapolis just because of the proximity to Cincinnati and how much he's recruited there over the years. Like I said, Detroit's another area he's done well in. Chicago's going to be another area, but I think with Nate Linton, the new tight ends coach, he's got some ties up there and he's done some recruiting up there. And I think it'll be a collective effort. Jadon Gabuli is highly regarded up there. But I just think all around he builds relationships the right way, he recruits the right way, and he's respected in a lot of different areas. Florida too.
What you got, Chab?
Sorry, I was tweeting out our winner from Malik's selection. Malik wanted to pick his own winner mix. So you got to call an audible.
Can't argue that.
When you do a 12-hour stream and Malik says he wants to do something his own way that might be different than your way, you do what Malik says.
Malik was killing it. He looked like he's a natural. Like get him a radio spot. Like once he's done, he's right on the radio doing stuff.
He was amazing on TV leading up to the Cotton Bowl or to the national championship.
It doesn't hurt that he and you go so far back that he just literally was chilling with his boy Chad, and like he was so laid back, like just so.
I had to give him grief about giving Justin the scoop though, and that's the thing with Luke. If you notice it through press conferences,
I meant Malik.
Oh, Malik, yeah.
Malik was just laid back and just like chilling with his boy Chad. That's what I'm talking about.
Luke was too.
Yeah,
Luke was chilling because he knows if Chad says something, he can just log off and he doesn't have to deal with it.
Right? There's no repercussions. No, Malik is probably the guy, like in my 16 years of doing this, probably the guy I've developed like the best. Like one of the, I don't know. Cash was right up there, obviously.
You're a big Wiley guy. We got to give it.
No, Josh sucks.
Yeah.
I met his uncle before the basketball game on Tuesday. Hi, honey. Do you need something? You're just seeing if I'm still alive? Oh, you can hear me? Yeah, that's a good point. His uncle, I had to explain to him that, like, Josh and I have had this adversary, like, we love each other, but we just crush each other, like, at every opportunity.
Yeah, you guys are like lifelong best friends that just like you have to bust each other's balls as soon as you see each other. And it's like a first person that like they get the lead and they get the advantage of the day if you get it first.
Oh, he was screaming one day. We were walking like from the Linder Center to the practice field, and they were coming out of the back end of Fifth Third Arena, like where the team locker rooms are. And him and Dez start chirping me and Justin from like 50 yards away. Like,
yeah,
we didn't even see you guys down there, and you're screaming at us.
It's always fun to hear you guys talk about this because I'll never remember that. I'll never forget that first freaking spring practice. I came down and hang out with you guys. The first time I met you, and I was standing next to you and Justin talking. And Kaz, when he was still here, he came up and he goes, "All right, Chad, Justin, you guys want to talk to anybody?" And he goes, "How about you, Mick?" And you go, "Yeah, Mick would like to talk to Dez." And Kaz just walked away, and he's like, "That's." I was like, and like I did, like respectfully, I didn't know who Dez was all that much. Like I didn't know that much. So I'm just like, yeah, he's the quarterback. Like, but knowing more who Dez is just like that would like if that would have actually come through, I would have not done anything. I would have probably been the worst interview I ever had if I got the chance to talk to Dez.
He would have been like, "What the hell is this? Get this kid out of here! Just get out of here!" Oh,
I love GCL guys.
Why aren't they getting more GCL guys, Mick?
Oh man, I think it's just because when it comes to GCL guys, the competition they play is so proven. So if there's success in GCL guy, it draws those Notre Dames, those Ohio States, those Michigans, and beating those has been obviously the thing that Cincinnati's been trying to do. And they're gonna have the opportunity in 24 with Jordan Marshall, the Moeller running back that they offered early. It was his first offer. He's going to be a guy that's a Big Ten, like Power 5 caliber type of kid. And I don't like necessarily using that term when it comes to recruiting. It's become like a common thing, but he's going to be that kind of talent, and they'll have a chance to do it with a high level GCL guy. But I think it's just that is those guys that they feel like safer prospects. So the higher like rated schools are willing to take a flyer on them more than they would be other guys because the GCL guys are safer. They've proven success against high quality teams. Stuff like that.
Kevin wants more Mick. Good news, Kevin. We were kind of in a downtime here, which is why we haven't done a ton of the recruiting podcast. But now that we're getting into spring football, and there's going to be guys on campus every practice, and Mick's going to be out bouncing around to workouts and stuff on the weekends, you can count on some recruiting podcasts coming up here in the month of March for sure.
Hey, if anybody wants to get in Chad's DMs, I could always throw like a logo when I'm traveling. I could get a logo up. I mean, you want to help Chad out? We throw some like advertising around here. I'm always on the road, so we can get some things going here.
So if I get you a sponsor, that just covers what I'm already paying you, or do I have to pay you over what I'm already paying you for the sponsorship?
I just figured you were giving me a gas stipend is what it was. That's what it is.
Okay,
really.
so yeah, we can do that. When somebody needs to sponsor Mick so he can drive all over the place, because the problem right now is he's spending all of the money I pay him to drive all around the state of Ohio
in gas.
Yeah, it's just gas. I'm just giving him gas money to produce content.
I was thinking so hard for the brand today that I had to get my oil change, and I was like, do I just go down to Cincinnati and like cover some spots, but also like drop my car off at Danco just to be a company man? Drive 2 hours to get an oil change.
I mean, Joe's probably in here. Joe, if Mick comes down, you got him. Joe's up next. He's up next at 5:15. So Corey wants to know what
me.
Wes is on at 5:30, 5:45 ish, probably 5:30.
Okay.
So Joe's going to come on a little bit before then. And Joe, actually, if you're here and you want to do 5:10, and you can do 5:10, like pop in at 5:10. Ed wants to know, are those 3D figures behind you? 3D printed figures.
This is all my my in-laws. This is their office that I'm just in constantly. These are actual like dragons. Like I could pick this up and like it's real and like live. It's obviously not real, but they collect dragons.
It's real. It's a real dragon.
Well, he just wondered if they were like 3D printed, like on a 3D printer.
No, I think these are like a lot of them they get at like amusement parks and stuff. I think I'm not sure. They're all made out of like plastic or clay or something. I don't know.
What's your gas bill each month?
I don't know. My parents constantly tell me that I need to like just collect to see where it is or like try and write it off or something for taxes. I don't really keep up. So it's like I'm to Cleveland tomorrow. I think it's like 135 there and 135 back. So that's
a good full tank.
No, I drive a pretty like it's why I struggled to the coaching convention last week. I drive a pretty fuel efficient car. I drive a Honda Civic, so it's not too bad. It's just the gas isn't bad. It's just I drive a lot is probably the problem.
Just want to remind everybody, we are currently in the middle of the 4:00 giveaway, collecting videos for the Down the Drive. Right now, I only have one video that I saw on Twitter, but it is for a 513shirts.com giveaway where you can win a item of your choice. And right now, again, we only have one, and that's going to be trying to collect those videos until 5:30 or so. Just wanted to throw that back out there. Hashtag us with the hashtag BCJ Sub-A-Thon so I can easily find those videos. Sorry to interrupt you, Mitt.
It's been a long day for Chad over here.
We're only at 5. It's only 5:00.
He's going strong.
I think he's left us. He wanted us to take over here, apparently.
When's Brent coming on?
Brent should be on somewhere around 6 o'clock. Can't wait. He's going to hop on. Bearcat fans, how are we?
I'm still here. I was just getting situated. I need a heater. It's been a while.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Brett's either going to be greatly received and bring some positive energy, or it's just going to be like, sort of like an F off. Like, come on, dude. We're just trying to make it to the finish line. Stop.
You know what?
to-
Shockingly,
No, it'll be
this has
fine.
been the fastest 5 hours of my life so far.
I've tried to watch a lot of it. I was on my iPad, so like I didn't click the link to try and join in, or else I would have. But like also, I'm not gonna try and join in when Mo's in here or Dan's in here or any of these other people are down.
Neil, no, you didn't win. Sorry, bud.
No, go do a down the drive video, Neil, and send it to Aaron. There's only 2 choices right now, so you'd have a 50-50 shot if you do a down the drive video for Twitter, and you can get some BCJ gear from 513 Shirts.
B Diaz says, "Don't post a best of until we're monetized."
That's right.
What's the number at? I haven't been able to look. What's the number on subs at?
Right around 770, like almost 780.
Okay, we're getting there.
So if you're here and you're listening and you just got all of that premium recruiting content for free, click subscribe.
We're at 782. And now people are talking about your cigarette of choice, Chad. Some people think that you were smoking Virginia Slims because it looked extra long.
No, it's a Camel Crush Silver. So
others are saying it looked like a Winston. Either way, I think we can all agree that you're what the Marlboro man looks like when he retires.
Hilarious.
You're welcome.
Said the guy that blows huge clouds, bro.
I do. It's fine.
Check my sick clouds, bro. The vape god, Aaron Smith, talking
something
shit.
like that.
No, Camel Silver, menthol crush. I'm a menthol guy. You know, bad habits die hard.
So Mick, what's next in on the line for you here as you look forward to spring ball starting? Where are you going to be running around to?
Like I said, so Cleveland tomorrow, seeing some guys from St. Ed's up there. Indianapolis for Best in Midwest, and that's always good. When it comes to just, I help with these camps that are all around Ohio in March, so I'll be there. I want to get up to Detroit at some point, and the guys up there are great. So, like, they told me just let them know, and they'll organize, like, getting me to make sure I can stop by and see Roseville and Cass Tech and King and all those schools. So that's a place I want to get up to. And like I said, I need to get down to see Trevor Carter, all these Tavon Galloway and 24, all these southeastern guys, because they keep wanting me down there. So that's all I really have. When it comes to like written content, I just want visits. It's a lot easier to do this job when there's visits. Like the last thing I want to do is just make up random like big board like list of like, hey, like this the top quarterbacks. And it's just, it doesn't like, that's not what I want to do, because it's just like random names. So
okay. This is perfect, Mick, because you have experienced like some of the other side working for different people. Can you explain to people as best you can without like getting me in trouble, how different is this as opposed to like an Ohio State beat where there's like 20 different sites doing it and everybody's trying to like guess right and you know, figure it out and put the puzzle together, where we're a little more detail oriented here because we have connections that they prevent us from really having to guess. Like, we don't have to throw a bunch of names against the wall to see who sticks. I don't think people like fully understand the difference that we have here as opposed to some other places.
Yeah, and it's just like you said, Ohio State's like, and just a lot of these guys are like, they're large competitive beats. And there's obviously other people that cover Cincinnati and try and dabble into the recruiting, but we go pretty hard into it. So there's not a lot of guys that are trying to get information and grab a ton of stuff. So we're fortunate enough to, I mean, you get Luke Fickell while he's on vacation in Mexico or wherever he is. Like, you're fortunate enough and you've done well enough, Chad. So salute to you for all you've done when it comes to Cincinnati beat. But you set this site up so that we are in a position where we're like you said, we're not guessing really. And sometimes when it comes to just getting a quantity number of content that like that hurts a little bit. But I mean, if we sacrifice quantity for quality, that's what we always talk about, and that's what we're fine with, because it doesn't, like, we want the quality, we want people to be able to come and figure out, like, that's why I'm glad when I put something out, there's bigger sites that get 30,000 views on an article, but they get like 5 upvotes, and like we'll put something out, we'll get 2,000, but we'll get 30, 40 upvotes because people know when they come to us, they're getting quality, and that's just a portion of where we are when it comes to with the staff and the position they help us be in, and how everything just facilitates when it comes to recruiting news and how we're prepared for it. And that's a amen. That's an omen to you, boss, for all the work you've put in over the years to get the website in this position.
Work smarter, not harder. Like that's
what you always tell me.
Don't just be running around doing stuff for the sake of doing stuff. Like, have a purpose behind it.
I feel like you wouldn't have come back to work for Chad though if you didn't like working for Chad.
Yeah, and Chad's one of the guys I'm closest with in the business, and it just you learn from Chad. I think you'll even agree to this, Aaron. Is you learn from Chad to value the relationships, and it's something when like Wes Miller's hired. It's why Chad's like already getting to talk to Wes before he's even really gotten to Clifton. It's because people respect Chad and Clifton. They respect him. They know he's about it for the right reasons. And that's why I want to come back. That's why I wanted to continue to be here. Because even if it's not Cincinnati stuff, Chad helps me just know, like, go about doing this the right way, that it's sustainable for not only if it's whether I'm doing it here in a year or I'm doing it somewhere else. What I'm learning from Chad. And
You're not allowed to go anywhere else.
That's true. That's true. But that's just what it is. It's all about the way we go about it here. It makes it why I wanted to come back, I guess.
You talk about relationships, and I think this is a good story to tell in terms of that. When you talk about why we were able to quickly get in with Wes Miller, the first time I met Wes Miller, I went to shake his hand, and I said, "Hi, I'm Chad Brendel," and he said, "Oh, I know you. Mick gave you a glowing review last night, and not you, Mick Walker." The night he took the job, he had like a 3-hour phone conversation with Mick Cronin. And Mick Cronin, in that phone conversation, sung my praises to Wes Miller. And I don't have the relationship with Wes that I have if it wasn't for Mick. And that's why you build great relationships. That's why you focus on that. That's why you take the extra time. And if somebody does happen to leave,
whatever the case may be, you leave with them on a good term. You leave, with them respecting your work and what you do. And that's how it works, man.
It matters a lot because, like, when it comes to these recruitments, we'll get hints and we'll get tips and we'll do that stuff so we can prepare beforehand. But this is the kid's big moment. Like, they don't want to have it spoiled and have me getting it and going running and dropping a crystal ball and blowing everything up. Like, that's why I don't do it, and that's why I never do it. It's just that they recognize that and the trust that they get word on that we're people they can trust, and that's just something that everybody sort of knows when it comes to recruiting. It's a good thing. Is doing it the right way. People respect you, and it's just respect that people pass on others. Like you said, Mick saying, "Hey, you can trust to West. Hey, you can trust Chad." When you do it the right way, people treat you correctly and help you.
Real quick before we let you go, is the St. Ed's kid close to committing?
That's a tough one because he started to pick up some bigger offers, and I don't know if I'm necessarily going to even get to see him directly tomorrow. He's a big-time wrestler. Ed's is a big-time wrestling program, and I think he's like 4th or 5th in the Division I heavyweight rankings. Like, Ethan Green's up there, the Padilla, who's an Ohio State football commit. Like, there's a few big-time football guys up there, and he's one of them. So if I get to see him, he'll let me know if I'm going to be able to see him. I think he's somebody that they love. Obviously, they love wrestlers. And I know, I think I want to say Luke was up to see him. I know some other guys. I think somebody at Ed say Trussell was up to see him. And obviously Scruggs probably stopped up to see him as well. He fits a lot of what they want. And I think he'd be perfect in when it comes to just fitting in that defense. When it comes to AJ, his father, that's why it sort of got popped into these the article yesterday. His father, Dan, runs sort of when it comes to talking to the media, And I tried to actually get that bit of nugget if there was a visit going to come up and drop it here, just so I brought something to the table and I haven't heard back. I wouldn't rule it out. I don't know for sure, so I don't want to sit there and say for sure. They obviously like Kerry a lot, and Columbus, Georgia to Cincinnati. I mean, you could do that in the car drive, so maybe it works.
And finally, best high school facilities.
Oh man, probably Massillon just because they have the indoor, but I mean, there's some big time ones. I'll shout out facilities. Our guy Pat, he was a Cincinnati quarterback at Black Sheep down in Cincinnati. He's got great facilities down there, and he'll get anybody. He works with Braden Moore out of Baden, who I talked about earlier, and those are some great facilities down there as well.
All right, thanks, brother. We got another guest on the line, so we got to keep the chain moving, and we appreciate you. That was
Appreciate
great
you.
stuff. Aaron's stuffing his face with pizza.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks, man. We'll talk soon. Appreciate you, Mick.
Bye.
That's Mick Walker. We go
Hey,
from
fellas,
Mick
what's
Walker. What's going on, Joe? How are you?
I'm doing great. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Where are you? You look like you're having fun.
So I'm at Jungle Gyms. It's pint night, man. It's Miller time.
got Joe during happy hour. I love it. We'll get you in and out. We don't, no pressure. The guest after you is some guy named Wes Miller.
Oh yeah, no problem at all. I'm glad to. I've been watching the cast most of the day today, and learned a lot of little tidbits that I did not know about. Pretty much about a lot of stuff about the Bearcats, a lot of stuff about you, Chad, and it's been good. It's been fun to watch. I'm just sorry I couldn't tune in the entire time.
Well, we're gonna send Mick to you one of these days to get an oil change because he spends way too much money traveling around the state of Ohio watching high school kids work out to get us recruiting content. So next time he's in Cincinnati, we're gonna send him to Danco to get an oil change.
Right on. Yeah, send him on up there. I'll take good care of him for sure. We've actually had we had 2 customers last week. Both of them came from the cast. So I appreciate that.
Love it. We need to get you guys up there.
They're starting to trickle in.
Pay off a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
And hopefully we'll have a big point total on Sunday against Temple, and then they can get the big discount. What was the last one we were at? 77?
Something like that. Luke, to answer your question, that's Danco Joe. He sponsored.
Sorry, I think I lost you there for a second. Sorry about that.
Got you back.
Luke, this is Danco Joe. He sponsors the BBP with Danco transmissions, and it's always the point total. That is the Bearcats weekend score. That's how many dollars you get off your next visit at Danco Transmission in Fairfield.
Uh-oh.
We're gonna try again when he comes back in.
I love that it's happy hour.
I love it as well. Good on him.
So Danco is right across the street from Jungle Gyms.
Yes.
So there you go.
I thought I had great
it's a little
connection.
choppy.
Yeah, sorry. I thought I had a great connection here.
That's all right. No worries.
I think what happened is someone actually just called me on my phone and messed up the whole thing. So sorry about that.
Gotcha. What are you having there?
So tonight is pint night here at Jungle Gyms. It's from Third Eye Brewing, and I'm having the what do they call this? The Third Eye Dreamworthy. It's a New England IPA. Delicious. Good stuff.
Delicious New England IPA. After a long work, I mean, that's got to be nice, like, right? You're right across from Jungle Gyms. So after a long week of work, fixing transmissions, you go on Friday for pint night.
Yeah, I thought I'd come over here, get away from the shop a little bit. I was thinking about going out in the shop, but we're closed at 5 o'clock, so not much action out there. So I thought I'd come over here where there's a little bit more happening.
Oh, that's great. So tell everybody you're a diehard Bearcat fan. Where did the Bearcat fandom come from? What got you into to Bearcat Nation?
Wow. So, man, I tell you, I went to UC, graduated high school, and did a lot of things. I saw the movie Top Gun when I graduated high school and decided I wanted to join the Navy. And so coming out of the Navy, I came into UC, and that was around the time that a guy named Bob Huggins was a new coach for the Bearcats, and the rest is history. So just quickly became a huge fan. I remember watching the very first game broadcast from Shoemaker Center. And it was. I thought, man, this guy's got something going on. So then started following the football program more heavy, and it's just been a dream ride from there, man. It's been a lot of fun following the Bearcats for sure.
And you're often, like, you and your son do a lot of the trips together, right?
Yeah, we do a lot of trips. I've seen the Bearcats all over the country, and just been a lot of fun following them. My son actually he lives in LA. We were trying to get together a Super Bowl deal this year, but didn't end up making that happen. And so anyway, I was sad to miss that, but hear about everybody that went. So sounds like everybody had a good time.
Yeah, for sure. Give us the Danco story and give people the background and why they should make it out to Fairfield to get their stuff done, their work done at Danco.
So we're a family-owned place. We started in 1970, and my dad actually started the business. My brother and I bought it from mom and dad in the probably late 90s, and we've been running it ever since. We like to treat people just like their family. People come back to us because we treat them well and take great care of them, fix their car. And if their car doesn't need to be fixed, then we don't fix it. And there's a lot to be said for that. There's a lot of unscrupulous people out there, especially in auto repair, and we like to make sure that we're taking good care of our customers and treating them right.
Aaron, you got anything for Joe? Or are you still stuffing your face with pizza?
I'm sorry, I'm totally still eating. I do want to personally thank Joe while we have you on here. Just want to personally thank you for sponsoring the BBP. It's been amazing just to have somebody support us while we're doing all of our podcasts weekly. So thank you.
Hi.
There, Joe?
I can't hear you at all.
I was just saying thank you for sponsoring the podcast.
No, I think he froze.
I'm getting no. I'm getting no audio.
We're getting connection issues again. You wanna give us you wanna buzz back in later after you get home? I'll text him.
That's fine.
Yeah. Unfortunate. It's our first. I mean, we made it 5.5 hours before we had connection issues. That's pretty damn good.
Good day at the office.
Yeah.
I was totally jealous that I was not at Jungle Gyms, though. That's one of my favorite places to be. When was the last time you made a Jungle Gyms trip, Chad?
That is a nightmare of a place for me. We went, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks ago.
Why is it a nightmare?
Because
it's a maze?
No, because I spend way too much money.
Oh, it's financially a nightmare.
Yeah, I think the last time we went, we spent $400. So it's Joe's gonna jump back in around 8. So
when I can properly thank him.
Yeah, sorry for the connection issues there. But what was I answering? Oh,
your trip to Jungle Gyms.
Jungle Gym. The problem is there's so many different like sauces and rubs and marinades and like, so I don't go up there a ton. We go to Eastgate generally when we do. I need to get to Fairfield so that I can stop by and see Joe. But it's just and Kelly's got like a list of things that she gets when she goes there, and Kelsey's got a list of junk that she gets when she goes there. I think we probably spent like $50 in like between Buckeyes and nonpareils and like all kinds of different, snacks and treats and stuff at the bakery and desserts. The barbecue sauce and the hot sauce selections kill me, Ed. I mean, I spend $100 on sauces every time we go because they just have there's like 10 of them that I can't get anywhere else. So I always load up on them when I go to Jungle Gyms. Like, and it's stuff too. There's like stuff that like there's national brands that, they have flavors that you can't necessarily get at your local Kroger. And they only carry them at a place like Jungle Gyms. So I love Jungle Gyms, but it is bad news for me. It was like $417 the last time that we went.
Woof.
That's way more than you should spend at the grocery store. And they have, if you're looking for like really, really high quality, like dry aged steaks and stuff like that, their butcher shop is top notch. It's in the far back corner, like back past like where the seafood is. And they have like dry aged USDA prime beef and Wagyu. It's bad. Yeah, Costco, the problem Costco is expensive, but it's because everything costs $17. So if you buy 10 things from Costco, it's $200. And you don't have anything in your cart. Like, I get this stuff from Costco, which I love, and it lasts me. There's so much of it. Like, I just snack on this for like a month.
But it's $17.
But it's $17. This is my other. I really like. I've gotten myself at Costco where I only get a couple things. Like, I know the couple things that I want, so I only get those couple things. Here's the other one. Honey roasted cashews, almonds, pecans, and pistachios. This is like crack. I have to control myself on this one because I will eat this whole 10 in like 3 days if I don't. So we go to Costco outside of like, food, those like, dinner stuff. We have to get the pot pie, the chicken pot pie when we go to Costco too. If you've ever had that, it's amazing.
I will agree on chicken pot pie. It's fantastic. It's so big.
But it's food for 8 people. You have to invite people over if you're getting the chicken pot pie. All right, we watch Aaron eat. We wait for Wes. That's where we're at. How are we almost at halfway through? Like,
because we're awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. You're looking at 12 o'clock as being the end. I'm looking at like the 8, 9 o'clock time as being the end because everything after that is just coast.
Yeah, we're just going to screw around for 3 hours. Aaron is eating what? Deep dish from Mio's? Leftover deep dish? No?
Jets.
So the Detroit style. Jets is good. I enjoy Jets. I didn't know if that was leftover from Mio's. You said you had leftovers. I didn't know what it was, what it pertained to.
Yeah, I go to Mia's before game. If I had just hung out with pizza throughout the whole game, that'd be gross pizza.
Well, I mean, it was cold, so you could have put it in your car.
On Tuesday or Thursday?
But Tuesday, it still got chilly at night, right? Like chilly enough to hold a pizza for a couple hours.
Maybe.
You ever heard of a napkin? Oh, you just don't use it?
I mean, it's already gross because this is my second piece of pizza. I cleaned off to hop back on here. It's fine.
I have to also figure out dinner now for the family. We didn't.
Where's your head at on that?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think I can do another sub. I mean, there's two strong choices: Five Guys, Popeyes. I don't know. I'm scrolling through. Uber Eats is making a lot of money off me today. Chinese would take too long, right? We don't have time to sit here and eat Chinese while we're.
I mean, are you a chopsticks user?
No. God,
exactly. No. So you'd be good. You got a fork, you just shovel it. You'd be fine. Get you an egg roll, you're good to go.
Yeah, but I feel like that's one with I don't want another sub, Neil. I had a sub for lunch. Like I don't know if I want another sub.
You gotta commit to the bit.
And McAllister's has subs. I guess I could do that.
I'm gonna extend out the because we only got 2 videos for the down the drive. I'm gonna extend this out to where we're
getting behind, Aaron. We're getting behind.
Hang on, hear me out here. We're gonna extend it out until 6 because I think we're good.
Yeah, this is for a 513, or it's for a BCJ apparel item from 513 Shirts. The next one is going to be for a car flag.
But I was going to give second place, unless you had another idea, give second place the $50 gift card from.
Okay, that works.
Holy Grail to get that done.
That works. We can do that. They don't really have any other the sub selections aren't great on Uber Eats right now.
For the 5 o'clock giveaway, if you can suggest something in the chat for Chad to order for dinner.
Yeah. There's something called Hatch House. I have no idea what that is.
Tonk, it's
not breakfast.
Oh,
right,
God.
Here we go. We're busy. Back. We'll handle dinner in 15, 20 minutes.
Oh.
What's going on?
What's going on, boys? Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes,
sir. Got you great. Are you at a lodge? Are you
I'm at a coffee shop in Philadelphia, going to see Dan Skilling's play tonight. So just had to find somewhere that was appropriate to get on the podcast with Chad Brendel. So
Luke outdid you. Luke called us from Mexico and had the beach in the background, the ocean in the background.
Well, I would say that I outdid him because I'm working. He's vacationing.
Boom. Shots fired.
Now he maybe earned it though. He might have earned it. So
he might have.
We won't give him a hard time. He deserves that and a lot more. But I'm actually that's wild. I saw him a week after the season ended, after the football playoff, and I said, "Man, I hope you get some time away. I hope you get a break." And he gave me the look and explained it was going to be a long time. So I'm glad he's finally getting some vacation. Good for him.
He also said that he was cutting vacation short tomorrow to go watch his daughter's volleyball tournament in Kansas City, which just sounds like a terrible idea.
I'd rather look at a beach in Mexico, but that's just me.
Yeah, you and me both. This season has been a lot of fun, a lot of ups, a lot of downs, it's kind of been a roller coaster. Take us through. I know we're not to the finish line yet, but how has season 1 so far been, adjusting to the American Conference, getting to know the American Conference, and adjusting to your team?
Well, I think number one, we're still in it, so it's hard to do a lot of reflecting right now. The mentality right now is all about preparing for practice tomorrow. And I know this sounds boring to people, but it really is how we're approaching it. It's about preparing for practice tomorrow, and then preparing for a really good Temple team on Sunday. We'll kind of do a lot of self-reflecting when it's over. But I think if you ask me to do it for a second, I've loved my experience so far. I love the community. I love Cincinnati. I love UC. So that part has just been really special. Like you believe that's going to be the case when you leave something. I left a great job. Somewhere I was happy. Could have felt like I could stay forever. But if you're going to make a move, you feel like you're going to do it to come to a place like this. But you don't know till you get here. And every day that I've been in Cincinnati, man, the decision to come here has been reinforced. I just love the people, and I love what this community is all about. So that part's been neat. The transition's always hard. Everybody knows that. Like, and you know that when you take a job, trying to get to know new players, new people, new administration, new staff, like that certainly had its ups and downs, as you would mention, but nothing negative, just the natural progression of it all. With the team, they've been a joy to coach. The results, like you mentioned ups and downs, the results have felt up and down at times, but the attitude to go in the gym and work with the kids on our team, there hasn't been a day I've not enjoyed that. There's been days I've been frustrated or coaching hard, but there hasn't been a day that deep down I wasn't really enjoying working with this group. So that part's been great, Chad. I think the main thing, you just want more consistent results and you want more success. And, I think every coach in the country on February 18th would be saying that. But I am proud of the way this group's been approaching it day in and day out, and I've enjoyed interacting with all of them.
How hard is it not to try to hit the fast forward button, to try to make things happen faster than they're ready to happen? Like, is it a challenge to remind yourself we're building this thing long term? This is a journey and not just a sprint to the finish.
Well, I think anybody that knows me well or interacts with me every day, I think I live in the fast forward button. Like it's just how I want it. I want 100% of the time, and I want it right now. And that's the way we're going to approach every single day. And, I've always kind of said you want to have these huge, big dreams and in the big picture, but you want to work really small. And I want it right now. And I feel like if you wake up every morning and you approach it that way, and then you go to bed at night and you do it again, I think, the big picture happens over time. I really believe that. So, yeah, the frustrations have been not being at the standard that we think we can be at every day. But it hasn't been for lack of effort or lack of cohesiveness or the things that you really care about with young people. It's just because you want it so bad and they want it so bad. So that part's been good.
Coach, I wrote about the Wichita State preview just the other day, and I called that game a must-win. And I said that I thought it was a must-win for both you and the staff and the team itself, but I think it was also a must-win for the fans. What do you think of that assessment as I made it the other day?
Well, it sounds like you're a journalist and get paid to write things like that to get people all riled up. I don't. They all feel like a must-win to me. Practice tomorrow feels like a must-win, and I mean that. I mean, I'm probably boring to talk to, but we got to have the best practice we've had all year tomorrow, and then Sunday's a month. They all feel like that, and when you approach it that way, you don't win them all. And you know what you do? You wake up the next day and you approach it like that again. So we say this all the time to the kids, and we try to live it as a staff. We try to approach winning and losing the exact same. Work harder, get better. And, you're going to go through some tough stretches, and it's not been a great 2-week stretch. But even if we'd have lost to Wichita, it'd be the same thing. We got to work harder, and we got to get better.
There's one difference. If you would have lost to Wichita, you wouldn't be here right now. Because you told me you were.
I didn't say you have to have the same attitude. And, and I tell the kids that, hey, listen, sometimes when you lose, you're really pissed off. That's okay. Sometimes when you win, you're happy. You're in a good mood. That's okay. But our approach to work and our approach to try to get better should be the same. We might enjoy one a little more than the other. And you're right. I don't think I'd be sitting here doing a podcast. I probably would. But I
wouldn't have asked you because I know how mad you get after losses.
Well, then that would have been nice. But if you'd have asked, I would have done it. I might not have been in as good of a mood as I'm in right now.
Go ahead.
How excited were you that the win against Wichita? We were about halfway through the second half, and neither DDJ or Davenport had really taken off. They were still in single figures, and everybody else really stepped up. So how exciting was that for you that they were making the extra pass? They were just taking care of it, and it wasn't just the regular two guys taking over the game.
DDJ, huh? I haven't heard that. I can do some deductive reasoning here. That's David DeJulius. But that's good. I hadn't heard that one yet. No, I said this last night. I think the ball moving was really at a high level last night. And sometimes people go, "We'll just pass the ball more." Guys, it's not that simple. Basketball is about five guys being connected together in the flow of a game. And so we're just talking about the offensive end here. For the ball to move, other guys have to be in the right position based on what happens with the defense. So it actually takes doing your job without the ball, and then the ball handler being aggressive and being a willing passer to make the right decision. So it's not as simple as just, hey, guys, pass the freaking ball more. And you want guys to stay aggressive. You want guys trying to go make plays and be confident. And then you want the other guys around them, doing their job to get to the right position. So when the defenses collapses, we can make the right play. I thought all those things happened last night, and the result that you saw was great ball movement, a higher quality shot, and a lot more guys getting involved in our offense. And certainly you guys love to see that. I'm sure fans love to see that. We love to see that as a coaching staff too. I give Dave a lot of credit last night because he's getting so much attention, and we didn't change our style of play last night, guys. It was the same thing we've been doing every night, but he's getting so much attention, and he got the ball out of his hands at the right time, and then give guys around him credit for being in the right spots. And then we kind of moved it from there and made some plays. And I also thought our defense early fueled our offense, and we got out running and got some easy shots in transition. You get a couple. Mike gets a 3 in transition. Mason gets a 3 in transition. Those types of things help you too. And then you look down at the end of the game and you had 17 assists. So yeah, I guess to answer your question, yes, it was great. It was great to see that, and I think we got to have more well-rounded scoring to continue to grow as an offensive team.
Neil that's not the right one. Neil just wants you to know he also gets mad after losses, Coach.
So hey, listen, I'm telling you, I love it here. I love it here. You can just being around our fans and people in this community. It's a sports town. People are pissed when you lose. That's how it's supposed to be. I'm pissed. People are happy when you win. It's how it's supposed to be. I'm happy. You just feel if you're I'm a coach, I'm a sports guy. You just feel you're in a place where you can relate to people. And so, thank you, Neil. And hopefully you're not going to be very pissed the next couple of weeks. Hopefully we have a lot of success.
You mentioned you're out to see Dan. You haven't talked about the recruits since signing day or right around signing day. They've all played they're playing and competing in their senior seasons now. Daniel was MVP of his league. Josh Reed from Pace Academy in Atlanta, MVP of his league. Sage Tolentino was coming back from a leg injury, and his coach did a really good job, I thought, of easing him back in and not forcing too much on him early. But if you look at his numbers of late, he's starting to look like you would expect somebody with his talent and ability to look. So can you just talk about your 3 signings and what they have shown you maybe through their senior year and where we're at right now?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Coach Higgins Hamilton, because the way he's approached it with Sage has been really admirable. I mean, he was very conservative about pushing Sage early in the year, and that's going to affect Sage's, production. Yeah. But it was thinking big picture. That Sage, Sage has so much basketball ahead of him. We're not going to do everything just to win a game. So I give Coach Higgins a ton of credit for that, and it's nice to now see Sage kind of get in a rhythm. He's the same way we talked about on signing day. I mean, 7'1", great kid, great work ethic, touch, skill, can shoot it, can move, and he's still young, right? So the future is going to be bright for him. Josh Reed and Daniel Skillings are both having incredible senior years. They're both playing for big-time high school programs. Pace Academy's been in the Geico Nationals, the top 8 teams in the country during multiple times, but during Josh's career. I don't think they'll be there this year, but it's a big time high school program, and for Josh to be their best player, leading scorer, he may be their leading rebounder. I haven't checked the statistics. In fact, I think he is. and the player of the year in their conference. He'll get a bunch of other recognitions as stuff starts to come out. But the neat thing about Josh is he just plays. Like, you go watch him, and I went to see him right before Christmas, and you go watch him, and you sit there, and if you're not statting him, you might go, oh, he's playing pretty well. Maybe he's got 15 and 4 or 5 rebounds, and you look up and he's got 28 and 12 rebounds. He just plays the game. He doesn't do anything flashy, but he's just incredibly productive and incredibly efficient. And his size and length and instincts make him such a versatile player that we're going to be able to use him in a lot of different ways on both ends of the floor. And then, Dan, I think, is really coming to his own. He's had a great year, but he's really played well here in the last 5 or 6 weeks. And guys, he may end up in the top 30 or top 40 players in the class in every publication. I've seen a couple people have already released him in the top 50, but he may end up. I think that people are starting to realize how special of a player he is, and he's getting a lot more credit nationally. So it'd be nice to celebrate in the first round of their playoffs here tonight in Philadelphia.
How much does the move to the Big 12 change your perspective on the job? We'll get a couple fan questions in here for you.
Well,
it's a lot harder.
Yeah, I just think I think it changed your perspective on recruiting a little bit. I think the thing that's been a little strange, and we're not doing this right now, but as we get into this off season, we'll have to start watching tape of that league and seeing some of the things you have to be prepared for. And that every league is unique. And like you said, one of the parts of the transition here, you asked it earlier, is trying to learn the American Conference. And so you start going through this league the first time, and you start learning the league and learning programs. I was in a place for 10 years. I mean, I would always work before every game to prepare. But looking back on it now, I could have done a lot of those scouts in my sleep because you're playing against the same coaches, the same programs year after year. It's like starting from scratch in this league. So I think now we're going to be in the American again, and then we're kind of going through this whole thing again, 3 years from now. So that'll add. I think we can do some work on the front end this offseason to get some understanding of what's going on in that league. I certainly watch it at night because it's on television a lot. The American's a terrific league, and the Big 12 may be the best league we have in college basketball right now. So, yeah, there's some big picture changes, but in terms of the day-to-day and how we're approaching it, nothing's going to change.
Here's a good one from our guy, Tonk. One of the most pleasant surprises about coaching the Bearcats or Cincinnati in general?
Well, those are two different things. I could probably have two different answers there. I'll try to answer both. I'm just going to shoot from the hip. I may have a better answer later, Chad. I'll text you. But pleasant surprises about coaching the Bearcats. There's quite a few, actually. You got anything, Dre? I'm sitting here with my assistant. Well, what would rank up there?
I would say the fans, number one.
That's yeah. So we actually talked about this on the flight over here. I knew that there was a crazy passionate fan base and there was crazy support. And I also knew this is a place that understood basketball. I've said this a lot. In our first home game, we had a couple really good defensive possessions and guys lay out on the floor for balls and the place goes crazy. And it's like, hey, this place gets basketball. These people get basketball. Everybody cheers for a big three or a dunk, but they get what it takes to really win. And that's because of what's happened here before us, right? Yeah. The way people have played.
They've been conditioned.
That's right. So I knew that, and one of the things I was excited about accepting the job. But sometimes when you have a fan base that gets it that well, when you're not as good as you should be, maybe they don't show up. And we came out last night, and it was a really pleasant surprise. I'm thinking, hey, we'll definitely have support. But after the Memphis game and the Houston game, the last couple home games, we might not have a good turnout tonight the way we've been playing. And it's over 10,000 people in there. That has been the loyalty and the support, regardless of how we're playing, good or bad. That's been overwhelming. And that's been the coolest part, at least that I can think of right now. I'll probably think of some 10 other things later. Living in Cincinnati, man, there's a lot. I think the food Probably the
I
food.
told you when you got here, the food's better than people realize.
And I'm a food guy. Like I just love a good meal and a good glass of wine or a beer, and that has been shockingly like even you told me, okay, everybody says that it's real. There's some really good places, and not just like the way it tastes, but like just some good environments, some places there's good places to go have a beer and kick back and just be normal and get a burger and fries, and there's some great fine dining restaurants and everything in between. So that's probably been maybe the biggest pleasant surprise.
I thought you were going to say snow.
That's not a surprise. I was aware of that when I said yes. And it's not pleasant.
No.
But it's during basketball season, so it doesn't really matter.
Corey, will the jacket ever make a full game or even a half?
Doubtful. It's not planned. It's just kind of an instinctual thing. But I feel a lot less restricted with it off. So doubtful.
My guy Dave that works with me that you've met, I think his family goes way back. His aunt used to be the dance team coach, and his uncle or his grandpa was around the football program forever. He wants to know when you guys are going to tee it up for the summer.
Well, does he like to gamble?
I don't know that he could gamble at your level, but he does like to gamble, yeah.
Because if I tee it up, that's legal, by the way. We're allowed to gamble in the golf course.
Friendly wagers, right?
Yeah. I'm not going to get like the NCAA's not calling me tomorrow, but I like something to be on the line when I play golf. It doesn't have to be a significant amount, but it's got to be $1 or $2 because I want to say I took your money and I beat your ass type of thing when we play. So I love to play golf. I played the least amount of golf I've ever played as an adult last off season because we had so much work to do, felt like 24 hours a day. I believe we're going to have a really busy off season this year as well, but I will find a way to sneak in a couple more rounds of golf, and that's how I get my little competitive fix in the off season. So I'd love to play with anybody that wants to get out there and compete. I'm not the guy you want to play with if you're looking for a good time and, shooting the shit. That's not me. I'm the guy that I want to compete on the golf course.
Tell the people the story you told me. You went on a vacation this summer with your former teammates. You had so much to do. The only reason you went was to kick Hansborough's ass in golf, and then you came back.
That's right. True story. And I was only there for less than 24 hours. I flew in just for the golf competition and flew. I let them do all the other stuff. And I did, and just like I normally do, I took some money off of Tyler Hansbrough, and I like to let him know about that.
Well done.
And Dave wants to know what's your favorite game on the course, and have you played with Jordan?
My favorite golf game to play? Interestingly enough.
What's your go-to game?
I love to play a Scotch game, and it's actually one of my teammates, my backcourt mate in college, is a guy by the name of Bobby Frazier.
Oh, yeah.
And he's from the south side of Chicago and got that game playing at Beverly Country Club on the south side of Chicago, which he's taken me to play before. And so a Scotch game I think it's a Chicago type thing, but it's a lot of fun. It's what my buddies and I play when we can play. That's my favorite game. And what was the second question?
Have you played with Jordan?
I've not played golf with Michael Jordan, but that's a bucket list thing. And so I'm trying to figure out how to get down to Grove 23 at some point here this offseason. I'm working on it. Coach Williams is playing down there this week.
There you go.
There you go. And I believe
if you
he'll
weren't
be playing with Michael Jordan. At least that's what he told our team when he was talking.
He looked good in red and black. He
had the sea paw, just that.
Yeah, he had the sea paw.
It's the most red I've ever seen on his body, and I really enjoy it.
Best thing the team needs to do well in the conference tournament, and what do you need to improve on for next year? I know you haven't overly thought about next year yet, but you will soon.
Yeah, we got to get back to defending. I know you guys saw we scored 80-something last night. And that's great.
Still gave up 75, which pisses you off.
Yes, it does. And we are capable of having some offensive outbursts, and we're capable of continuing to improve as an offensive team. I've said that from day one. Like, we're going to get better offensively as the year goes on. We 14 days ago, we're 25th in the nation in defensive efficiency, which is how I gauge the best defenses in college basketball. And we're a top 25 defense in college basketball. Now we're not even in the top 50 after the last 4 games. And so we have to get back to being able to rely on that every single possession. And there were some moments last night where we kind of looked like ourselves defensively. It was not consistent enough, and we got to get that mentality back. And I think if we do that, we can have some success, not just in the conference tournament, but just down the stretch here.
Cashmere Wright was on with us earlier tonight, or today, I guess. It's not tonight. But he was on with us earlier. He said he wants to be a sponge this offseason with you to where you're sick of him and swatting him away like a gnat. But that all said, it just kind of goes to show the relationship that you're starting to build with this alumni class and how appreciative they've been. When you see Corey Blunt tweeting out about his receiving the little gift of merch that you sent out and all of that. So what's it been like growing that relationship with the alumni to where you've been seeing them around? They're at games and all of that, kind of like the Tar Heel family does.
It's been fun. It's been a rewarding part of the job. I mean, people might get tired of me saying it. I'll keep saying it. One of the most exciting things for me was, saying I'm the head coach of, the University of Cincinnati. I get goosebumps, thinking that. And the reason is because I grew up watching it. I mean, I wasn't from here. I wasn't a huge fan, but I knew what that meant something, right? I grew up watching the Bearcats and watching a lot of these guys play. And then as I got into this profession, I watched mixed teams with just great respect and admiration for their toughness and their will, so that wasn't as much of a fan type of thing. It was more of a respect thing and a learning thing as a coach. And then I've always really valued the history of our game. I've always just had crazy interest in the history of our game. And so as I've gotten older and learned more and more about the history, you learn how deep rooted the history is here. So yes, I think it's important that we embrace our former players. I think they deserve to be embraced. We stand on their shoulders with what we get to do every day. But I like it. It's cool to me. And so to see those guys like Steve Logan's at practice 2 days ago, I walk out for practice and he's sitting at the scorer's table, and you walk out, Melvin Levitt's in the tunnel, walking out to our Memphis game. I heard he was standing in the student section. He could have sat behind the bench, but I heard he was standing in the student section. And Corey Blunt's been by multiple times, and we can do the list is so numerous because of how many great players there've been. Or to hear that Cash wants to spend some time, I'm going to sit there. I'm going to try to see if I can get some more eligibility out of Cash. Forget coaching. Let's see if he can play some more. But
his knees are shot, Coach. His knees are shot.
Yeah. but no, guys, it's important, but I also enjoy it, and that's the part of it that maybe gets overlooked. Is it's really neat to me to have these guys around that I've looked up to and that I value what they did so much.
You got anything else, Aaron?
I'm sure Coach Williams had some things to say to you after taking in your first game as a Bearcat, but is there anything you're willing to share with us that he said to you after watching you coach that game?
Well, he was flying back right after the game. And so when I walked out of coach, and I talked to the team a little longer after that game than I normally do, but he was waiting right outside the locker room. And Coach used to say this to me all the time. He'd tell me that he thought that I took losing as a player as hard as any player he'd ever coached. That there was only a handful of guys he coached that he felt took losing that hard as players. And so when I walked out, he said, I know how you feel right now because I know you. So I'm not going to say much, but your kids are fighting and they're playing really hard. And that's the most important thing. And you're a couple possessions away from winning that game against a team that's really, really gifted, stay the course type of thing. And, gave me some other opinions I won't share, but no, he just like having him there. I mean, that just goes to show what he's about and how fortunate I've been to learn from somebody like that. I mean, it's just really neat, the effort he made just to come here and talk to my team and watch our team and spend some time with me.
What kind of tea you drinking?
Drinking a cappuccino with skim milk. I'm a coffee guy, but if I'm recruiting sometimes in the afternoon, I can go for a cappuccino. Andre's drinking a vanilla latte. He's a latte type of guy. So this is about as. Go ahead.
I'm sending him a bill at the end of the season. I babysit his daughters at basketball games.
They're cute as can be, aren't they?
They sit right in front of me.
Talking about your daughters. Yeah, they're cute as can be. He's in
They
trouble.
love me.
He's in trouble in about 10, 15 years.
Well, his wife and I were talking about that actually. The loud one is not the one, the older one that's like friendly, and she's not the one to watch out for. The quiet one, the younger one, that's going to be the one you got to watch out for, because like she doesn't. The older one, her cards are on the table. But the younger one's got her cards more like this.
He knows, by the way. He knows. You can see it on his face. He knows.
Oh, his older daughter loves me. Like there'll be times during it's intense, and she's playing like peekaboo with me around the desk from where I sit. So I love Andre's kids, but appreciate you. Gotta let you go and get to Roman Catholic. Are they at home game tonight?
They're it's really interesting. I'll say this and get off the phone because we got to roll. But they have a gym. It's literally in the Roman Catholics in the center of Philadelphia, and they have a gym, and I don't know how old it is, but it's years and years old, and it's not a full size gym on the top of the building where the school is. I mean, the put it this way, the sidelines are inside the 3-point line, so the 3-point line like runs into the sideline.
Oh my God!
It's like the 45. So it's not just not long. It's not a full.
It's not wide
width.
either, right?
Yeah, it's not a full width. They only play about 2 home games a year in there, so they always play somewhere else, even if it's a home game. So they're off-site.
Okay. Well, you guys have a great time. Bring home a winner for Dan, and have a safe flight back. We shall see you Sunday, Fifth Third Arena,
2 o'clock,
as the Bearcats take on Temple.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you taking time, man. Appreciate it.
Anytime, boys.
There you go. Wes Miller. That was awesome.
Yep. Pretty cool.
So we're done for the day, right? At like 6 hours. We're halfway done. Like we have we've shot our shot.
Oh,
you got to delete that. Come on.
I know. I hit enter too fast. I'll just read. I don't know if you can delete it. 6.
Yeah. End it. John said end it. That's it.
Good.
Call it a day. Here's the problem, John. If we were at 1,000 subscribers, I'd end it. I'd be like, all right, thanks everybody. We're at 795. We're 5 away. There's a bunch of new people here. Click subscribe while you're here. That's why we're doing this. It's a Sub-A-Thon. Please click subscribe. You just got Luke Fickell and Wes Miller in one broadcast.
Yeah.
Tonk says this is a Bearcat fan's dream. I'm glad. Like that was the plan. Like that was the goal, right? If we set this up, if we're gonna do it, let's do it big. Let's not do it small. Let's not screw around. Let's go big.
You've got both head coaches of the men's programs. You've got a current player. You've had a former player. You have the voice of the Bearcats football and basketball. And you have the guy who does a just daily talk show. No big deal.
Right. It's been wow. This has been very cool. We've had our sponsors chime in.
Mm-hmm.
We've given away a lot of stuff. I appreciate you guys. There's quite a few of you. Like our number hasn't dipped under 80 since we started.
No, it's been not for quite some time.
So Michael, if you want, you can actually scroll back and go to the 3 o'clock hour. Luke joined us right at 3 o'clock. So if you scroll back to 3, actually, I think he came in at 2:57.
2:57 is what I'm showing.
So if you scroll back to 2:57, you can listen to Fick. How long have we? So Aaron, what? It's I guess about 3 weeks.
We've been booking guests for about a week and a half or so.
The idea was born about 3 weeks ago, and then I didn't want to book it too far out because then people have other things come up. When you book it, you want to book like as not as close to it as possible, but as close to it so where they're not making other plans or something doesn't pop up. You want to get pretty close to the event. So really for about a week and a half, we've been starting to get this process rolling. And then especially since Monday, We really turned up the heat, and I was texting Aaron 2-3 times a day. We got this person at this time. We got this person at this time. And really the only thing we had to move around was we initially had Mick scheduled
right
for 12:30, and then Dan Hoard said that the only time he could do was that first hour. So we bumped Mick, which worked out great because I thought Mick did an awesome job. Michael, yes, take care of your patients.
It's important.
So yeah, it's been pretty cool. I'm glad this has been a great experience for you guys, just as much as fun as it's been for us. Like,
hell yeah,
seriously, 6 hours. Like we've done 6 straight hours of content, and it feels like what, 2?
This feels about as long as what a normal podcast would be. It doesn't feel like 6 hours for sure. But at the end of the day, first and foremost, you purchased Bearcat Journal because you love the Bearcats. So let's just put that right on the table. Second, we do stuff like this not just for you guys. I promise. Like, it's awesome content wise for you, the viewing experience. We do it for us too, for sure. You think we didn't both get giddy when we find out that we have Coach on vacation from Mexico joining us? Like, that's a testament to just kind of where this thing is and what we've put forward and the relationships that Chad has built, as Mick talked about earlier.
Hey, Phyllis, we got 6 hours to go,
6
Phyllis.
more hours.
We're halfway done. Go ahead, Aaron. Sorry.
But yeah, I mean, it's a testament to the relationships that you've built just as a local beat writer, because again, to the point you made earlier, not all local beat writers are getting this, even like national talking heads. I'd be impressed if Luke took, depending on who was asking, if he took time out of his vacation to be on a national show. I don't think he's doing that for everybody. So it's just really, really cool. Correct. Brian, you missed this while at work. Is it going to be archived? Right. Like that's crazy. I mean, he went into a coffee house to talk to us. Brian, you missed it while you were at work. Will it be archived? Yes, it's going to be archived on YouTube. Again, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, comment if you want, ask questions if you want. But we still have a lot of stuff coming at you tonight. We have Brent Young joining us 5 minutes ago, so we'll see when he gets in here. We know.
Well, we just told him sometime between 6 and 7.
Yeah,
and the closer to 6 you join us, the longer you get to go.
I can give my co-host a little bit of a hard time. We all know how prompt he is with some things. But we do have Leonard Stokes joining us later this evening, along with former punter, the left footer who found himself at the week leading up to the Super Bowl with the Rams. Justin Williams is going to be joining us at some point. Dave Simone, Ed is probably still going to be popping in and out, I'm sure. And Jeff Howell, I don't even know if his computer is functioning since Tuesday, but we'll see. Neil, there is no timestamp for anything, and get out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here. What's the timestamp for when Wes thanked me for being mad when they lose? I don't know. I don't know.
I
man.
did that specifically for you, Neil. I knew that you wanted me to tweet that you there to let him see that you get mad at games too, and he does, man. Like he is not. I don't mess with him after games. Like I legitimately, I was not. I had one condition. I was going to ask Wes if he would join us if they beat Wichita State. If they did not beat Wichita State, I wasn't going to ask him because he wasn't going to be in a good mood. He wasn't going to feel like talking. Like we weren't going to get the candid. This is the thing I love about Wes more than anybody. You ask him a question, he's answering. There's no fluff. There's no BS. He's going to tell you exactly how he feels. It's amazing.
It's also a breath of fresh air because so many coaches are going to give you coach speak in that moment and try and talk their way around things. Like Les Miles, if you've looked at some of his interviews, he doesn't even know what he's saying half the time. It's like, what are you doing, man? But like with Wes Miller, you get a genuine answer every time. And that's just kind of a testament to who he is.
And sometimes that answer is going to be, I'm pissed off. Like, I'm mad. Like, we didn't play well. This is crap. Like, our defense needs to be better. We were in the top 25 2 weeks ago. Now we're outside the top 50. That's not acceptable. And a lot of coaches won't give you that. So
Neil says the previous regime showed no emotion. No comment. C.D. Hoffman said, Jerry Lewis always closed his telethons by singing You'll Never Walk Alone. Will you two be closing the 12 hours with a signature duet? Yeah, we'll both be drinking beer at the same time. How about that?
I mean, by 12 o'clock, who knows what we're going to do?
I mean, I wouldn't put singing past anybody, but
no, we sing all the time on our podcast. It's terrible, but we do it.
That's
possible.
We've officially crossed the 800 threshold. Thanks.
There we go.
Thanks to John Brossart for. I hope I didn't butcher your name.
Brossart.
For pointing that out. He pointed out when we were at 799, and we are officially at 801. So I did want to.
We've added 100 today. 6 hours. We've added 100. If we can keep the momentum, then we can add another 100. We'll be at 900, which is not acceptable. We need to be at 1,000.
Also, I don't think I saw anybody else really do the videos. I'm gonna look for that, but I think I only got 2 videos for the BCJ Sub-A-Thon down the drive. We might have to try that again later tonight. We'll see.
Yeah.
But I think
you have. I mean, if you've only got 2, you got to pick a winner, Aaron.
Oh,
you got to pick a winner.
That's an easy winner. Tonk is going to win that giveaway for the 4 o'clock hour. Considering it was just him and Ed's on the payroll. So did we lose you, Chad? Are you there? Oh no. I guess it's just me. So Tonk, you are going to be the winner for the 4. Was the 4 o'clock? Yeah, the 4 o'clock. Tonk. Very good. That one is done. Yes, the cigarette might have taken out the Wi-Fi. Who knows? I know he did switch to muted, so I'm not really sure what that is.
Are you freaking out?
No, I was just going. I was running with it.
What we were afraid of happened. The answer to how long will the headset continuously work during a subathon is 6 hours and 9 minutes.
There we go. Stewie said, Aaron, tell jokes until Chad gets back. Here's a joke for you. We signed ourselves up to do 12 hours of a podcast. 12 straight hours. What were we thinking?
I'm letting Kelly and Kelsey pick out dinner. So
Chelsea said on Twitter, oh shit, Aaron is riding solo because Chad died. Thank goodness that's not the case. Luke says that the cigarette took out the Wi-Fi.
The headphones are plugged in, so we'll get those back eventually. We'll get those back eventually.
But yeah, it's been a wild ride so far, and we're getting there. We are at 800, so love to see that. It's exciting stuff here, guys.
Got to thank Wes and Dre.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Hour 6, 7. We're into hour 7. Yeah, subscribe, people. Let's go. Where else can you get 6 straight hours of uninterrupted? Well, except for when my headphone went out.
That was
uninterrupted Bearcat content. I think I've outdone myself. Like, I think I've outdone myself in terms of that 6 hours. We'll never top that 6 hours. That was as good as content we'll get on Bearcat Journal. I will never promise
to beat that.
To beat that. So did Tonk win? I went out. Did Tonk
win?
Tonk
won. Yeah, because Ed's on the payroll. I can't give it to Ed.
Give it to Ed. Sorry.
But
Ed.
Thank you for the video all the same.
Tonk, you won your choice of any item from the Bearcat Journal shop on 513 shirts. So I will drop the link in the chat.
So we've given out 5. I think it's about time that we gave out another flag. Yeah.
Well, this is the first flag, right?
That was the first flag for Tom?
Yeah, this will be the first flag.
Or we need to give out a flag?
We need to give out a flag.
Okay.
We've given out the big flag. This will be the car flag from 513 Shirts.
Well, I know we talked about trying to get more videos with the $50 gift card. Let's do this. You can have the $50 gift card and a flag for whoever in the next, I'll give it 2 hours.
I don't want to do that. I don't want a 2-for-1.
No? Okay.
I don't want a 2-for-1.
Well, I want to see who can get the most likes. A retweet will count as 2 points, and a like will count as 1 point. For you have to have the link to the YouTube video in your tweet, and I still need to see that hashtag BCJ Sub-A-Thon.
And whoever gets the most activity wins a car flag.
Yep. Keith, we're at 8:01 currently. So we'll throw that link back in. Where's it at? I don't know.
Dave said, "Oh no, Aaron's going to do math."
Dude, I was a math major until I wasn't. It's fine.
Brent is finishing up some stuff at work, and he will be with us as soon as possible. So,
okay. Copy.
Scrolling through
link.
the Twitter.
Copy link. Here's the link that you need to have in your tweet. Like I said, most likes, retweet counts as 2. So I know people like Stewie and Chelsea are going to be like, oh, we can retweet each other's. We get 2 points each. I know how y'all work.
Oh, 6 hours in. It's starting to hit me now a little bit.
Is it?
Well, just like we had that rush of like guests, right? Like bang, 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 bang. So you didn't really have a chance to think about it.
Yeah.
And now it's like, man, we still got 5.5 hours to go. We're at 8:03, Keith. 8:03 is the sub number. That's because you were attacked.
I didn't hide it.
Sometimes when you feel attacked, you actually are attacked. But I have a feeling like the Gilchrist family has the follower count. Like they could be tough to beat. Neil could be tough to beat, but he already won.
Tonk's up there too. People love when Tonk tweets.
Maybe some fan pop-ins later. What we're gonna have Dave and Justin on later. I'm not sure how much time we'll have for fan pop-ins, but we'll see. I'm not ruling it out. Yeah, it was getting kind of dark in there, Aaron. Needed a little light. Let there be light. Just making sure your power hasn't been turned off since you're moving soon. Oh, Luke, I'm not worried about the time. I'm just saying we'll get there. I'm just saying it's a matter of like we had that rush of so many guests where you weren't thinking about we've been doing this for 6 hours. It was just, okay, we need to get this guest wrapped up so the next guest can start, so we can get this guest wrapped up so the next guest can start. This is the first time we've really had like a breather since what, Mo? Like Mo left and we had like 20, 25 minutes when Mo was done. You're muted.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I had to sneak food in while we had people here. I had to sneak a bathroom break in
right
while people were here. Like it's just yeah, I mean, it's been go. So this is our first time to really just sit back and digest what the hell just happened. Oh,
9 p.m. boost with Kerry Combs.
I think
Sean Simpson and a friend of mine just went across his 7 accounts and subscribed after I told him about the Sub-A-Thon. Thank you, Keith, and thank you, Sean. Sean is like an OG. Like Sean Simpson has been a member from this start. Like Bearcat Mac, Sean Simpson.
What do you think we should do with this, Chad? I was also under the assumption that I wasn't going to have a repeat winner.
Yeah, I don't think we want to do repeat winners. I think we're going to try to spread it around as much as possible.
All right. So how about that 9 p.m. adrenaline boost of Kerry Combs, though?
If I could make that happen, I absolutely would. Drown! Well, we're getting a 9 p.m. adrenaline boost of Jimmy Smith, who is hilarious.
I just wonder if we could actually watch Kerry Combs snort Red Bull.
Right?
I'm under the impression that he doesn't actually sleep. He just hangs upside down.
Yeah.
And if he
I
starts
think,
to fall
I think
asleep,
I'm even going to give you a follow. I'm tight with my follows, but I'm going to follow Neil Slayton today. That's a win, right? That's got to be a win.
He's the one who does all the polls.
He does, and I got him some love from Wes. And Wes is like that. Wes wants people to be just as mad as he is when Cincinnati loses. Like most coaches, right? They get in their feelings. Like, I'm mad, but I'm the only one that can be mad. Like everybody else has to be. Wes is like, no, if you're not mad, we're doing this fan thing wrong.
So let's go back through when Coach was here. There were a lot of questions that didn't get answered, and see if maybe you can offer any perspective in some of that. Obviously, it's not his voice, and you're kind of trying to answer for. I don't know. I mean, he's not the one answering them, but how do you think next year's commits are going to fit in?
I think it's still that's something I'll have a better answer for like in the summer. I think there's definitely a place for both Dan and Josh in terms of this team lacks length. It lacks size. And both of those guys are 6'7". Both of those guys have 7-foot wingspan. They are going to instantly upgrade the roster with just those two, factors alone. The question will be how well do they defend? How well do they pick up the system? I think Josh is somebody that kind of fits right away. I have compared him a bit in terms of they're two totally different players. So I don't want people to think I've compared him to the player I'm about to compare him to. What I'm going to say is he plays defense in a similar fashion to how Jaron Cumberland played defense, which is that he's very instinctive. Like that's the thing with Josh Reed that I love. Super, super high basketball IQ. Like the kid just has a great feel for the game. When I first started watching him, I was a tiny bit worried just in that, and not worried, worried's not the right word, but I was looking at him and thinking, how is he going to translate on the defensive end? Because that's the way guys get on the floor early. And the more you watched him, the more you saw why I compare him to Jaron. Jaron got his hands on so many balls, passing lane, being able to when a guy with the ball in his hands on offense loses focus for a second and the ball's out in front of you, Jaron would just take it. There's a lot of that in Josh's game, and the way that he defends is that his length is obviously superior to Jaron, like a 7'1" wingspan, which is going to help him out even more in those situations. But I just love the way he understands the game and understands what the offense is trying to do to you, what the goal is that you're trying to accomplish defensively. So I think, Josh has got a chance early to see some minutes, especially if he's looking like a stretch 4 initially, because he's got the size and some of the strength to be able to give you that. Dan's a scorer, man, but he's a scorer that does a lot of other stuff. He's really instinctual on the offensive glass, has a good read on like where the ball is, where the ball is coming off the rim, how to be aggressive and, locating it. And he can really score. And both of them can shoot. Now, shooting as a freshman, your shooting numbers are never as good your freshman year as they are the rest of your career. But both of those guys have that length that's going to put them in a position to compete for minutes next year as this roster develops and moves forward. With Sage needs to get stronger. He needs to continue to get back to 100% from the knee. But I think he's getting there. I think he'll have a really good summer once he gets to campus. And I'm excited to see where he's at in terms of being ready for college once he gets here this summer. He's gonna look a lot different when he gets with Mike. And I was talking to somebody yesterday that they were really excited about what Josh was going to look like when he got a chance to work with Rayfelt, because they felt 2 months with Mike Rayfelt and Josh Reed could be physically imposing. He's already a strong kid. Josh has got more of a, more of the body to him.
The next question I'm finding, because there's some funny comments in here, like the guy who lives in Wichita, and it was quiet after the game.
Yeah, that's Brian Johnson. That's he's had many names. BJ, Uncle Fucker. Sorry, said the F word. I'm just gonna try not to do that until dark. It's almost dark here. Brian's another one of the OGs. He's been around for a long time.
This comment was funny that he gave Coach a drunken welcome. Good for you, Michael. Good for you.
Brent needs the link.
Tell him to check his email. Send it around 11:45. Sage's family food truck is delicious. I think that's an understatement. I don't know what the Hawaiian word for delicious is, but let's just call it mahalo. Because it's fantastic.
I think we got to that in a different question.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Asked a different way.
I'm assuming that he said, "How's it feel being the second most handsome coach in the Lindner Center?"
You're talking about Coach Brady, right?
I mean, I feel like even on the basketball team, there's a couple guys who might even be more.
Jake Thielen is a handsome man.
That is a handsome man.
That is a good-looking man.
Sorry, not sorry.
You got to pull up a picture of Jake. We're going to embarrass Jake right here.
That's fine. He did this to himself with his
Kenny. That's not a terrible comparison. I'd need to see more from Sage personally, because he was injured so much during the summer, or not injured, not so much, but was injured during the summer. So I didn't get a chance to really elevate or evaluate his game. But I don't think that's terrible. I think that's pretty decent.
It's hard to find a picture of him on just a Google search.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
I had somebody from they remember when we did one of our watch parties from the Grail for football, and the basketball team, or not the staff came down. They had a recruit, so they came down and they were there, and Jake was there, and one of the people with Tony Pike at his table was like, "Hey, who's that guy?" You think you can hook it up? And I was like, look, lady, I just met you. I don't know if I'm going to hook you up with Jake. That's a good looking man.
I can only imagine. I don't know that Coach was necessarily pissed when they threw pizza all over the floor. I'm not sure he really saw what was happening. And it was during a timeout, not as halftime ended. But I don't know that he really noticed. It was all taken care of before he
Probably did not notice at all.
Turned around. He was in full coach mode, unless he was avoiding the pizza that almost hit the huddle.
Right.
But that was a fun time.
Aaron was all over that one.
I think those were what will Victor play more in upcoming games? What are your thoughts on that?
It just depends on how healthy he is, unfortunately. Like he's dealing with a hip and a knee. They're trying to limit him or use him as effectively as possible.
There he is.
Look at the glasses. Aren't you handsome?
Boys, oh boys, how are we?
We're great.
Brent, how are we?
Man, are we hitting the loopy stage yet?
No,
we've been way too busy. Like
way too busy.
I mean, we've had Dan Hoard, Mo Egger, Luke Fickell, Malik Van, Cashmere Wright, Mick Walker, Wes Miller, and then Joe from Danco, Shane from Galactic, Jimmy from the Holy Grail.
Okay.
So the first 6 hours were they were something.
Okay. That's good. That's all that matters.
How was work today? You haven't had a chance to listen, obviously.
Man, work is work, man. I'll tell you what.
Work is work.
Fridays are one of my busier days, but we just, we survive, we get through. And the weekend hits and you're ready to just tackle full steam ahead. So, but no, it sounds like the Sub-A-Thon is going well. What are the numbers looking like?
We've added a little over 100 members. We're at 811.
Wow.
Right
Okay. That's good.
So we're 189 away from our goal of 1,000.
Okay. Wow. So a little boost here at the end will help out. Who's left on the docket?
We got Lenny Stokes, Jimmy Smith, Justin Williams, Dave After Dark at some point. Yeah.
Have you guys started drinking yet?
No.
That's we still got an hour and a half or so for that.
Okay. Oh wow, you planned that out too.
Yeah. Tonk said, "Be careful. They can see the nudie website and the reflection on your glasses."
Oh shoot, that is a good point. Oh, good call. I'll take that down. There we go. Now it's the whales. Yeah, man, it's been going well.
They're taking advantage of me, Aaron. The women.
What?
Your wife and daughter?
Yeah, I told them to pick a dinner spot, right? And I'm thinking something reasonable, and they picked Carrabba's. They're going to order steaks. They're going to order steaks again. I guarantee it.
But steaks again from Carrabba's? Does
Well,
Carrabba's
Tuesday
have
night-
good steaks?
Yeah, they had pretty good steaks. Tuesday night.
The Italian place?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Italian steak is an Italian thing. Like the
Right.
Italians love steak. No, Tuesday night, Brent.
Yeah.
I was going to the game, and their plan was supposed to be to take it easy, just eat some leftovers or cook a little something around here. And then I left to go to the game, and I came home, and apparently my daughter wanted to go to Cane's.
Okay.
And my wife instead decided they were going to Texas Roadhouse for fillets. So
Right.
I'm at the game. I don't even remember what we had Tuesday. I was with fried chicken.
Oh, nice.
Which was okay. It was better. Like they improved their fried chicken from what it had been in the past.
Yeah.
But I have catered buffet line fried chicken, and they go to Texas Roadhouse for fillets without me.
Ugh.
It's
So they
nice
owe
to
you.
eat Carrabba's.
Well, wait, they aren't bringing it back?
I think we're going to get it delivered, or she's going to go pick it up.
Okay. So it works out.
Yeah. You're going to go pick it up? Okay.
So Brent,
She's
how
gonna
was
she's going to save us the delivery fees by going to pick it up.
Boom. What's up, Aaron?
Brent, you saw last night's game, and
you guys talk for a few. I'm going to handle this dinner thing with the family.
I figured that's what was
handle
happening.
out the dinner thing.
But you saw last night's game, Brent, and obviously, with it having happened, a couple days after the Memphis loss, and a couple days after we last spoke on Monday, what were your thoughts on the difference between the Memphis game and the Wichita game?
The obvious is that the shots were falling down at a high clip. When that happens, you stretch out defenses. Defenses start to scramble, and before you know it, you look like a pretty fine-tuned offense. And so the shot making obviously helped a lot. And then, I mean, it really stinks to say it, but it's the truth. Once you get an offense going, then kind of makes you want to play defense a little harder, makes you want to just give effort and all tenfold. So I think the fact that they were able to get up big with knocking down all those threes, I think that kind of just was the momentum needed to kind of just carry the rest of the way, because obviously after that, the massive comeback by Wichita just that put a damper on things. But
you were up 32-11 at one point.
Yeah. What was it, like 17-2 run or 17-4 run, something crazy like that. Yeah, it might have been 21-4 at the end. But anyway, you build up a big enough lead by that because you knock down shots. But it's numerous people knocking down shots. It wasn't all JD or Dave DeJulius, and so you also have the ability to then kind of work it inside. I tweeted about it yesterday. Pretty crazy, Aaron, that there was between Abdullah Doe and Odio Guama, they combined to shoot 13 shots. Doesn't seem like a lot, nothing crazy to write home about or write a big article about. But the fact is that that's the most combined shots that the two of them have taken in any game this year. That includes both of them have had multiple double-digit scoring games. It just kind of reminds me of that time that Abdullah Doe caught that rebound down low of the post. I believe it was against Houston. Didn't even look towards the basket to put it back up. Instead, just passed it back out. So kind of just the next step of having your bigs kind of maybe look to score a little bit more. At least try and become a factor that a defense has to change and focus on top of the the good scoring guards outside, the 3-point shooting from Jeremiah Davenport. And then of course I loved seeing that John Newman having newfound confidence. I don't know how long he's going to be out with this this injury that happened, but it was good to see the team get back to just a good flow, just confidence. Seemed like they were clicking on all cylinders, and whenever that happens, obviously it's going to be a big thing.
Well, and that's even without mentioning like Odio Guama played some fantastic minutes.
Yeah.
As he a tall task to try and take on Morris Udeze.
Yeah.
And he held his own.
He did.
And good on him for that. You don't see some of those things in the stat line.
Right.
But those 13 minutes were 13 strong minutes, especially when it was not him playing alongside Adu, but him playing alongside either as the 5 in the small lineups they were running out there, or when he was beside Hayden Koval out there.
Right.
Also Mike Saunders, a big bounce back game for him. He's really needed to have a game like this where he kind of just gets it done. I mean, outside of the 2 turnovers, one on the fast break and then one on the inbounds right after that.
Right.
Outside of that, he played great minutes the whole game, and we've really been looking to see some of that from him as well. But besides those two, because I don't think they're going to come into the answer portion of the question I'm going to ask you.
Okay.
But who do you think actually, outside of the usual suspects, DDJ and Davenport, who had maybe some, I won't say off games, but they were just contained.
They weren't they didn't have to be superheroes. Yeah.
Right. So who else put up, like, who was the player of the game outside of those two for you? In this one?
Let's see. It was good to see Mason start hitting some shots again, it was kind of just a collection. I think 6 different players at 8 points or more. Like you said, Odie had some really exciting minutes, and the key is from here on out. Not only do you want to win the games in front of you, but you want to also be able to somehow plan for next year and years to come. So the fact that Odie's getting these good minutes, Mikey was able to have a good game. It just really pushes towards what needs to happen the rest of the season heading into next year as well. So if I had to pick one, you want to see Mikey get back to how great he was in Kansas City. And if it's the 3 ball that needs to start falling again for him, which has been a little bit in the past couple of games, then maybe that's what it is. But aside from that, I don't know. You can't really pick one. You kind of have to spread it out amongst a lot of people. I think Micah loves playing against Wichita State for some reason, because he whatever troubles he was having in games prior, it kind of went to the wayside in this one, and he was getting to his spots and hitting shots. I don't know. It's hard to pick just one. I love the Newman dunk, but supposedly that's when the injury happened. So I want to say Newman, but it's like, gosh, I just hope he's okay. And then aside from that, it's just I don't know who's your favorite.
I think for me it was probably Adu. The minutes that he put up, it was cool to see the student section get behind him like they did. Were you at the game on Thursday?
Was not able to make it. This day gone office.
So
keeps me here a while.
Every time he'd make a big play, they were finally chanting "Adu," or I'm sorry, they were just the "do."
Okay.
And so it was like the first time we'd really gotten to hear the student section really embrace this guy, because like on 4 blocks. I mean, it was huge night for him in that regard. I think he had a steal at one point. Like he was just in there making some plays and getting things done. Right. And it was really cool for a guy who this is going to be his only season here. He's been a defensive presence, but I don't think he's been heralded by the fan base with quite the respect that he probably should have. And it was just kind of cool to see him have a moment like that, because I don't think prior to last night, he really had a moment where all of Fifth Third Arena just embraced him.
Yeah, because it goes back into what all of us have been talking about since the beginning, is the fact that like a lot of these players, he's a fantastic on-ball post defender. Like on a really good team, like he would fit that role perfectly. And this is a team that, you got to be good at that, but we might need you to score a little bit. Then we also need you to rebound, focus on rebounding a lot and do all these different things. And you want him to be, these post players from the past that the Bearcats have had, really good seasons and, affect the game in multiple ways. But he's kind of just that really fits that role and does it well. But, outside of the defense, we want to see you score. We want to see you do these things. So, yeah, it was good to see the confidence that he had. But the thing about him is just like, once he gets that going, just carry it on to the next game. I thought the game at Miami and Oxford in the beginning of the year, he had his double-double.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was the beginning of kind of a moment where he was going to be a focal point of the team. Not really going to score double figures every game, but kind of, be a threat to score in the post. And
sure.
He has had numerous games with 0 shot attempts, 1 shot attempt. It's just when that happens, it just completely takes one position out of the game. But last night saw some confidence. I think on that one possession he put it up like 3 or 4 times and finally got a bucket. That's excitement, and hopefully it does bring added positivity and confidence to his game, because he's got a few more here, and good luck the rest of the way. But yeah, I'd love to see him be able to get it going.
Now, you mentioned the Newman injury, which we still haven't heard a ton about, but we just know that it was potentially after the dunk when it happened. Right. That said, one of the questions that comes in here on the chat, who do you think starts if Newman doesn't play?
I think in the game that Newman didn't play earlier in the year, it was Mason who started. I imagine that would be the same against a Temple team that doesn't really go like 2 bigs or anything like that. So yeah, I think it would be Mason for the most part, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you need scoring out there, and you don't want to take the only other option would be, and I don't know how much the coaching staff really has faith in JD at the 3 quite yet, so
Right.
it'd have to be Mason, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd be honestly surprised. As much as I'd like to see it, I don't think now is when you start tinkering with Davenport at the 3, Odie at the 4, with just the way that this season's gone and what they've been doing all year.
No, I agree.
If it was earlier against, like a Presbyterian or something like that, I think you might see some different lineups than maybe you are going to see here in late February.
Right. Yeah, this is when you should have things lined up and all ready to
Yeah.
go. So what did Wes say about the game? Did you guys ask him about that at all, or was it kind of just
I asked him,
blowover?
I told him when I was writing your preview, I said, I called it a must win. And I said, do you feel like it was a must win as well? And what he came back with was, I think they're all must wins. Like every game is a must win. Every practice is a must win.
Here we go.
And it's hard to argue that.
You might have pulled out a nice book quote for a future book about Wes Miller. That's a good quote.
But I mean, he was excited that they were making the extra passes. He just said, people say like, no, just pass the damn ball. Like as us as fans are kind of just like, just pass the ball. And, it was just a matter of guys were in the right places. And DeJulius was able to really, he had never heard DDJ, by the way.
Really?
In reference to David DeJulius. And I think I caught him off guard with that.
Maybe that's a media thing. I don't know.
I don't either. I thought that was pretty well known, but maybe he's like Fickell and lives under a rock when he's coaching, and who knows?
Yeah, I don't know.
But he said, with DeJulius getting the amount of attention he was getting and able to kind of move the ball when he was, trying to drive and getting sealed up and able to find the open guy. And if that guy wasn't open, they were able to find the open guy. And just kind of what we all saw, if you were really paying attention to the game, they were making the extra pass and just taking full advantage of guys taking open shots in rhythm as opposed to forcing the ball. So,
right.
But yeah, it was cool to get to have that little, because I caught a little bit of flack on BCJ
about
for calling it a must win. Yeah.
I mean, I just think everyone was kind of in somewhat of a down feel about how things had been going. So yeah, you want to win, but it's more like, okay, on top of that, like, what are we like? What it's like what I was saying, like, what's the purpose of the team right now? You know what I mean? Is it to get better for the future? Is it to try and put a run together and still have hopes of winning the conference tournament and getting into the NCAA tournament? Like what is the purpose of the team? And so, yeah, after a couple of down games, what exactly is what is the must win for? What's the end goal inside of the locker room? So, I mean, yeah, you want to win every game and everything like Wes said, but yeah, I think in general, it was definitely a lot needed for a win, and I think they knew that the Sub-A-Thon was coming up next. So they knew Wes had to be in a good mood for the Sub-A-Thon, and they said that's why it's a must win. So I think I agree with you in that part.
Like I said, I thought it was just a must win for the fan base, for the team as a whole, to get right. And it was almost a bit of a measuring stick game, if you will, because truthfully, on paper, I thought they were outmatched, especially if Adu wasn't going to be a go. And we didn't have to deal with him not having his availability because he was available for the game. But yeah, that would have been a matchup nightmare if we would have had strictly Odie and Koval at the 5.
Yeah, right. But I mean, so at this point, every team's dealing with injuries. Every team's dealing with struggles. So it's like, it's just piece together what you can and come up with the game plan with what you got and go out there. But yeah, I think not having Abdul in the game against Memphis was massive because, I mean, that's like a game that he succeeds the most in. Is they've got multiple bigs, and he can really defend the post well, and just kind of does well running up and down. So it's exciting. I think that they just got to continue pushing the right way and figuring out exactly what exactly they want to do as things continue on. So we'll see.
So Brent, there's a question here in the chat. What are realistic expectations? And knowing that you're, the realist as much as you are.
Oh, I'm such a realist.
I say that tongue in cheek because you're the eternal optimist, and anybody who listens to the BBP knows that, as we have that back and forth often.
Yep.
But what are your realistically unrealistic expectations for the rest of this year?
I think that they'll have one more surprise in them. I don't think that they'll slip up in the games that they should win the rest of the way. So, if that surprise might be, say it's, a win at UCF, which is possible. Would that be considered a surprise for UC fans? Probably not. But is UCF going to be favored in the game? Probably. So, it's a winnable game.
It's home though. If that game was at Cincinnati at the Fifth Third Arena.
Oh yeah,
I don't think UCF's favored in that one. So if it's a coin flip based on who the home team is, I think they'll be all right.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I'm pumping optimism into your life, Aaron. I kind of like that. I like that out of you. Now, I think if they are able to win 3 out of these final games, some way somehow, then that's a cause for some excitement, because that final week is tough.
That's over 20 wins, and that's where we didn't necessarily anticipate this team being when things started at the beginning of the season.
Except for one guy.
I think you had him at like 23 or something crazy. 22.
No, I said between like 21 to 22, 23, and then a threat to make some noise in the conference tournament and see if it leads to even more, which I don't know. Something crazy could happen. They could go on that crazy 5-game heat streak they went on earlier in the season, and who knows outside of that. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Parker, or yes, you want to be on the opposite side of Houston when it comes to the conference tournament. But I mean, Memphis is playing really good. On a neutral court against Memphis, they're kind of similar to the fact of they're a team I want to avoid as well, but you're going to either be on Houston's side or Memphis' side, so we'll see.
Well, Brian asks, are you more impressed by UC regaining control after blowing most of a 21-point lead, or if it was a blowout throughout?
I don't think a blowout throughout is really possible right now in any game. You look at, unless you're Houston versus ECU at home, which they just completely blew them out. But it seems like in every game in conference play, someone makes a little bit of a run to come back. Even against Tulsa in the games that Cincinnati won by a wide margin, that game was pretty close in the beginning of the second half. SMU made a little bit of a run to come back against Cincinnati in the game that Cincy won pretty big against the Mustangs. But I am impressed they were able to weather the storm, not shrivel and go to the wayside, but they also were making shots. Like in games past, most recent games, these runs happen and they're not able. Cincinnati's not able to respond. The opponent has been able to respond with a timely made bucket. In this game, it was Cincinnati that dropped those timely threes, or had a timely 6-0 run where they made defensive stops on the other end. So,
right.
Yeah, I'd say weathering the storm was more impressive than just riding a double-digit win from the moment they blew up until the moment that the game was over.
Chad, what you got on? What you got for Brent here, or what did you end up going with for dinner? Did they end up getting steak?
Kelsey did, of course. So
what kind of steak did she get?
She just got a 7-ounce sirloin.
Little sirloin
We
boy.
went to Carrabba's. Hold on.
Carrabba's.
You guys got me?
Yeah.
There.
We got
Yeah.
you. You got us.
Headphones charge pretty fast. Like they're fully charged within like 30 minutes. So
There we go.
Good.
You might get a little fettuccine Alfredo.
No, I went with the Tuscan pork chops.
Wow.
With a side salad and mashed potatoes and sauteed broccoli.
What's the dressing with a side salad for Chad Brendel?
Well, Carrabba's, they have their house is like a Parmesan.
Oh.
Galactic fried chicken sauce.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put galactic sauce on it. They have like a Parmesan house salad that I really like.
Okay.
So we're gonna do that.
By the way, Jason Cooper made it to Galactic Fried Chicken and got his
Yeah, he
bottle
tweeted.
of sauce.
He did.
So good on him. Lots of giveaways today. I'm loving
Was
it.
he? Oh, did they say anyone who comes gets a free bottle of sauce?
The first person that went to Galactic and said Sub-A-Thon got a free bottle of sauce.
Wow. And
Yeah.
and I mean, how this is only what getting to 7 hours. When was Galactic on?
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Shane was on.
Oh, so that was pretty quick. Good
Pretty
job.
quick, yeah. Well, I think he was already this kind of played into Jason's plan because he was already like gonna go there for dinner tonight.
Oh, so it was just an added bonus.
So yeah, then when I did the sauce thing, it was just a matter of would anybody get down there before him to get their sauce? And the answer was no.
Was no.
Nobody did.
Golly. So who's on the rest of the way?
Well, we got Lenny Stokes on at 7:30.
Oh, our boy.
So
Lenny.
excited for that one.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jimmy Smith is on at 9.
Oh, are we asking him if he's are you the reason why the Rams were able to win?
Yeah, we need to know.
Super Bowl.
Yeah, we need to know.
Yeah.
And
I
then
still want to know if he got a ring for that because I feel like he should.
Right?
I mean, do you get a ring for that?
I don't know. Is he
don't
considered a
think
practice
so.
squad player if he's there at practice on the field?
Yeah, good point. Do they do do they cut down the rosters? And so he was like a special practice player there at the end?
I don't know the answer to any of these questions. I'm very curious though as to how that all worked. Like if he were to have gotten injured and wasn't actually on the practice squad, how does that work? If you're not a practice squad player and you're there just kicking the ball for them,
yeah.
Is that legal?
Wait, so Jimmy's the first guest, like as you guys get to the drinking stage. So like, what does Jimmy have to join in on the drinking?
That's up to him. As an
That's
Aussie,
up to
I feel like.
And then after Jimmy, it's just going to be a matter of when Dave and Justin jump on.
Oh, we get Justin after dark too.
Yeah, Dave after dark and Justin after dark, probably simultaneously at some point.
We've been promised Justin in rubber gloves up to his elbows, so I don't know.
Oh,
doing dishes.
He fired up the OnlyFans, did he?
Yeah.
Smart man.
What's a Brent Young Friday night look like?
Oh man, Cincinnati Bearcat basketball team plays Temple this weekend, so just like sitting down and typing out a Temple preview. No, I'm joking. I don't know. It's figuring out how to wrap up work. Maybe start the Temple preview. This is the time I was on here was normally when I get that rocking and rolling a bit, but and then after that it's kind of dinner and then
open a bottle of wine
wherever the wind takes me. Yeah.
What's dinner tonight?
No idea. I think the beautiful one is swooping something up, and then whenever I get home, I'll partake in the festivities. So it always works out.
All right. Well, we'll be here till midnight if you want to pop back in and party.
Gallivander back on. Yeah. Well, I mean, I hope that by like 11:30, some like weird stuff is happening.
I don't know.
Well,
we purposely didn't schedule anything. Like if you look at the paper right here,
yeah,
there's nothing the last 2 hours.
Right. Okay. Well, geez.
There's no plans from 10 to midnight. We're just gonna wing it.
You guys should fire up the Cincinnati versus Syracuse at Madison Square Garden Big East tournament basketball game, and each time that the Bearcats hit a three,
you got to take a drink. Whoa.
Take a drink.
Well, it all happened in the first 20 minutes,
right? So be ready
of live action. Not first 20 minutes of game time, within the first 2.5 TV timeouts.
Yeah, it's like playing Thunderstruck. You got to be locked in. You got to be ready.
La, la,
la. As we said, Jason won the quest for the Galactic sauce. So, congrats to him. I know Dave is upset that Galactic won't ship the sauce to Texas. He didn't say that. He said it's not cost effective unless you buy 12 bottles of sauce.
Right.
So if you want to buy 12 bottles of sauce and freeze 11 of them or give some to your friends to where it's more cost effective, then Shane will do it.
Then it makes sense. So what's can we do something special for whoever tweets Brent or how are we? You get a free something.
Well, it's giveaway time, right, Aaron?
It is giveaway time.
We are also following live tonight the Bearcats season opener against Florida Gulf Coast University.
Dunk City. What up?
And the Bearcats are leading 1-0 in the top of the second.
Wow.
Tried to get Geno on today to preview, but he had a busy schedule.
Oh, jeez.
I guess daughter's birthday party and son's baseball practice and work and things got in the way.
Yep.
Malik's here. What's up, Malik? Malik's still here watching the Sub-A-Thon.
Is he?
Malik said it's always giveaway time.
There we go.
I love that.
Lock it in, Malik.
I got a Malik Van follow today, so I like that.
There you go.
I made it.
I feel like this is for you two right here. Top football and basketball game replays that you watch. I don't really get a chance to watch a lot of game replays.
Football and basketball game replays.
Your video went out, Brent.
I know.
Basketball's got to be Cincinnati Duke, right? The Great Alaskan Shootout.
Is that on YouTube?
I think so.
Can you still hear me?
I can still hear you. Just can't see
your audio.
Oh man. Someone called me and just you know how it is. It's just life. But favorite rewatching? I don't know. I like a very underrated game that well, first off, I love rewatching the game at Wichita State, with Jacob and Gary and Kyle and that team. That's always fun to watch.
Yeah.
And then an underrated game that I found the full game for as well was it was at NKU. Houston was in town. Cincinnati gets down 24-3 or something crazy like that. And then they amount that crazy comeback. Do you remember that game at all?
I do, yeah.
And then it ended up being a good second half. But just that comeback in that first half, and Jacob banks in that three at the buzzer, and it's just oh man, it's with the NKU, boat in the middle of the court. It's just the weirdest thing, but one of the more exciting games. So I like watching that one, and then of course throwback ones too. Great Alaskan Shootout is obviously one that I watch. Yeah, but there's a lot more.
Duke Cincy is definitely on YouTube.
Yeah, I've watched it. But yeah, past ones I like watching obviously the Kenyan games and all that, but I don't know. There are quite a few that I have a list for. And yes, Tonk, that was in the AAC championship game though. But yes, it was always a great thing.
We're doing good, Malik. We're up to 828 subscribers. So we have a nice little bump there. Actually, 829 right now. So we're getting there with your help. So appreciate you bumping back in. Gray turns the ball over to Luz.
Yes.
How much would you have to be paid to watch UC Nevada again? Oh,
Woof.
Can I watch the first half
yeah, just the first 20 minutes.
and then like do the Men in Black pen thing where I forget everything? Because once that happens, you know what's coming.
Yeah.
Gosh, should I?
Cincy DePaul, the Kenyan game, all-time classic.
Oh, I'm back. Let's go.
There you go.
Yeah, Cincy DePaul. That game's fun to watch. I like a good Tony Bobbitt game, man. I'm a big Bobbitt fan.
I feel you. Do you think we'll retain the Memphis game as an out-of-conference once we leave? In basketball, possibly. I mean, basketball, you're always looking for quality games. Well,
speaking of Memphis, did you see
Wes and Larry Brown are really close. So in basketball, I could see it happen. In football, probably not, man. At 9 games in the Big 12, you've already got Miami, and you're going to have like one big out-of-conference Power 5 game. I don't see a future there for Memphis in football, but
Chad,
basketball definitely.
I got something to say about that too. Cincinnati's now in the boat where, when in the Big 12, you're kind of in that situation where, what benefit do they gain by playing Memphis out of conference? Especially on
football,
the road.
right? In basketball, like the way basketball works is generally home and homes. Like you sign 2-year home and homes,
right?
And I could definitely see at some point in time, like scheduling Memphis home and home. Like I said, especially with Wes being as close to Larry Brown as he is.
Yeah. Speaking of Memphis, did you guys see the offer that they gave out today?
No.
Hansel Emmanuel.
Dude, that kid is so fun to watch.
I know. They offered him.
He so if you don't know who Hansel Emmanuel is, first go look him up and watch a video.
Yeah,
he has one
YouTube
arm
and sit back and enjoy.
He has one arm, and he could play. So at Under Armour finals, his team played on the same court in the game before Skillings like 3 times that week. So I got to see him like 3 times. And you are just in awe of how good he is. I mean, it's crazy. Like he's got all the moves, like crossover, like in and outs. He crosses over with one arm, between his legs, behind his back. Like it is wild watching this kid play basketball, and he's really good. Like it's not a gimmick. It's not like he's okay, and he gets a lot of love because he's doing what would seem nearly impossible in playing basketball with one arm. No, that kid's a high-level kid.
All right. Do want to announce that from 513shirts.com, Chelsea Gilchrist, she had 6 retweets and 17 likes on her tweet, whereas Neil Slayton had 7 retweets and 11 likes. Chelsea wins 29-25. So Chelsea got herself one of the car flags.
Chelsea, contact Aaron, not me.
Accurate.
I don't have anything to do with it. I just work here. Heard anything about the OC schedule for next year? No, not yet. Those are generally not handled until after the season. Maui is loaded. Xavier at home. We'll see where it goes from there.
Well, by the way, are we doing a BCJ travel to Maui?
No, it was contemplated, but we are doing family trip to LA this summer.
Right. That's right.
Brent, I thought you were going to use all of your Sky Miles on sending us all out there.
Oh, we could do it. We could do it. I'm in.
If LA wasn't so expensive, then it would be doing LA and Hawaii in the same calendar year would not be good for the Bearcat Journal bank account.
Are you going to go to
not be good at all.
Vegas before LA?
I don't know yet. Probably no, because I got the little one.
Yeah, true.
Taking the, I mean, she'll think like she'll walk up and sit at the craps table, I'm sure.
Right.
But I don't think the casino will care for it much.
She'll walk up, put 100 on black right away. No, I did hear a little bit of the Luke interview, where he said it was just the vacation part where he was like, when you bring the kids, it's more of an adventure. It's not a vacation.
Right.
Which I thought was pretty good.
Brent, how should we do the next giveaway?
He wants you to incorporate Brent somehow.
Oh, let's do like whoever.
Hashtag how are we?
Yeah. Let's do a hashtag. Hashtag how are we? First, the best hashtag that fits with the BBP gets a giveaway.
So it has to be hashtag how are we, hashtag BCJ Sub-A-Thon, and
best BBP tagline that fits gets chosen.
All right, and I'm throwing in what you need. BCJ Sub-A-Thon.
Do you guys like that? That works pretty easy. Oh, you're mute, Chad.
You are muted, Chad.
I feel like it's Monday night.
That works for me.
All right, so that'll be the 7 o'clock giveaway, I guess. Even though we're behind the 6 o'clock giveaway.
So if Lenny's on, he's not bringing Logan with him this time.
Lowe's busy, unfortunately.
He's got to watch high school games.
Right. Golly. So Wes is watching Skillings today.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Are those more just like a check-in, like, hey, how you doing? Good to see you play. Because obviously,
yeah,
he's signed and just all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's just a check-in.
Yeah. Golly. Watch Skillings go off for 40 or something.
It's the first round of the playoffs, so it's probably the last time they're going to get a chance to see him play high school ball.
Right.
He went and saw Josh recently.
Mm-hmm.
So get a chance to go see Dan, and I know Roberts has gone up and seen Sage a couple times.
Right.
So
just
you got to check in on your guy.
Golly.
Look, Jason, he does it. That's what everybody does. Of course, everybody tries to force him to the arm he doesn't have. And he still does it. I guess just you do it your whole life. Like
Hansel and Manuel.
Figure it out.
There's some games where he went up against some good talent. And they were like,
I was there.
They were beefing with him, and he just gave it right back.
I was there for a bunch of them.
It was funny because his two offers were Tennessee State and Bethune-Cookman, and then Memphis just put their name. So who knows what?
Now
other
that
big
somebody
names.
jumped in, there's going to be there'll be others jump in.
Right.
Sure.
Exactly.
I mean, I know the question is going to be how does he do it in college?
Right.
He did it in high. Like I've watched him do it at a high level in AAU. I still don't understand it.
No, not at all.
I still don't understand it, but he does it. He somehow manages to do it.
Do you think maybe the strongest right hand in basketball, strongest right arm in basketball, right?
Yeah, that's all he got.
Like when you
He doesn't
build,
have anything
you
else.
build one of those, like a different body part of each, basketball player to build the best one. His right arm might be right up there.
No, he's amazing to watch.
Yeah.
He is amazing to watch. Really fun.
Definitely. Golly, this is fun. You guys have been doing well. Little subscribe-a-thon. We need to bump up the numbers.
We're getting there.
So what's like the main So I know 1,000 is the goal.
Yeah, we gotta get to 1,000.
Are you happy with 950? And you think, guys, we gotta figure out one more thing to be the final 50?
No, I think having this up, like what you got to remember,
people go back and watch.
People go back and watch.
Yeah,
up to 8:31. By the way, we did get a big uptick over the course of the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, I just put it on. I put the without the Sub-A-Thon, without having to watch us, and then Brent was here. I just put a link on Twitter and was like, "Please subscribe."
That might just be that BBP push right there, boys.
Woo! Tonk is right. If I had a shot for every time Brent said golly.
I know. I tell you what, man, I've had a whale of a Friday. So if I've said golly a bunch, Tonk, it's because I can't think of any other words to say, to be honest. But it is what it is. But here's the question: did you come up with an ultimate prize for the 1,000th subscriber?
We can't.
We don't know like how to figure. Like I shockingly, I can't see the subscriber list on YouTube on my own channel.
Really?
Yeah.
Could you like go to like your email or something, like whatever you set up the YouTube through?
I have notifications set up for like when people subscribe, but here's what my notifications look like. New subscriber 10 hours ago, new subscriber 9 hours ago, new subscriber 6 hours ago, new subscriber 1 hour ago. Those are my last 4 notifications. We've had 130 subscribers today, and they sent me 4 of them.
You're breaking the BCJ YouTube page right now.
GOGF, Tonk. GOGF.
Good old
Golly Friday.
Good old golly oh my.
All right, if you got to go do your thing, brother, go do your thing. We don't want to keep you too long. You got to let
It's just been fun. It's been fun. Maybe I'll partake in some libations, and you guys can shoot a text when the Dave After Dark is in full effect, and I'll
anytime between
add
10 and
juice.
midnight. Anytime between 10 and midnight, it'll be turned up time.
Should I like go to a club or something tonight and just like get you somehow up on the big screen, and we'll get it going. Figure something out.
First off, I'm having trouble picturing you at a club. Second, I'm having trouble.
I do not. I bet Brent is a club guy.
You must not know me too well, Aaron.
I could. Well, how are we? Right in the middle of the club. Good to see you, everybody.
What up, Dan Coach?
Joe's back.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
He's
Dan
got the
Coach
jerseys out
transmission.
displayed.
Yeah,
He figured he had Brent here, so he had to get in on the bounce portion before we let Brent go.
Check out the sweet hoodie.
Hey.
There you
There
go.
comes Joe with the hoodie.
And I gotta represent too. We got the hat here from the Cotton Bowl right here.
There you go.
Oh,
little Cotton
Very
Bowl
nice.
right there. Oh yeah. You got gotta have the goods when you represent the Cats, fellas.
There's no doubt about that, man.
He's got the goods, dude.
No doubt about that. What's that number 2? Is that a Steve Logan right there?
That is a Steve Logan original. It's signed. You can't really see it, but it's down there. It's
Right.
signed.
Okay.
And then we got a Jason Maxiel blank right here.
Okay.
And then
little practice jersey, Mad Max practice jersey.
And then my boy over here. So my boy, I have to pull this up here. You can see really close right here. Look at the signature there.
There you go.
Who is that? Can you say I see it?
Is it
T-Rat, Terrence Gibson?
Oh,
there
yeah.
you go. T. Gibson. He was a customer at the shop, so he gave us that nice little deal there. And
That's fantastic.
for sure. So, man, been loving this today. This has been so much fun for me. I wish I could have taken off work, actually.
Just watched all that.
A little bit earlier, I would have taken off and watched most of it. But, man, so you had on both coaches, Fick was unbelievable. But then you come in, dude calls in from the coffee shop on a recruiting. Are you fucking kidding? Sorry, is it past 8 o'clock yet?
It's dark. It's dark.
Sorry,
It's
Dan.
dark. Sorry, Dan.
Are you effing kidding me? Sorry, Dan. Unbelievable, man. I love this guy. Man. I mean,
he was calm, cool, and collected, wasn't he? Just sipping some cappuccino.
God. Yeah, I felt like I was sitting across the table from him, talking to him.
So did I.
It was amazing. What you guys are doing here is, as a fan, is unbelievable. It's the best kept secret in the city. I've been trying to tweet it for months. Ever since I've been involved, I've been tweeting you guys like crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And, man, people got to know. I mean, listen, I've been to other towns. I've seen what, the podcast scene is in other towns. You guys are another level. I mean, I'm telling you, it's another level here. You guys are doing an awesome job, and I just can't say enough good things about what's happening here.
Well, speaking of saying good things, but before your phone cut out, as you were still at Jungle Gyms, I was trying to thank you for being our sponsor on the BBP. Just trying to let you know how much we appreciate the fact that you took a chance on us, as we've not even been doing it for. Are we at a full year?
Yeah, we're at a year. We're at about a year and a couple months.
Yeah.
So
thank
how
you.
I ended up getting involved, I saw Chad a long time ago. I've been watching him off and on, you know, and this summer I started tweeting to him a little bit. I was like, hey, Chad, maybe you can get me in the practice facility, you know, and down the street from my house. He's like, that's not going to happen, but hey, this is available. So we started talking, and I'm going to open up a cold, nice little Coors banquet beer.
Oh, yeah.
Here's to you guys.
There we go.
Like I said, we do appreciate it. Again, it just means a lot that you took a chance on us. So.
No, man. As a giant fan of the program, you know, it's fun. It's fun. I was really excited when you guys were doing this, and I got a chance to jump on here with you and talk a little Bearcat, you know, energy. Just what's happening, you know, is just a lot of fun. Just a lot of fun.
There was a question for you earlier when you were on. We didn't have a chance to ask you, but somebody was asking what the favorite place that you, or maybe was most memorable place that you traveled to watch the Bearcats.
Well, you know, I would have been able to answer that much differently a year ago, but I got to go with Notre Dame. I was there with my brother. I was watching this game. So here's my experience. We roll in there. We had tip-top great seats. I'm not going to Notre Dame and sitting in the cheap seats, man. Not that there's any cheap seats there, but hey, you know, we were at the 50, you know, probably 10 rows up, whatever. And all the fans were just pretty cool, pretty high. You get a little bit higher class fan there at Notre Dame. You know what you're getting when you roll in there. But, you know, these guys, I sit down, and this guy in front of me says, hey, this is a really great opportunity for your team. And I thought, that's kind of a backhanded compliment, you know. And
of course, yeah.
I said, you know what? You're right. And it's a great opportunity for your team, too. You get to play a top 10 team, you know, rolling in here. He's like, oh, that's every week. I said, really? Let's look at your schedule. You guys play a top 10 team every week? No. I don't think so, buddy. Come on, man. Here. And they were sitting on their hands the rest of the time. This guy turns around to me at the end of the game and says, this is as loud as I have ever seen an opposing team come in here. You guys own this stadium. And I know you guys have heard that again and again, but being live was just unfreaking believable. It was the greatest Bearcat experience I've had, bar none, and I've had some good ones. I mean, you can't take that. I mean, it was pretty awesome. I mean, just the whole experience was unbelievable.
Joe, how loud was that? The "Let's Go Bearcats"?
Oh my gosh! I mean, I've taken videos of that, and it just doesn't do it justice. It was loud, dude.
So loud.
And I mean, it was amazing.
I was in the press box for that, and I looked up because it was like coming out of a timeout. It was like during a timeout, and I was like, wait a minute, and it was just so loud. I got chills, you know. Maybe
and I was sitting around a lot of Bearcat fans because, you know, we got online, we bought these seats, we paid a primo for them, but you know, the most of the Bearcat fans were to our left, kind of up a little bit, but they were scattered all about that entire stadium, and man, they were loud. They were loud, and it was just a great experience.
Anything else you got for? I was gonna say anything else you got for Joe there, Brent. I mean, we had him a little bit earlier when he was at Jungle Gyms. So
yeah. So Joe, what if it's like a 5 overtime game? Bearcats score 150 points. Someone gets a repair of $150. They just get a free repair.
We're gonna do it, man. You know, we're gonna live up to what we say we're gonna do. We came out here and said we're gonna do it, and we're gonna do it.
I love it. I love it, man.
Not a problem. Awesome. Not a problem. I've had a couple of customers one of them had just a minor repair. His repair was pretty much free. The other one had a little bit more of a major repair, but he got a hell of a discount. He was super happy. You know, it's starting to take root. People are starting to listen. And Hell yeah. No, you don't get my souvenirs. You have to earn those, pal.
No, they just want a tour.
Just
Like,
a tour.
can
A
they
tour.
get a
Oh,
tour?
yeah. I'll be glad to give you the tour. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. I thought you get the souvenirs.
Joe saw that immediately was like, yeah, can't give those away.
It did look like Christmas with the red and the green. We were at the Holy Grail, and somebody took a screenshot of the blimp picture from above, and it was like, oh my, there's a whole lot of red in there, like way more than I ever thought there would be.
Yeah, you mentioned it a couple times. The choice to wear red was a really, really good one. Black would have blended in. There was a few Notre Dame black. It just doesn't stand out like that red, especially against that green. It was unbelievable. The whole experience was great. I rolled up there with probably about 20 friends or so. We had 3 trailers, RVs in an RV lot. We rented. We had those set up when we got there. We did a shout out to RVshare.com. Unbelievable. Those were set up when we got in there. We rode a shuttle to the game. We were 1.2 miles from the stadium, right by one of the lots there, and we were actually able to catch a shuttle right to the stadium. So it was awesome. It was a great experience all the way around.
And the Notre Dame atmosphere, I've been up there for a game and stuff before, but I mean it was pretty cool to see because Notre Dame always has the tailgates and that the Joyce lot kind of always fills up. And I've been to like a Florida State game there and a USC game there. But then all of a sudden, when the Bearcat fans started filling up, because I was hanging out in the tailgate lot before, I was like, okay, this has a bit of a different feel to it. I truly could feel that there's going to be a huge Bearcat presence inside, and it didn't surprise me because, I mean, every game that I've traveled to, it's always been a huge red and black presence. So I'm right there with you, Joe. It was awesome.
Yeah. I had a similar experience at the Cotton Bowl, going into the Cotton Bowl, there was a 300 yards from the stadium. There was a receiving line, everybody giving high fives and down the drive over and over and over again. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah. And it wasn't like in New Orleans back during the Sugar Bowl where like leading up to the game, it was like all Cincinnati. But then when the game came inside, it was like, there's quite a lot of Gators fans in here. But no, it carried into the stadium too. It was like 50-50 or at least advantage Cincinnati.
For sure. I want to know something, Brent. I got a question for you.
Yes.
So what do you think? How many guys from this team are going to get drafted? Are we going to have over 8? Are we going to have, maybe 9, 10? 10 would be a record, wouldn't it?
10, I mean, I would think that. I think 7 was the most. I looked it up a while ago. I forget the exact number for most drafted by Bearcats in 1 year. I think it might have been like 6 or 7. I think they'll top that. But I think, we're talking about this on like a previous BVP, and it's like once you get past like the Brian Cook and whoever else is kind of near that final grouping of the main 8 names that we've been talking about, it kind of just becomes like who else is really left. It would be like a Curtis Brooks or Joel DeBlanco would be kind of the only other names, which is like they're 2 great guys. I don't know if they'll be drafted, but I think that they'll both be picked up by teams. But to be drafted that late, I think we're capped at 8, which like sounds hilarious to say that like we're only capped at that. You know what I mean? but it's I mean, yes, I think this year they set a record with most draft picks taken in one draft. There's no doubt. No doubt.
The talent on this team, unbelievable. They had a COVID year, which, really did kind of compact that talent into that senior class. And we're never going to have a senior class like that again, and probably not for a while. I won't say never say never, because you never know what's going to happen. I mean, I'm watching the wire here. We got some dudes coming in.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy.
The main thing is this, like, you constantly talk about all these players that are leaving just because of graduation or to the NFL, and then you just think about all those players that are coming up. They're all parts of the previous highest rated classes in program history, highest rated recruiting classes in program history. Like those are who these players are coming up behind these players, you know. And you look at players like Dez and like Kobe and like Sauce and like, you know, even Darian, and I mean the list goes on and on. Brian Cook, Alec Pierce, even all these players that are coming up behind them were all, for the most part, higher rated than they were coming out of high school. So if the development's there, the drive's there, I just can't wait to see what this young group has to give heading into next year, obviously. So I'm excited.
And what about this quarterback room? So this quarterback room has never had this much potential talent in that room. Would you agree with that? I mean, like, look at who's there. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. I mean, you got obviously Evan Prater. Ben Bryant is a huge addition, clearly, because we all know what Ben brings. But yeah, it's just his knowledge of the playbook, knows his way around town, you know, knows his way around the team as well. Those are all invaluable traits. And then you got Luther Richardson coming in, who was as highly heralded by the coaching staff as anyone. And then Brady Lichtenberg, heralded. I'll say heralded. Highly heralded. I know, guys. It's been a long day at the office, but
golly
days. Good golly, Miss Molly. I think golly's just replacing like other words that I would say. And it's just like it's that placer. But no, I think you look at then Brady Lichtenberg as well, who I mean torched the scene up north in Ohio during his high school career, and he's only improving and getting better. So yeah, I think it's a deep and talented quarterback room, and I think competition is the main thing. Luke has said that so many times, and so is Gino in his introductory press conference. Is just the fact that competition is there, it's present. It's going to make every quarterback in that room better. So yeah, I don't know, Joe. We'll have to see. Spring ball and then the spring game. It could be a nice little matchup between the two of them.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes,
I'm very
correct, Jason. Highly heralded Rivera, for sure.
So can I switch gears? Can I ask another question?
Switch gears.
Is that a transmission?
Yeah, right. So basketball wise, early in the season, I'm so excited. I know Aaron was too. Victor Lockett, what happened? I mean, it got hurt. Now he's not getting a lot of clock. Maybe he's not ready.
The injuries are nagging.
Yeah.
That's the biggest problem. I mean, remember, he tore his MCL, had the surgery. That's why he missed last year. And then right when Wes and those guys got here, he tore it again in the exact same spot. So he basically doesn't have an MCL right now.
No shit.
And then he hurt his hip and missed a couple games. He's battling through a lot. He can't practice much. So when he gets out there, he's giving it all he can. Yeah, I'm killing my dinner.
And well, then also
I haven't had the chops yet. I'm just having the salad right now, Luke. We're getting to the chops. We're working on it.
Easy, Luke.
Chad, also though, think about it. It's his first full season in highly competitive basketball since 2 years? I mean, yeah, you would think the wear and tear on top of the injuries just adds to it. And I mean, I think he was always a project, and in the process, the success that we saw early in the season was what we hope that he can continue to be. But like Chad said, with injuries and with a big man like that, and he's not like a big man that plays timid either. He throws his body around. He dives after loose balls. We saw that all in the beginning of the season as well. So, but I'm still hopeful for his future. I still think he's got a really bright one because he's only a freshman still. So
yeah, and that's a good thing to remember too. I got to remember that. But he busted on the scene earlier this season, man, and he was doing some things. He was showing some skills.
Yeah,
I was like, wow.
Right, he was looking really good, wasn't he? I compared him to a really good basketball player, and I think he still has some of those qualities. I'm not going to back away from that stance.
Compared him
But
to the reigning NBA MVP.
I didn't compare him to. I said he has moments where he shows qualities similar to what Nikolai Jokic might show. So that was all I was saying.
I know your boy Aaron up there was on the bandwagon early. He was calling him Victor locked in.
Yeah.
So,
Chad still hates that.
What's that?
Chad still hates that.
He does.
Yeah, he won't even. Oh, here we go.
Yep.
The audio version might be better than the visual one, huh?
Yep.
I like it. Aye. Well, what's on the docket tonight, Danco Joe? We just a couple of Coors Banquet beers and.
So yeah, man, I'm batching it tonight. Unfortunately, my mother-in-law is in the hospital with a pretty serious cancer condition. She just got admitted today, so my wife is she's out. And I was like, listen, can I do anything? Can I help? And she's like, just go home. So here I am. I had plenty of time, and you guys are doing the thing here. So I thought I'd call in and chat with you guys for a few. And I feel like I'm sitting across the table having a beer, so it's all good.
There we go. I know. That's the best part of these technologies. Well, I'm sorry to hear about that, but yeah, stay locked in as long as you can. This seems like Aaron and Chad are going to keep the thing rolling. I'm excited to see how the rest of it goes.
Yeah.
Thoughts and prayers to the Danco Joe family.
Well, thanks a lot, man. I
No doubt.
appreciate that.
No doubt.
What's on give us a taste here, Aaron. What's on the docket here for the rest of the night? What guests do we have coming up?
Well, I got to pull up that screen. I know we have Leonard Stokes, who should be here any moment. And then we have punter James Smith joining us.
Nice.
And then after that, that's when we're probably going to be popping the tops on some pops.
Right on. Well, I started early, man.
And messing around with Justin Williams and his rubber gloves. David Simone. I'm sure Ed will catch some more FOMO and hop in. We'll see if Jeff is available. I'm not sure he's alive since Tuesday. I don't know what happened when his computer went down on situation. But
I'm gonna be watching for Dave After Dark, and if you have room for me, I love to chime in and drink a Cody with Dave. He's my boy.
There's a good chance we might let some people in. We are capped off at I think we can have up to 8 people in here, but we might let some people who've been with us throughout the day. So we'll see.
Yeah, it was a great idea trying to do that at the Jungle, but a bad idea because I was getting a lot of phone calls, and that phone calls when you're on the phone trying to podcast, that doesn't work.
No, it doesn't.
So
Brent, you need to get home from work.
Yep, we'll start the trek home here soon. Hopefully, turn Lenny on. I knew Lenny was after me because I knew that it was gonna be a tough act for him to follow. And then when Danco Joe hopped on too, I was like, oh man, Lenny's facing a disaster situation walking in behind after the two of us, man. So best of luck to Lenny, man. Best of luck to Lenny.
I think Lenny can get it done.
I think so too. There's no doubt in my mind. Alrighty, but guys,
he's here. You can tell him yourself.
Oh, geez. Oh, shoot. Lenny.
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Lenny?
We got you, brother.
You're good.
Okay, man. Sorry about that, fellas. I had I dropped my phone and Apple was supposed to fix it. I'm actually outside the Apple store, but I told them, I said, this phone better be done by 7:30, but they just got it to me. So I'm actually in my truck right now doing a podcast, man. So apologies, I'm a couple minutes late, but it was the Genius Bar's fault, man.
Well, Mo Egger said there's 2 different times. There's 7:30, and then there's 7:30 Lenny Stokes time.
Hey, I'll take that from Mo, man. Mo's a good guy. I like Mo. Mo's one of my good friends, man.
Yeah, he was on with us. Gosh, we've been doing this since noon. And he was on with us at what time is that? 1 o'clock is when he was on with us. So
he was on at 1?
Yeah.
You guys been going strong now. I know you guys said 12. So I know you guys we're going to talk, but can you give me the genius behind this 12-hour this marathon here?
Well, the genius is eating pork chops right now in your corner. If you have the full layout
Chad.
screen on,
Yeah, Chad. I can see Chad up there getting busy right now. I definitely can see that.
So here's the deal. In order to get monetized on YouTube, you need 1,000 subscribers.
Okay.
We started the YouTube channel, what 2.5 months ago. And we had hovering around 700 subscribers.
Yep.
So the idea in the content community is you do something called a Sub-A-Thon.
Yep.
Which you just produce content for a massive amount, long amount of time, and you get subscribers, you gain subscribers as people come in and out throughout the day and watch your stream. So we started at noon. We've had Dan Hoard. We had Mo.
Yeah, Dan's a great guy. I saw Dan was on the list. I saw Coach Fickell at the Memphis game the other day in the tunnel. We spoke for a while, man. Coach Fickell's a great guy. So I saw Fick. I saw Wes was on the list. So that's had some pretty good names on the list.
We had Cashmere Wright.
Cash, yeah, I saw Cash.
Malik Van, that's going to be a senior on the football team, popped in as well. We've had.
I got something to say about the football thing that's going on, right? Like I'm in Columbus, and I watched the Bengals game here, and Kobe was kind of with me, and I've seen projections of that kid going 123rd. Is that true?
The talk of him I'm seeing is probably third round.
How is that? I mean, how do you have the best? I mean, I don't know. I'm a basketball guy, so if anyone can explain this football logic to me, I mean, that kid's one of the best cornerbacks.
I think the question on Kobe will be what is his 40? Like, what are his running times?
Yep.
Because the belief is that he's not maybe high end, like high level speed.
Yeah.
So that's hurt him a little bit.
despite winning the award for the best cornerback. To your point, to your point, Lenny. Yeah, he won the award.
To be fair, that's the best cornerback in college.
Yeah,
without a doubt. I mean, and the other guy on the other side is probably, I mean, 1A, 1B we had. I mean, that was
right.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, you figure this sports stuff is a little, you know, football's a little tricky, man. But basketball is what it is. Hey, you can play or you can't, and we're gonna, you know, that'd be equivalent to Kenyon Martin saying, "Hey, he's gonna be a late second round pick, and the guy's the best player in college basketball."
The problem with the NFL, especially as a corner, wide receivers in the NFL are becoming mutants.
Yeah.
They're all like 6'4" and run sub 4.4.
Oh, without a doubt, man. Yeah, without a doubt. You're definitely right about that.
So Kobe will have a chance between the combine and his pro day to really up his stock if he can run a really good 40 time. And it's definitely Chris Reed. Thank you. It's definitely possible because we saw it from Derek Forrest last year. Derek Forrest came out and dropped like a 4.38 or 4.3, you know, something crazy that nobody thought he could do. And he went from everybody was talking, you know, 6th, 7th round, and he went in the third or fourth. So that's the annoying thing about the NFL draft is you have that stigma that you have to overcome. Does this kid have the speed? But the good news is you get a chance to go out there and show it. Like, go out there and run a 4.42, and all of a sudden, now second round teams are looking at you because this kid has the speed we didn't think he had.
Yeah, no, I get that. It makes a lot of sense. But Chad, man, you know a lot about football, man. Who would have known? Well, I didn't know.
Well, I didn't have a choice. So here's how this happened, Lenny.
Aaron's my guy. Aaron's my guy, by the way. You gave Aaron crap last time I was on here about Lenny calls you the wrong name when I slipped up, man. But Aaron's my guy.
Aaron's my guy too. I have increased Aaron's role at Bearcat Journal substantially since the last time we talked.
That's what I'm saying. That's how I know you're a smart guy, man. I knew you were smart when you're talking this football stuff, but what you just told that information is.
Yeah, so I'm running all of the YouTube production here for Bearcat Journal. So
So when I started this, I'm a basketball. You know, I've been around the basketball program you've seen me for 15 years now. I was a diehard like basketball junkie as a kid. It's just that I was, 5'7" and not very good at basketball. Like you got to know your own scouting report.
Without a doubt, man.
So I as I got into the media stuff, I gravitated more towards basketball because that was just what always interested me. So I had a partner, and he covered football, and I covered basketball, and we split the money.
Yep.
And it wasn't a lot of money because we were still building at that point in time. And then he retired. And when he retired, I had to make a decision to either cover football and basketball and keep all the money, or hire somebody to cover football and give them half the money.
Yeah.
So I said, well, it's time to learn football.
Learn football for sure. As any business guy would do. That was a good move.
So that's how the football thing came. And here's the funny thing about this, man. And you'll appreciate this because you'll understand exactly where I'm coming from. Guys like me get into this. And like I was a basketball guy. I've watched basketball. I love basketball my whole life. And I get into this and I think I know basketball. Like I'm pretty sure I know basketball.
Yeah.
And then I start sitting with Hep at practices and watching practice with the master and realizing I don't know shit. Like I know what a fan thinks they know. But as you sit down and you start watching with somebody that's, a Hall of Fame basketball coach, and he's talking about, watch the weak side help here, watch what they're doing, and you're like, I just watched the ball. You realize, like, I just watched the ball and thought I knew basketball.
But that's why, as a player, you don't listen to the Monday morning quarterback, is because it's all those things, right? Like you play the game, you catch the ball. As a player on offense, you're looking at where the backside help. All the things that we're saying are 1,000% correct from a player standpoint. But then, you don't make the right play, and then someone in the crowd is like, "Why didn't you do this?" And you're like, "Pal, you only knew what was really going on on this court right now. You would understand why."
Like what the fan thought you should do wasn't even on the list of things you should do. It wasn't an option. It wasn't even like no, that's the exact opposite of what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to rotate. I was supposed to close out. I was supposed to take care of the backside. Like, no, but you just think from watching the ball, like, I know what's going on. I learned a lot. So then you get to football and you start doing the same thing. You start picking the coach's brains. Yeah. And I'm big about, like, even when I talk to Wes, we'll talk after games and I'll ask, like, am I seeing what I'm supposed to be seeing? Because you got to keep, like, Aaron and I talk about this all the time. And I'm like, I try to explain it to him, to teach him as he's getting into this and understanding things. Like, you gotta look past that and see it this way, because that's what the coach is seeing. That's what the players are seeing. And that's what is really actually happening.
Yeah, no. You're right about that.
So just a couple quick updates. We are up to 851 subscribers. So we got 149 to go before midnight. That's the goal. The other thing I wanted to update everybody on, the baseball team, Cincinnati Bearcats baseball team had their first game they're still in the middle of their first game today. It is the bottom of the fourth, and they're currently up 3-0. So
okay, baseball. Way to get it done, baseball guys. Pull the win out.
Wanted to throw those updates out there. Lenny, we had Cashmere Wright on earlier.
Yep.
And one of the big questions that I think has become just an overall theme for some of the ex-players. By the way, this is Danco Joe. He's one of our sponsors.
I was actually getting ready to ask about Danco. I was getting ready to say, hey, can we? I've never met him before, but I wanted to say, nice to meet you, Dan.
Right on. I'm Danco Joe. Nice to meet you, Lenny. I got a question for you too when Aaron is done.
Okay, perfect.
But one of the things that we've noticed, and it started a little bit with the previous regime, and you and I have talked at length on this on the phone. But one of the things that it's really carried over with the Wes Miller era is all of the involvement that coach has been able to get with the previous players, former players, and all of that. And I know how much you've told me that you appreciate that. and just everything that means to you as being part of the alumni. But take us through like what some of the things with the Wes Miller era in particular have been like for you with just improvements and just I feel like it's night and day from anything that anybody has done here of late anyway. And just what that's been like for you and your fellow alumni.
It's been great, man. It's been since Wes has been here, it's been the best I've seen it. I mean, I actually was talking to Karen Hatcher the other day when we were leaving the arena from the Memphis game, and I just gave her kudos for, you know, her role and involvement. I know they put a lot of work in over the years, and she's been there, you know, for a while, and, you know, to have the football team do what it did, and then now have a basketball coach who's, you know, who's going to do great things. I mean, again, Wes is, you know, the winningest coach under 40 in the NCAA right now. So, I mean, he you know, he's going to win. He's going to bring the winning pedigree, and we all believe that. But outside of that, what he has done for the former players on top of, you know, coaching this talent and this team and getting them to where they are right now has been remarkable. We talk about that all the time. Most of us after the games go to dinner, you know, Steve Logan, DeMar Johnson, we're always together. Donald Little came in town a few weeks ago, Rob Flowers. You know, we all go to dinner after the games and we all just talk. And it is just, you know, just amazing to be accepted at a place where you help build, you know, and that's what we all have always wanted is just, you know, since Hugs has left, it's just the appreciation to say, hey, you know what, or the acknowledgement to say, hey, you know what, you guys have helped build this place. You know, thank you. And that's all it's ever been for us. There, you know, I know people see, you know, the remarks on Twitter, you know, from certain guys, the remarks on Instagram and things like that. But, you know, it's just mainly coming from a place of being hurt, right? Like, because you're not being heard from a place where most of us played and we were number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the country. And, you know, we just want to be felt and be heard and, you know, just have the arms wrapped around us because we all care and love for, you know, our university. And that's what it's always been for us. And I think Wes has done a great job of that. I think he came from North Carolina,
right.
And there's no coach who's ever going to get a job at North Carolina that is going to tell any of those former players to stay away or they're not welcome, nor are they going to make them feel like they're not welcome. And I think Wes has just done a great job of that because that's the culture he comes from. I mean, when he first got the job, he called me. He said, Lenny, you know, you're the glue guy. Everyone says you're the guy with connectivity to the rest of the former players. What can I do? What should I do? And I said, hey, here's, you know, what we think. Here's where we are. And he said that stuff there's not even an effort that needs to be put forth to make those type of things happen. And he's done everything that he said he was going to do. So, you know, we're behind him 1,000%.
Gotta love that, man. It's just nice to have a coach that has your back in that spot, man.
It's simple. I mean, it's simple. I mean, his staff, I mean, the administration over there now, they all understand it because he's the leader. And usually the leader sets the tone. And he set that tone of, hey, these former guys are going to come back. There's an open door. I mean, I have never, since Hugs left, I've never received anything in the form of a T-shirt, a hoodie, anything. I've always had to pay him, which we don't mind doing. But, I mean, last week they sent out a box of gear to all the former players. Like just,
right.
You know, a box of gear. I'm in Columbus, Ohio, you know, for the most part. I'm still in Cincy somewhat, but Columbus. And for me, you know, to walk around, you know, in the gym when I'm working out or to, you know, to put a hoodie on to run to Starbucks or wherever, to wear a UC hoodie, you know, and we're, you know, football's doing well, basketball will catch up. But, you know, to have people say, oh, you went to UC, and then other people that went to UC that are here in Columbus can recognize the CPAW, and they're like, hey, we did great this year. And it's just that simple of a thing, man. But I think Wes is a very selfless guy, and I think that's just who he is to the core, man. I have a lot of respect for Wes and the entire staff they have over there.
Chad, I saw you pop back in for a second. Did you have something you wanted to drop into that point?
I was just going to say, like, Lenny, you guys, there's a lot of street smarts, and there's a lot of ability to read through bullshit.
For sure.
And people telling you something that you know they don't believe. But that's what hit me with Wes right away, is what he said he meant.
1,000%.
Like, when he got here, if he told me he was like, you know, just do this and you'll get taken care of, or talk to this person and everything will be good, or this is who's going to be handling this, or this is who I'm bringing in to handle that. No matter what, everything he said was exactly what he like. And it's refreshing, and we have it with Luke as well.
Yeah.
It's refreshing to have people that are running the show that aren't like a lot. Most coaches anymore are full of shit.
But I think that's if you look, these guys are younger guys, right? They're not
They're not old school.
Arrogance, pompous, it's all about me. I built all this. That is, and even if you look at the NFL now, right? Everything is trending towards younger coaches and younger guys because the connectivity is there, the understanding is there, and they're just pushing through. I mean, Luke, Coach Fickell came out the other day to the basketball game, and as soon as he saw me, hey, Lenny, what's going on? How's it going? Hey, Coach, congrats on the extension. You know, your family are going on vacation. Enjoy the vacation. I mean, he was great. I talked to him for 10 minutes. I talked to him about Coach Combs coming back. I mean, if that was, I don't want to say any names, but if that was another former coach, the guy wouldn't have gave you 10 seconds to talk to him.
Lenny, he joined us from Mexico.
Yeah.
He called in and joined us from Mexico today.
Yeah,
and
that's
Coach Wes Miller called us and joined us from a not a recruiting trip, but visiting a commit in Philly at a coffee house on his way to a game to go watch a commit. Like, what other outlets are getting that kind of access?
But these guys, these are who these guys are, man. And again, you got to give kudos. And I know Luke was hired a little bit before, but John Cunningham is great too. He's a younger guy, 42 years old. He's a younger guy. All of these guys are great, and the atmosphere at UC is electric, and everyone's excited for what's to come for both coaches. But again, they deserve it because both of those coaches are very selfless and very, they're locked in on basketball. They don't care about, which former players are doing business, who's investing with them. They don't get involved in any of that off the court stuff. They get involved with on the court. They're trying to win games, on the field trying to win games. And if they can do anything to help you as a human being, that's fine. I mean, we all know all these coaches make money. Their contracts are public. We understand that. So we know that you guys have capital, but it's not about the capital that you make. It's about what have you done to help someone lately. And I think that's the difference between some of the former coaches and the coaches that we have now.
Well, and it's obvious when you continue to come. I mean, how many games have you been to this year alone?
I've been a bunch. I'm driving back from Columbus because we put an office up here, but I'm driving back from Columbus to attend the games. I mean, again, DeMar's on the staff. Me and DJ were freshmen together. I mean, that is my brother. I mean, we're everyone's locked in, man. We're all. I mean, Kenyon was going to come to the Memphis game, but that got delayed because of the snowstorm.
Houston.
But he couldn't make that one. But they rescheduled it, and through his schedule he couldn't make it. But we're all rooting, man. We all watch. We all understand what's going on. But we really think that Wes is going to be the guy for a long time to come. I mean, hell, Roy Williams was at the game last week, man.
That was wild, absolutely wild. Tyler Hansborough came to a game earlier this season, so absolutely crazy.
Did you hear the story from earlier? Did you
Which
get
one?
to listen to Wes at all?
I didn't. I was busy. I didn't get a chance.
So Wes was talking about how competitive he is. One of my guy Dave that works for me asked him if he wanted to play golf, and Wes is like, if we're gonna play golf, like we're playing with money on it. I don't play golf just to play golf. I play golf to beat somebody and take their money.
Yeah.
And over the summer last year, I guess they have that group that won a title at North Carolina. They go on a guys trip.
Yep.
And Wes obviously was trying to get this thing built and get this thing started, so he didn't have a whole lot of time. But he took out 24 hours. He flew to where they were just to take Tyler Hansborough's money in golf. And then once he did, he flew back.
That Wes is a former player though at a high level, right? So, I feel the same way about, and I know you guys don't get to talk to him much. John Meeker is the same way now. John Meeker was a walk-on. John Meeker played on those teams, but Meek is ultra competitive, and you're not going to just steamroll him. He's going to trash talk you. I mean, when you're in winning cultures like that, it's just, you just absorb it and it becomes who you are. So I can see Wes doing that 1,000%.
Well, and also to be a walk-on, you better be ultra competitive, or you got no chance. You're going to get steamrolled.
For sure. And the thing that impresses me about walk-ons, I mean, I asked John Meeker, and he'll tell you this, man. I asked him one day, we were going through practice, man, and we ran for literally 2.5 of the 3 hours. And I looked at Meeker, I said, Meek, why are you doing it?
Yeah.
Like, why are you doing this? Like, we're here on scholarship. We have to be here. Why are you doing this? And I'm going to tell you the one thing I can tell you about life now that we're older is I will run through a wall for him if he needed me to, because he didn't have to be there. He was there because he loved to be with his brothers, and he was in the foxhole with us. So whatever he needs in life, I'm there for him like he is for me. He's a great guy. But I think Wes is that, same thing for North Carolina. I mean, those guys are just, he's a winner. He's going to be a winner. He's ultra uber competitive. You can see it over his face when we lose. He just hates to lose, and that's the sign. And again, that's why he's the top, the winningest coach under 40 in the NCAA right now.
Joe, I know you said you had a question for Lenny. What you got?
So Lenny, wanted to know what. Just give us a story, man. Give us a Bearcat story that back in your playing days that nobody really knows. Like lay something on us, man. I love hearing these stories from former athletes, especially on players that I love to watch play.
I'm trying to think of a good one because I told a couple good ones on the last podcast we had.
While you're thinking about that, there's a good comment here. Somebody said, no lie, I played tennis in 8th grade because the tennis coach was friends with Meeker. I have his autograph till this day on a tennis ball. And I think that just goes to show the character of your guy, Meeker.
No, Meeker's an amazing person. I mean, he was at the game the other day. I mean, I talk to Meeks all the time, man. He's got his kids, his family, a great person, just all across the board, man. I mean, there were times, and again, and Dan Cole, you want a good story, right? So there's a time where we're in, I was going to tell a more on-court story, but I'll tell this one. We're in class, and we get out of class. So usually with us, we were so visible that it was very tough for us to move around in silos. So we will always move around together, right? So that, we didn't have any issues because, if someone would see you and say, hey, that's Steve Logan, or that's Leonard Stokes, or that's, hey, so people will come over and try to talk to you. So Meeker, after class one day, was getting harassed a little bit by a group of guys. But he was a little bit ahead of us, and we had stopped to joke and talk to, I forgot who the guy was. We were talking to the guy. So we see Meeker kind of talking to the guy like, hey, man, relax. We walk up, and we're like, what's going on here? And the guy just thought Meeker was just some random guy walking through campus. And we had to tell the guy, like, listen, this is not going to end well for you. This is going to be pretty bad for you, man. So, you probably need to walk in the other direction. So he got the message on that one. But again, that, Meek's our brother, and that's what we do. But Dan, I got a great story for you. Here's a good one. We are playing against Marquette. And I hope Tony Bobbitt, I love you, Tony, but I got to tell this story. So we're playing against Marquette. And, D Wade's on the team. So we practice all week. I mean, I'm in film with Hugs watching D Wade in film session. And Hugs is like, Lenny, D Wade is going to be a Hall of Fame NBA player. Like, Hugs is saying this in college, right? So, we watched the play where D Wade shot the ball. I mean, you got to know you're in the zone when this happened. He shot the ball, missed the shot. He fell on the floor. The ball bounced. He got up off the floor, grabbed it, got it, and scored. So, I mean, as a player, you're like, damn, that is pretty serious, right? So
that's when he hit both his knees, right?
Yeah. He was a player, man. He was just relentless, right? So we're watching, we're going. So we get in the game. We got me, we got McElroy. We're playing, we're wearing them down. D Wade has probably got like 4 points going into the half. So it's 3 minutes left. He pump fakes me. This is at home. He pump fakes me. I get my third foul. And D Wade is on the floor. We're on the floor because we both fall. And he looked at me and goes, hey, we both got 3 fouls now, Stokes. And he winked at me. I'm like, damn. So Hugs is on me over there. Lenny, you can't foul. We need you to guard him. So he goes to the line. He makes one, misses one. So he's got 5 points at this time. Tony Bobbitt in the game. He runs off about 6 in a row. So Hugs looks at me and goes, "This is why you can't foul out, because now Tony's got to guard him. He's got no chance." So he goes, "Lenny, you got to go back in. Don't get another foul." I go to the score table. I check back in. So we get to the bench. Hugs is like, "Tony, you're out." Tony's like, "I'm out. What do you mean, coach?" He's like, "You're out." He goes, "Come on, coach, I can guard him." Man, Hugs looked at Tony and said, "Can I use profanity on here?"
Oh,
Yeah, no, go ahead.
It's after dark. We can say whatever now.
Hugs looked at Tony and said, "You couldn't score with a." You couldn't. No, he told him that a different time, but he told him, "You can't guard the door with a shotgun. No way you're gonna be able to guard D Wade." So Hugs would use these kind of one-offs. But he told another guy on the team that you couldn't score in a whorehouse with a fistful of $100 bills. That was the other one I was I'm not gonna say who that was, but he said that at one point too, man. But I mean, there's story after story after story, man. That was But again, that's why we're all brothers, and we all. I mean, Tony Bobbitt came back earlier in the year for a game. I mean, we're all brothers, man. We all love each other because we all went through the same hazing from Hugs and the same craziness from the program, man. But we all love each other. We all love the city. I mean, we think we have the best fans in the world, man. And it's just it's great, man. I couldn't, if someone would rewind the time and say, hey, you can go to Syracuse or other schools that I picked, I would take Cincy every time. And I love the city. I love the everyday hardworking blue collar people in Cincinnati, man. We've got a great city.
So check this out, Lenny. So this is one of my, I don't even know if you can see this on camera here. I don't think.
Yeah, I got it. I got you.
You signed it right there. You can't really see it that good. It's kind of faded out over the years. I might need to get you to re-sign this and refresh that up.
I told Chad and those guys last podcast, I'm old, man. So I went from, hey, Lenny, take this picture with me, to, hey, Lenny, take this picture with my son. Now I'm like, hey, Lenny, take this picture with my grandson. That's where I am now, man. I'm an old guy. I'm 40, man. I'm old.
Yeah. So,
Lenny, this might get a story out of you. Somebody said, we all love what you did against UCLA. However, I'd like to know what it was like from a player's perspective when the radio announcer gets ejected.
Ooh.
Of course, that's talking about Chuck Mayshak.
Yeah, God bless Chuck, man. Chuck's a great guy too, by the way, man. One of the best guys. So that was my senior year. My UCLA was my junior year. When Chuck got ejected was my senior year, my last game. And if you remember, Hugs got ejected first. And that was against Gonzaga. We're playing in Utah against Gonzaga.
Chuck was reacting to Hugs getting ejected.
Yeah, Chuck reacted, and then Chuck got thrown out. And if you recall, we're dribbling the ball down, and they're saying, stop. The ref blew another tech. You're out of here too. And we're like, who got kicked out now? We're thinking it's AK, Coach Peter, one of these guys.
No, it's Chuck.
Yeah, I've never seen that in history of sports. The radio guy gets. Yes, I would love to see. As an adult, I probably need to do some research to see which officials officiated that game to see the level of sensitivity those guys had to have to kick the radio guy out there.
Absolutely wild.
I
heard Chuck got after him pretty good.
That was crazy, man. I mean, that whole time in Utah was crazy. We get, that happens. I go to the locker room. I'm a senior. Hugs came, gave me a hug, and said, "Listen, I've never not been there for one of my guys. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get kicked out." When I walked in, Hugs was in the locker room. I was the first one, and he hugged me. That's what he said to me. Chuck said the same things, like, "Lenny, I know it's your senior," and those guys were great. Chuck and Hugs were both great, man. And then we got on the bus to leave, and the fans from the fans from Gonzaga were on the side of our bus, honking the horn, calling us everything but children of God. And Hugs jumped off the bus, man. Hugs jumped off the bus and went to charge one of the vehicles, and we all tried to get off the bus too, but we had a big security guy by the name, weight trainer guy, was a security guy by the name of Scott. We couldn't get past him. We tried, but by that time, Hugs had got back on the bus. But,
I mean, you were like $150 soaking wet at that point, right?
Yeah, I was probably I was 170. I was a good 177 when I got to UC, and then by my senior year, I was 190. So it was 190. 190.
Tell us. I know we talked about this the last time you were on the podcast, but we got a little bit a bigger audience, a different audience now. How did that recruiting class come together? Because that was
Kenny Satterfield. And Coach Baker recruited me. Mick recruited
Sat.
DJ and Sat. So I talked to Coach Baker actually this morning. I talk to Coach Baker all the time. Great guy. He was with Philly for a while. Now he's with the G League team, the elite team that has all the guys that are just 1 year NBA guys. So I'm actually going to be with Coach Baker in Cleveland at the All-Star game on Sunday. But I mean, it's just, I'm from New York, from Buffalo upstate, Sat's from downstate, the Bronx, and then DJ's from DC. But we all, would play AAU, and we all knew kind of each other. We would watch each other play. And I remember Sat was already being recruited heavily. And then I was next. So I was getting recruited a little bit. And then we played in a tournament in Connecticut. And Samuel Dallenberg, who played for the 76ers for forever, big shot blocking guy. I mean, I dunked on this guy and the whole arena erupted. And Satterfield told Coach Baker, like, listen, whatever we need to do to sign him, we need to sign him right now. Get him with us. And then Sat started to call me and recruit me to UC. And then Sat and I played, we both made the state championship, and then I wound up beating him out for Mr. Basketball. But we had like a really good relationship. We still do to this day. I mean, Sat's birthday is the day after mine. I mean, we're Sat and I are really close. So is DeMar. So we all were very close. We were all, that was back when you had the home phone. We're on the home phones calling each other. Hey, I'm gonna call you at 7:00 tomorrow. Make sure you're in the house. That was the time we lived in, right? So you gotta, whatever's going on. What time is it? 6:50. Oh, I gotta go home. You run home. Sat calls. I talked to Sat, or I would call his house. You talk to him, and that was the time when you had long distance on the phone. And I got in a little trouble because I did a couple long distance calls to Sat. And then DJ gets into the fold late. We all knew who DJ was. And then we just all got there, man. We were freshmen together. We're brothers, man. We're still brothers to this day, man. I mean, to me, it's hilarious to see all three of us together as much as we are, because when we were 18, we didn't think like, hey, we're all going to be 40, 41 years old and still be this close. I mean, that's the irony of everything that we all go through is I would have never thought. Kenyon Martin's senior year, my freshman year, Kenyon was like my big brother, loved him to death. But the relationship that we have now, I would have never thought that we would have this relationship after he left UC.
Well, you were just a baby, right?
Yeah, I was. But Kenyon would always give me, it wasn't, my freshman year, I didn't play as much as I wanted to, but those guys all respected me. They were like, bro, we know you can play. It's got nothing to do with, we're just stacked as a team. You know what I mean? Like, so, and I got it and I understood it. And they've always been that way. They were that way towards me. And, it just has transcended. I mean, I go to LA. Hey, Kenyon, I'm coming to LA. All right, cool. Call me when you get here. I get there. He'll pick me up. We'll go to dinner. We'll go do whatever. You know what I mean? Like, just open door with him. He's been that way since he's been in the NBA. I mean, he played for New Jersey. I would go, when he's playing for the Knicks, I'm going to games, everything, man. He's just been great. DJ's been great. Sat's great. Logan's great. I mean, we're all brothers, man. If you guys are around us when we're all together, it is nothing but us joking on each other because we're that still jovial, because we're all still family.
Sounds about right. Somebody was asking in the chat here, they want your thoughts on the Cincinnati Duke game way back in the day.
So I stayed up to watch that game. I was in high school. I was a senior in high school, and I got permission from my mom to stay up because it was a late game.
Ended at like 2 a.m.?
Ended at 2 a.m. for sure. That was touchdown. That was the play. They ran from, Fletch to Kenyon to Mel, game over, right? So, I was a spectator, like, whomever asked that question. I was a spectator on that one, man. So to me, it was just amazing to watch, knowing that, I was going to go join, that program the next year. So that was big for me to go to school the next day and say, hey, did you guys see my team beat Duke? I mean, that was amazing, but I didn't have much insight on any of that stuff just because I wasn't a player on the team at that time.
So, Lenny, how fun was it rolling into Charlotte back in the day? Highly touted team in Conference USA. You dropped 30 on them. I remember that like it was yesterday.
I definitely had. So most people don't realize, Dan, I'm glad you said that. Like I had out of our graduating senior class of high school, I had 30 points the most time in college. DeMar was a freshman, he left, but that's DeMar, Keith Bogans, Sad. Steve Blake. Our whole senior class of high school, I scored 30 the most times in college out of anyone, right? Which is a crazy stat. But I had 30 that game at UNC Charlotte. That was a big game for us. That was a junior year, my junior year. That was the same year the UCLA game. I had 36 against DePaul at home that same year. Right. But we go into the game. We know it's a game that we got to win, and these teams would just double team Steve, and Steve was kind of Batman. I was Robin, so I'm like, man, I'm gonna get this thing to the goal. So I got hit a couple pull-up jump shots, got a couple dunks, a couple steals in transition, made some plays, man. But the thing that is crazy to me about all the scoring is if we had to play both ways at UC. You got to go the other end now. And granted, I love Steve Logan, that's my brother, but Logan wasn't doing much on the defensive end now. His job was to score, and he did a great job of that and assisted. He was our leader. But when we get back to that other end, it was no time off for me, or McElroy. Like, you got to go score, and you got to go back down and run through 16 screens, chasing around Joby Thomas and some of these other guys, man. So it was a lot of effort. And back to Chad's point, where like everyone's watching the ball and they're like, "Oh man, Lenny's scoring it," but man, Lenny's conditioning had to be superb because I had to score and then go to the other end and lock the guy down who was the best scorer on the other team.
Did they have the white dude Plavich that year who had Brendan Plavich? That dude could shoot. Was he on that team?
No, they had a guy, Joby. They had Joby Thompson. They had Rodney White. Damone Brown. They had a really good team. Rodney White was a lottery pick. Yeah. So they had a really good team.
Neil wants to know: does the 99-2000 team win a close one in the national championship game, or win in a blowout?
So Michigan State won that year, and I think we beat Michigan State by 10, 12 points.
Yeah, Mateen Cleaves isn't dancing on the logo. At the very end,
Mateen Cleaves would have had his hands full. You got Stat, you got Loeb. You got. I just don't know what answer they would have had. Kenyon was such an intimidating force that you're gonna have to shoot all jump shots, and good luck with Michigan State making, shooting 60% from the field to beat us. We know that wouldn't have happened.
Never.
It's been a heck of a day for Neil. Neil's had himself a day.
He has.
Neil in the chat had quite a few. Like Wes said something about being mad after losses, and Neil's like, I get mad after losses too. And Wes was like, good. Like, I don't want our fans to he wants the fans to be mad after a loss. We all should be mad after a loss.
For sure.
That's another thing I love about him. Most coaches, they're allowed to be mad after a loss, but nobody else can be mad, right?
For sure.
Y'all have to deal with it. And I get to be mad. Now, Wes is like, yeah, you better be mad. Like, we're pulling in the same direction here. You better be pissed off.
Without a doubt, man. Wes is good, man. I can't say enough good things about him, man. For what he's done thus far, man. It is the culture at UC has just totally changed, man. And I think he'll start to get in his groove and get and get us. We're doing well this year, but I think he'll get us back to where we need to be here in the next couple of years, man. All the faith in the world in Wes.
How excited are you to see this program move into the Big 12?
I'm excited, man. We get Kansas to come in, Baylor, a lot of these teams, man. So it'll be exciting to see the atmosphere in Fifth Third, man. Once those teams come to, West Virginia will be here, everyone will be here. So it'll be interesting to see. We're gonna have to compete.
I know you've been involved with some of the construction on campus in the past. Mm-hmm. Obviously, the football team right now has been the focus of the construction as they have started the renovations on the locker room, and they are putting out the RFQ now for the indoor practice facility. Mm-hmm. How encouraging is it for you as an alumni to see the university taking those steps to get those types of facilities as they're getting ready to move into the Big 12?
I mean, it's a must. We've got to do it, in order to keep the coaches happy and to get the recruits in that we're going to need. So it's a necessary evil. And, we're bidding on the practice facility. We did Nipper Stadium. We did that renovation with Turner. We're taking that same team to bid on the indoor practice facility. So we'll see what happens with that one. We'll keep pushing along, man. But I think it's needed though, those upgrades for the facility, just because recruiting wise, you've got to have the best in class and facility in order to get these kids these days.
Do you think Nippert has the opportunity to expand again, as there already kind of some whispers of that around the community?
I mean, I don't know what more we can do to add more seats in there. That's going to be tough. I mean, it'll be interesting to see, man. I mean, there are guys much smarter than me that can figure that out, but I mean, it'll be interesting. I mean, we've got historically, one of the most legendary, facilities in college sports, right? So we'll see what happens. My job is to build it, right? Like those other guys designed it. So
right,
yeah.
Chad, what else you got?
I mean, I'm letting you enjoying you guys. Like Danco Joe's the star here. He's like, what you got, Joe?
Yeah, I got to spin off in a little bit, man.
All right, man. We'll get you out of here real quick. You got any questions before we let him go?
Dan, you got anything? Anyone else have anything?
I've always got. I'll keep you on here all night if you like. You know me.
I generally just call Lenny
all night.
Lenny, we have been talking for 8 hours, 18 minutes, and 20 seconds.
Listen, man, and you just had a pork chop break, so you got your energy back.
Yeah, I had a pork chop break. I'm good. Like things are ready to go. A pork chop, a little mashed potatoes, a salad.
Dan, what do you got, Dan?
So one thing that I always heard Hugs talk about was like, listen, the one thing you can control is how hard you play.
For sure.
And that's one thing I always noticed about you was how hard you played every single game. And I think some of that's coming back, and I see glimpses of that in this team. I see them out there playing hard. Listen, they're playing against Memphis. Everybody knows Memphis has got some dudes. Memphis has got talent for days.
For sure.
And they came out there in the second half, and they made a pretty good showing of it. And
sure.
I'm enthused to see what they're doing, how they're playing defensively. Do you think this team? This coaching staff, this team is coaching towards that. Do you think they're really hard on the defensive end?
Yeah, without a doubt. I'm in practice. I watch what Wes preaches. I mean, he's doing a great job. I mean, Wes is a student of the game. He's very knowledgeable. Again, you don't get to 200 wins as quickly as he did by not knowing your shit, right? So I love what he's doing. I love what he's implementing. The thing that I want the guys, the players to actually have is a light bulb to go off for those guys, because sometimes I think that those guys look at the other group and say, yeah, I think these guys, because of what the media puts out there, I think we go into some games and we spot these teams a 10, 20-point lead, and then the second half we're playing catch up, when if we just would have played the way we played in the second half from the beginning, we would beat them.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think once the players believe in what's being told to them, I think that'll be a total different story. I think that's where the difference is. I think, those guys have to actually believe when they get out there, like, hey, we're good enough. We should be out here, and we've got the ability to win this game, because there's stretches where we play amazing, and then there's stretches where it's like, hey, what are we doing here? So I think if we could put together the stretches of, hey, we belong here, we should be here, and we're going to win, I think they will win. Because if you look, I mean, we've got 8 losses?
9.
Yeah, 17 and 9, I think.
17 and 9. I mean, to be honest, 6 of those losses could go a coin flip if we're playing. So I mean, you look at that, we're 23 and 3. I mean, so I don't, a couple games we got beaten pretty bad, but I don't think there's anything where, to say, hey, we're not going to turn this thing around.
Lenny, we'll ask just one more answer to a question. We'll let you bounce. Somebody just wanted to know what your thoughts were on Diego Guevara blowing kisses.
Oh, I can curse. I can talk how I want to talk on here.
All day, sir.
All day.
We all thought he should have kissed our asses when we thought, man, that dude was crazy, man. Man, the guys in our place blowing kisses. I mean, his wife was there though. Kudos to her. She made the trip for every game and endured all those boos. But I mean, come on, man. He make a shot and blow a kiss. But I mean, I tell you what, if you let that guy make a shot, you were definitely coming out of the game. You were coming out of the game. It was going to be shot made, kiss blown, and then the horn would blow right after
your ass on the bench.
Yeah, you'd be coming over to the sideline, man. So yeah, but Guevara, I mean, he was a player. He's competitive. He made shots. He did his thing. But again, man, we prevailed in most of those games.
Well, I do want to thank you, as always, for taking the time out for us. Anytime I've ever asked anything of you, you've always been my guy, always picking up the phone anytime I text or call. Not enough words can say how much I appreciate that.
Anytime, man, you guys, man, anything with UC and the Bearcats attached to it, man, I'm all for it, man. Again, man, we love our fan base. We love our city. We love all that stuff, man. So, again, man, I'm always here for you guys. Whatever I can do, don't hesitate to reach out. Dan Cole, pleasure to meet you too for the first time, man.
Right
Hopefully you're writing the big. You the sponsor. You writing the big check, man.
Hell yeah,
Of
man.
course.
We got to keep these guys going.
That's what I'm saying, man. Smart guy right there, man.
And anytime you need some car work, you need your transmission fixed, you need some repairs. You know where Jungle Gyms is in Fairfield?
I definitely do.
He's right across the street.
Okay. I'm going to go in there and say, man, hey, Dan Cole sent me, man.
That's right. Come in there. See, ask for Joe. I'll hook you up, Lenny.
That's T-Rat's guy. That's where T-Rat takes his stuff.
T-Rat, yeah, T-Rat. I was with T-Rat the other day at the Memphis game, man. T-Rat, big brother, man. We love T-Rat, man. T-Rat, him and Andre Tate were there, man. So they always, man, those guys always take care of us, man. So, I mean, they kicked our ass when we were younger, in those scrimmages when we had to scrimmage the older guys. But we love those guys, man.
All right, man. Thanks, Lenny. We appreciate it as always, man.
Always, man. Congrats, guys. Good luck.
Later,
Thanks,
sir.
man. We'll talk soon. Lenny Stokes. There we go.
That was fantastic.
Hey, man, I was happy to be a part of that. Thanks for letting me in, man. That was fun talking to Lenny.
Oh, he's the best, man. It's so many of those guys that are just great with giving us their time. I mean, 50 minutes with
50
Lenny
minutes.
there?
Yeah. As he was driving.
And as he was driving. Yeah, he just had his phone set up and he was watching the road and talking to us while it was happening. So
I opened up this Coors Banquet beer as I was talking. I don't know if you can see that. It says, "This is Lenny right here. Quietly work, let success speak up, man." Isn't that
there
funny?
you go. That was him.
Sounds about right.
AJ Sally just decommitted. Initial thoughts. Here's what I'll say on AJ. He came down for the Hometown Heroes event, and he weighed in at 220 pounds. And if you've seen the direction that Mike Cummings is offering guys, 220 pounds is about 100 pounds below what the new offensive line coach wants in a prospect. So I just think it wasn't a great fit. No, I wasn't surprised by it. Had a sense it was coming. It didn't look like a fit. I think Lenny really thought Joe's first name was Danko. I think you're right.
That's all right, man. He can call me Danko all he wants.
Well, in the thing, it's to be fair, in your thing, it says Danko Joe.
Right.
So I think he thought your first name was Danko, and he was just rolling with it.
People had called me worse.
For sure. And not UC legends.
For sure. So you're telling me AJ Sally, he's 6'5", listed at 232, tipped in at 220?
Yeah. They can't get weight. They couldn't get weight on him.
Okay. Move on.
So with Mike Cummings, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Hearing Lenny brings me back to my stereotypically thrifty West Side father, only getting cable for the winter so we could go to all the Cats basketball games, live for those games. I mean, it was a hell of an era, man. I started, right around 89, 90. My dad started taking me to games. So that's when I got hooked in the early 90s, and by the time things were rolling in the late 90s, early 2000s, I was thick as thieves with it by then. I know Joe's in the same boat. We talked. How old are you, Joe?
I'm 53.
Okay. So you're about 9 years older than me, but we're not that far apart that we're not, we similar time frame experiences for the love. Does Joe have memorabilia he wants to give to me? No, Ed, he does not. No.
So my wife just redid the basement down here, and I had to dig all this out of the storage. I had it hanging up in here, and we had painters come in painting, so I had to dig some of this stuff out from the. I'm gonna have to get it hung back up.
Get it hung back up. Come on, let's go.
Need to get some new stuff, man. For sure.
You're on mute, Aaron.
There's plenty of it out there. I feel like there's a couple guys who swoop up everything and have like 148 pieces down in their basements.
Yeah. I mean, I can't get over how candid and how cool Wes was. I mean, it's unbelievable, man. To have these two guys, you said it earlier, Chad, to have Wes Miller, Luke Fickell in the same university at the same time. This is man, it's going to be some good days coming.
There's going to be a lot of good days coming. We're in the middle of some good days
for sure
with football, and the good days are coming in basketball. I have no doubt. You heard it from Dan Hoard. I trust Dan Hoard implicitly. Like whatever Dan Hoard says, I believe. If he says Wes Miller's the guy, Wes Miller's the guy. I also have those opinions from my dealings with Wes Miller, but Dan Hoard has never steered anyone wrong. And if he's got a great read on Wes Miller, that tells you all you need to know for me.
Yeah, man. I mean, how great is it to have Dan Hoard? I mean, my God, that's another guy. I mean,
yeah,
guy coming out of Syracuse where legends are made in the broadcast industry. And the stuff that he's done already, that I played it over and over again. I saved it. That bit he had on the Notre Dame game was.
Did you see that?
I mean, and then he said, opportunity seized.
Yep.
And that was a little dig at Brian Kelly to give us the opportunity. Everyone knew it.
Right.
Everyone knew it. And it was just perfect. I mean, that was a legendary broadcast.
Bearcats up 7-1 at the end of the fifth.
Yep, update on the score. Up 7-1 at the end of the fifth. So they're tacking on some runs. You love to see it.
So check it out.
There
I got one of those too. There you go.
There it is. The Bearcat baseball Sandy Koufax team of 54.
All right, there it is.
Just hit subscribe. Who's the next guest? The next guest will be James Smith. Jimmy Smith coming up in about a half hour when we get to James. How amazing is Hoard's life the last year? He's living good.
But how much did he have to endure to get there?
Keith, I'm not. If I drink beer, when I go bourbon, I go craft. Like if I'm drinking bourbon, I've got Four Roses is my like go-to. If I'm just having like a couple glasses, I'm gonna have a good glass of bourbon. I like to go craft. Beer, I'm domestic. I just go Bud Light.
Oh, you did open up?
I did.
I haven't yet.
I opened up quietly while we were talking to Lenny.
I've been drinking water all day, trying to hydrate. I think somebody put that in the chat at some point earlier today.
Probably if you hydrate, yeah, just stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated. Been working on that, man.
You guys got to catch up, man. I've been going strong since 5.
Yeah, but we have to talk until midnight. We have to talk until midnight, and we've seen on Tuesday night what it looks like if Aaron's overserved and he tries to talk. It's not pretty.
I started at about 5:30 that night. I ended after, pardon the punctuation.
Yeah, you ended before we did the nightcap.
Yeah, that was bad. not my finest day. I'll say that much.
No, but it is what it is.
That wasn't hypnotic. It was the Blue Mio with the caffeine in it. From B. Colk here. Yeah, certainly not hypnotic. Just Mio.
Yeah, just Mio. We're going to talk about Aaron. We got a half hour to kill.
I mean, it's been a wild day. It's been a wild day, and we still have a couple more hours left. Update on Bearcat Journal subscriptions. We are currently at 867. You love to see it. So we have a 133 to go. So if we average another, I don't know, 40 or so per hour over the course of the next 3.5 hours, we get it. But it just depends on what we can do to try and get there. We haven't given out anything in a while.
Yeah, we got to catch up on the giveaways.
So real quick I feel like we're almost gonna have to do some trivia for some quick fire stuff.
Some trivia, or like the first person in the chat, like first person to say dibs gets it.
We're not there yet, so don't hit dibs. But I don't know. You have any idea for trivia questions? Either of you
got a trivia question?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I got a trivia question.
Go ahead.
It's a softball. We talked about it earlier. Who's the only radio show host to be thrown out of a basketball game with a technical foul?
Well, he's not a radio show host. He's a color commentator.
Oh, okay, color commentator.
People, you got to be. It's the internet, Joe. You have to be very precise, or people get angry.
No,
Trust
really,
me,
has that ever happened in the history of NCAA basketball?
I don't believe so. No,
I don't believe it has either.
I
know Mo got kicked out of a game at NKU as a fan.
I loved when he used to do the updates on how many days it's been
since
Chuck got ejected. That was fantastic.
Yeah, those were the days. I miss Chuck. Chuck was awesome.
What do you keep talking about DTD? What is DTD? That's like the second time you've said who won DTD. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Down the drive. That's what he's talking about.
Not you.
Tonk won that because you're on the staff. He doesn't
You know what he's going to say? If I'm on the staff, then why don't I get free 513 gear?
That's not on me. I'm not at the top. That's above my pay grade. That's above my pay grade.
You're brushing him off on me, Aaron. I see how it is.
Well, you're pushing all the giveaways on me. So
you said like you had it under control.
Well,
I didn't ask you to do that. You were just like, I got it.
We've gotten halfway there, and then we got.
So are you going to take all the people that answer Chuck and put them in the thing, or are you just going to take the first one?
Well, Neil won at one point, didn't he?
Yeah, Neil won.
So yeah. Well, Corey doesn't have Twitter, as we found out earlier. Corey, do you have Facebook or?
I need to communicate with you, Corey.
Right. I don't want to just put my phone number out here. B Colk, hit me on Twitter and shoot me a DM, and we'll get you some swag. I like how Case was like, "Oh, you're just giving it away to everybody." Chuck, yeah, I was in here too. Sorry, Case. It's a nice try.
That was a softball.
It was a softball.
Didn't you win a Bearcat Journal gear earlier, Neil? Don't you have Neil's info?
Actually, Neil didn't win. So Neil hit me up too. It's fine. All
right.
Neil we'll take care of that. I think that catches us up at this point. So got a couple hours yet.
The day of the Neil.
Neil,
we still have two car flags to go, right? We've given out one big flag and one car flag. So we have 2 car flags to go. And then what's that? What are you up to? 4?
That'll put
we
us
have 1 Malik van. How many BCJ items?
That puts us at 1, 2, 3, 6 with the additional 3 here.
We got 6 more to do.
No, we were only 8. Well, that's 6 513 items. We're only
Okay.
doing 8 items, so that only 2 more items there, and then 2 flags, and that's it.
Okay.
Two of the car flags.
Pretty close to on track. Did you give away the $50 yet?
No, that has not been given away yet.
Okay.
$50
to the Holy Grail.
Mhm.
Okay. How about this? Tell me your favorite item. What's your go-to when you go to the Holy Grail? In the chat.
Are you going to pick out your favorite?
Yeah, I'm going to pick
All
who
right.
gets it right.
Well,
drink or menu item?
It's up to you.
I see you, Danco, trying to win.
Danco Joe wants some Holy Grail.
Just want to clarify the question. That's all.
He said, "Well, what about the banquet Coors Light? Do they have?"
Sell it, you know, this is an homage to that show Yellowstone. You guys watch that? That show.
I watched a couple seasons. Yeah.
I don't watch TV. I watch sports and I watch Twitch, and that's about it.
Twitch, is that where people play video games on?
Yes, I watch people play video games all the time.
All right, I'm gonna go get a couple pops, Chad. I'll be back.
Okay. Can you believe we've made it 8 hours and 38 minutes already?
You know, I've watched probably the first few hours, and then I had to do some work, and I still had to kind of play, and I would mute it down a little bit, but I was catching most of it, and it went really fast. I mean, even watching it went fast.
The first 6 hours were like a blur, and it just worked that way because we were so busy. Like it was just one gets done, the next comes on, one gets done, the next comes on, and you don't really have time to think like what's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I mean, how cool was it for, Fick to call in with the palm trees in the background? I mean, that was just unbelievable. I mean, there he is in Mexico. How many coaches would, big time coaches would do that?
None. Could you imagine Nick Saban just jumping on with the Alabama 247 guys while he's at the lake?
Yeah.
Just hanging out at the lake. It doesn't happen. And
maybe if it was on, ESPN, nationally broadcast.
Right. No. Like Marty Smith maybe could get him.
Yeah.
Shocked you didn't have some watch party going on. Could you imagine like making everybody that's at the Holy Grail watch and listen to this with the sound up as they're eating their dinner tonight?
Yeah.
The watch party for the Sub-A-Thon.
I mean, there'll probably be times when we enjoyable. When you had both coaches on, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, they would love that, but that was like Wes was done at 5. They're done at 6. So by the time people started getting there for dinner, wouldn't have been. They'd have had Brent.
So you had him for full, probably almost 40 minutes.
Wes was right at 30 minutes.
Nice.
And Luke was 20, right around 20, I think.
Yeah.
Which he would have stayed longer, but it was, thank you enough for even coming on and answering 20 minutes worth of questions, and now go back to your vacation.
Yeah, I'm sure people were like, "Come on, let's go." Now, so it was just him and his wife? The coaching staff was down there?
The bunch of the staff was down there. I think it was like a kind of a retreat. The staff and the coach and their wives. I know Lambert was down there. Luke said Brady was down there. Brady was the one making all the noise in the background that we could hear.
I'm
So
surprised
yeah,
they get him on for a spell.
Yeah. Here's another reason I think that they like me as much as they do, or they tolerate me as much as they do. I do my best not to over ask.
Yeah.
We ask a lot of Brady to do the bounce as much as he does. Name another podcast in the country that gets the strength and conditioning coach like a couple times a month in the off season.
Right. And he's so candid. I mean, he's so good.
Neil, favorite UC basketball team that's not a famous one. So no 92, 93, 2000. I guess is the Nevada team, I guess, would be a famous one, right? 17 or 16. Was it 16?
Is it a famous one?
Yeah, it's famous.
Infamous.
Uncle Mike, the UCF Nip at Night has been turned on. Is that the Sauce Gardner Nip at Night? The breakthrough in the American Athletic Conference? Always a good one. Favorite team, not a famous one. So it's weird for me because there's two different eras for me, right? There's the era of like my fandom up to 06 and then covering. Because there's a clear difference. Like now I know all those guys that I was a fan of when I was younger, but I didn't know them then. I didn't have any info. Since 06, like I know those guys. Like I have history with them. We go way back. So for me as like a fan, I loved Max's senior year. Watching Max and Hicks play together, and like, those two dudes were what, 6'5", 6'4.5".
Yeah, own the glass.
Yeah, it's the hat. Like I'm trying to loosen it up because it's like matted to my head. Like it hurts. That's why I said in the beginning, I'm not gonna be able to wear a hat for 12 hours because my hair's, I shaved my head when Kelly shaved her head as a sign of solidarity, but my hair's growing back and it's in that weird, like in between phase. So if I wear the hat, the hair gets pressed down, especially since I've got the headphones, squished on top of it.
I know. I've had to like expand my headphones out so it's not hitting the top of my ears anymore.
Yeah.
Like
it's a long time to just wear headphones, 12 hours.
I mean, that's longer than coaches have to wear for a game. So
there, I'll put the stupid hat back on.
No, you're fine. I just thought it was fun to point out.
Any of the years with Durden,
the gunslinger.
That dude could shoot. Ain't no doubt about that. Ain't no doubt about that.
Was that Durden that stepped to the line in Wyoming with the?
Yeah. Yep.
That's so sweet. That was a moment.
Can you imagine what like a Lizelle Durden?
Not the design of the hat, Mike. The design of the hat is awesome.
Could you
hat
imagine
itself is hurting my brain right now.
Much like they could try and compare like what Reggie Miller would be like with the era of shooting threes every possession. Can you imagine what like Lizelle Durden's career would be like if he got to shoot threes at the clip that they're now shooting threes?
Yeah. Oh, he might be top 5 all-time leading scorer.
Like, and that's not crazy to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could shoot it. Hey, so one thing. So let's compare and contrast coaching staff now versus Mick's coaching staff. What's practice like? And so how is practice run now versus how Mick ran it?
Okay. So I've kind of described this before. And Lenny, or was it Cash or Lenny? It's all starting to run together. That said, they aren't like Wes and Mick are a lot alike in their philosophies, in
Lenny,
how demanding they are. But the difference is, and I talked about this a lot, like through the summer going into the start of the season, Wes gets mad plenty. But when he gets mad, it lasts like 2 minutes. Like it just drops and he's on to the next thing. He gets mad at something you did. As long as you fix it, pat on the butt, keep moving. And there's a different rhythm to practice.
Well, he said he lives in fast forward.
Yeah, it's very true. If Mick got mad, Mick might be like, if Mick got mad on Monday, he might still be mad on Thursday. That's just like, that's how Mick was in season. Wes is, it's year one, so I don't want to like overstate this. Wes is just kind of who he is. Does he get like more pissed off if they're not playing well or they lose a game? Yeah. But he's not that different a person than he was in the offseason. And again, this is my first, we're coming up on my first full year of dealing with him in 2 months. Mick, I just left, like, we would talk a lot during the offseason. But as soon as like that first practice hit, it was kind of like, oh, all right, I'll see you at press conferences and we might chat for a minute or two before practice while I'm sitting with your dad. But you want me to leave you alone and I'm going to leave you alone. Like, does that make sense? Like, it was just kind of an understanding of once season mode hits, Mick was focused strictly, and I still like, I don't, bother Wes or like during the season. I don't, most coaches, I don't have any communication with when the season's going on in their respective season. Just because they don't want to hear from me. They don't care. They're trying to win games. Like, am I going to say anything to help them win a game? No. So shut up and leave me alone and we'll talk in the offseason. But Wes is very quick to compartmentalize. He does not get hung up on stuff. Like, he's pissed about it. He makes his point. You fix it. All right, we're on to the next thing. So I think that's probably the biggest difference.
Yeah, and I guess you can tell the coaches are going to put that out there. They're going to put that vibe out there to you in the media as, hey,
yeah,
this works. This doesn't work. And you kind of know where that line is.
Yeah. I have all kinds of thoughts on Titus Rubles. Titus was my guy.
I bring him up all the time. Maybe the most Bearcattiest Bearcat.
Yeah.
Along with like Eric Hicks. Who else would you call the most Bearcattiest? Like just grit and determination. Justin Jackson.
Titus was more than Justin.
Yeah. Because he'd punch you in the mouth.
Yeah. Titus would fight you. Justin would scare the shit out of you.
He'd just make the face.
Yeah, Justin would scare the shit out of you. Titus would fight you. Like, fight. Like hands thrown. We are fighting. That would be Titus. So,
how many I won't ask who we fought, but how many fights did you witness Titus Rubles in practice?
Titus wasn't the type of guy to fight you in practice. Titus was the type of guy to go to the locker room and wait for you because he thought you dogged it that day. Like, here was the thing I always said about Titus.
The enforcer.
Titus
wouldn't make it with cell phones with cameras.
Titus gave 130%, right? He didn't necessarily want to, but that's who he was. Like, if he was out there, he was going to go as full blast as you could go full blast. And if you went out there at 74%, he was going to beat the other 50% out of you in the locker room when you got there after practice. That was just like, that was the standard of this is how hard we practice. And if you're not up to that standard, okay, I'm not going to worry about it on the practice floor. But when practice is over and we're heading back to the locker room, you better know walking in that locker room is probably going to be an issue for you. Because your actions weren't becoming of a Bearcat that day. I love Titus. Titus Wood, man. Just wait for you in the locker room. Come get some. Hey, Charlie, come and get your whooping. Like that.
And get you a solid 8-8.
Yeah. Yancey actually would fight you. See, Yancey had a trigger.
Yeah, he did.
Well, the fight, he wanted to beat up Kenny Freeze.
His whole career.
They were the same grade. They played against each other in AAU all through high school. They were the two best bigs in Ohio. They did not like each other at all. Remember Kenny Freeze, Yancey headbutted Yancey in the face their freshman year in the shootout. Kenny just kind of like gave him one of these. Yancey never forgot that. The other thing, like if you saw Yancey fight Paul McMillan Sr. at the Summer League, Paul did the one thing that Yancey doesn't tolerate. Paul called him a bitch. And they were on the same team. For the people that weren't, if you've ever never heard of this scuffle, there was a timeout. They were playing at Devereaux's. They're on the same team, and they go sit on the bench. And Yancey's at one end of the bench, and Paul is at the other end of the bench. And as they're sitting down, Paul called Yancey a bitch. Yancey jumped over the three people that were on his team and to get to Paul because, yeah, that's you don't call Yancey a bitch. And you know, we saw he could punch. He could punch real good. Yeah, he called and apologized because they made him, Ed. Break. He called and apologized because he broke his fucking face
with a glancing blow.
Oh no! If you watch, that bad boy he scanned. He was like the Predator. Like he scanned, locked target, bang. He was looking for Kenny Freeze. Like it.
Oh, I know. I mean, but I don't think he really caught him. I don't think he really caught him like full on. Really? You think?
No, he broke his face. He broke his orbital socket. Glancing blows don't break orbital sockets.
Yeah. Yes.
No, he got him. He got him good.
I didn't know that he was that damaged.
Oh yeah, like it was like he had to wear like goggles. I think the rest of the year. Kenny Freeze was a cokehead.
Shots fired.
Hey.
He got suspended his senior year in the offseason. There's a reason why. No, that has nothing to do with why Paul isn't being recruited by Wes. Paul isn't being recruited by Wes because he's right now a mid-major player. That's who he's being recruited by. So I know people hate that. Like they don't want to hear me say that, but it's true.
Don't know what to tell you. What do you have, Aaron?
What do you mean exactly?
Beverage. What's your beverage?
What kind of beverages are you having?
Well, I didn't know. I'm going Natter Days.
I love it.
If we get to 1,000, I might be able to buy craft beer one day.
Yeah, that's what we need. 1,000. If you haven't subbed, please sub so Aaron can buy craft beer one day and not have to drink Natter Days.
So I have a giveaway for you guys. I am a home brewer.
Okay.
And I will. You can give away a growler of beer, and I will even let them choose what type, and I will brew it. Especially, I can even make a special brew for we'll brand it Bearcat Journal if you'd like.
No, if we're gonna do our own beer, there's only one way we're gonna do this.
I win. The game's over.
It's called Red Helms. We've wanted a Red Helms beer. Can we do like an amber lager, an amber ale, something along those lines? Is that possible?
Well, since we're gonna do Red Helms, can we do a red beer?
That's what I'm saying. It's
yeah.
like an amber, like a red beer.
Should we pair it with a Red Helms hoodie?
We can.
We could do that.
I know a guy that can make that happen.
Now, I will tell you, it'll take me about a month to make that beer. So
okay,
they'll have to wait, but I will do it for sure.
The other caveat is if you make a Red Helms beer, I get some.
Oh, for sure.
Jason wants to know, can Aaron handle the higher octane craft beer after Tuesday night? Sure. I just can't podcast afterwards.
Yeah, I can make it whatever octane you want.
It wasn't that he couldn't function. It was that he couldn't talk.
Yeah, my mouth ceased to work. I did my damnedest. All right.
This just in from Mike Galati of 513 Shirts. Said if you hit 1,000 tonight, we launch a new Bearcat Journal collection on 513shirts.com. So
Adam Scherpenberg says he broke his face. If you need a description for this subathon, wife is currently wondering why I'm dying laughing and yelling to not wake the kids.
It's funny that this has gone almost exactly like
you anticipated,
and that we did the business for the business end of this deal for the first 6 hours. And then the last 6 hours is us just progressively devolving into who I really am, right? Like the first 6 hours was business Chad, and the back 6 hours is like Chad.
So the podcast is Chad has a mullet,
right?
Business in the front, party in the back.
Yeah, this subathon is a mullet.
We are 3 minutes shy of 9 hours. Just want to give another update because there have been more runs scored, if you will.
Holy crap!
Yeah, it's currently 9-1 in the top of the 7th.
Let's go, Googs!
Bearcats getting it done. Love seeing it.
I'm excited for that. My guy Googs was at almost every bowl practice. Because I guess that's right. Like right before the season, the team gets to take a little break over the holidays. So the team was all scattered, and he loves us. He was at almost every practice.
And I got to talk to him briefly, and he loves Bearcat Journal.
He does. Well, we give him love, right?
I don't think you get that with
when you
all
cover the team, you get love.
I don't think all the 24/7 sites are getting that type of love from the baseball coach.
No, the baseball coach he's a big fan of us. They've got their own board. Like we do everything we can. If this wasn't their opening day, I'd have had Googs on, absolutely, for sure.
Yeah, I brought that up to you. Yeah,
like I would have. I had already planned on it, but then I looked and I was like, I'm not going to have him on the day of the game, like before the game.
Makes sense.
I'll have you on from vacation, but I'm not going to have you on the day of your season opener, hours before your first game. From the dugout, yeah. And then I didn't know if we scheduled him, if we'd be able to get him on before we were not in position to be interviewing coaches. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like, I didn't want Googs calling in at 10:30 and we're like, "Googs, what's up, brother?
What's up?
Go Bearcats, what a win!"
Hey, did you guys talk about at all today the announcement earlier today about the playoff board announcing that they're going to be 4 teams until after 2026? Did you guys talk about that?
I was going to wait for Dave for that because those are reactions that I want to get from Dave
or Justin.
No, Dave. Dave After Dark will give you the real insight on what he feels.
Yeah.
About the playoff not expanding. So I was holding off on football schedule, the announcement until we got Dave a little bit later in the show because I think those will be good topics for Dave. I'm not surprised. Like the SEC's not like the SEC is okay with whatever happens, but they're not picking a side right now. And then until they pick a side, nothing's going to get done because they call the shots.
Right. And they're,
they asked Mike Slive, what do you think? And he's like, we've had 5 different teams win titles in the last 8 years. Like, we don't care. Whatever. It's all good. We'll sit back here and wait.
So someone has to force their hand and no one can.
Right. Well, it's just a matter of like, until the chips aren't down right now until the TV contract expires. Right. So once the TV contract expires, then the chips will be down. And the TV contract doesn't expire until 2026. So we're not going to see any movement until they have to. Because the SEC loves this 4-team setup.
Sure.
They're gonna probably get 2 teams more often than not.
Every year.
So they get half the money.
When does the Big 12 TV contract begin?
Their current one expires in 2025. But it's been interesting. Apparently, like the Big Ten just negotiated their deal 5 years ago, and there's now a bidding war for their new deal. Because I guess NBC is trying to jump in because they want to pair the Big Ten with Notre Dame. And CBS is kind of sniffing around. So ESPN and Fox are going to have to, like, this stuff's all going to start happening pretty fast here if this is what we're seeing. They're talking $1 billion a year for the Big Ten.
Insane.
So even though they signed, it's still not a done deal. There still could be.
Well, they're signed, but I mean, you can always figure out ways to work around those contracts, or there's clauses written in where you can, you know, if you got to do this and this, you do this, and then you can reopen your negotiations. And what's the saying? That you're worth what somebody will pay you.
What about this, Chad? What about Gene Smith's comments about if OSU was hosting a college football playoff, they'd want to play in Indy or Detroit because they wouldn't want to play in poor conditions?
I don't like that guy. They're not worried about it because they know they'll sell out in Indy or Detroit. They don't care. And what do they do now? They pass a lot, right? Old school Ohio State would have been like, come play us in the snow, bitches.
Right.
Right? Like, come play us in the snow and we're going to smash mouth you to death. What happened to them against Michigan in the Big Ten title game?
Got smacked in the mouth.
Right? And that was inside. What happens if it's in the snow and they play a team like that? Like, Ohio State's getting pretty finesse. They're not as rough and tumble as they used to be. But what's Gene Smith doing? Looking out for their own best interests, right?
Makes sense.
So you can't really blame him. That's what happens.
It's what he's supposed to do, yeah.
Yeah, it's his job to look out for the best interest of Ohio State. Can't blame him.
Luther Clemmer writes in, what kind of jump do you expect the basketball team to make next year with the new recruits and possible transfer ads? Hard to know what the transfer ads because we have no idea. We don't know what this team looks like next year. I mean, I think I can answer that before even handing it over to you. We just don't know what this team's going to look like. We don't know who's going to be on the roster. The transfer portal has drastically changed over the course of the last couple of years, so it's really hard to know until some more things are solidified. Obviously, with the additions that you've made with the new recruits, things are trending up. That said, we don't know if DDJ is going to be back. We don't know if Jeremiah Davenport's going to be back. You don't know. I mean, the list goes on and on as you look through the roster of guys who aren't graduating, which would include Abdullah Doe, Hayden Koval. Who else am I missing here?
Well, Ado and Koval are done.
That's what I'm saying. Like they're done. Like we know they're gone. Is there anybody else that we know they're gone?
Well, Rob Banks is going to come off scholarship. So there's the three that they need for the three recruits that are signed. And then we'll see from there.
Hurry up and wait is all we can really say about that.
What can you do?
So I have a question. Wes Miller has been known to challenge all comers to 3-point competitions. Has anyone ever beat him?
I don't know. I've never seen it, actually.
And I guess that's a closed door thing. It's kind of like Luke Fickell's wrestling competitions.
Yeah.
I'd be willing to bet no one's beat him.
No, that's what I was going to say. Like, Wes, a 3-point shooting contest, like, you can miss a couple shots and it's not a big deal. With wrestling, Luke's going to whip your ass every time. It's not really going to matter. So, there's a difference there.
You guys I'm sure you've seen it. Have you seen that video on YouTube of him just destroying this giant guy when I think he was a senior.
Yeah, when he was in high school. He was undefeated. Like, if he would have picked wrestling, he would have been an Olympian.
Yeah, he was unbelievable.
All right, Chad, over under 15 for Sauce's draft pick.
I think he'll go before 15. That's also like what we talked about with Kobe. That's going to come down to what's he run. Like if he puts out a blistering 40,
like a 4.34.
Yeah, I don't like a 4.38 or a 4.4 flat. I think he'll go top 15 and potentially top 10.
Top 10, yeah.
I think he's top 10 for sure. Both of those corners, both of those guys have the intangibles, things you can't measure. Kobe, leadership, my God. I mean, I think they're going to miss more of that than his talent on the team. They're going to miss more of his leadership.
Did you watch his speech when he received the Thorpe Award?
Yeah.
I mean, that encapsulated all of that.
Yeah.
So Jimmy is on Central Time and forgot when he agreed to what time he was going to go.
So we got to wait an hour for him?
He said he'll be on in about 40 minutes.
Okay.
So we get Jimmy in about 40 minutes. So if you guys want to just keep playing AMA, we can keep vibing with the chat and answering questions. I'm cool with that.
You're on the home stretch now, man. 3 hours to go.
Yeah,
3 hours to go.
This is gonna fly compared to 9 hours. The only thing that sucks is I feel like this bar stool I'm sitting on is no longer comfortable at all.
Why don't you have a computer chair?
Because I'm at an elevated desk. So it's not. It's. I think it's supposed to be like a. I don't know. It's not. It's got two bar stools that came with it. So it's not really supposed to be a computer desk. It's just what I have here in my apartment. So
is Ritter a top 4 quarterback off the board? Yeah, I think he'll go top 3 quarterback. Sauce's
right.
willingness to hit makes him unique. I would agree with that. You don't see a lot of those guys in that lanky long range that Sauce is in that like to hit. And I think he's going to make himself a lot more intriguing to NFL teams. Just from the way we saw him blitz this year, right? Like,
yeah,
we're using him off the edge just to get him involved, just to keep him, a part of the process, just to make him feel engaged. So I think that'll help out some too.
So his length is unbelievable.
Yeah.
And the way that he stretches out at the last second. At that Indiana game, he was tested early. And, that when they went his way a couple of times, I thought, oh, my God, the guy's open. And all of a sudden you see this hand just come up and pip, knock the ball away like it was nothing.
Well, and that's what makes him so great, like trailing. Like if you're running routes against him across the middle and Sauce is in a trail position, he can be beat and it doesn't matter because he just makes up for it with his go-go gadget arms.
Yeah.
And he swats the ball away.
Yeah, he's a special guy, man. He was a lot of fun to watch, and he's going to be a great pro. That's for sure.
I know we touched on this earlier, but we got people bouncing in and out. The AJ Sally decommit again. He's just not big enough compared to what the Bearcats are going to be going after, what Mike Cummings is going to be going after. You had the actual measurements earlier.
He weighed in at 220 pounds. He's 6'4", 6'4.5", 220 pounds. Mike Cummings likes guys that's 6'6", 6'7", and 310. So while it might have been a project that Ron Crook was very interested in, it's not necessarily a project that Mike Cummings is looking for. He's looking for a different type of guy. Aaron, can you handle this for a second? I'm going to make a phone call and see if I can get a surprise guest in here with us.
Sure thing. I'll kick this one to Danco Joe here. You've been around the block for a little while, a little longer than myself. Dinner reservation for 4 people. You and what 3 other Cincinnati folks?
Oh, wow. We talking just anybody from
You
Cincinnati?
you pick anybody that has anything to do with Cincinnati in one way, shape, or form.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go Pete Rose.
Okay.
I'm gonna go Bob Huggins.
Okay.
Let's see. Anthony Munoz.
Okay. That's
And-
3. Are you making a party of 5?
I was thinking 4. Yeah, 4. I saw the 4. Yeah, but I guess I'll be the 4th. Yeah.
So if someone can't make it and has to cancel on you, who's your backup there?
Oh God. Probably old Chuck Mayshock, man. So I've been to dinner with Huggins and Mayshock before.
Okay.
And that show, were you around? Have you seen that act? I mean, that was fun. Those guys, man, they told stories and played off each other. And Chuck used to tell the story, he was having dinner one night and a bunch of people and Oscar Robertson was there and he said, "Hey, Oscar, you remember that time you and I combined for 40?" Chuck had 2.
Someone said that would be a lot of alcohol at that dinner. If I'm going with my 4 that had anything to do with Cincinnati, I'm going interesting conversations. So I'm going to go Charlie Sheen.
Okay.
I'm going to go Jerry Springer.
Why'd you write that check, Jerry? Tell me about it.
I think that he'd have some wild stories, and I'm going to go Chad Ochocinco.
There you go.
I know that there's no UC people in there, but I think that would be a lot of fun and probably the wildest conversation of my life. Chad, who you got for your 3 dinner reservation outside of you?
Do I lean on people that I know? Do I go with ones that I don't know?
Well, I feel like if they're people you know, you probably have had enough conversations at dinner or otherwise.
Right. So I should go with people I don't know, right?
The same guy who said a lot of alcohol at Joe's dinner said a lot of cocaine at my dinner.
That's tough. Joey Votto.
Would be a good conversation.
I think Joey's a really interesting guy. Like, that's what I would want more than anything. I'd want really interesting. Joe Burrow. Because I'd really like to hear from Joe how close the UC thing was. I've heard it from the UC side that he had committed and told UC, the coaches, he was coming before he went to LSU, and that LSU was just kind of a trip he agreed to take because of some connections his dad had to LSU.
I think it'd be a fantastic conversation between the old face of the city of
And the new
Cincinnati
face of the
sports
city.
and the new face of the city, and what advice Joey Votto would give to Joey B.
Yeah. And then I would add one that I think would just be hilarious, just to kind of lighten the mood a little bit.
Kenny Freese would be trying to get to that dinner, but
Yeah.
wouldn't be allowed.
I'll go Joey Votto, Joe Burrow, and Adam Dunn.
Big donkey.
Because I think Dunn was just like one of my favorite moments in radio history was Adam Dunn calling into the banana phone and messing with Marty Brenneman. Hey, Marty, it's Adam.
From Milwaukee.
And Marty, like, as the call's going on, realizing that it's done, like, I just, his sense of humor would be phenomenal. So I think if you're going to have, like, I think Votto's very dry sense of humor. We don't know what kind of sense of humor Joe has because he's so even keel.
Yeah.
So I think you'd need Dunner to loosen up a little bit, and also maybe a lot of cocaine with Dunner there too. So
I was going to ask, like, how many games do you think he played not sober?
Most of them, probably.
There's probably.
Marty? Do you have your shirt on?
Oh man.
What was and then something about the youngest Stowe kid? Like, what do you think of Scott Heidelberg? He's not very good. Who would you play with? Rick Stowe.
That was back when they had the banana phone.
The banana phone was phenomenal. That's one of my favorite like low key moments in Cincinnati history was Adam Dunn pranking the banana phone.
You know that Ed actually has a banana phone that he had signed by Marty.
Oh, really? That's fantastic.
I think that's one of his prized possessions.
Marty hated the banana phone because everybody, like, the calls were just so...
They were terrible.
Terrible.
I mean, I was listening to it, and I was, like, embarrassed for Marty. Like, having to
they were awful.
Like, it was just nuts.
They were awful.
Where do they get these people?
From those people have now migrated to the Paul Doherty comment section on anything,
right?
Anything that he tweets.
Hey Marty, it's Adam from Milwaukee. So good. Oh, hold on. I'll be right back.
All right. Looking to see if there's any other questions here. To your point, I know you said earlier that Sauce, the way that he would just reach in there, somebody compared his last-minute pass breakup similar to Jamar Chase's last-minute separation. I don't think that's a terrible comparison.
No, it's not. I mean, he at the towards when people saw what he could do, he never got thrown at. I mean, it was just crazy. We were talking, I listened to you guys talking on the podcast, like
they didn't even look at his side of the field so much, in fact, that he was able to get several sacks because they just weren't looking that way.
Yeah. So
absolutely wild. Now, the only reason I say that it's not a terrible comparison, we don't know how. I mean, one's at the college level in the American Conference, and one is at the NFL level. So that's yet to be seen at the NFL level. So I don't mean to completely poo-poo on what you're saying there. I think it's a fair comparison. We just don't know what that looks like at the next level. So we'll see.
Right. It would have been nice to see if Alabama would have thrown the football, but they didn't have to. So,
I mean, when they did, it wasn't super successful.
No.
They just continued to run and run and run and run and run.
And why do you do that? Same reason a dog licks his balls, because you can't.
Well, you're not wrong, Danco Joe. You're not wrong.
It's 9:19. We can bring those references out now.
Fair enough. I know what we talked a little bit about your travels in viewing the Bearcats. Was it the same answer though for your favorite place that you've gone and your most memorable? I know you talked about the Cotton Bowl. Is it the same for most memorable and your favorite place?
No. So I mean, the Cotton Bowl, you went, right?
Yeah, I was up in the press box.
Yeah. I was hoping you guys would pay us a visit. We were tailgating in lot 14, and next to I don't know if you even got over there, but the Pike Fraternity House had a giant, over 150 people tailgate.
Yeah, I didn't make it on that lot. Just with everything that was going on in the one end zone that they had, like the little festival, if you will, before the game. I was over there checking all out.
Uh-oh, look who I got. Look who I got. Surprise guest popping in. We haven't heard from him all season. He's been busy with the fam.
Haven't seen Spaces in a while either.
Yeah, well, this team sort of caused me to lose interest.
Oh, come on, Berg.
What? Let me be honest with you. I really haven't been watching many games. They're not really drawing me in this year. There was a fun, first 6-7 games, right? Illinois, That
But
was
sometimes,
incredible.
sometimes there's some adversity in a season, Berg. You gotta stick with your team.
Okay, so it's not about adversity; it's about enjoyment. I have a limited amount of time in my life right now for entertainment. Now, when I turn on a game and it's not entertaining, I'm gonna opt out.
Y'all, so you're the 2021 Bearcats. You've opted out. Yeah, but hey, Berg, you know what happened with a lot of the opt-outs? They took a couple weeks off and they came back, unless they left for Spain.
I have watched a few, but I just haven't watched every single one. Like, I'm not watching at South Florida. I'm not watching at Tulsa. I'm sick of these teams in this conference. I just don't want to see it. And last year,
fair.
at least, there was like some players on UC that I was like really excited to watch, like a guy who maybe transferred to the SEC. And no offense to this team this season, but it's just, what player am I really tuning in to see? It's just, there's just kind of not much there. So I've been monitoring kind of what's happening, and it seems like one game they'll shoot really well and win, and then another game they'll shoot like shit and either lose or it'll be really close and ugly and low scoring. Right? Is that pretty much what's been happening?
It's close. It's not too far off.
My boy DeJulius has been putting up a lot of 20-plussers, right?
Yeah, who are you paying to watch? You're paying to watch David DeJulius. That's your guy.
I'm not paying. I wouldn't pay to watch that.
Well, you know what I mean.
Okay, so here, DeJulius, I'm excited that he's doing that. I've been in his corner, on his island the whole time we've had him. So that's been cool. I like watching Saunders, and I think that might be it.
You don't like watching Davenport shoot contested three? He's at 38% for the season, Berg.
Is he at 38? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
From
way
the
higher,
logo.
way higher than I predicted.
He creams. He creams.
He does cream sometimes. How many assists per game are we looking at? 0.0006?
He didn't come here to pass. He's on the Kyle Washington scholarship.
Oh, okay.
Kyle's back, so somebody has to be on the Kyle Washington scholarship. He didn't come here to pass.
So I caught about the first 15 minutes of you and Simone after the Memphis game on the recent pod you guys did. And you said that this team, it's like everyone's like one spot too high on the pecking order.
Yeah.
Like if you had, I might go maybe 3 to 5 spots too high for some of the guys. I don't know if you want me to name names.
That wouldn't matter if everybody slid down one, because the top 6 are really all that fucking matter in that conversation.
Well, but look, I'm saying some guys need to slide down 3 to 5, not just one that are like high up on the top, 3 or 4. So I don't need to name any names, but anyway, that's the point. So, but here I'm in on Wes. I'm sure most people are. Some people might be a little frustrated as of late with some of the efforts, but
I don't think effort has been a problem. Talent has been a problem.
Okay, yeah, there you go, talent. But some of the outings, some of the results, some of what we've seen. Yeah. But so I just I don't know. Sometimes I'm like I look at the schedule. I'm like, let's see, what do we got here? Oh, at East Carolina, nah, I'm out.
I'd like to opt out of that one.
Yeah, it's like, a lot of these games, because as you know how I feel about this league, and so the combination of I can't stand this league and just not a lot of box office type of dudes to watch on this team. Because you go back, like even Brandon's years, the first year you still had Cumberland, you still had Keith, still had Trayvon, and then last year they had Tari, and Saunders was new, and even like the new kind of like Madsen was on. I was like, oh, Madsen, that could be a good guy to have. But then this year it's just like, I don't know, just not quite getting me. So that's why I haven't really been in the mix much. It's just like I'm not interested in watching enough. So what can I really talk about on the spaces? There, Aaron. There's Aaron gone. There he is.
I'm still here. I'm listening. I was reading this. T-Win, if you want to hop into my DMs on Twitter, I have no idea what you're talking about, but would love to know what you're talking about here in this particular comment. to try and help get the right meta tags and Social Blade, and you're talking above my head. So come back in with me. But I do
explain it to him like he's a 5-year-old.
Please, because I have the capacity of a 5-year-old at times. But Berg, no, I do miss your spaces because I feel like you had some traction going, and I know that your life is complicated.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I was on a little run there, and then it was like, well, the games are like at the worst times. Like I'm trying to put my kids to bed, and I got some other responsibilities, and it's just. I just can't really just do it when I want. Like if that thing would have come out maybe 5 to 7 years ago, I'd been all over that, probably like even in between games. And then, like I said, the combination of just like, dude, this team just isn't really that interesting to me. There's a lot of players, like the starting lineup is like, yeah, can't watch it. I just want to see Saunders a lot of the game, please. Way more than he gets to play. I know I probably have to wait for that down the road, but I just need to see more Saunders and less some of the other people that dribble the ball a lot. I'll just leave it at that.
I think he's just got to find his shot. Like, I think that's been the struggle with getting him on the court, is that his shot's been off more often than not this season.
Yeah.
And he needs to continue to work on his pull-up game. It can't all be
driving in there.
Keith Berg, when he does these, does not take a seat.
Sit.
He walks. He paces the entire time.
Oh, you can see that?
There was one like a while back that you were legit, like I thought you were out of breath, like you had paced so much.
Well, it's either that or I'm rocking in the chair, like doing the chair rocking thing. That's the other way I do it. But
Berg is not much of a sitter.
So what's the deal? What do you guys got cooking here? Why are you on this? What's this called? StreamYard? Why have you been on this for almost 10 hours now? What's the deal?
So it's a YouTube thing. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel.
To try and monetize.
Yeah, we're trying to get monetized so I can pay Aaron money. So
Okay.
he can not. He's drinking Natter Days right now.
You know what's wild is I never would have thought that I would have been more excited to watch a Bengals game than a Bearcats basketball game. But I've chosen the Bengals football team, who I gave up on 15 years ago this season, than the Bearcats basketball. The world has just turned on its head.
People think that Berg, you're giving us a tour of your giant mansion. People are asking Berg, how big is your house? I think you just have the type of format where you can just walk in a circle. I'm envisioning like a Cape Cod or something of that nature, where you like everything can just walk in a circle.
Yeah, I guess you can use your imagination with it. I see my daughter now is trying to get in some mischief here. She was just on her iPad and just nice and calm in there, and now that she's done with that, then it's like, oh, I'm gonna run around and do stuff you don't want me to do until you come get me and rock me. So you people out there that have people out there that have kids or young kids or multiple kids, you know what time it is here. But that's it. So here. You know what? I'm okay being a fair weather fan at this point in my life. Like with the Bearcats basketball, like show me more. I need more entertainment. I need more to really watch every single game and every minute. Bengals, I'm the biggest fair weather fan. I didn't care about them for 14 years, and I was like, hey, I watched the first game. I was like, these guys are all right. And then I saw that Baltimore game. I was like, wait a minute, are these guys good? And I kept watching, and it worked out. So if they suck next year, I'll stop watching them.
How's the wife? Is everything good?
She's making progress. That's all we can ask for. So yeah, she's hanging in. She's hanging tough. She's a tough broad. And
I know the type. Got one of those myself.
I know. It's sometimes some days are just total struggles, but other days are like, hell yeah, all right, we got through that. Or like, hey, that's a big breakthrough, so let's take it. Here, look at this kid. What are you doing down there? That's what's happening.
Berg, I'm going to be a girl dad in July.
Oh, all right, man.
What do I have?
Mazel tov.
What do I have to look forward to?
Oh, all kinds of stuff. It's incredible. Being a parent. Wait, is this going to be your first child?
My girlfriend has an 11-year-old and a 7-year-old, so
Okay.
The first
Is this
one
the
that's
first-
his
from
DNA.
scratch. Okay.
Yeah,
yeah.
first one from scratch.
The first one from my loins.
From your baby batter. Yeah. It's an incredible adventure. So I'm happy for you, man. Enjoy every second of it, even when they have a blow up diaper and it's all over the place. Just enjoy that somehow. But yeah, enjoy the rest of the season. I'll tune in. Maybe I don't know, what do they have left on the schedule? Anything decent?
They closed the season at Houston and at SMU.
Okay, so I'll probably watch SMU because I like Jankovic. I don't mind when we play them, but I mean the Houston game. Come on, I'm not interested in that. Jesus, them in Memphis. It's like I can't stand being on the other side of other teams having athletes like that, and we don't have them. Like, is this the most unathletic team we've ever had? Can like anyone dunk?
It's not an over. Odie can dunk when he catches it.
John Newman did, and he got injured.
Yeah, he's made a couple athletic plays. But it feels like Davenport, like when he got here, I thought he was going to be able to be a flyer, but like he doesn't. He seems like he's got some cement legs now. All of a sudden, I know he had that injury though, but it's like he's like just a tick below like what you think he could be athletically, and passing wise, he's about 95 ticks below what you would hope for.
Not
but
much
I
of
love
a
the guy.
passer.
He plays hard. He's a leader. He's from Cincinnati. I support him. Just
You just don't
play make
like
a little
watching
more.
him.
Watch a little DeMar DeRozan film. You can actually dribble into the paint and actually stop off 2 feet and see if someone's open. It's actually possible. That's it. That's my last comment. Good luck getting those followers on the YouTube channel, y'all.
This was the best 10 minutes of the day. Thank you, brother. I
Say
appreciate
bye,
it.
Leah. Say Davenport.
Bye, Leah.
All right, see y'all.
Thanks,
See you,
Berg.
brother. Oh my gosh, I love Justin Berg. I really do. You know what though? Like I can't fault Berg for that because I've like when people have like just constantly bitched in my mentions, and I'm like, if it doesn't make you happy, why are you watching? If legitimately, if it makes you miserable doing something, why do you keep doing it? And that's what I love about Berg. And Joe, you don't know Justin. He was my basketball writer for 4 years. And then he started a landscaping business. Deanna, Aaron, I hope you have more success turning your daughter. I was reading that into a sports fan. Mine often says, "Who are we rooting for in this game?" They grow into it eventually. Kelsey's just now starting to really grow into her sports fandom at 11. But Joe, he started a landscaping business. It started doing really well, and then his wife slipped down the steps and was paralyzed.
Okay.
And so they had at the time a 2-year-old and a 6-month-old. So he had to step away. Obviously, he's been working to help get his wife back up on her feet and rehabbed. And look, I'm all for that. Like, if you don't enjoy watching something, stop fucking watching it.
Well, isn't it like the Marie Kondo style of thinking where if it doesn't bring you joy in your life,
don't do
get rid of it? Like she helps clean people's houses. If this doesn't bring you joy, get rid of it.
Yeah. Like it's, and if you find joy, if you go back to it in a year and you find joy in it, go back to it. It's admirable because most people are too invested and they just keep abusing themselves sometimes. That's why I checked out on the Bengals. I just got tired of getting beat over the head.
Yeah,
some of us are just apparently into that sort of thing, getting
Gluttons
beat
for punishment,
just getting clubbed over the head week after week after week.
Don't do it. If it doesn't make you happy, follow the Justin Berg model and be like, I'll still watch it. I'll check in from time to time, but you're not affecting my happiness. You're not occupying my time.
I think in the Bengals case, and I think this may be true eventually with the Bearcats basketball fans as well. Like, being with them through the bad days makes the good days so much better.
Yeah, but you still live through the bad day. Like,
Sure, but as a sports fan, I mean, especially a Cincinnati sports fan, there's a lot of bad days.
That's fair.
So I don't know. I mean, we can't all be Boston fans where you win a championship like every other year, sometimes multiple in a year.
Yeah.
It's fair. It was good to hear from Berg.
It was, even if he had nothing positive to say.
He did, but he was just like, it's fun. I haven't really talked to him. Just figured he had been busy, and usually like he hits me if he's got something. And I was kind of wondering, like we've texted back and forth about, like, you okay? How are things? Everything good? I've checked on his wife. He's checked on mine. And I didn't know exactly why, because normally, like, I would just randomly, even after he stopped being my full-time basketball writer, like, he would just randomly, like, write and just send me articles. Be like, hey, had the urge to write today. Here's, 1,500 words. And it was like, oh, cool. And this year we didn't get anything from him. So, and I hadn't talked to him, so I didn't know exactly what the deal is. I didn't know if they had stuff going on. And now we know why. He just doesn't care.
So I was in on some of his live deals and on Twitter, and he got angry. I think
that's what it was. It's like it made him angry, so he just decided not to do it anymore.
Yeah, he was angry for sure. I mean, there's no doubt.
I get it. Onesie folding monster in the morning.
In the making.
Oh, in the making. Just look at the last few weeks around Cincy. The people who hadn't cared about the Bengals for years actually cared again. Like I said, I struggled with that. I struggled with it because I just don't instantly turn the attachment back on, right?
What I appreciated out of everything that happened with the Bengals, if we're going to talk about this for a moment, is the fact that you were just simply happy for those who stuck. Like, I mean, you told me straight up, you're like, you stuck with them. You've been podcasting for them for years. And
yeah, happy for you.
Happy for you. I'm not relishing in that happiness because I stopped taking them in that way.
It just wasn't important to me. And it wasn't going to become important to me just because they were winning. Like, I just felt that was it was fake.
Here's the thing. Is it any more fun for them who stuck around and took all the abuse all those years? Is it more fun for them now when the Bengals win the Super Bowl or went to the Super Bowl? I don't think so. We all had just as much fun. So
no, I think it was more fun for them, Joe. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know.
I think more to them because they were the abusive spouse for a long time. I think it might have been more fun for them than it was. It was definitely more fun than them than it was for me. I enjoyed it. I watched it. The Raiders game I watched with my childhood best friend over at his house with his wife and two daughters. Aaron, did I tell you this? You know the video that the Inquirer put out with the 5-minute video that had all the reactions?
Yeah.
Remember the opening family where they were on the couch all together, huddled up for the field goal?
Yeah.
That was my best friend and his family.
Nice. I don't think that.
When I first watched the video, I was like, "Hey!" It was because it was for the Tennessee game, and that's the living room I was in for the Raiders game, watching them beat the Raiders. So it was actually pretty cool. But no, I took less joy out of it than Aaron did. I guarantee you that, Joe.
I would agree.
I enjoyed it. It was good. I just,
Well, and I'm sure you're going to be filling in for Mo next week as he's on vacation at some point.
Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
I mean, it gives you some shit to talk about on the radio. I mean, this is fantastic for sports radio because now we're talking about what are we going to do in the draft? What are we going to do in free agency? What is this? And people are talking about in the chat here, what is Mike Brown going to make the right decisions? Well, I think he already made the right decision by not being the one in charge of what's going on. I don't think he has nearly the hand that he once had in
I
the
don't think he
decision
has
making
a
process.
hand. Like really, I think he's completely out.
Just
at
a
this point.
figurehead at this point.
Yeah, because he's not like he has trusted other people to make those decisions.
A figurehead in a trench coat and a hat.
Yeah, a weird trench coat and a weird hat.
Oh
Weird.
my goodness. I love it.
So I'm learning something about subathons, Aaron, as we wait for Jimmy.
Go on.
I'm learning why they are typically 24 hours.
24 hours.
Yeah, they do 24 hours. Like that's the big thing in like the content world is they do 24-hour subathons. Generally it's on Twitch where they're playing video games and they play video games for 24 hours straight. What I'm learning is they do 24 because 12's not that challenging.
At this point, I mean, we're 2 hours away. I'd agree. I also think that 24, like, I mean, obviously with Cincinnati sports and the Bearcats in particular, and we're not even just Cincinnati sports, we're even more niche than that. We're talking about just the Bearcats. It's a very niche group, and trying to get the follows of something quite so niche, as opposed to just, do you like video games? Or
yeah, of course. Of course.
I don't think we set the goal lofty. I mean, currently, I just refreshed a little bit ago. We're at 892, so we got 108 to go.
Let's go.
We're getting there. We are definitely getting there. I think that depending on how we finish this last hour, if we do get a little wild, a little raucous, that might be the way to go. Just embrace it and hope that people are trying to tell their friends, like, go look at these jackasses.
Check these guys out. Tell your friends, get on here, like, subscribe. Let's do it.
If to your Uncle Mike, are we extending this? If we're close enough to 1,000, I'll keep going until we get to 1,000. If that's what it takes. I got nothing. I have a clean slate tomorrow. We're trying to get to 1,000. That's a big deal to us, because at that point we can, like we've been saying the entirety of the 9 hours 43 minutes we've been doing this. The goal is to get to 1,000. We want to monetize. We're being very transparent about that. So thank you for all of those who have already hit the subscribe button. We do appreciate it. How many shirt changes between now and then, Neil? That's funny. Asking if we were going until noon, and he changes his shirt to try and help the luck of the luck of the Bearcats. Says it depends on the momentum. It sounds like he did earn himself a new shirt though today. So congrats to Neil on that. We said he was having a day. We helped out with him having a day.
I guess I need to Twitter Dan Skillings.
What do you mean? What? Is he going to hop on with us?
No, I need to search him on Twitter.
Oh.
Apparently there was a dunk tonight.
All right.
It's on his Instagram.
Let's see if I
can you
find
pull
it.
up.
I'm looking for
Dan
it.
Skillings' Instagram.
Looking for it. Got to give me a second. You got to keep talking so we're not just sitting here.
I'm texting with Wes. I'm sorry.
It's so loud.
Oh shit. Oh. Oh. It's in his stories, Aaron.
Okay, I'm getting there. I hadn't logged into Instagram on my computer before, because why would I?
Yeah, replay that back. It was nasty. Now, can you play it again? There it is. Oh!
That's a dude.
On his head. My goodness, Dan.
That's some nastiness right there.
How about that?
Welcome to Cincinnati, Daniel Sean Skillings Jr.
Neil found it and retweeted it. Good job, Neil.
I wasn't ready for the assignment.
Was this tonight?
Yeah, that's Wes went to see him tonight. That's
So
where he
Wes
was
saw
when
this
we talked to him. So Wes was in the house.
Nice.
I love that he's a high schooler and already verified on Instagram.
What does that mean? He's got the blue check mark?
Yes, he does.
What does that mean when you have like over 5,000 followers? You get that or something?
No, you have to ask for it and blah, 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 blah. It's hoity-toity and pretentious.
Let me know how choppy this is, Chad. If it's super choppy, I'll stop.
Hold
on. Matt Lanham said, "Can he play on Sunday?"
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty nasty.
Can we get a COVID year?
Can we get him in now?
All right, Chad, you ready to watch and see if this is choppy or not?
Let's see it.
Oh,
kind of make yeah. I like the guy in the hoodie right there, and then the guy that goes right in front of the screen.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, that's pretty big time right there.
Don't even try. Did he get fouled too?
Contact, son. Yeah, he got fouled. And he's mean mugging at the free throw line.
It's nasty. We're
That's
coaching
great.
now.
Goodness.
Man, what a moment for him.
Thanks, Brian. Sometimes when I play stuff on here, especially from Twitter, I don't know if Twitter, I don't think Twitter, their videos don't translate well when we do these live streams. But I appreciate the feedback. Happy to know Instagram does. It's pretty smooth.
That was impressive.
May make a difference with me on this computer as opposed to the computer in Athens.
That too. Are you taking this computer with you to Athens?
When I move, yeah. I mean, this is my baby. We got a not the same model at the house in Athens. So
right.
What do you have two houses? What's the deal?
I'm in an apartment in downtown Cincinnati. My girlfriend is in Athens, so I'll be moving out that way.
Gotcha. And because I know from just from listening to you that you've been spending a lot of time in Athens.
Yep.
Now, home away from home that's soon to be home.
Now that there's a bun in the oven.
My goodness.
So, Chad, you got guys in Athens now, Indianapolis,
Columbus.
Brent is somewhere in the middle of Kansas, I think. Or Brett is somewhere in the middle of Kansas. Yeah, we're all over the place. I think Dave and I and Jeff Geno are really the only ones that are here. Eric Waddell is in Tampa. I think Carrie's here. I don't know where Carrie lives right now. I think he's around. Let me pull something up real quick. Shane from Galactic has another giveaway.
Chad, you know the answer to this right off the top of your head, I believe. When does the Under Armour deal end?
Hope it's tomorrow.
No, so this spring is the final payment from Under Armour to UC for the buyout, but it goes through 2024. So
They have some stuff, but why don't they make anything available?
because they're not actively the sponsor anymore. Like Cincinnati now goes through like a wholesaler. So
quick thanks to Drew Carter, Louisville fan, who decided to sub to our account. We appreciate it.
Drew, that's my boy Deuce. I love Drew. Drew is my guy. Hardcore.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, look, I'll stop this whole damn thing for Drew Carter. Like, I'll tell you that right now. I'd give my life for that man. He's one of my boys, and he knows it's true. Drew and I have been close for a long, long time. Drew's hoping Mick Cronin ends up at Louisville.
Why in the hell does he wait till now till subscribe then? What the hell?
So this is from Shane. This is from Shane from Galactic. If we hit 1,000 subs, he's going to donate a big baller to somebody watching the stream when we hit 1,000 subs. The big baller.
I was gonna say, now you got to tell them what a big baller is.
The big baller is a $130 bottle of Veuve Clicquot. It's French. I don't know how to say it. Champagne, a 10-piece whole chicken, and 6 sides.
It's probably pronounced like Clau, but because it's French, you don't even. It looks like one thing and it's pronounced completely different.
Right.
Like Roy being pronounced Wa.
Yeah. Something like that.
Can we just tell him to keep the champagne and get $130 worth of that chicken? Come on.
You've been down, right? That stuff is unbelievable.
Oh my God. That's why I told him we need to have a place in Fairfield, man. People think Cane's fried chicken is chicken fingers. Come on.
No. And we learned today, if you saw Shane, those are legit. Like those are chicken tenderloins. I said, are the chickens like Arnold Schwarzenegger? Like he said, they're free range, antibiotic free chickens. They're just gigantic.
Yeah, you can tell, man. That dude knows his way around food, and he's been around. And I loved hearing his story today, about the executive chef experiences and the culinary arts and all that. Kind of just knew that, man, because that guy knows how to cook.
Phyllis got you, Chad. Veuve Clicquot.
Veuve Clicquot. Is it good champagne, Phyllis? Is it good?
Champagne.
Oh, of course Paul knows.
Champagne. Jason, you said you had the tenders tonight. Did you eat all 3?
If you did, you're full.
3 is a tall task. And if you did you even touch the side? You certainly didn't eat the slaw. No way.
That's what Jason, it's a giant chicken. So Paul and Phyllis, who are 2 of our longest time members, say that it's the best champagne. They both love it. So if we hit 1,000 subs,
Paul's
we're gonna
yelling
have to
about
figure out. Oh yeah, Paul's very excited. We're gonna have to figure out a way to give away the big baller, which is a bottle of champagne, a 10-piece whole chicken, and 6 sides.
Unreal. What was your side, Jason? What'd you get on the side?
He said he ate the slaw, like the slaw
clean platter.
Throw in.
He meant platter, but he wrote plater. But regardless, we get it.
Oh man!
Did you get the fries to have more sauce, or did you go with the mashed potatoes? Where are we right now? No one knows, Paul. We're at almost hour 10. He got the fries. There you go. The vessel for more sauce. Been advocating that for a while now. Well done.
What'd you think of the sauce, Jason? And you got a bottle because you got a bottle to bring home with you. What'd you think of the sauce?
He can't write fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji, but we get it.
Oh my goodness. Where are we right now? Let's get another look. Hopefully we're almost at 900. $8.99.
Taylor, everyone knows that no one gives out the recipe, you crazy woman. Then why would you go back to the restaurant? What are you doing? Trying to steal a recipe from a local spot. You can get recipes from McDonald's. You can get recipes from like Burger King, Red Lobster for those biscuits. You aren't getting a recipe for the slaw at a local joint. Come on now, Taylor, you're better than that. He might give it to you though. Make a fire edit, and he might help you out.
Shoot Shane a DM at the Galactic 859 account.
This is the greatest shooter in Bearcats history, and why is it Quadrimore?
Get out, James. Get out.
Well, we've been talking about this for a while. We were looking for a reason to be
big baller.
We're gonna get kicked off.
Easy on that.
We got to mute Danko.
Just a big baller. That's a quick big baller. We're good.
Yeah, you get DMCA'd for that. They boot you. Like they don't play around.
They're not watching.
No, but Chad, we've been looking for a quick get the fuck out.
Yeah, that we just got it. James, get the fuck out.
Although I'm sure that Bearcat Betch and Stewie are so happy that there was a quad squad reference in this 12 hours of ridiculousness.
Drew said that I've never steered him wrong on food or recruits. Drew will attest to this. When Louisville landed Donovan Mitchell, I was like, I hit up Drew and I'm like, Drew, Louisville just landed a star. And he's like, he's not, I mean, he's like 40th or, he's rated okay. Like, what do you mean Louisville landed a star? And I'm like, bro,
the spider.
I'm telling you, Louisville just landed a star. And after like the third game he played for Louisville, he was like, dude, what the fuck? And I'm like, yeah, I told you.
Taylor tried to defend herself. She said, my husband asked, blame the man who doesn't love sports. Well, you chose him.
You did. You did. Uh-oh. Here we go. Now we're about to have some fun.
Boys,
Jimmy,
how we go?
Jimmy, we haven't talked in what is it, about 6 weeks or so?
Yeah, something like that. Apologies, my wires were crossed. Unfortunately, I'm living on Central Time right now, which is just riveting.
That's okay.
But,
We're
that's good to be here.
We're 9 hours and 59 minutes into this broadcast.
Jeez, you guys are absolute troopers.
we had Coach Fickell from Mexico.
Jeez, he's where I'd rather be too. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
He had the beach in the background, like right behind him.
Yeah, and I'm sure the pina colada was just out of frame. We couldn't see that, but I know he was drinking one.
He claims he's had a couple beers and maybe a margarita. Was what he said.
Maybe. Yeah, he started counting the couple after the first two hands were done.
Well, he told me when we were setting this up, he's like, I can do like morning or afternoon, but anything after that. And I was kind of like, the people would probably like a little tipsy Luke Fickell interview.
Definitely. He'd probably win some more fans.
I don't know that that's possible in this town anymore.
Definitely not. Not after what's transpired over the last 7 days. I think they're about ready to build a statue.
It's probably already commissioned, and they just haven't told anybody yet. They're just going to put it at the 50, and you got to play around it.
Exactly. No problems.
How's
Jimmy,
life been?
I'm made of questions for you right now, especially with what happened.
I'm turning this over to Aaron. I'll be back in a little bit. Aaron's got a lot of questions for you, sir.
With everything that happened in your life last week, I want you to take me from you get a phone call because the LA Rams are preparing for the Cincinnati Bengals, and they want somebody to come in because you kick left-footed, and that's a rarity with punters. So they bring you in because they want to leave no stone unturned. So take me from you get the phone call. Now all of a sudden, were you practice squad? Were you on the team? No one really knows what that even looks like. Are you just a guy that they're like, hey, we just want you to kick balls, but you're not even part of the team? I don't know what any of that means. And then Are you at the Super Bowl? Are you like in the stands? Did they hook you up with any of that? What was LA like? Take me through all of that.
So basically, I was sitting here in Nashville just Monday or Tuesday. It was probably Tuesday morning, and my agent called me and he said, "Look, the Rams have called. They want you to fly out tomorrow to work out on Thursday. As you know, they're playing the Bengals. It's just a workout. It doesn't really mean anything. You don't really have to go." And I'm like, no, I'm going. Like Super Bowl week, like what are we silly sort of thing here? And I didn't really know how it was going to play out because there was talk at the start that they might want to try keep me there a little bit longer to like try Saturday morning as well before the actual game. And then I started thinking, well, if they're going to keep me there Saturday, may as well keep me there till Sunday, get a ticket to the game. But no, that didn't end up happening. So I went out, I flew there Wednesday morning here and arrived sort of just in the evening there, and then worked out on Thursday, just kicking to their returners and so what, hanging out with their specialists during practice, got to watch them practice, which was a bit of a spectacle. And then, headed back to Nashville on a plane on a red eye that night. So I wasn't really on the team. It's just a workout and you don't, that's just what it is sort of thing. So in the NFL system, you work out as an opportunity to showcase your abilities for a team. Like, I don't know what's going to happen into the next 6 months or whatever, trying to get back on another team or whatever, but that's just another coach that I've been put in front of and performed very well, and they were happy with how it all went. And but when it all sort of broke, like I had Cincy places and stuff retweeting it all on Twitter. I'm like, oh no, this is going to turn into an absolute bloodbath here shortly. And I had a lot of disgruntled fans in my inbox saying, can't believe you do this sort of thing. And I'm like, well, Christ, all right, give me a break. Like, I didn't see any handouts from the Bengals when I sort of needed a workout or needed things like that. So it was like, you got to take the opportunities that are in front of you. And the Rams sort of gave me a lifeline to get my name back out on the wire again. And I think it was my 7th or 8th workout for the year. So just another bunch of coaches that I've been put in front of that showcase my abilities. And then, you never know what might happen sort of thing. But mind you, I always wanted the Bengals to do well and things like that. It's just business is business, and the NFL stands for not for long for a reason. So while the iron's hot, you got to get in front of as many teams as possible.
I hear you. I'm not mad at you as a Bengals fan. I mean, I've grown up, lived, died, and cried with the Bengals. But I'm not mad at you. You took an opportunity. Absolutely, you should. That all said, was there any type of negotiations you got to do to try and ensure you could stay around for the game, or were they like, no, we get you 2 plane tickets and that's done and done?
So I don't really know how it all works. So it's the workout system is so funny to me because like I went through a span from like January to the end of February, right after Christmas. So end of December to February, where I think I was in almost 30 airports, just back and forthing from different teams, like working out for a bunch of teams, and you're never there for more than a day. They fly you in the day before, you stay in a hotel, you work out that day, they fly you back, and then they collude with your agent and so forth, and what the go is from there. And it's just a crazy process, really. Like you feel like I was just living out of a bag, and I was at my house still living out of a bag. Come home, wash stuff, put it back in the bag because I'd be on a plane the next day, sort of to another team to do a similar sort of thing. So but it's all learning experience and all opportunities. Just still get your name out there, get put in front of teams, perform well. You never know what might happen, sort of thing. So, but with the Rams, so I was there for the whole day. This was the one experience where I was actually there for the whole day. Typically, they don't let you be there for practice because it is what it is. But they were like, no, you can stay, watch practice, do whatever, and we'll get you at the end of practice again to do more. So I did at the start, before practice started, and then at the end when practice ended. So I was like, okay. But got to hang out with their specialists, with Johnny Hecker, Matt Gay, and Matt Orzak, their long snapper. Like, great bunch of dudes, really sort of really embraced the one-day specialist sort of thing. So I was just mucking around, like shooting it with them, playing like games, just mucking around and like just picking everyone's brain, learning as much as you can. It's not very often. Like Johnny Hecker's a 10-year vet, regarded as one of the best punters in the league. It's not very often you get to sort of just rub shoulders and talk with someone like that. And they've all had different journeys in their NFL careers as well. So it was like a really good experience to get around some of those guys and just ask a few questions here and there, and just have a bit of fun and watch some pretty top tier NFL talent just like put on at practice, and it was crazy actually. And then after that, sort of wished everybody luck, left, and then back on the red-eye flight back to Nashville. So it was crazy.
I can only imagine what was going through your head on that plane ride out. Like, son of like, I just wanted to be here. That said, did you for those of you who don't know, Marquise Copeland is on the Rams squad, and you guys played together, right? Like,
yes, we did.
So
two or three seasons. Yeah. I spoke to him pre-practice and after practice in the locker room for a while, just shooting it with him for a bit, asking how it's all going and wishing him the best and telling him to go win a chip, sort of thing. So it was really good to catch up with him. So I played 2 seasons with Marquise. So no, he's a great dude, and just so happy for him. Thoroughly deserved. He definitely put on for the Rams this year, especially in the last few games. We've got a lot more playing time. Had that pick, and he was playing some really good football.
Now, of course, after the practice, you guys did a penny swap, right?
I wish. I would have been if we were doing penny swaps. I wasn't in a penny, of course. I was just in some regular gear they give you to do the practice in, and I would have been running around grabbing jerseys if they were doing penny swaps. I would have went to town, especially after what transpired on Sunday. Like, I would have stolen 99's jersey. I would have stolen 9's. I would have went to town.
OBJ.
3, 9, 99. I would have had an absolute collection if we're allowed to do penny swaps.
What's Cooper Kupp? 10?
10.
Yeah.
Actually he's actually a very not what I expected. So I actually kick a lot of punts to him because he does a bit of the return specialing stuff too. Okay. And he's just like, you would never think like he's as big time as what he is. He does not come across that way at all. Just like a very regular guy. Like, he was just punting the ball back to me. Like, I was just kicking the ball, like doing flip flop plus 50 stuff, because he does a lot of that. And he was punting the ball back, and the man can hit a punt too. Like, I feel like he's just one of those natural athletes that can just do anything. And just said a few words with him here and there, and he's just a regular down to earth guy. And then as soon as he crosses the white line, it's just a different person.
Wait a minute. So you guys are punting the ball back and forth to each other?
Yeah, so I was kicking them to him, and he was like catching them as if he was doing returning, and then he'd punt them back to me, and he'd hit me on the chest 9 times out of 10. I was like, this bloke's unreal. Like, and I told him, I said, to someone that's never like done this before, or in a professional or a college setting, you're actually quite talented at this. He said, yeah, I just come out and muck around with the boys here and there, and I'm like, it's unreal.
You're like, son of a bitch, this is why I don't have a job. Like,
I was
people
like,
no
wonder. I was like, Jesus, no wonder like the ones that stick around in the NFL stick around for forever, and then they got backups that aren't actually punters that can still do it too. So I'll be on the sidelines for as long as.
As soon as he's done being hit as a receiver, he's like, you know what? I think I'll punt for about 10 more years. No big deal.
Yeah. CTA is not really for me anymore. I'm going to go be a punter.
That's fantastic, unbelievable. Did you get a chance to really talk to anybody else? I know you said you talked to the punter, a 10-year vet in the league. But did you have any other opportunity to talk to anybody else, get any words of advice? Like, what was that whole experience like there in the couple hours that you had there with the Rams, and as they're prepping for the Super Bowl, mind you?
Yeah, so that was sort of the weird feeling. Like, it was like very similar to how our Focus Fridays would be at UC with Coach Vic. Like, very relaxed, very chill. Like, but as soon as they play their games at the start, like do all the fun stuff, and but as soon as like the walkthrough stuff and the practice stuff, like locked in, like everyone other than specialists, of course, but other than that, everyone like switched on, like focusing on what they're doing, game plan. Coach McVay sort of didn't really say a lot during practice, more gave his speech at the end, which was pretty like on the money. Like, didn't have to say a lot, but what he said was like concise. And they knew exactly what they were going out to execute. Know they deserved to be there, sort of thing. Like, and everyone was sort of like pretty juiced up. And then just sort of, I didn't really speak to, like, I was hanging out with specialists the whole time, so it was really sort of only them that I spoke to. But just their different journeys. Like, Johnny didn't get drafted out of college, out of Oregon State, and Was lucky to land in St. Louis when they were still the St. Louis Rams, and had a coaching staff that loved him and were willing to work with him, and he's been with that organization ever since.
Yeah.
Whereas like the long snapper Matt Orzak has been with a few teams, has been with a bunch actually. Like he played a season at Jacksonville, has been on a bunch of different practice squads, and this was his first year with the Rams. And sort of actually hung out with him after practice and during the night because I had a red eye, so I actually went down to Santa Monica Bay and hung out with him and his family. They came in for the Super Bowl and whatnot, so I was hanging out with them for a while, just talking about like Matt's journey and how he's sort of done it, and his is probably somewhat how I would like mine to play out now, sort of after a year of a bunch of workouts, not getting a lot of traction, sort of needing to just sort of keeping the faith and keeping the wheels turning on the machine, and then hopefully end up on a team. And you never know what might happen. Like you get put in these situations, and all you got to do is have one coaching staff or one team fall in love with you and want your services, and then that could be the team where you spend the rest of your career. Like you never sort of know. It's really a funny game, the whole NFL thing. It's to meet as many coaches as you can, and because you never know where they might end up too. Like coaching staffs are constantly changing, and if you are liked by one special teams coordinator or one assistant that ends up being a special teams coordinator, you never know where you might end up. So that was sort of the things that I took away from it. Just got to keep grinding, keep punting as much as I can, and trying to get every little bit better that I can over the next few months and see what happens. So that's definitely what I'm doing.
We do have we gotta report something real quick, Aaron.
Okay.
We have a victory.
Go.
Victory.
Oh, the baseball team. Yeah, the baseball team won. Final score
9-6.
9-6 in their first game. So
opening day for the Bearcats baseball team, and they pull off the victory against Florida Gulf Coast. 9-6. Were you friends with any of the baseball guys, Jimmy?
Probably not so many that are there now.
But I mean, just in general.
Joey Weimer and I used to.
I bet you two had fun.
Pal about a bit, and we pal about like whenever he does something on Twitter or whenever I do something on Twitter, we're always pretty quick to like back and forth each other, just a bit of friendly banter here and there. But Joey's a good guy, so yeah, we're probably similar personalities, I would say. I don't know. He's a bit of a happy-go-lucky, fun sort of a guy too, I'd like to think. So I like to think of myself in that way. So yeah, we got along pretty well.
I bet you two could do some damage in a Clifton bar on a Thursday night.
Can neither
no
confirm
comment?
or deny. Can neither confirm
No
or deny that.
Well played. Before we move off of the Super Bowl and all of that, I have one last question for you. It was well documented that Evan McPherson and also Clark Harris did not go to the locker room at halftime. Instead, they chose to stay on the sidelines and watch the Super Bowl halftime show of Dr. Dre, Eminem, and that cast of characters, Snoop Dogg. Would you have gone into the locker room, or as a special teams guy, would you have stayed out and just got down with your, I mean, I don't even know how old you were when you first started listening to Eminem, Dre, and all of that, but I know that was like my late teenage, early 20s years. So you were like 5?
Probably, but I was lucky that I had an older brother who's a little bit older than me. So I was lucky that I grew up with it as well, because that was his time. So he was 13, I think, when they were massive. And so I was, very young. And then as we sort of got brought along, I got brought in with all that too. So I've got 3 older siblings. So we're very well-versed in those that performed at the halftime show. And I would have been out on the field. And for those guys like Clark Harris and Evan McPherson, the excuse would have been, as soon as they get off, we have to get out and start warming up again. So I would have used that excuse to be absolute hilt as well, and said, I need to be out here as soon as it's finished so I can warm up again properly, and to also see an absolute spectacle of a performance, which I think it was actually an unbelievable performance. It was very entertaining to watch.
Agreed. I just want to get your take on that. So
no, I would have been out there I would have been there rubbing shoulders with Shaq.
Fair enough. So going to the Bearcats. I mean, I've talked to you about this a couple weeks ago on Pardon the Punctuation. They made it to the Cotton Bowl, and as a guy who was a very large part of the Fickell rebuild from the previous regime, how proud were you of these guys, regardless of the loss, A, that they broke the glass ceiling, and B, that they went out and they did their thing. They left it all on the field, and those were your guys. Those were guys that you shared blood, sweat, and tears with.
100%. That was it was unbelievable, actually. So I was actually meant to go to the game, and I didn't because I got a phone call and went for a workout with another team. So I was meant to go to the game, and I was like, I better not go because I got this workout coming up. Then in the next week, it was like 3 days after the game, and I was like, I better not go because I know I'm going to go down there and play up and be stupid with everybody else that's down there that I know from either as a past player or a supporter, and I'll probably end up getting COVID again. So I was like, no, I better not do it. I can't risk it.
Almost everyone who went to Dallas got COVID. Yeah, good call.
Do you want to know what's funny? I went to the workout and got COVID anyway. I stayed home and got it anyway. But then did the 5 day quarantine. So I've actually had it twice now. So let's go. Yeah. So, but had no symptoms, nothing. And apparently they're like, yep, you tested positive. You get to stay in the hotel for 5 days, and we'll do your workout after the 5 days. I said, all right, no problem. So that was a very unhappy trip and a very unhappy person sitting in that hotel for 5 days because I had the opportunity to go, had my ticket, had my plane flights and everything booked, and cancelled them all the day before.
Tell me it wasn't a team in like the snow or anything instead of Dallas, Texas. Oh no. Like Minnesota or
Green Bay, Wisconsin. And it was right when that winter storm came through, and it was negative 25, and I was like, this is just absolute happy times for me right now. So that was a bit of instant karma for not going. But yeah, I couldn't be prouder of those guys. Like,
did Josie come sit outside your hotel room door?
No, he did not. But as soon as I got out of quarantine, actually, it was funny because some of the medical staff for UC was there taking a couple of guys that were getting looked at by one of the docs. So I caught up with a few of those guys while I was there. So it was good. So as soon as I was out of quarantine, I was all happy days. But yeah, so those guys that I played with Dez, Kobe, Wilson Huber, like all those guys that like bleed red and black and the C-pour on the chest sort of stuff. Like I know I was talked to a bunch of other guys about it too. Like I was talking to Derek actually the other day, and like just how unreal it was. Like just the absolute. I don't think that everyone realizes like how big that's going to end up being like in long term. Like it sounds good like to say like, oh yeah, they made it, blah blah blah, they lost, and everyone can have their opinions on if we deserve to be there or not, but like everyone's going to look back in 10 years time, 20 years time, and think like that was an unreal team that did something that no one else has ever done. And I think that's probably going to set in with people over as like time goes on, sort of thing. So just to be and just couldn't have been happier for those guys.
Very good. Chad, I've been ostracizing all of this time and geeking out about it.
No, you've been doing great. Like Jimmy's your guy. I know you love talking to Jimmy. So
well, I mean, we're both Smiths. We're both fans of the number 37. I don't know if you noticed that when I emailed you today. It's right in my email.
I did.
Like I told you the last time we talked, I was really hoping one day I'd get one of those game warrants, and they've all been given out at this point. And I'm not going to get especially when there was a second Smith when I
think I've got one in this room somewhere.
Stop it.
Well, you can't have this one, but this was like the ones that they gave us. The captain's got red.
Well, see, and I was mad.
That one.
Well, no, and I was mad
you can't have that one.
I was mad when they added the first initial because obviously there was another Smith, another kicker. But I was mad when instead of it just saying Smith 37, then it said J Smith 37, and I was a little upset with that.
You're just gonna have to change your first name.
Oh, hold on, I do have one in here. You can't have this one either because this one's getting
Oh, that's why.
You can't have that one, unfortunately. I should have another one. There's another black one here somewhere.
Well, you have my email. If you
I'll see
find
what I can
something,
do.
yeah, you have my email address. Just hit me up, and I'll pay for the shipping. Shit, I don't care.
My
But
parents have got a couple. I've given them. I think they have a black and a white one. I think I have another black one here somewhere. It's on a hanger somewhere. I'll find it. I'll see what I can do.
all good. I appreciate
We
it.
got a question from Brandon, who runs the Den, the tailgate. He ran into you at college game day. Do you have any good stories or perspective from that day on campus? Or do you remember that day on campus?
I'm not going to lie too much. I probably don't remember that day as I probably should. But no, that was a great day. Sort of getting there super early. I didn't do a lot of the game day stuff up on the game day pavilion. I thought that was like, that's just like a fan thing. But I hang around with like most of the past players and stuff that were actually like on the typical tailgate lawn and just like shooting it with them and just like having one too many cold beverages and some barbecue and things like that. That was actually an unbelievable day. And the amount of people, like past and present guys that turned up to that game, that was a big thing. And I remember a lot of guys flew in, like guys that I played with that don't live in state anymore, like flew and came in for the game. And I sat with, who did I sit with that game?
You don't remember?
That's a part of the problem. But I can't remember if it was that game, but I remember Hayden Moore came to a couple of them, and I played a couple of seasons with Hayden. And I can't remember whether it was that game that I sat with Hayden or the one before, but I was lucky enough to get back to 3 games over the course of the year last year. It was Murray State, the game day game, and there was one more that I went to as well. So I went to 3, but that was good. It's definitely different being a fan in the stands and at the tailgate than it is donning the uniform and running out through the smoke. I don't know that I'll ever get used to that, but it was good. And the game day spectacle was just unreal. And as you could see from all the stuff that they put out afterwards, like there was nothing quite like the Cincy crowd after that for game day. Like they didn't have anything that was as big and as rowdy as all the UC fans getting out. So good job, UC.
How much of that is validation? Because you guys always talk about like playing at Nippert because it's the best fan base in the country and because it's the best atmosphere in the country. And then to
100%.
see Cincinnati get that stage and show out like, look, this isn't a fluke. This is what we do.
100%. And I'm so envious of the guys that played this last season because, as you know, the 2020 year with the COVID stuff, the fans and the dwindling numbers that were allowed in the stadium was actually heartbreaking compared to what it was the year before. And that was sort of the year that we gained that respect. And I knew that 2020 was going to be a huge year in terms of fan base. We had another record number of students enroll, and we just come off a really big season with an absolute great win against the Power 5 team in Birmingham. And I was like, okay, this next season could be spectacular sort of thing. And it sort of didn't end up that way. And I know everyone was super upset that was the way it turned out, but it just made the next season that much bigger. And like people still talk about to this day, like guys that I know that play for other teams, like how loud it was. They can't believe how loud Nippert gets. And I said, it's unreal. It's just one of those places. Like there's nothing like it, especially when that student section. I remember the game we played, the first game they did the strobe lights on the phone against UCF when Ahmad got that pick 6. That game was loud. Like I like that game was crazy, and it was crazy the whole game. Yep, that was probably one of the biggest games and one of the loudest games I've played in since I've been there. Actually, all our games against UCF are always good. We had college game day the year before down there in the bounce house, and that was crazy. Probably not the result, wasn't what we wanted, but then like we always get big crowds for those games. It's basically a rivalry to us, so they always put on a good show down there, and we put on a good show at Nippert, and now everyone knows what to expect.
Kind of an addition to that. How magical is Nippert from the player perspective?
It's unreal to have it. Like I've been to a lot of college campuses and over the years and seen a lot of people, and to have a stadium that is accessible by not just the athletes, but like students, like just during the week, like any day of the week, you'll be seeing people down there, like throwing a football, throwing a frisbee, kicking around a ball. Like not many other schools have a facility like Nippert open to the general students. And I think that's what makes it so special. It's not just it's not just like Nippett's not just the players' field, it's everybody's field, and everyone uses it that way during the week. Of course, when we play there, it gets roped off and things on the Thursday before, but still up until that day, any student can go and like know what it feels like to walk on that field and like can imagine, like not everyone plays college football, but you can imagine what it would be like when it's full, and when it is full to be a player. There's no feeling like it. Like, and I've played at some big stadiums. I've played at the Shoe, at the Big House.
Yeah. Big House was crazy.
I still think like there's no place like UC in my mind. Like the Big House was like in terms of body of people and how big it is.
Right.
I think because UC is like such like a bowl and it feels like everybody's so close to the players. It just has a different atmosphere. It feels big without being big, if that makes sense.
You can still recognize people in the stands as opposed to the Big House.
Exactly.
A sea of people.
Yeah, exactly. Mind you, there's only 45,000 in Nippert when it's packed to the rafters. Those 45,000 make just as much noise as those stadiums that hold 100. So,
yeah. I mean, you know, the Cotton Bowl, of course, was quite the experience, and unfortunately, you weren't able to make it. But where do you see Coach Luke Fickell taking this team, especially as they're getting the locker room redone, they're getting the indoor practice facility, they're going to the Big 12. What do you see the future of this program looking like as somebody who's been such an integral part of it over the last couple of years?
It's only going to get better, and and everyone can say, "Oh, UC is going to fall off. All these players left," and you can't expect it to be the exact same when you have, I don't know how many seniors graduated. I think it was some ridiculous number because we had all those super seniors. But you can see with the recruiting classes that we're getting and the guys that they're bringing to the program, like the guys that are going to come to UC are not going to come for the wrong reasons. Like it's pretty well laid out what they need, what's expected of you when you get there now. Like what's expected of you with Coach Brady in the gym, what's expected of you in the classroom, what's expected of you on the field. Like this is not a program where people are just going to be able to coast by. Like it's not somewhere where you can go, oh yeah, I'm going to have my fun for 4 years, play a bit of football. Like it's going to become a destination program where success is not going to be it's going to be expected, not something that's going to be hoped for. Like, and that's where it's going to end up. And the way that Coach Fickell has always been with recruiting and the staff that he's assembled with recruiting, with the move to the Big 12 and with the nice facilities that we're going to get, like the fact that Coach Fick and staff can get some of these players to pick UC over some of these like blue blood pedigree football programs already is something astounding. But when you move to a P5 conference, you're going to have the resources and the revenues. Like it's going to become a no-brainer. I only think recruiting is going to get easier. It can't possibly get harder.
Fair enough.
How much, I don't know if you think of it this way, but how much of all of this is validation for picking UC? Like, do you ever look at it like, and sometimes, and you weren't 18, you weren't like, you know, fresh out of high school. You weren't a kid at that point. You had a little bit of life experience behind you.
I probably had the maturity of a 18-year-old, but
yeah. But most 18-year-olds have the maturity of a 15-year-old. So
that's probably a fair point too. But
we were all 18 once.
There was a bunch of guys. Like I remember the first year. Like I remember the second year because the second year was like at the time was like some crazy recruiting class that UC had never had with all the hometown hero guys.
Wiley and Malik and
Wiley, Malik. Who else was in that class? Majay. Like that was a really good class, and I think that like that was sort of like the time when all those guys picked UC for the right reasons, and sort of like that first year where we went that 4-8 season, and it's sort of like, and all those guys that didn't want to be with the program anymore for whatever reason and weren't prepared to buy into the culture, they left either after the season or before that season had started. And it was a rough year. No one will tell you that it was fun, but from that spring and those guys that early enrolled, a couple of them early enrolled, and then like all the way through with that next class was an absolute grind. And that was some of the best work we've put in, and it sort of set the precedent of like what that program was going to be like and how we wanted it to be. And you lose more guys down the line, and guys that were in my class, you just kept like the guys that you probably knew weren't going to stick around. like the numbers kept dwindling, but now like the guys that sort of ended from my class and that next class and then the next class that came in, it was all just like, it just became this like interwoven, like tight knit group. Like there's not anyone on that team of that 2020 team that I played with that I couldn't, like, if I got their phone number, I couldn't call them and say, look, it's me, blah, 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 want to catch up, want to talk. And I know they'll call me back sort of thing. Like I know like that's just the sort of group that we were. And like I can talk to those guys now. Like I talked to Derek the other day, and it was like we hadn't not spoken. We had probably hadn't spoken for 6 or 7 months, but it was like nothing had changed. And we're just like talking about how his season went and sort of like how what I was doing, and sort of like I basically told him, I said, yeah, you're playing a fair bit of special teams, playing PP as in personal protector. I said, you want to put in a good word with your special teams coordinator. But yeah, it was sort of, I just sort of like had to throw that one in there too after what we're talking about.
Hey, just in case, like, you know.
You've got a bit of pull. You're playing a fair bit of special teams. You want to just like throw my name in there real quick and just see what we can get sorted. But he thought that was pretty funny. So
I busted these out. I just went and grabbed these. I graduated college from Wright State up in Dayton in 2007. So I have my Barflies softball shirt, but Smith 37.
There we go.
So I just wanted to show you. I wasn't making it up, just a fanboy. Like I was always Smith 37. So
what's funny is the 37 sort of came about because I always wore number 7 when I played Australian rules football. I was always 7. And when I came over, they basically said, punter's not getting a single digit number. And I was like, that's probably a fair assumption. But considering who number 7 went to, I probably should have got number 7 in the long run. But we won't go there. When I was a freshman, because the person that got number 7 didn't end up staying with the program, and I should have got that number 7 over that person. But
then
anyway,
you would have had to fight Kobe for it though.
But Kobe never played punt really, unless he played gunner. He did play some good gunner. So then
he played punt his freshman year. That's how he got onto the field.
He did. He played gunner, and he was a bloody good gunner too. So I can't complain. I probably would have had to fight Kobe for it, but anyway. So I took 37 because it was like a amalgamation of. So my brother played professional Australian rules football, and his number was 37. And my dad was always number 30 when he played. So I was like, okay, this is perfect. I get to wear my brother's number. I get the 7 from what I always had and a 3 from what my dad had. So I took 37 and then, sort of made it my own at UC. And I think a couple of specialists might have tried to take it since then. And Brady told them that they're not allowed to have it because the person that wore it previously is a dog and you're not a dog sort of thing. I'm pretty sure that was told to one of the freshman specialists that came in, not Mason, of course, not Mason Fletcher. He wore 31. That was his dad's number. But, one of the other ones may or may not have tried to claim 37, and that was duly taken away very fast.
Funny how that all works out.
Let's talk Mason for a second. He still, I don't think, knows that everybody calls him the Rake. Like, that has become a cult thing in the Bearcat Journal fan base that everybody calls him the Rake. And he doesn't know it because the team doesn't say it. Does he know?
I don't know. I hope not. He probably doesn't actually listen to the podcast. He's probably too busy practicing his after punt celebration to listen to some podcasts. But I don't know. Like,
you had to be proud of him. He had a hell of a year.
He did have a great year. Like, hats off to him. He took it all in his stride, and especially that last game, the game against Alabama, had an unreal game. That was definitely his best game for the season. If he can carry that momentum into the coming season, world's his oyster sort of thing. He can take it to new heights, and which I have no doubt he'll do. But I don't know about the rake thing. Like, that's such a common like term back home. Like, it's definitely like an Aussie slang, like to call someone a rake, or you're built like a rake, or you'd be filed under Bunnings or Ace Hardware as a rake sort of thing. Like,
it's not something Americans know, but when you say it, they think it's hilarious.
It makes total sense.
Right.
And I've got this funny photo of Mason on my phone, actually, because I was still working out at UC with the coaching staff at the time because I was doing draft prep. and it was his first photo, like his first transformation photo, like with the shirt off on the scales, like in front of Brady. And I've got it, and it's going to stay on my phone for forever because it's going to have to come out at some stage, and it's a scary sight, very scary sight. We're all 175 pounds of him at 6'8", a bit scary to look at.
The funny thing about like talking to Brady about him when he first got there, like Brady was like, he might be 6'10", but he hunches his shoulders over. And as we get him upright, like he might be 6'9", 6'10". We don't know how tall he actually is because we haven't got him upright yet.
Exactly. The hunched shoulders sort of like diminish a couple of inches off the height. The 6'7" could soon be 6'10".
You had to be proud of him though, man.
Definitely not. Couldn't have asked for like a better person and a terrific punter to sort of fill the shoes and to keep the Aussie punter tradition alive at UC. And I know the coaching staff's incredibly happy with how he performed and how he went. And yeah, I'm sure big things to come.
So who's the next Aussie punter in 3 years?
Good question. I'll come back when I got an answer.
Well, the thing is, he's 18 right now, and he's playing Aussie football, and we'll figure out who he is when he's 21.
Exactly. He'll be 20 or 21. Probably be 6 foot, 6'5". Let's hope he's a little bit heavier set than Mason, but we'll see what happens.
Speaking of Mason, I have to ask you a tough question. What did you think when you saw Coach was headed to Notre Dame?
I knew before the news broke. He called me and told me.
Yeah, he called me and told me too. Like I knew, but you have to be happy for him going to work.
I was 100% happy for him. Like I've been a pretty big supporter of Coach Freeman and Coach Mason. Like throughout my stint at UC, like great people and great for me. Like Coach Freeman was a terrific coordinator and had a lot to do. Just to talk to. Like he always was very happy with me, and like because when you get your defense to start inside the 10 and they get really nice stats, your punter becomes one of your best friends, sort of thing. So Coach Freeman was terrific, and like I had a lot to be thankful for Coach Mason, and like I wrote a nice Twitter response for his move to Notre Dame, and I couldn't have been happier for him, to be honest. Like he's from Indiana, an Indiana guy, like got a young family, and I'm sure money definitely is going to be a thing when you go to a program like that. And I couldn't have been happier for him. And yeah, I wish him nothing but the success. But whenever they play UC, I'm not going for Notre Dame. That's for damn sure. So, but no, I couldn't be happier. And he's a guy that deserves it. And he's proven what he can do with special teams in terms of kickoff, punt. Over his stint at UC, like we had an unbelievable kickoff and an unbelievable punt team in terms of net and where field position started over the last 3 years. So he's definitely going to get looks in from other programs. And he had a former friend in Coach Freeman that became a head coach and knew what he was going to bring to Notre Dame special teams, and went out and got his guy. So hats off to Coach Freeman, and yeah, wish them both nothing but the best.
Chad, real quick. One more real quick. When you're watching punt team last year, did you watch Trey Tucker and Tyler Scott running down there as gunners and go, holy shit?
Absolute dogs. No, like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm super happy.
You had great gunners. You had great gunners.
I had great gunners my whole career too, but those two guys are something different. They are flat out absolute workhorses on punt, like, and it's not like they weren't playing on offense either. Like Trey,
they were playing a ton,
and Tyler were both catching balls on offense, scoring touchdowns, but then absolutely murdering returners on punt. I honestly wish, like, if I had like those two guys as they were last year, my whole 4 years, we could have done some unreal things on punt, but no,
you wouldn't have to worry about hang time as much. They're both legit 4-3 guys.
Definitely not. I would have just absolutely hit rockets that just were trying to no return yards.
Aaron, you got something else?
Yeah, well, first off, I want to point out that currently we are at 915 subscribers. We are 85 away from our goal for this 12-hour subathon.
So if all 88 of you subscribe or find a way to subscribe again, you'll get us to 1,000, and
Well,
I can pay Aaron so he can drink something better than Natter Days.
Cheers.
Nothing wrong with nothing wrong with Natter Days. Nothing wrong with Natter Days.
I did also want to point out, thank you to those of you who are listening who have already subscribed. But this was the highest that we've been since basically since we had Wes Miller. We got back up in the 90s here over the last several minutes. So thanks, Jimmy, for getting us there. We had Malik on earlier. Malik Van was on with us. We talked a little bit about his NIL deal. First question I have for you is, how mad are you that with the NIL where it's at right now, that you could have capitalized, and B, that they're still not allowing people who are on visas essentially to capitalize on NIL? Like, it kind of seems like I don't know where you try and figure out where you're on a work
being
visa
discriminated against.
Yep, I'll call it as I see it. This is a discrimination lawsuit, and I'm taking it
against the United States.
I'm gonna USCIS. I'm coming for you, Jimmy Smith. Coming for you. No, I don't know. I'm a little bit upset about it because I know you hear on the grapevine what's going on with NIL deals and what some certain members of the Bearcat teams may or may not have got from NIL deals. And when you know those were guys that you were in the same locker room with and probably on the same level, probably not as some of them, but a lot of them, like, yeah, there could have been some great deals had for Jimmy Smith if he was allowed to capitalize on these NIL deals and if the visa allowed them. So, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. And if you can, like, for Mason, he can actually promote brands and stuff and help like other people's brands and like help teammates get NIL deals. So that's probably what I would have done. So anything that came my way, I would have tried to push to somebody else or like just give the brand a shout out and not take any like monetary compensation. But I think you can still take like goods. So if a brand approaches you and says, look, I want you to be the ambassador for this, you can't take a monetary sum, but I think you can take like clothing and things like that. So
we've seen some of that with Skyline and the very large German we have on the offensive line.
That offensive thing at Skyline is the funniest thing, especially the one with Mets in it. I cried laughing so hard. Like Lorenz trying to explain like what his blocking assignment was and what he did, and he just flat out pancaked this poor human being who was his thing. And he was like trying to keep a straight face, and he took a huge bite of that cheese. I was crying laughing.
The other question I had for you in regards to Malik, Malik is emerged as a leader on this team, de facto, if by no other reason. I'm sure there's plenty of reasons though when you get into the locker room and the on the field stuff. But who do you see on this team as it's currently assembled going into next season, emerging as leaders? At least the people that you've worked with. Obviously, there's been some guys transferring in and what have you that you weren't necessarily with, but you've been around the locker room enough to kind of have an idea as to who might be the potential leaders on this team as we've lost so much leadership going into next season.
Wilson Huber and Hicks are probably going to be your two big ones on D that played both a lot of football for UC, and big leadership guys, like lead by example, weight room, field, off field. Like they're definitely going to be your big guys, and even Malik on defense as well. Like both all played a lot of football, well regarded and respected amongst all the guys on the team. And then there's probably going to be a bunch of young guys that are going to step into those roles too. Like I know Trey's definitely going to have a big role in the offense. A guy that's played a lot. Don't really know what's going to happen at quarterback. I'm assuming Ben Bryant's going to have a big role to play. As a leadership standpoint, and what happens at the quarterback situation, no one knows. But he's definitely going to have a leadership role. He knows a lot of those guys. Has played some football, had a good year. He'll definitely have a role. And your quarterback's always got to be a leader. That's just how it works. You're the guy that controls the offense of the ball. So, and special teams, you're probably going to have a guy like Kason Pfeiffer, who's played 3 years of football now. 3 or 2? 2.
2.
3, 2. 2. 2. Jeez, it feels like it's a long time ago, but it's really not that. But like, he's the guy with the most experience that you see on special teams at the moment. Like, 2 seasons under his belt, he's definitely going to be a guy that's going to have a leadership role.
What did you think when you saw Ben was coming back? What was the first thought that went through your brain? Like, oh, here we go.
Ben.
I know you're tight with Ben.
I'm a big fan of Ben. I don't know. I know what I thought because I'm probably
That's
not
your
gonna
guy.
say it. That's my guy, but
you can still like it. It's not an indictment on Evan. Like you're
no,
Ben was in your
Evan's a great
recruiting
quarterback
class.
and a great guy too,
Yeah.
and Evan's one of my guys too. But like, yeah, it's going to be a competition, and that's what it's going to be. Like, I think anyone that thought it was just going to be handed after the reins from Desmond to Evan had another thing coming, because as everybody knows, Ben's got an arm and has always had an arm and is a good leader, leads by example. Evan's probably more gifted athletically, but this is going to be an absolute slog, and this is where the men become men sort of thing. And whatever way it works out, it's going to make the other one better. And that's definitely the way they've got to look at it. And I'm sure that's definitely the way the coaches are looking at it. If Ben gets the job, it's only going to be for a year, more than likely.
And I'll try and bail you out a little bit here. I mean, Brady Collins always talks about iron sharpens iron. So rather than hand the keys to the city to Evan Prater, I think it's very good that you brought in competition like a Ben Bryant to
100%
challenge both.
You can't give the new guy the keys to the Ferrari, unfortunately. So
not everybody is lucky to be Mason Fletcher.
No, but unfortunately, punter's a bit different though too. Like he's like Mason's only going to get 4 or 5 reps a game with how good the team was, and then whereas someone that's going to be under center taking 65, 70 snaps a game, that's a bit different, and someone that you're going to want to lead. And don't get me wrong, Evan played a lot of good football in junk time and did some things like when we probably weren't meant to score, actually scored. So it's going to be an interesting spring and an interesting preseason, definitely at the QB spot.
You going to make your way up for any spring practices?
I might try to get to higher ground. Try.
Summer?
Try.
Hang out on the sideline with Chad and myself.
Why not? I remember some very blistering days in that sun, and I want to go watch some other people suffer in it. So
you want to go stand in the shade with the fans blowing on you.
Don't ever wear jeans.
Yeah,
Aaron wore jeans to higher ground one day.
Ooh, I better go get me laptop charger, otherwise I'm going to go flat here.
Yeah, don't ever wear jeans to higher ground. Worst mistake I ever made.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, you would have been absolutely sweating an absolute storm.
Oh, he did. Oh, he did it, Jimmy. He did. He wore jeans to higher ground.
That's regrettable. Very regrettable.
You're right.
Yeah, I vividly remember guys like getting the old heat stroke and hitting the full.
Do you remember? Do you remember Ferg?
Yes, that's the vivid one that comes to mind. That, or my first year, we were all sitting down having lunch, and Dave Niehaus got a full body cramp and hit the deck. And when I say he hit the deck, whack! I was like, oh my God, this man, he might be dead. But he just seized up, and then all the trainers are running in with bags of ice, trying to hydrate him while he's on the ground, eat a banana sort of thing. I'm like, this shit's crazy. And this was my first experience at higher ground. I'm like, I'm going to die out here. I'm going to die.
No, Ferg, Jimmy, that was the last day. So it was supposed to be like a fun, jovial, like, like dunking everybody in the tubs, throwing the coaches in the tubs, having fun, laughing. And instead, here's my favorite part of it. And I don't know if you saw this or not, but everybody is like, oh my God. Like they put Ferg in the ambulance, like to drive him back.
I was like, oh God.
And so through all of that, we're standing there, like we didn't do our interviews after practice. We didn't do anything. And Metz is there. And Metz, I swear to God, it was Rocky, where Metz was like, he'll be fine. Like, he'll be fine. You guys are all worried. No, I'm not worried. He'll be fine. If he dies, he dies.
Yeah, literally Dolph Lundgren's him. If he dies, he dies.
Metz was like, he's the starting left tackle. If he dies, he dies.
So I don't often get to talk to people who've been to Higher Ground for obvious reasons, but you've been there. What was your favorite thing on the menu at Camp Higher Ground?
Okay.
The food is fantastic.
It's funny because the weight progression as soon as you get to Higher Ground for some of these guys that have to gain weight is astronomical, because at the end of the day, you don't really know what happens when guys go home. Like, guys say they eat and they might not be eating. But when I was at Higher Ground, I was putting on like 15 pounds every year. Every year.
Talk to Mason.
Seconds. Oh, but like, it goes away after you leave Higher Ground. That's the problem. But Higher Ground food is just something special. The wings after night practices are always, that's always a fan favorite.
We never got those.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, because it's always after night practices, and you guys probably aren't there at night practices. What else? Let me think. What else is there? That's
the Monterey chicken
ranch sandwiches.
Yes.
Oh, they're always a lunchtime special. They're unbelievable. I think it's funny because guys that typically aren't meant to be gaining weight, you always find like sneaking around to like get another sandwich or to put another one on their plate, and you always catch them. And then guys that aren't meant to be drinking milkshakes at night are always somehow in there drinking milkshakes at night. I think sometimes the strength coaches just turn a blind eye to it, but it's all in good fun. But
the taco bar is fantastic as well, and I missed
taco
that.
bar is good. The crispy chicken, like Monterey sandwiches are good. There's
the chicken tendies were always strong.
Tendies are always good. There's one other thing that's always.
Justin, any help here as somebody who's been to Higher Ground?
What's up, Jimmy? How are you?
Good, Justin. How you going?
I'm good. Good to hear you. Chad knows this. I'm a sweet tooth guy. The Bearcat bars are those are pretty good.
Oh, the desserts, the apple pie dome thing,
the dumplings,
incredible. That's probably number one. The day you get that, and then typically you get the steak before it, so it's like that's a great day because it's like you get the steak and then that, and then it's like you can die happy.
Then you have to go back to your room, try to sleep it off, and be ready for 95 degrees in the sun at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Nothing probably gets more of a workout than those bathrooms at Higher Ground. I'll tell you that.
You got anything for Jimmy, Justin? We're letting loose here. We're having fun. It's after dark. We are almost 11 hours into this Sub-A-Thon.
No, I was sitting listening to Jimmy before I got on, and I'm now feeling very inferior in my voice and my accent. So I was just a fan. It was great to see Jimmy. Great to hear him.
79 subscribers away. We're getting there.
So what's the goal? 100 new subscribers?
Well, we want to get to
started
1,000.
at 700 today.
Yeah, and what are we
701.
now?
We're at 921 now.
Ooh, righto, guys. Come on, let's go. Subscribe.
You gotta retweet us, Jimmy. You got a following.
I wish I had a following. I don't even know where my phone is. I'll find it. I'll retweet it. I'll get it out there.
Appreciate
If we
it.
get to 1,000, Jimmy's going to raffle off that or give away that Peach Bowl.
No, I'm not.
No. We'll auction off a date with Jimmy.
I don't think he's allowed to do that anymore, right? You
might have to fight the girlfriend for that one, but I'm sure if the money's going to charity, we could sort something out.
Is charity that Aaron needs craft beer instead of Natter?
Justin's got a pint glass. He's sipping on a nice craft beer. Aaron's down in Natter Days.
Well, to be honest, I'd probably take the Natter Day. In all honesty, I haven't had one for a while. It's a change of pace.
Well, you don't know what craft beer Justin has.
No, I don't. What does Justin have? It's a Foster's for you, Jimmy. No, I'm kidding. That's donkey piss. I wouldn't wish that upon anybody. the 50 West of some sort. I don't even know.
Oh my
trees
God.
trees of Tahoe.
Yeah, Jimmy, are you a subscriber to the Bearcat Journal YouTube channel?
I actually don't even think I've got a YouTube account. No, honestly.
You have a Google account, right?
Yeah, I do, but I only made this after I finished school, so I actually haven't used it a lot. This is just my professional one. I couldn't go with the high school email anymore, and I was worried they were going to shut down my UC email as soon as I got kicked out of the door, so I had to make a new one.
All right. Well, at some point tonight when we let you go, figure out a way to subscribe on the YouTube channel. How's that?
And in the time that I said 9:21, we're now at 9:28. So we are still creeping. We're getting
there.
there.
Go. We'll get there. We'll get there.
We're in that final hour push, and we're about to get Dave After Dark here shortly. So I think we got a good chance to make it. You got a good chance to make it.
Justin, I love where your AirPods are currently just placed. It looks like you have diamond earrings in.
Yeah, that's it. He does that. He does that every time he comes on.
It's fantastic.
Weird shaped. I must have weird shaped ears because, like, if they're like this, I can't hear anything. So it just must be the way the earwax is in the ears. But I do. I look like I just went to Claire's.
got that Ocho Cinco special.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, no one can tell if they're cubic zirconias or not. We'll be fine.
Jimmy, somebody asked, what about Victoria Bitters?
Yes, there we go. That's an absolute cult classic. Who said that? They need.
Phyllis. Phyllis is a booster that's been around the program for a long time. I guarantee if you saw Phyllis, you would know exactly who was asking that question.
Probably, definitely. Good one from Phyllis. Victoria Bitter was probably my go-to before I came over here. It's called a VB for short. That's what everyone calls it. It's in like a green can. People that don't like them call them typically green grenades. But
can you find it anywhere here?
No, I actually haven't looked. The only one I can ever find is Foster's, and I don't wish that monstrosity on anybody.
I had a friend growing up when we were like 21, 22. That was his thing. We would go to this club and he would drink oil cans of Foster's. Like, what are you doing to yourself, bro?
Yeah, does he have stomach ulcers?
He might have back then. He would wake up the next day every day like, I just got hit by a truck. And I'm like, you drank 7 oil cans of Foster's.
Blake Barman used to try to get me to drink an oil can with him whenever we wanted to drink. He'd like, try get me one, or like want me to go get one with him. And I was like, Blake, I'm not drinking one with you. I know what they taste like. And he used to drink them like for fun. I'm like, you're sick. You need help.
Oh my God. All right, Jimmy, we'll let you go, man. We've kept you for a long time. We greatly appreciate you stopping by. And it worked out, actually. Like the hour that we were off, we interacted with the chat. We had a good time. We filled that time, and then we had an hour with you, which was absolutely outstanding. So it worked out great.
Good. I'm happy it worked out. I'll got to remember that. Yeah, different time zones. That's a thing. So
now.
Next time I send an invite to you, I'll make sure to put Eastern Standard Time.
EST.
Please,
Jimmy, can you come in at 9 EST?
Got you.
Yeah, hit me with the EST, and then I'll remember what I'm doing, because I looked at my watch and I'm like, oh yeah, it's not even 8 o'clock here. And then I got that message from Chad on Twitter. I'm like, oh my God, they're on Eastern Standard Time. What am I doing? So I have to sort my life out real quick.
Phyllis did add that her husband Bob went to Alice Springs and drank many VBs.
Let's go. That's what I want to hear. That's the content I need on my Friday night.
When you find that 37 Smith jersey and you send it to Aaron, we'll have you back on.
I'm never getting on again.
You just got his hopes up, and it's never going to happen.
Just dash them immediately.
37 Smith jersey, and you send it to Aaron. Love it, brother. We'll talk to you.
Problem.
We'll talk to you soon, man. Thanks
Appreciate
for
it.
coming
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thanks,
See you, Jimmy.
He
Bye-bye.
just got his hopes up, and it's never going to Dave. Okay, there we go.
I
We're
muted
getting-
him. I don't know what's
okay.
going on. Dave, we got the show happening in your mic. Let's see. I'm gonna.
Are you still watching? You can't watch it on YouTube anymore.
Dave's trying to watch himself.
I think we're good.
Okay. Hi, Dave. How you doing? You can talk now. You're
Oh,
unmuted.
hello.
How you doing?
Well, I'm much better now.
This is exactly what I wanted the last hour to be. Like, this was my dream scenario for getting us across the finish line in this Sub-A-Thon.
I'm absolutely not making it a whole hour.
Really?
No. I got dishes to wash, man.
We thought we were going to get you at the sink washing dishes with the
elbow gloves.
I do have a personal news life update.
What's that? You're having twins?
No, God, stop.
You're the new Xavier basketball beat writer for the Athletic.
Also not true, as far as I know. I bought a minivan today.
How is it? It's awesome, isn't it? Don't lie.
It is.
Your minivan
No.
is awesome.
Your boy is stunning in a Honda Odyssey 2022, fully loaded.
Shame.
It's pretty great.
Shame.
Are there TVs
Hey,
in
look,
the
shame.
headrests?
Shame.
There's screens everywhere. There's headphone jacks everywhere. There's a feature where my kids wear headphones and I can talk to them through their headphones from the front seat of the car, which I guarantee you I'll never use.
Look who just commented.
Look who's here. Justin Zach has joined us.
Zach's dropping comments.
Yeah.
Zach says he's got dishes to do too.
Well, does he also drive a minivan?
TBD.
Well, he's got another one on the way too, so he might be headed towards minivan territory. Aaron and I had this talk earlier. His girlfriend's got a 7-year-old and an 11-year-old, and welcome to family vehicle life. They were talking about getting an SUV, a big SUV, and look, if you're going to get a big SUV, don't be a dumbass. Get the minivan.
Dedication.
Yeah.
Dedication.
Look, I'm full Daddington. We all get humbled before God, but I have no shame about it. This is just, I'm basically slowly shifting into like the sitcom dad in real life. I'm
Zach,
cool with that.
Zach, if you want to hop on with us, we're all for having the Sid of UC join us for the final hour. I promise.
Yeah, I don't think anybody at UC thinks that's a good idea.
He got us Malik earlier. He
did.
has the link if he wants to join.
He even claimed he was Malik Van for a moment.
And I'll
a brief fleeting
probably
moment.
say something to get him fired. So you should probably.
As Aaron opens another natter day.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Aaron, did you see the thing that Natty put out about
if the Bengals would have won,
yeah,
they would have had a natty for the natty, where it said at the bottom, "Cold as Joe Burr."
Cincinnati.
Cold as Joe Burr.
Matthew said he's in need of a minivan himself. What should he get? Justin, sell him on the Odyssey.
All right, look, I know this is not why people tuned in, but
This
I know
is
a lot
certainly
about.
not why I came on at 11:03 at night.
I know a lot about minivans. So here's the thing: there are not a lot of new minivans out there on the market right now. Like there's all these supply chain issues with cars in general, but there was this culture probably when I was coming of age because it was ingrained in me that driving a minivan was not cool.
Accurate.
And so a lot of
Still
car
accurate.
companies stopped making minivans. There's only like 4 or 5 that actually make new minivans now. And I called around to a bunch of places. There's like not a Toyota Sienna, a new Toyota Sienna to be found anywhere in the tri-state area.
Is Town and
there's
Country
these-
still a thing?
No, those like Dodge doesn't have one. I think Chrysler still makes the Pacifica. Honda still makes the Odyssey, which is what your boy's rolling. And Kia has this new one called a Kia Carnival, which like it actually looks pretty cool. I know Kia's car people are kind of like hit or miss on them, but there aren't any of those out around either. So I think the combination of supply chain and then there was this push of like, oh yeah, you should buy the SUVs with the third row for, you know, a decade or so. And I think people did that, and then they realized like actually these kind of suck. Everyone should just buy a minivan, like you were saying, Chad. And so now there's a supply demand issue with minivans. And I don't know if it was just like I had some real hot dad energy and it put me to the top of the list to get one, but I was able to get my hands on a Honda Odyssey. And it is the first and admittedly probably only new car I will ever buy in my life, and it's pretty nice. But it was a humbling day for me for sure.
Who had the Bengals, or I'm sorry, the bingo board spot for minivan talk on this podcast today in this 12 hours?
Because I knew that he was in the market. He told me yesterday that
Unreal.
Today he was going to buy a minivan.
Insider trading information.
I like the past couple of days. It's been Bearcats catching, you know, following my Bearcats news, and then just doing some minivan research, and that's kind of what my life's been dedicated to.
The last time I rode a minivan, we took all the benches out and just put lawn chairs in, and you see how long you can stay seated while the other person drives.
I mean, in 20 years, that's probably what I'll be using this minivan for.
No shot.
That was
if I'm not living out of it, you know.
I mean,
down by the river.
It seems to have all the creature comforts of home. Like, you know, why not?
We'll see.
What you want to talk about, Dave?
I don't anything.
Oh, Christ. Here
What?
we go, Aaron. Hi, Ed.
Hey.
Actually, I'd like to talk about anything other than sports because I talk about sports all the time. So
the minivans was good.
Yeah.
Dave, what's your evening been like, Dave?
Let's see.
I'm gonna go have a heater.
Had dinner with the fam. Watched some cartoons. Fell asleep for like 30 minutes. And then came back down here to hang out with you guys.
Justin, apparently Odysseys
what are you
are
sipping on?
What's that?
What are you sipping on?
Right now I have let's see. I have a Keeneland Pale Ale. It's very good.
Mine's a pale ale too, Dave.
And then next I'll be having a Pilsner from Milwaukee.
What are you having, Ed?
I have some Chattanooga whiskey. Straight from Chattanooga.
That sounds terrible.
Justin's whole face. If you could only see it, Jam.
No, Chattanooga whiskey.
Someone in the chat says Odysseys are your best bet to get a vehicle from Honda at the moment. All other vehicles are harder to find. Can't imagine why. Because minivans.
You should see this thing, Aaron.
You're gonna take me for a ride?
I can fit you. I can fit 8 people in this thing. It's pretty huge.
You're only gonna have 5.
Good Lord willing.
5? What you got? You're on number 3?
Yeah, so that was the impetus for the
Slow down,
for the
slow down there,
minivan.
Tiger.
Yeah, don't trust me. I'm out. I'm only going for half a Fickell.
That half a Fickell.
God, I just have one, and I have no interest in being around any other kids. My own sometimes, like.
Well, now
I'm also the old dad, so Justin's still considerably younger than me, so he's got way more energy than I do.
Well, now I have a question for you, Justin, because most people, when people that aren't sports writers, they get the V job done during March Madness, but that's not a possibility for you. So when does a sports writer get the V job done?
I guess I have to also work around the off season, right?
So like when Dan Hoard's on vacation, you'll be
when Dan Hoard goes off to like Nova Scotia for 2 weeks or whatever he does, I'll be sitting at home with a bag of peas. In my lap. Or maybe to bring it full circle, I'll like right when Higher Ground hits, I'll do it then.
Just get it done this March. You won't have to worry about covering any postseason basketball.
Come on, Dave.
Son of a bitch, Justin. You miss another Higher Ground, I'm gonna stab you.
Hey, Fickell would understand, of all people.
No, he wouldn't.
He'd be like, he'd call you a quitter.
With palm trees in the background.
He'd be like, 3? You're a quitter.
That's true. That's true.
Unreal. So did you have a chance to catch us when we were talking to either Coach Fick or Coach Wes earlier, Justin?
I did not. I've literally been buying a minivan all day.
Man, I don't.
They always tell you like, yeah, come in. This will take 15 minutes.
Oh yeah, bullshit. It takes like
no. Then they got to call their boss in the back room, who's giving you the best deal of the day.
Ugh. So, how did it go with both head coaches?
It was pretty great actually. Obviously with Fickell joining us from Mexico, pretty awesome that he gave us any of that time. Because as Chad and I pointed out, like, who's getting that from any coach in the entire country?
I'm sure Brian Harsin would grant that access right now.
Dave is full throttle.
Absolutely. And then Wes, as he's on a visit to go see Daniel Skillings, stops in a coffee shop and talks with us.
Was he drinking tea?
No, he's drinking. He talked about it. He said he was drinking cappuccino with skim milk.
Missed a little bit though. I'm sorry.
And then he made fun of Andre for drinking a
latte.
Latte, actually, yeah, vanilla latte. He's a latte guy. Like, what does that mean? Like, you're drinking a cappuccino. Like, how are you making fun of anybody for drinking a latte? I don't know what any of that means.
Both pretty much the same thing.
No.
Oh. Shows how much coffee I drink.
I don't know. I don't drink coffee. So
yeah, same here.
I drink just black coffee to balance out the minivan. So.
Oh, so you're a borderline psychopath. Great. That's great, Justin.
Dirty bean water, as my wife calls it.
I don't even know how to respond to that. But yeah, it was cool. Just getting to talk with both of them as they were both kind of in their element. People loved hearing Wes being just candid as he always is. Fickell just made sure we knew that it was one of the vacations because the kids weren't there, as opposed to an adventure when the kids are there. Said that Coach Brady was the loudest one in the background. If we heard anything from the background, it was coming from Coach Brady.
I didn't realize this was a no kids trip.
Yeah.
No, it was a staff. Apparently, it was all like staff and wives vacation to Mexico.
Yeah, I knew some staffers were going. I just assumed it was families.
No, it was a no kids resort.
I'm actually extra surprised he.
What did you say, Dave?
He asked if Denbrock was there.
You son of a bitch. Holy crap. Who's here now?
You guys have been doing this for almost 12 hours. What do you think I'm going to come on here to do?
Danco Joe had some FOMO, so he's back.
Right, I did.
Hey, Joe, welcome back.
He wanted nothing more than to have a beer with Dave, which just sounds like doing it wrong.
No, cheers.
Cheers, Dave.
And Zach just said, "There's no way I could be on this."
We agree. Like, we would love to have you on, Zach, but for your career, it's better that you're just in the comments.
4 hours ago, we wanted to have you.
4 hours ago, you would have been great for this show.
I'm a little nervous to be on here right now, Zach. Dave just makes me nervous in general.
I like that.
Here's the shocker that it's Dave that makes him nervous and not me.
Yeah, but you're not like your words are coming out clear right now, so you're fine.
There is that. I can move my lips today.
That Justin was introduced to Aaron before me as the drunk guy at games that wouldn't leave Justin alone when he was trying to work at the end of games.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's a true statement.
Justin, tell that story.
Well, I and I mean this with
And
true
I-
love. That's a long list of people.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that have figured out where we sit that want to like stop and talk. Hi, Keith.
And you know what? If people want to subscribe to us every month,
Stop
whether
by and
it's
talk.
CCJ
That's fine.
and
Yeah.
or The Athletic, I'm more than happy to do that.
Yeah.
Just not at the end of games when you guys are trying to write all of your recap.
But, yeah, Justin, tell the Aaron story. Like, it's okay. You can tell the Aaron story. It's Aaron's
I,
here. You
I,
can tell
honestly,
it.
I'm not
friends
kidding.
here.
I don't remember the specifics.
He would just come up the aisle and be like, "Hey, Justin, how you doing?"
Oh, like at the end of games?
At the end of games, and you're like, "I'm trying to work, bro," and he's like, "What's up, brother?"
It was never that bad. It was.
If he would call me, hey, I just got Justin's number. I'm gonna ask him to be on the pod. I was like, don't ask him now, please. Let's just wait a little bit.
If only,
I'm gonna ask
if
him
only
out
you
on a
knew,
date.
a couple of years later, you'd be making fun of me for being driving a minivan. But
right,
We were
No,
still the
there's
first
always-
podcast to have you.
That's right. You can put that in your Spotify tagline. But I mean, even like my mom will be like, "Oh, hey, my friend Sherry's going to be at the game tonight. You should say hi." I'm like, "There's 10,000 people there, Mom. I'm like, I don't know what you think that I'm going to be able to do."
Like, is she gonna be the one wearing red and black? I'll go say hi.
Got the Bearcat t-shirt on.
That's great.
But no, I love the Bearcat fans that come up to us. I love it.
Justin knows our spot has become popular now. People love to like just like pop by and be like, "Hey," and we're like, "Hey, how you doing?" It's
There
become
was
very popular.
Chad, you're in the front row, like right there,
Yeah.
close to where the fans are. And sometimes that can be dangerous because I remember like my first year, I was sitting there and I had a guy who like every third shot was just like, "Hey, what percentage are they shooting?"
Yeah.
And I was just, eventually I was like, that up there in the corner, it tells you, the whole game as well. But
I'm pretty lucky now because we talked about it earlier with Wes and Andre. I've got Andre's kids in front of me now.
Right.
So Andre's oldest daughter is she keeps me in check throughout the whole game.
his kids are adorable.
Yeah. What was that, like the second or third game of the year? I started making paper airplanes with the stats that they give us at halftime.
Mm-hmm.
And I would throw it, and then she would run and get it, unfold it completely, and then make me fold it again for her while the game was going on. I was like, this might have been a bad idea. I didn't think this all the way through. I thought she would get the paper airplane and be like, "Oh, this is fun." She was like, "No, you're making me another paper airplane out of the same paper that you're going to have to fold along these same lines that you already did once."
Well, and as someone my two kids that I have now are pretty close in age to
the
Andre's,
age
and
of those two, yeah.
Yeah, and so knowing like what it's like to go anywhere with them, I have way more respect for Coach Morgan's wife than I do for him and what he does because she has the much tougher job.
That's why she is perfectly okay with me entertaining them during the game.
Bringing two kids to a basketball game is way harder than coaching a basketball game.
We have talked many times. My IQ is that of like a 6-year-old sometimes. So the fact that I spend most of the game entertaining a 3 or a 4-year-old is perfect. Hi, Kelsey.
3 or 4-year-old.
Yeah, Coach Morgan's 3-year-old daughter sits in front of me at games, and
You want to come over to my house and babysit a almost 3-year-old?
Ooh, Dave wants to know if you want to babysit his little one.
There's lots
Instead
of
of I get
galactic
some
chicken
money.
involved.
She said you can buy it. She works for Squishmallows.
Pear and crawfish.
I have no
Or
idea
you
what that means.
That's because you don't have a daughter, you have a son. If you had a
They're
daughter,
little-
you would know
little
exactly what
pillows.
Squishmallows are.
Yeah,
They're really
well,
comfortable pillows, but Kelsey has. Go show them in the screen. Well, I have it. Hold on a second. They're really comfortable pillows that look like animals, and Kelsey has like 96.
Are
of
they
them.
like really big?
Some of them are. Some of them are small. Some of them are
we
medium.
might have one of those. I don't know.
One of the comments here says there's too many ads on those corner screens anymore. Hard to get the stats anymore. First world probs. You guys have also noticed that you can hardly see the stats in the corners at this point. Yeah.
It is funny. I never look up Like every once in a while, I'll see something flash up there, but I'm like never looking at the corner.
We have the stats in front of us.
You have the stats in
Well,
front of you.
that's also
There's
true, but I
that.
just meant in general.
I'd agree. I look up and I always see an ad, not the actual stats, but
I know they paid a lot for those curved screens in the corner, and I don't know
what
I don't know if it was worth it.
what their purpose is.
Yeah, I mean, hey, got to pay bills, right?
yeah, COVID didn't help anything there.
No, not at all. Not at all. All right, what else do we have to talk about?
I got like 5 more minutes. These dishes are calling me, so if you have any minivan
You
questions,
got a
wanna-
minivan and no dishwasher?
Again,
Nothing
Dave,
like doing the dishes, Dave.
I wouldn't even say that. It's just there's a lot more that goes into it than just loading the dishwasher. You know,
A whole OnlyFans account.
You got to scrape that stuff off first to make sure because the Don doesn't get it all.
can't be putting your nice pots and pans in the dishwasher, your nice knives. Like, come on.
You're usually washing bottles when I talk to you.
A whole OnlyFans account depends on this.
I'm
totally
graduated
done
from bottles for like
yeah.
a couple months now.
But you're getting back to them
for a couple months
Kelsey,
longer. I'm
No,
back into it.
we're not bringing every Squishmallow in the house into my office.
Audio, Chad.
Is that a Peloton back there, Justin?
It is a cheap Peloton.
Same here. All right, cool.
I put all of my money into a Honda Odyssey, if you haven't heard.
Fun fact: Justin's dad was my 5th grade teacher. Neil really did have himself a day.
This is the Neil show.
Oh, that's
well.
That's
glad
that's
Neil-
one Squishmallow. That's
what's
a
one
big
of those
survived
things?
to
What's one of
tell
those
that
things
tale.
run you?
How
I'll have
much
to ask
does one
my
of
dad.
those
If my
things
dad
run you,
remembers
Kels?
Neil, that's a bad sign.
I'm trying to.
Yeah,
hear
how
you,
much
Justin.
do they cost?
Oh, this one's 40. Like this size, this one's like 70.
Oh, that costs $70.
$70 for a pillow?
$70?
40.
Why did you sign off on that, Chad?
I didn't spend that much on teeny babies.
This happens behind my back.
Kind of like the time you had to call Apple and get them to
Reverse $1,000 worth of charges. Yeah,
You know why
she
Aaron
did
has
that.
to drink Natter Days now.
Yeah, that's why Aaron's drinking Natter Days.
BCJ money's going to Squishables or whatever they're called.
They're Squishmallows.
Tell her I have a Princess Diana beanie baby back here for $300,000 if she wants.
Son of a bitch.
This is a small part of the collection, and these are the little ones. How much do these little ones cost?
So these ones at Learning Express, they're only $5.99.
So $6. Let's get more of the $6 ones and less of the $70 ones.
This is like
I don't think that's gonna fly. You got her. She's already eating steak 3 nights a week. She's not.
This is-
She's not going. She's not going back to ramen noodles at this point.
Let's. How was your steak tonight?
Good. I ate it all.
This was the 3rd night you've had steak this week.
But Aaron, you had cup of soup or cup
I
of
had,
soup and
I
Natter
had
Days or something.
leftover pizza.
He had leftover pizza, and Kelsey had
He's eating his dinner right now. It's pork chop in a can.
You doing this by candlelight or what?
Steak, but you guys had leftover pizza.
Aaron had leftover pizza because I can't pay him more because you eat steak 3 nights a week.
Huh.
She said, no, it's just because I have all these Squishmallows.
Dave says, how many Squishmallows does Brent have?
So many. So many.
Brent spends his money on different pillows.
We have 100 people watching this ridiculous right now.
Yeah, Brent probably has a lot of like what the old wrestling buddies and
with the bendable arms
and like old Bearcat players with uniforms on. And
here's my favorite part of this. The last time I refreshed, we had 913.
We lost
subscribers.
90, or we went
we're down
backwards.
to 910. We lost 3 subscribers during this portion of the
they were
broadcast.
like, they're like, I'm done with this shit. This is too much.
If we don't hit 1,000, are we on here till 1?
Maybe. I mean, I might stick around to see if we can
TBD.
Must be an anti Squishmallow brigade out there.
You have Squishmallows in your minivan?
Or you got Or you
Not
got
yet.
some people that are working for American car companies that are pissed off at Justin Williams for getting a China car. Bring the coronavirus over here.
I tried.
Honda Odyssey.
Okay, that is 100% my cue to get off of this live stream.
Justin, we love you.
Justin, we love you. Thank you for stopping in and giving us a few moments of your time. We
You
have.
should have clearly been scared of Dave. Maybe more scared of Dave.
I'll see you Sunday, brother.
Sounds good. See you guys.
Your minivan.
Bye, Justin. Enjoy your new van.
Oh my goodness. This is something else. This is something else. Dave, what'd you think about the college football playoff not expanding?
What do you think I thought of it?
I don't know. I want to hear from you.
Bullshit pussies at the Big Ten, ACC, and Pac-12, man. Like, and then they all come out with comments tonight like, we want it to expand. Well, then why didn't you vote on it?
Great question.
I mean, it's so ridiculous.
Bye.
That they, like, their conferences are the ones that will most benefit from an expansion.
Right.
But whatever. They're just still so mad. I mean, I saw something. I didn't read the article yet, but basically just saying they voted against more money and what the majority wanted because they hated and were scared of the SEC. Which, here's what's going to happen. Greg Sankey's going to turn around in 2026 and go, we're good at 4.
Yeah, of course.
And he basically said as much today. He's like, my position could change. Like, they get 2 teams almost every year. Expanding doesn't, I mean, sure, it helps them, but he was only going to expand if it gave them an opportunity to get a higher percentage than they were already getting, so more than 50%. That was never going to happen at 8, so that was never on the table. So going to 12, he's like, I'm very content to stay at 4. So we get 2 teams almost every year.
Sure, we're good with this. Like, if you idiots don't want to get more money, we will continue to take all of the money. Like, what? So dumb. It's so short-sighted and so dumb, Dave. Like, it's infuriating.
Yeah. It is very, very short-sighted. It's very high school, mad that someone, pulled one over on you, and now we're gonna, cut our, chop your nose off to spite your face. Like, we'll show him.
We don't want more money because of our, principles and standards. And instead, we're just going to continue to give the SEC all of our fucking money.
Boom, roasted. Real quick, I did want to mention this entirety of this 12 hours that we're coming around the last half-hour stretch was sponsored by 513shirts.com. I think we're going to do something here where if you hashtag, because this 100 is the highest we've been in some hours, but if you hashtag Dave After Dark and hashtag BCJ Sub-A-Thon.
We got to get rid of the rest of this stuff. We got two things.
We got some stuff to give away.
2 513 shirts, Bearcat Journal collection items to give away, and 2 City of Cincinnati car flags, right? Is that what we got left, Aaron? We have 4 things to give away in these last 30 minutes.
Yeah, we got some things. And hashtags BCJ Sub-A-Thon.
Here's the funny part, Aaron. When we had guests every hour and there was a structure to this thing, we held to the plan.
Crushed it.
And then as soon as things got a little loose, we just didn't give a shit about the plan anymore.
Well, I mean, come on. You're 11 and a half hours in. You've done a wonderful job.
Did you think we would make it this far, Dave?
Well, yeah, because when you come up with a really stupid idea like this,
You're committed. You're pot committed.
You're pot committed. You can't just be like, 5 hours in. That was fine. Whatever. We're done.
Well, here's the thing: if we hit 1,000 subs at 5 hours in, like we would have done the Wes interview and been like, all right, fuck you guys, we're out of here.
How come you didn't get like a plumbing company to sponsor your bathroom breaks?
We didn't have bathroom breaks really. It was kind of like we just go dark.
You're Mel Kiper?
No,
we don't pee the whole time.
We just kind of do this, and the other one fills in while we're on mute.
There were many times where both of you did that, and then the person you were interviewing were just sitting there.
No, we never did that.
Yeah,
I don't
she
think
did.
we ever
Yes, she did.
Oh.
Yes, she did.
Well, Aaron went dark while I was dark, and I can't see that when it happens.
I think at one point during the Lenny interview, you both went dark, and Lenny was just sitting there at the bottom corners going, "Yeah, the Apple Store, getting my phone fixed."
We were always talking.
Joe talked to him. That's when we let Danco Joe take over.
No, Danco Joe was gone too at that point.
Oh well, shit happens, I guess.
It's been a long day.
So tweet Dave After Dark and hashtag Dave After Dark, hashtag BCJ Sub-A-Thon.
Whoever gets the most likes.
We're going to there's a pretty good chance you're going to win some shit because we got 4 things to give away and 30 minutes to do it.
You just have to be subscribed. So make sure knuckleheads.
How many of our truly loyal fans are in this room right now?
97, according to the top.
We have 97 people watching right now.
Is that good?
Yeah. Luke, like when we do the live podcast, we're generally like 20 to 30 is like, where we hang around.
We're not having any control over here.
Yeah, Ed. It sucks,
You're welcome.
Doesn't it? The thing is, Dave, we have as soon as we started, we jumped up to like 75, 80 people watching, and we've barely dipped below that the entire 12 hours. I think we maxed out at 150. You're muted, Aaron. I can't hear you.
It was that 6 to 8 time span where you were worried when people started eating dinner and what have you. Yeah.
Doing things with their family. Yeah. We dipped a little bit in that time span, and then we jumped back up. Lenny got us back on track.
Families.
Yeah. Ugh.
It's probably been a great day for you.
Minivans.
I haven't seen my family all day. Yeah, I haven't seen them.
Great.
There's been a couple, I peeked out at Kelly when we were talking about dinner. They went to Carrabba's. Kelsey got steak. I got pork chops, mashed potatoes, and sauteed broccoli. It was very good. Tonk has been here for all 12 hours.
I don't know what that says about Texas.
Tonk was in California.
No, he's in Texas, bro.
He's in Texas.
It's on me.
He's invited people to his house for SMU games.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Ken Dog says 2020 game tonight for Josh Reed. 25 points, 22 rebounds.
Can he play
Luke
Sunday?
has been here. Luke Kern has been here most of the day.
Yeah.
His eyes hurt. Yeah.
Can we
Think
get
about
Josh
how we
Reed
feel.
enrolled for Sunday?
Did you see the dunk from Skillings tonight, Dave?
I actually did. It was a good dunk.
Somebody asked the same thing. Can we get him suited up for Sunday?
We did talk about AJ Sally while you were gone, Luke. But Dave, do you have any thoughts on AJ Sally decommitting?
No, not really.
He weighed in at 220 pounds on his most recent visit.
No, I mean, yeah.
It's unfortunate. I mean, obviously, anytime a kid decommits, but it is what it is. It's direction of a new coach, not
A friend
the
of
guy
mine
recruited
that plays them every year thought he was better last year than this year, and his D line had some pretty decent success against him this season.
Dave, I need you to say positive will prevail. Can you say that? It's an ad. It's an ad thing.
Dave, you're muted, bro. Hang on. I got you. There you are.
Positive will prevail?
Yes. That's the tagline for Galactic Fried Chicken. Positive will prevail. He wanted you to say it. So when sponsors have requests, you gotta take care of the sponsor's request, right?
Well, that kind of depends on the request.
Well, I mean, just having you say positive will prevail, that's not that big of a deal, right?
No, I can do that.
What was the giveaway what did you have to do in order to get his big giveaway?
We have to hit 1,000 subs.
There it is.
What was the big giveaway? I can't remember.
You get a big baller dinner at Galactic Fried Chicken. The big baller dinner is a bottle of champagne, a 10-piece whole chicken, and 6 sides. If we hit 1,000 in the next 25 minutes, somebody is going to get a big baller.
I think we should get it.
We're not allowed. We're not allowed to win, Dave.
Why not?
Ed's been entering the contest to win stuff from 513 shirts all day.
I even had my little 4-year-old do the down the drive. How can you just reject a little cute 4-year-old
like that? What is the point
that?
in being a part of this if you can't rig the giveaways to give to your own people?
It's an NIL deal.
You're watching, Dave.
Luke, you should want to try the sauce more than the tenders. But the tenders are also amazing. So
Dave and I need to be paid for our likenesses.
I mean, you think the people came on at 11:30 on a Friday night to hear you guys keep talking? They came on for me.
True, that's right.
And they wish Shane wishes he could get Tonk the sauce to Texas, but you can't get the sauce to Texas. And
he did hit somebody up earlier saying, "Hey, do you want to go halfsies on me for a Texas Texas shipment?" Because Shane said, like, it doesn't make sense if you're not doing less than 12 bottles, like, to pay for the refrigerated shipment.
How long does it keep? That you'd have to eat a lot of that stuff to go through the 12 bottles.
Well, if you freeze it, you should be all right?
Yeah, but then does it change when it thaws? Does it change like the
consistency?
Does it make it watery or whatever?
Shane said he doesn't have time to rig this thing, so we just got to get to 1,000 subscribers and tell him who gets the bottle of champagne and the 10 pieces of chicken and 6 sides.
Somebody was asking earlier back during the interview if they would deliver to Loveland, so I went on the website. It's only a $12 service charge.
It's not bad.
It's not bad if you get some good chicken.
Loveland's far.
It is
from downtown.
Yeah, straight up
Galactic's
71.
Basically downtown.
I can confirm the tenders because again they come right out of the fryer.
Loveland's like just north on 275 from where I live.
Tenders stay hot all the way to Mainville. The tenders stay hot all the way to Mainville.
Piping hot.
Can confirm.
I'm definitely stopping tomorrow.
Can we hear draft talk from Dave?
Sure. What do you want to hear?
What's your plan for the Bengals' first pick at number 31, and why is it trade for a starting tackle?
Well, it's not.
Okay.
I concur.
I mean, I think that's a great idea in theory. I'm not sure there's something like that in reality. Because if you have a starting tackle worth trading, why are you fucking trading him? Would be my first, thought.
Well, money. A lot of times, like cap space,
Yeah, but I mean, there's so few tackles. The good tackles never make it to free agency because they're good. So, unless you're the Texans, like I would trade. If I'm the Bengals, the one guy I would try to make a trade for would be Laramie Tunsil. Because he's still only 27. He's under contract through 2023, which is kind of the Bengals window before you hit the Burrow, $500, $600 million contract. And the Texans, I mean, who knows what they're doing? Laramie Tunsil should be in their plans because he's still only 27.
It's really we had for a second round pick too, because he doesn't want to be in Houston.
He probably doesn't. I mean, they're still going to demand it first, which I would too. Like, you're not just going to give a guy away.
Agreed.
But in my perfect world, the offensive line is handled in free agency, and you take a pass rushing 3 technique at 31 and not an offensive lineman. Because I don't love the tackles that are probably going to be there. Actually, unless Kenyon Green from Texas A&M, unless you see him as a tackle, which they could, he can play any of the 5 positions. But I'm more into the guards and centers, like the realistic top 3 guys I would look at that could be there are Tyler Lindenbaum, the center from Iowa, which is an interest. I was listening to a podcast yesterday kind of about the draft, and it was interesting how they were talking about him because most people are like, he's one of the top 5-10 players in the draft, but center is just such a weird position. So you kind of have to start going through the draft and going, well, who actually needs one? You're not going to draft a center in the first round unless you absolutely need one. Who will draft a guy that fits his body type, which he's going to be on the quote-unquote smaller side, like 6'2", 290. So that's going to automatically knock him off of some people's boards for a first rounder because he doesn't fit their thresholds. And then what kind of blocking do you do? He's a zone block guy, so he would work with the Bengals. So the more you think about it, like there is a possibility he could be there just because of all the different parameters that you have to fit into drafting the center in the first round. Zion Johnson, I really like from Boston College. Could probably come in and start at left guard right away and then transition to center if that's something that you want. And then Kenyon Green is the other guy. Would be my top 3 realistic offensive linemen in the first round. But I would prefer that they sign guys in free agency and if the best player on their board then becomes an offensive lineman, great. But don't go into the draft feeling like you have to get a guy because you need him to come in and start right away. We saw how that worked out with Jackson Carman. They've not been successful at drafting offensive linemen for a long time. So it's not a question of are they capable. They've put resources to it. They're not good at picking those players.
Right.
That's so get dudes, get grown men, get guys 26 to 30 years old that can come in and play right away, and you at least have a baseline understanding of what you're going to get. Because you just can't go into another season without, feeling pretty confident of what you have. So, re-sign Riley Reif as an option at right tackle.
Don't you worry, he's getting a little long in the tooth and injury prone.
Just as an option,
okay,
not as necessarily the starter, but if he'd have played all year, they'd probably win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So it's
I don't argue with that. Isaiah Prince was dreadful.
Yeah. So I mean, but he at least gives you. I don't want to use the term security blanket, but if you sign him and then you draft a guy who you feel can be that guy at some point, but you don't want to put him out there day one, then you have Riley Reif, and he's probably going to be willing to come back another 1 year, $7-8 million contract. Nothing crazy.
Well, I think it's fair he came here was Joe, right?
Right.
I think it's fair to call him a security blanket.
I think he's more than that. I think he can be a solid starter, but that he's not going to be here probably past this year. So you can draft a guy to get ready to replace him if you want to. But I don't want to draft a guy and just put him out there because and if Jackson Carman ends up getting the right guard spot, do you really want a second-year guy who struggled his first year and then a rookie right tackle?
Are you saying Quentin Spain will be the left guard?
I would re-sign Quentin Spain as my first interior guy off the bench. I think you can upgrade whether it's a free agent or a Zion Johnson.
Agreed.
But I think he has a place and a value to the team.
Agreed.
But probably not as your 16 game starter.
17.
Right. But 17, stupid. I don't still. Whatever.
So where are you leaning in the draft? What are we taking first round? If it were you sitting in the captain's chair.
He answered that, Aaron. You weren't here.
I was doing Twitter things. retweeting stuff. Sorry.
How about this? What's your overall draft philosophy? They've got one in each round, right? I don't think they don't have any extras.
They have 2 7s and they might get a 4th. Yeah.
Who would they get a 4th for?
John Ross.
Okay.
What's
the overall philosophy?
The funniest part of the draft picks is that not only did the Giants trade B.J. Hill for Billy Price, they gave the Bengals a pick too.
Yeah, that wasn't smart.
What do you mean by what is my overall draft philosophy?
Like, what are you looking for? Like through 7 rounds, like when you see the end of the draft, like what are you looking for them to accomplish?
I mean, it matters so much what they get accomplished in free agency. I mean, I think they should basically take the opposite approach they did last year, which was defense, free agency, offense, draft. I think they should go offense, free agency, defense, draft, because I'm not going to say a lot. Some of these guys that they've added in free agency, they're probably not going to re-sign when their contracts are up, just because they'll be older and they should have younger players in the pipeline. Like, I would like to see them draft Brian Cook as kind of like the heir to Von Bell.
You know, there's nobody that has a bigger man crush on Brian Cook than me.
So that's a thing I would look at. Like a slot corner. I mean, they need corners in general, but like Mike Hilton, probably not going to get re-signed. If I had to guess.
Really?
I mean, you
don't think they'll bring him back?
He'll be plus 30 years old.
He was really good though, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he's still got 2 more years on his deal. I'm saying when you're drafting guys
long term. Okay. I thought you were talking about him not here next year. I was hey. Okay.
No, I'm talking about like drafting defensive players to get ready.
I gotcha.
Because they're new players for the Bengals, but since they've never done this before, like all these guys were on other teams. So they're not just 21, 22-year-old dudes that you drafted and have under control for 4 or 5 years.
There's been a lot of talk about their free agent philosophy of last year, of guys that are still like 24, 25, 26. That's a ridiculously small window, isn't it? To get guys like at the end of their first contract and guys that can be wildly productive, like the teams are willing to let go at the end of their first contract. That strikes me as, while if you hit like they did, this time, an insanely productive strategy, it feels dangerous because how many, 26-year-olds are teams just letting go?
Not a ton, but it just depends on what those teams like
cap
situation is, what they value. Just like the Bengals value certain things and they won't pay.
They should start valuing guard.
Well,
Can we start valuing guard?
No, we won't. So I don't even worry about it because they're not going to pay guard big money. Like Brandon Scherf is 30-something years old and he's going to probably command $15+ million a year. That ain't happening. Like, that's just whether you agree with it or not. Like, that's a philosophy that they have. But like Connor Williams from the Cowboys, Austin Corbett from the Rams, James Daniels from the Bears, those are all guys in their mid-20s that are going to be available for a third a year of what Brandon Scherf is commanding.
Sure.
And they would all be significant upgrades from what they trotted out there last Sunday.
You're not a big Hakeem Adeniji guy?
Isaiah Prince had a 2.4 pass blocking grade in the Super Bowl, and somehow Hakeem Adeniji was higher. And I don't know how that was a thing.
Let's talk Bearcats draft.
Sure.
Where does Sauce go? How high? How much does it depend on his does it come down to him If he runs a legit 40, he's a top 10, top 15 guy.
I
If
think
he
he's
runs,
top 15 now without 40. I think he can go as high as 6, but I also think Derek Stingley is going to test through the roof, and people are going to start to go back towards him and be like, oh yeah, that's why we all, loved him in 2019. And then you got to do more digging and figure out, well, what was the deal in 2020 and 2021? How serious are your injuries? Stuff like that. I don't see any way Sauce doesn't go in the top 15 picks, though.
I'd agree. I'm honestly like I'll still be surprised if he doesn't go top 15.
Like, I think I could see him at 6. I can see him at 7. I can see him at 8. You could see a Bearcat double, Sauce at 8 and Dez at the Falcons' second round pick.
What the Falcons taking 2?
They take Sauce at 8 and then Dez at whatever that would be, 40, something like that.
If he drops past 15, would the Bengals look to trade up for him?
No. The Bengals will never trade up for a player.
For anybody. I'd also be surprised to see such a thing.
Negative, Ghost Rider.
Like, I just, no. They're not in the business of, right or wrong. Again, I sometimes, I look at these things as not what I would do, because then you just get mad when they don't do what you want them. When your team doesn't do what sideline GM would do. They literally do not trade away draft picks. Except for Ryan Finley. They traded 2 picks away for him.
Not in the draft.
Yeah,
that was in the.
Now we know why they don't trade draft picks. They're real bad at it.
Exactly. They traded 2 picks to move up to like the beginning of the 4th round to draft him.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I think I purposely forgot about that.
They just do not, and I don't disagree with that. When you're up until this year and you go to the Super Bowl with a second-year quarterback who has the personality and everything that Joe Burrow has, like, you're not getting free, and you don't play the free agent game up until the last 2 years. Like, you're not getting guys to come here. So you should not be in the business of giving away draft picks. Because how else are you going to build a roster if you up until recently, you don't play free agency and you're not exactly like, a big free agent destination.
So Lenny Stokes was on with us earlier today and was perturbed by Kobe Bryant being projected at like I think he said 123, 132, something like that. Where do you see Kobe falling in this draft?
3rd round, probably, maybe beginning of the 4th. So somewhere right around there.
You think that's a fair assessment for a guy who won the Philip Award?
I've seen him up in the 2nd. I don't. Yeah, I think anything that's out there right now is it's total conjecture. We haven't even had the combine yet.
Before the combine is hard to say.
There's been no pro days. There's been no visits. There's basically been the Senior Bowl. That's it. So I feel like he's in, like I've been saying, I think he's a top 100 guy. Now that could mean 90. That could mean 115. Which would mean middle to end of the 3rd, beginning of the 4th. I just feel like that's kind of the sweet spot right now, until we get more data.
Well, we lost Chad, so Ed, you haven't talked since you've been here. What you got?
I'm here. Ultimately, though, day 2 should be a day that we're going to be like really busy, right? between round 2 and round 3, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, Dez, Majay, Beavers, possibly Cook, possibly Kobe. Yeah. Pierce, possibly.
Pierce is going to go in 2 or 3, I think. I don't see him dropping to 4.
No, but there's always a position and there's always a player that falls. I'm not saying it's him, but like there's always a position group that there's a run and then there's like a big
goes
gap.
ice cold.
Right.